Qinghe, endowed with the memories of her past life, reincarnates as the legitimate daughter of a noble house. With such advantageous circumstances, she ought to indulge in idleness, which greatly vexes the gossip system bound to her. Xiaoba, please, let us venture out for some gossip. Qinghe, no, my aspiration in this life is to remain at ease. The gossip system, having contemplated myriad reasons to sway Qinghe's heart, ultimately finds its resolve shattered by the imperial edict from the Empress Dowager. Accompanying her grandmother to the imperial palace, the edict soon follows. Qinghe, why must I become the crown princess? Gossip system, you must take responsibility for your actions after drunkenly accosting the crown prince. Qinghe, can she claim it was unintentional? Following her attendance at a palace banquet, the emperor further appoints her as a scholar, necessitating her presence at morning court daily. Qinghe, this is absurd. I am to become the future crown princess. Why must I still attend court? Moreover, I have been appointed an official of the court. Does this make any sense? Emperor, existence itself is justification. Minister, without you, there would be but half the amusement. Chapter 1. Intoxicated teasing of the crown prince. In the prime minister's residence, today marks the 60th birthday of the esteemed matriarch, and due to her prestigious title as a first-rank noble lady and being the mother of Prime Minister Ji, countless guests have come to celebrate. Waves of guests arrive incessantly, and Prime Minister Ji's face is strained from smiling so much. Why are there so many people? In stark contrast to the bustling front courtyard, the rear courtyard appears considerably more desolate. Beneath the peach blossom tree, a youthful maiden clad in a flowing white dress reclines, a wine jug in hand, reveling in her carefree delight. Host, please, let us join the revelry. Without gossip, the progress bar cannot advance, and I am utterly unable to upgrade. The voice of the gossip system rings out urgently, tinged with a hint of distress. It has been bound to the host for 15 years, and the progress bar has only advanced by a mere one, leaving it the subject of mockery from other systems. What benefit does upgrading bring me? I refuse to engage in matters devoid of advantage. There will undoubtedly be benefits. I am merely a basic version now. There will be a standard version and an ultimate version, and I shall grow increasingly formidable. What are the benefits? Benefits. Host, perhaps you should look forward to it. The gossip system struggles to articulate its final utterance. Being a system that cannot lie, it can only vaguely promise the host a grand future. I had enough of grand promises in my past life. I shall politely decline in this one. Qinghe remains unmoved, continuing to sip her wine leisurely. Indeed, Qinghe is a soul with memories of 2 lifetimes. In her previous life, she was consumed by academic pursuits and work, ultimately meeting an untimely death. Upon reaching the Niha Bridge, she found the Mingpa soup diluted with who knows how much water. After consuming a large bowl, she was horrified to discover that she retained all her memories upon reincarnation. Eventually, she learned of her status as the legitimate daughter of the prime minister's residence, born with a golden key. She decisively chose to recline in idleness, living off her family's affections, confined within the 4 walls. Fortunately, she is cherished by her parents and has 3 older brothers to dote on her. It turns out one can live this way. Host. The gossip system is on the verge of tears. Typically, the host's reluctance to leave the house is tolerable, but today, opportunities have presented themselves on a silver platter. Woe is it, for it could be a golden opportunity to reap rewards. Qinghe. How irritating. Slightly tilting her head, she attempts to shake off the voice echoing in her mind. Suddenly, she notices a dashing young man approaching amidst the flowers, and a line automatically surfaces in her mind, a noble sun among the clouds, with a jade-like elegance that rivals the autumn. As the young man reaches the tree below, Qinghe, in a moment of folly, tumbles down, landing directly in his arms. My lady, you. Crown Prince Xiao Yanqing is momentarily at a loss, instinctively catching her, but before he can inquire, he finds her pinching his face, leaving him further bewildered. So soft, this is real. Qinghe gazes at the handsome visage before her, perfectly aligned with her aesthetic preferences. Xiaoba, I wish to marry. Host, he is the current crown prince. What of the crown prince? I am still the prime minister's legitimate daughter. Qinghe mutters in dissatisfaction. Her current status is more than sufficient to match the crown prince. The crown prince, holding Qinghe, witnesses her silence, yet perceives her conversing with the mysterious Xiaoba, which leaves him astonished. What is happening? Could it be he just heard the lady's innermost thoughts? But who is this Xiaoba? The crown prince finds the situation utterly perplexing, and before he can process it, he feels a soft sensation upon his lips. With a sudden jolt, a chord snaps in his mind. Has he just been kissed? As the crown prince, he has always been held in high regard, diligently studying and never having had such intimate contact with any maiden. Caught off guard by such a kiss, the innocent crown prince feels his ears flush with color. My lady. A maid's voice breaks the moment, and the crown prince quickly regains his composure. Fearing that this scene could tarnish Qinghe's reputation, he gently places her against a tree before swiftly departing. After a series of halting steps, he finally arrives at the intersection. The Crown Prince breathes a sigh of relief, narrowly avoiding discovery. Your Highness, what brings you here? I took a wrong turn just now. The Crown Prince stiffens as he sees his companion, Ji Baihan, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt. The young lady had claimed to be the Prime Minister's legitimate daughter. Does that not make her Ji Baihan's inconspicuous sister? Wait a moment, big brother. Why do I sense a hint of guilt from you? The third prince, sharing the same mother as the Crown Prince, has always been close to him and speaks without reservation. There is nothing of the sort, the Crown Prince quickly interjected. Isn't it time to extend birthday wishes to the venerable Lady Ji? Let us hurry, and not waste a moment. He hastily pulled the two away, offering them no opportunity for inquiry. Ji Baihan glanced back. If he was not mistaken, that place seemed to be his younger sister's courtyard. Could it be that the Crown Prince has encountered my younger sister? Has he perhaps discovered something amiss about her? Ji Baihan's heart raced with uncertainty as he attempted to glean information indirectly, but the Crown Prince's responses were as impenetrable as a fortress. Was he truly being overly suspicious? The following day, Qinghe approached the main hall, warmly greeting everyone present. Little sister, during grandmother's birthday celebration yesterday, did you happen to encounter anyone in the back courtyard? Ji Baihan was the first to speak. After seeing off His Royal Highness, he had eagerly made his way to his sister's quarters. To his surprise, she had been inebriated, and recalling her wild antics while intoxicated, he had promptly taken his leave. Fortunately, this time, his sister did not exhibit any drunken antics. She had merely fallen asleep. No, I did not. Why do you ask, elder brother? Qinghe inquired, her expression filled with confusion. After her bout of drunkenness yesterday, she had simply rested quietly. She had asked her maid Pingyang, who assured her that she had behaved impeccably. It's nothing serious. I was merely inquiring. After all, you are aware of your own tolerance for alcohol. With so many esteemed guests in the front courtyard yesterday, I feared you might inadvertently offend someone of high standing. Ji Baihan fabricated a reason, feeling a profound sense of relief. It was fortunate that his sister had always preferred tranquility and was disinclined to venture out. Otherwise, he could not fathom how they would have navigated the past decade and a half. Rest assured, elder brother, I have matured and would never engage in such disgraceful behavior. Qinghe replied, lifting her head proudly. Host, have you forgotten the embarrassing incident from yesterday? The gossiping system timidly chimed in, its tone suggesting an unspeakable complexity. Surely not. What could I have possibly done? Qinghe exclaimed in disbelief, while Ji Baihan felt an ominous premonition, and the others perked up their ears in anticipation. You kissed His Royal Highness and declared your intention to marry him, asserting that your status as the Prime Minister's legitimate daughter is a perfect match for the Crown Prince. Chapter 2. Awkward performances at Chongwon Academy. There are no heights without depths, no journeys without return. Steadfastness brings no blame. This is today's assignment. I shall review each one tomorrow. After scholarly concluded, he departed, casting a lingering glance at the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince appeared unusually distracted today, frequently lost in thought, the cause of which remained elusive. The assignments left by scholarly are exceedingly challenging. Brother, do you have any thoughts? The third prince approached with a pained expression, voicing his grievances. Brother? The Crown Prince snapped back to reality, realizing that most had already departed. He promptly stood up, took a few steps, then retraced his steps. Third brother, what is today's assignment? There are no heights without depths, no journeys without return. Steadfastness brings no blame. You performed admirably, indicating that you were attentive during class. Continue to strive for excellence. The Crown Prince placed a reassuring hand on the third prince's shoulder, speaking earnestly, before striding away with purpose. The third prince sensed something was amiss. His elder brother was not acting like himself. Baihan, do you have any idea what is troubling my brother? I am uncertain. Your Highness, Ji Baihan replied, shaking his head. Perhaps he had an inkling, but could he voice it? The Crown Prince had been slighted, and the instigator was none other than his own sister. A sharp pang of discomfort struck him. How could one person create such a ruckus?
Baihan.
I recall you mentioning you have a sister. How come she is unheard of in the capital? The inevitable inquiry had finally surfaced. Ji Baihan sighed inwardly before responding. Your Highness, my younger sister is quite reclusive, preferring solitude from a young age. Compared to those talented young ladies, she is rather unremarkable and not worth mentioning. Is that so? The Crown Prince's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Such an extraordinary beauty could not simply be dismissed as unremarkable. To be frank, my sister has never taken to studying. She is not proficient in any of the arts, music, chess, calligraphy, or painting. As a girl, it suffices that she finds joy in her pursuits. Ji Baihan understood his sister's disposition well and had always been rather indifferent about it. Furthermore, considering her sentiments, she was ill-suited for entanglements with the Crown Prince. Why the sudden inquiry about my sister, Your Highness? I merely thought of her after seeing the sixth princess earlier. The crown prince fabricated an excuse, yet his curiosity regarding Qinghe deepened. He was sure he had not misheard the previous day and had vaguely realized something significant. As the daughter of a prime minister, she ought not to remain so obscure. Yet, Qinghe seemed to exist in a realm of her own, which was rather intriguing. After parting ways with the crown prince, Han returned home with a heavy heart. Sister. Brother. What is the matter? Qinghe lazily lounged on a beautiful couch, nibbling on grapes peeled by Pingyang, and lazily lifted her eyelids. Today, the crown prince mentioned you, expressing great curiosity. Have you met him? Cough. Cough. Qinghe was caught off guard by the grapes, erupting into a fit of coughs. Heavens! The crown prince wouldn't seek retribution, would he? Brother. Now that you mention it, I think I recall something. I was rather inebriated yesterday and vaguely saw someone. Could it have been the crown prince? You didn't do anything inappropriate, did you? I should not have, right? Brother, you know how I am when I drink. I forget everything. Qinghe blinked her big, innocent eyes. Host. You are deceiving me. I clearly informed you. The gossiping system protested, unable to comprehend why the host would lie. Silence. Such matters must remain unspoken. Heaven and earth are aware, and we are aware, no one else need listen. The crown prince certainly wouldn't divulge anything, if questioned, simply claim drunkenness and forgetfulness. After all, she rarely ventured out. The crown prince would merely suffer in silence. Han interjected, Forgive me, but your affair with the crown prince is known to all. However, my sister is correct. As long as the crown prince does not pursue accountability, they can pretend to be oblivious. Yet, the concern lingered that the crown prince might have hurt her true feelings. However, he could not inquire directly. So be it. He would face whatever came his way. In the front courtyard, the matriarch of the Ji family regarded the arrival of Eunuch Chao with a slight smile. Please wait a moment, Eunuch Chao. I shall change into another set of garments. Madam Ji, the Empress Dowager has also expressed that the Ji family has a blossoming daughter, wise and clever, and it would be beneficial for her to accompany you to the palace. The matriarch froze momentarily, a ripple of surprise coursing through her. To bring Qinghe into the palace? This matter may not remain concealed much longer. Flower Mother, go and prepare the young lady. We must not offend the noble guests. Yes. Just as Qinghe finished dealing with Han and was about to close her eyes for a moment, Flower Mother's voice rang out. Young lady, the Empress Dowager's decree requires you to accompany the matriarch into the palace. In an instant, Qinghe jumped up, disbelief etched on her face. Flower Mother, what did you just say? You must prepare quickly. Eunuch Chao is waiting outside. Flower Mother knew Qinghe had heard, but could hardly believe it. No, I cannot go. Flower Mother, tell them I am ill, fearing I might infect the Empress Dowager. Or just say I am on the brink of death. Qinghe blurted out without a second thought. After the previous day's incident with the crown prince, her foreboding sense of dread surged at the Empress Dowager's summons. Young lady, you may evade the first, but not the 15th. Qinghe understood. She had no choice but to comply. I understand, Flower Mother. She placed a hand on her forehead. Last night, I may have caught a chill. Please excuse me to Eunuch Chao. Yes. Flower Mother bowed and retreated, turning with a smile that she could no longer suppress. The young lady's acting is far too poor. Before long, Qinghe emerged, her face veiled, obscuring her features, though the fatigue evident in her exposed eyes was unmistakable. The matriarch, recognizing her granddaughter's state, could not help but mutter under her breath, Qinghe, the Empress Dowager has weathered many storms. Your pretense may easily backfire. Rest assured, grandmother. I know how to handle this, Qinghe declared confidently. The matriarch parted her lips, but ultimately swallowed her words. It was best to adapt as the situation unfolded. The carriage swayed gently as it arrived at the palace gates. Qinghe and the matriarch alighted, following Eunuch Chao inside. The palace was vast, and as Qinghe feigned illness, she followed closely behind Eunuch Chao, scarcely able to admire the palace's beauty. Finally, they reached Xinang Palace. After Eunuch Chao announced their arrival, they entered. This humble servant, daughter, greets the Empress Dowager. No need for excessive formalities. I merely feel a bit stifled in this palace and wish to converse with someone. The Empress Dowager, seated high, spoke with a kindly demeanor. Huaiyue, this must be your clever granddaughter, is it not? Indeed. As Han listened to the Empress Dowager's address, she felt as if she were transported back in time. It had been ages since anyone had called her by her given name, and the utterance of Huayue instantly bridged the distance between them. Chapter 3. The Princess of Pingyang is nearing her end. Why is she still wearing a veil? The Empress Dowager inquired, puzzled. She had summoned Qinghe to the palace specifically to see what she looked like. The Crown Prince had always been exceptionally well-behaved, never making demands. Yet, his first request was for a girl from the Qi family. The Qi family girl, the daughter of the Prime Minister, this was someone they had never heard of before. While surprised, the Empress Dowager was eager to meet the girl who had captured the Crown Prince's heart. Your Majesty, my daughter caught a chill yesterday and fears transmitting it to you, hence the veil. Qinghe maintained her composure, presenting a fragile facade. Is it serious? Should I summon the imperial physician? Thank you, Your Majesty. I have already had the family physician examine me, and there is no cause for concern. Very well. Qinghe exhaled softly, having successfully navigated this hurdle. What a wonderful child. Huayue, just looking at her brows and eyes, she resembles you in your youth. The Empress Dowager conversed with Ji Bai Han while Qinghe endeavored to remain inconspicuous. Haha, mother, why are you so cheerful today? I heard your laughter from outside the hall. The Emperor and Empress entered, radiating joy. Ji Bai Han quickly rose to pay her respects. This humble servant greets the Emperor and Empress. There is no need for excessive formalities, Madam Ji. The Emperor replied, glancing at Qinghe standing nearby, and continued. This must be the Ji family girl, possessing both intelligence and charm, truly befitting the daughter of Prime Minister Ji. Qinghe could not help but retort upon hearing this. Little 8, why do the royal family members all speak in the same manner of flattery? Am I not also as beautiful as a celestial being? Oh, host, you have finally lifted my gag order, the gossip system exclaimed, relishing its newfound freedom and showering Qinghe with compliments. The unparalleled beauty of the host is concealed beneath a veil. They are utterly oblivious to this. Qinghe fell silent, recognizing the wisdom in little 8's words, leaving her without a rebuttal. The Emperor and Empress both felt a jolt, exchanging glances that conveyed their astonishment. Indeed, as the Crown Prince had suggested, the Ji family daughter was distinctly different from the ordinary folk. The Empress Dowager's eyes flickered with surprise. Just moments ago, Qinghe had been a demure girl, yet now, in the presence of the Emperor and Empress, she spoke with boldness. Has the Princess Pingyang not visited you in quite a while, mother? The Emperor interjected. Upon meeting the Emperor's gaze, the Empress Dowager immediately comprehended his meaning and replied, Indeed, it has been quite some time since Pingyang has come to see me. His host, the Emperor and Empress Dowager, are quite magnanimous. The Princess Pingyang has inexplicably failed to pay a visit. Shouldn't they consider whether something has gone awry? The gossip system, ever proactive, seized this opportunity to discuss the intriguing matters at hand, eager to progress its agenda. What has happened to Princess Pingyang?
Qinghe, bored.
Followed the gossip system's lead and inquired. The Empress Dowager then realized that Qinghe had not spoken aloud, yet her voice resonated. Even more perplexing was the presence of another voice, heard but unseen. This phenomenon astonished even the experienced Empress Dowager. But what shocked her further was the content of Qinghe's conversation with little 8. Princess Pingyang has succumbed to despair. Her life hangs by a thread. The Emperor and Empress Dowager were taken aback, unable to believe it. Pingyang had always enjoyed a smooth and fortunate life. How could she have fallen into such despair? Details, please. This matter traces back to 3 years ago when Princess Pingyang visited the Lianhua Temple to pay her respects. On her return journey, she encountered bandits, and a woman shielded her from harm, only to be taken back to the princess's residence, thus setting the wheels of fate in motion. Focus on the key points. Qinghe rolled her eyes. If little 8 were to choose a profession, storytelling would suit it best. The young lady, who typically abhors reading, managed to coax the young princess into studying, much to Princess Pingyang's delight. However, unbeknownst to her, this act was akin to inviting a wolf into her home. Princess Pingyang was rather strict with the young princess, while that woman was adept at charming children. Coupled with the prince consort's daily criticisms of Princess Pingyang, the young princess now harbors intense hatred for her, often wishing her dead. The prince consort finds Princess Pingyang lacking in gentleness and consideration, while the young princess has developed a closer bond with that woman. Just last night, after a quarrel with Princess Pingyang, the young princess lamented, wishing her mother was still alive instead. Little 8 narrated this with fervor, watching the progress bar inch forward, feeling invigorated. The thrill of gossip was delightful. The Emperor and Empress Dowager exchanged glances. They were aware that Pingyang had brought her savior into the palace. They also knew that the woman had become the tutor for the young princess. Yet, Pingyang had never expressed her grievances, leading them to believe she was well. The Emperor and Empress Dowager felt a pang of concern. If this were true, how much suffering must Pingyang have endured? The Emperor offered the Empress Dowager a reassuring glance and signaled to Eunuch Li, who discreetly withdrew. While children may speak without restraint, the young princess's blatant manipulation is truly lamentable for Princess Pingyang. Indeed, the prince consort, the young princess, and that woman appear to have formed a close-knit family. Leaving Princess Pingyang alone at home during outings or other activities, the gossip system remarked, clucking in disapproval at the injustice suffered by Princess Pingyang. Host, will you inform the Emperor and Empress Dowager? Let me devise a reason. After all, it concerns a life. She couldn't simply ignore it now that she was aware. After a moment's contemplation, Qinghe spoke. Your Majesty, I recently heard the name of Princess Pingyang and was reminded of rumors circulating in the streets that she has been feeling unwell. Zhao Yunlong, you shall go at once. If you find that Princess Pingyang is indeed unwell, bring her back to the palace immediately.
Yes.
Seeing the Emperor trust her words, Qinghe sighed in relief. Little 8. Our Emperor is quite wise. Fortunately, his wisdom prevailed this time. Otherwise, it would have surely resulted in the lifeless body of Princess Pingyang. So, the Emperor also has moments of folly? Ahem. The old matriarch coughed violently. Her dear granddaughter had to be cautious with her words. Grandmother, are you all right?
Qinghe?
Hearing the commotion, hastily inquired, momentarily forgetting her conversation with the gossip system. The matriarch waved her hand, regaining her composure, and addressed the Emperor and Empress Dowager. Your Majesty, Your Highness, I am feeling a bit unwell. I humbly request to take my leave. Matriarch, may I summon the imperial physician to examine you? I appreciate the Empress Dowager's goodwill, but these are merely old ailments. A little rest will suffice. The matriarch replied, wishing to depart before Qinghe could utter any more rebellious remarks. She was aging and could hardly withstand such shocks from her granddaughter. Chapter 4. The Engagement of the Crown Prince. The matriarch hastily led Qinghe away, and the Empress Dowager could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, Your Majesty, what is the matter with the Ji family daughter? Mother, I too learned of this from Qinghe. It seems we can hear the innermost thoughts of this Ji family daughter. If her thoughts are indeed true. The Emperor pondered seriously. If Qinghe possessed such abilities, the nefarious entities within the court would surely find it impossible to conceal their schemes. If all this proves to be true, I shall not let the prince consort go unpunished. The Empress Dowager radiated fury. Pingyang was her and the late emperor's most cherished daughter, whom they had showered with love. Choosing a prince consort was meant to provide her with affection, not to subject her to oppression. As for the young princess, if she could not be guided back to the right path, she did not deserve to bask in favor. No one could bully her daughter. Commander Zhao Yunlong of the Imperial Guard soon returned, accompanied by Princess Pingyang. However, at this moment, Princess Pingyang's eyes were tightly shut. Your Majesty, forgive my failure. When I arrived at the princess's residence, she was on the brink of suicide. In a fit of intense emotion, I had no choice but to render her unconscious. Special circumstances necessitate special measures. Bring forth the imperial physician at once. The Emperor's heart sank. Had he arrived too late? The Empress Dowager, upon seeing the bandage around Princess Pingyang's wrist, stained with blood, felt an overwhelming surge of pain. Her most beloved daughter had been driven to the brink of self-harm, and they had remained oblivious to it all. Where was the prince consort? I shall see him dead. The Empress Dowager's fury boiled over, her veins standing out on her forehead, losing the dignified composure she once possessed. Mother, please do not be angry. I shall ensure that Princess Pingyang receives justice. The Emperor urged, advising the Empress Dowager to manage her temper, as her age made her prone to health issues. As her brother, it was his duty to defend his elder sister. Were they so easily bullied, these members of the royal family? The prince consort was brought into the grand hall by Zhao Yunlong, trembling as he gazed up at the Emperor seated high above. Two words echoed in his mind. It's over. Your Majesty, I can explain. The prince consort stammered, never having anticipated that Princess Pingyang would attempt to take her own life.
Ha!
Lin Feiyu, how dare you bully my sister? Who gave you the audacity? The Emperor rose abruptly, delivering a forceful kick that sent the man sprawling to the ground. This pent-up rage demanded his personal intervention for it to be alleviated. Did you think that the absence of words from the imperial princess would allow you to deceive the heavens and earth? Zhao Weilong, take him away. Let him experience the torment that the eldest princess has endured. Be cautious, do not let him perish. In this moment, the Emperor was not merely a sovereign ruler, but rather a brother seeking vengeance for his sister. Understood. As for that woman, send her to the Bureau of Music. The young princess shall be raised by the empress. Upon issuing his commands, the emperor turned to Eunuch Li, saying, Li Difu, summon Chancellor Ji to the palace. At the chancellor's residence, the elderly matriarch took a sip of water to steady her nerves, her heart racing uncontrollably. It seemed that Qinghe's situation could no longer be concealed. Sure enough, it was not long before Eunuch Li, a close aide to the emperor, arrived. Chancellor, please proceed. Ji Qingzhou glanced at the matriarch, offering a reassuring look. If it cannot be hidden, then so be it. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Your humble servant pays his respects to your majesty.
Rise.
The emperor cast a glance at Li Difu, who immediately understood and brought forth a stool. Aiju and Ji, please take a seat. Thank you, your majesty. Ji Qingzhou sat down, barely settling in when the emperor's voice rang out again. Aiju and Ji, how well you have deceived me. Had it not been for Qin'er mentioning it, I would have remained oblivious to the extraordinary abilities possessed by your daughter. Your majesty, I beg for your pardon. Ji Qingzhou knelt once more, his heart filled with trepidation. My daughter's thoughts are beyond comprehension, and due to my indulgence, she has spoken rather freely. I hope your majesty can forgive her.
Indeed.
Her words have been rather audacious, yet today she has achieved merit. Without her insight, the life of the Princess Pingyang might have been lost. The emperor agreed, slightly softening his demeanor due to Ji Qinghe's contributions. Aiju and Ji, are your daughter's insights entirely accurate? In response to your majesty, Qinghe's conversations with that young boy are fundamentally correct. At least to my knowledge, they have been accurate. Ji Qingzhou dared not conceal the truth. Madame Ji had already informed him of the Princess Pingyang's situation upon returning home. Given the emperor's earlier remarks, he surmised that the emperor was aware of the reality. Can everyone hear her thoughts? My daughter's thoughts are audible to nearly everyone except for the person concerned. However, those of us who can hear her thoughts must refrain from expressing them openly, lest we face dire consequences. Yet, my daughter has never ventured beyond our residence. I have only verified this within our household, and cannot ascertain the situation elsewhere. Ji Qingzhou began to explain, contemplating a certain possibility, and continued, this is also the reason I have kept it hidden. If others were to hear my daughter's thoughts, it would undoubtedly place her in a perilous situation. For her safety, I have been compelled to act thus. I hope your majesty can understand the heart of a father. Enough, enough. The emperor silently cursed the old fox. Pondering the situation, it was a rare occasion for the crown prince to speak up, and it was to seek the hand of Ji Qinghe in marriage. As for the validity of Ji Qinghe's thoughts, it had yet to be thoroughly verified. It would be wise to proceed with caution. Once she becomes the crown princess, she shall be part of our royal family. If that is the case, let her be my daughter-in-law. Becoming the crown princess will ensure her safety as well.
What?
Ji Qingzhou felt momentarily bewildered. Were they not discussing her thoughts? How had the conversation shifted so drastically to the crown prince? Was the leap in topics so vast?
How?
Do you believe the crown prince unworthy of your daughter? The emperor's expression remained impassive, yet his tone bore the weight of a mountain upon Ji Qingzhou. His Highness the Crown Prince is exceptional, a dragon among men, a paragon of society. For my daughter to marry the Crown Prince would indeed be her fortune. The emperor felt satisfaction. The Crown Prince was his meticulously cultivated heir, and no one could refuse. As Ji Qingzhou returned to the chancellor's residence, he was accompanied by Eunuch Li. The Ji family looked on in confusion. What was Eunuch Li doing here? Was there an important matter? The imperial edict has arrived, Eunuch Li announced, and a throng knelt in the courtyard. Ji Qinghe was reluctant to kneel, but there was little choice. In ancient times, kneeling was an unavoidable formality. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees. Today, Ji Qinghe, the legitimate daughter of Chancellor Ji, possesses a nature that is gentle and courteous, endowed with both virtue and talent.
Qinghe?
Young Lady Ji, accept the decree. After Eunuch Li finished reading, he noticed Ji Qinghe standing there in a daze and kindly reminded her, Ji Qinghe, I am not particularly eager to accept the decree. Little 8. What is the emperor thinking? There are so many noble women in the capital. Why must I become the crown princess? Host. This decree was requested by the crown prince from the emperor. The crown prince? Is he out of his mind? Ji Qinghe was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. Host, have you forgotten? You aggressively pursued the crown prince. He is seeking your responsibility.
Yes.
My heavens! What has he just heard? The Ji family's daughter is far too audacious. Not only does she insult the crown prince, but she also implies that he forced himself upon her. Chapter 5. My brother wants to be a third wheel. Uniquely returned to the palace to report, recounting all that he had seen and heard. The emperor's lips twitched in surprise. He had not anticipated this. Initially thinking the crown prince had developed feelings for Qinghe, he was astonished to discover that it was the Ji family girl who had taken the initiative.
Ah,
She truly is Qinghe's daughter, unique in her actions. The news of Qinghe becoming the crown princess stirred up a storm in the capital. Other noble women were eager to vie for the position of crown princess, each secretly measuring their worth against one another, only to find themselves outmatched by an unexpected contender. The legitimate daughter of the Ji family? They had never heard of such a figure. This seemingly unremarkable person had become the crown princess, undoubtedly due to Chancellor Ji's influence. They could not compete on familial merit. Yet, in terms of talent, Qinghe was unlikely to prevail. In no time, invitations began to pour in for Qinghe, as many sought to meet this previously unseen young lady. Young lady, the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Revenue, Xiang, invites you to a flower-viewing banquet. Qinghe entered with an invitation in hand, speaking up. I shall not attend. Qinghe promptly rejected the invitation, knowing well the ulterior motives of these noble women, who were merely interested in her sudden rise to the status of crown princess. The rules of the royal family were tedious and confining. She had no desire to marry into the royal family. Had she been inclined to pursue such a path, she would not have squandered so many years. That detestable crown prince. The tranquility and modesty of her life were shattered by this decree. And Qinghe harbored a sense of resentment. Little 8. I wish to refuse this decree. Host, refusing the decree could lead to severe consequences. The gossiping system's ruthless voice echoed. You could also consider it from another perspective. Marrying the crown prince is not such a bad outcome. Ultimately, you will have to marry, and the crown prince is quite handsome. Marrying him would not be a loss. Moreover, given that you have kissed him, you cannot simply deny him afterward, can you? Qinghe internally screamed like a gopher. It was just a kiss. As if it were merely a mosquito bite. That was her first kiss, and she had yet to voice her thoughts. Outside the door, the crown prince and Ji Baihan paused in their tracks, exchanging glances before eagerly stepping inside. Sister, you, Ji Baihan stuttered, taken aback by the sight of Qinghe, who was munching on grapes, completely devoid of any semblance of madness. Glancing at Qinghe, she subtly nodded in affirmation. All right. It truly is the heart's voice of my little sister. Oh, elder brother, what brings you here at this moment? Upon hearing the commotion, Qinghe looked up and was instantly captivated by the handsome man standing beside Ji Baihan. Little 8, who is the beautiful man next to my brother? Why does he look so familiar? Host, he is none other than the crown prince, whom you have stolen a kiss from. Qinghe's gaze inadvertently fell upon the prince's lips, causing her ears to flush crimson. Realizing that Qinghe was watching him, he averted his eyes awkwardly, his heart racing uncontrollably. Could it be? Is the prince shy? Perhaps he is simply captivated by her beauty. Host, the prince is both handsome and talented. You certainly have not lost out. Hey, looking at him like this is indeed quite appetizing. Qinghe unabashedly stared at the prince, watching as his ears turned red, soon followed by a faint blush on his cheeks. Goodness, the prince is so innocent? Fearing that her younger sister and Xiaoba might utter something shocking, Ji Baihan quickly interjected, Sister, this is His Royal Highness the Prince. Your humble servant. Pay my respects to His Highness. Qinghe snapped back to her senses and hurriedly bowed. Miss Ji, there is no need for formalities when you see me. The prince replied. Upon hearing his voice, Qinghe squealed. Ah, the prince's voice is simply divine. My ears might just be enchanted. Cough, cough, cough. The prince erupted in a fit of coughs, amused by Qinghe's unique way of speaking. She was delightful, mischievous, and utterly charming.
Xiaoba.
Could it be that the prince is afflicted with some hidden ailment? Coughing so violently in this sweltering heat, he must be fragile. I certainly do not wish to marry a man destined for a short life. Now it was Ji Baihan's turn to cough. Sister, you can't throw me under the bus like this. Why is my elder brother coughing too? Could it be he caught it from the prince? Host. According to the information available, the prince's health is satisfactory. Information available? Both the prince and Ji Baihan were puzzled, and even Qinghe wore a confused expression. What do you mean by information available? It refers to the knowledge gleaned from past events, the gossip system explained. Understanding dawned on Qinghe. In other words, you are merely a hindsight strategist, a pure gossip monger. Qinghe's tone was thick with disdain. This system, she was bound to, was rather inept. Host. I am a simplified version of a gossip system. The gossip system quickly clarified, sounding somewhat aggrieved. Only through gossip can I upgrade, yet you hardly leave the house. Without gossip, I cannot level up. So this is all my fault?
No, no, no.
Since we are bound together, your glory is my glory, and your downfall is my downfall. Host, for a brighter future, let's get going. The gossip system was quite timid. It had finally witnessed some change in its host and needed to be coddled. What if she decided to abandon it? The prince's eyes flickered. Could it be that this Xiaoba truly knows everything about the past? Ji Baihan also gained a new understanding. It seemed the Xiaoba was not omniscient. At least it could not foresee the future. How strange. Why are the prince and elder brother silent? Just as Ji Qinghe's thoughts began to surface, the prince spoke up. Miss Ji, tomorrow I shall take a day of rest and would like to invite you for a boat ride. Would you be amenable? You and me? And me too. Ji Baihan interjected urgently. He couldn't help but feel uneasy about his sister being alone with the prince. Ji Qinghe's eyes dimmed. A trio. How could she tease the innocent prince now? Xiaoba, it seems elder brother is of a marriageable age as well. I should inform our parents and make sure they look into his life matters. Otherwise, will he just be a third wheel? Host, have you forgotten that you earlier wished to defy the imperial decree? The gossip system retorted, exasperated by the woman's fickleness. You are right. The prince is indeed a sight for sore eyes, and I've changed my mind. Ji Qinghe stated, recognizing that in this feudal era, she was ultimately destined for marriage. She lacked the courage to resist the tide of societal norms, and if she must marry, she would prefer to choose someone she finds appealing. Setting aside the prince's status, he was quite handsome and perfectly aligned with her aesthetic. Ji Baihan thought, is my sister truly this bold? The prince felt a sweet sensation in his heart. So this is what mutual affection feels like. He liked her and fortunately, she liked him as well. Just like the emperor and empress, supporting one another through life. Chapter 6. A dog cannot change its nature. The next day, the prince came to escort Ji Qinghe. Your Highness, shall we depart? Ji Qinghe bore no aversion towards the prince. On the contrary, she found herself harboring a slight fondness for him. Her only concern was the feudal customs of polygamy. What she desired was a lifetime of companionship with one person. If that were not feasible, then she would choose someone pleasing to her eye. Observing his daughter, completely unaware of the concept of subtlety, boldly following the prince, Ji Qingzhou and Du Shui felt a mixture of worry and joy. Their concern stemmed from her unpredictable remarks. While they were delighted that the person she liked happened to reciprocate her feelings. Autumn Water Lake. The customs of the summer Liang kingdom were relatively open. Many boats dotted the lake, and the sounds of laughter and music wafted through the air. The prince and Ji Qinghe were seated in a boat, accompanied by the watchful Ji Baihan. Miss Ji, these delicacies were specially ordered from Zhu Xiang Lu based on your preferences, as inquired by my brother. Please, do taste them and let me know your thoughts. Your Highness is quite considerate. Ji Qinghe felt a surge of happiness, as the crown prince. His willingness to learn about her tastes was genuinely heartfelt. A look of shock crossed Ji Baihan's face. Did the prince just call him brother? Observing his sister's delight, he felt a twinge of discomfort. Xiaoba, the prince is quite wonderful. That is because the host is deserving of such treatment.
Xiaoba.
I've noticed your eloquence has improved remarkably. Just then, the boat unexpectedly came to a halt, and the third prince entered, followed by a little tail. Prince brother, oh dear. That voice was so sugary it sent shivers down one's spine, especially with the prolonged ending. Ji Qinghe couldn't help but rub her arms. Glancing up to see a girl in a pale yellow dress rushing towards the prince, reaching out to link her arm with his, only to be dodged by the prince. The girl's smile froze, and her lips pouted. Prince brother, why didn't you call me to join your outing? Miss Ji, this is my cousin Morong Yunduo. The prince nervously cast a glance at Ji Qinghe, and seeing her playful smile, he hastily added, Yunduo, this is your future imperial sister-in-law. Be sure to greet her. Prince brother, are you being coerced? Morong Yunduo didn't even glance at Ji Qinghe, continuing. I will plead with my aunt to speak to the emperor and have your marriage decree rescinded. Nonsense, Yunduo. The emperor's decree cannot be dismissed so easily. The prince's expression darkened, his displeasure evident. Moreover, this decree was specifically requested by my father and mother. It is impossible. Morong Yunduo could not believe it, in her mind. Her prince cousin was so admirable that only the finest of ladies could be deemed worthy.
Qinghe?
She had never heard of such a person before, and furthermore, the empress had intended to matchmake her with her cousin. She had long considered herself the future crown princess. With this unexpected newcomer, she felt quite discontent. It must be you, right? You are the one forcing my prince cousin. Murong Yunduo turned her fiery gaze towards the self-satisfied Qinghe, her eyes blazing with fury, as if she wished to devour her whole. Upon seeing Qinghe's face, surprise flickered in her eyes. How could someone so young have such a deafening voice? Qinghe set down her chopsticks, frowning at the food on the table. Murong Yunduo had spoken too forcefully, spitting food all over. What a waste of a perfectly good meal. How unfortunate. Has the prince not already informed you? The decree was solicited by him. I have not coerced him in any way. Moreover, as the crown prince, how could he be compelled by me, a mere daughter of a prime minister? It must surely be your alluring countenance that has captivated him. Murong Yunduo was incensed. The news vexed her far more than if she had merely heard it was the emperor's decree. A royal edict could be attributed to her cousin's reluctance, however. If her cousin had sought the decree of his own volition, the implications would be profoundly different. Enough, Murong Yunduo. The crown prince grasped her hand, his voice rising in irritation. Xiaoba, do you have any gossip about Murong Yunduo? She has displeased me greatly. I wish to know more about her. Qinghe sat there, appearing serene, yet her heart was in cahoots with Xiaoba, sharing a quiet tirade. Host, indeed I do, the gossip system chimed cheerfully, eager for another day of revelations. Host, Murong Yunduo is your romantic rival. She has harbored feelings for His Highness since childhood, conforming to the standards of a future crown princess. Moreover, she is the niece of the empress, who has entertained similar notions in the past. She has taken it to heart. Her lifelong aspiration is to wed His Highness. And what of the crown prince? The crown prince is wholly absorbed in his studies and state affairs, with not even a concubine in sight. Only upon meeting you did he begin to awaken to other possibilities. He has consistently regarded Murong Yunduo as a sister.
Impossible.
That cannot be the case. Murong Yunduo retorted instinctively, yet her words faltered as she felt a suffocating sensation. She had encountered the grand matriarch. So it is the indifferent suitor and the yearning concubine. She realized, shocked to find Qinghe had not uttered a word. Was that her innermost thought? His Highness truly harbors affection for you. It is merely Murong Yunduo's unreciprocated longing, the gossip system continued, extolling the crown prince and bringing him solace. To his surprise, Xiaoba proved to be quite resourceful after all. Host, this morning, Murong Yunduo also had a rather unfortunate incident. The crown prince stiffened, instinctively distancing himself. After finally regaining her composure, Murong Yunduo erupted in fury upon hearing these words. Qinghe, you are the one who has eaten filth. At that moment, she again confronted the grand matriarch, hands clutching her throat, her face a mask of terror as she gazed at Qinghe. It had happened just thus before. Was Qinghe truly a sorceress? No, she must protect the crown prince. Xiaoba, does Murong Yunduo have some sort of affliction? She seems utterly deranged.
Qinghe inquired,
catching a glimpse of Murong Yunduo's distress. Nothing serious, likely a consequence of the unfortunate incident, the system replied. Cast aside your convoluted thoughts. Miss G is the crown princess and your sister-in-law. Henceforth, show her the respect she deserves. The crown prince observed Murong Yunduo's flushed face and sensed she was on the brink of collapse, prompting him to speak. Indeed, by dismissing the tumult in her mind, Murong Yunduo found her breathing considerably eased. What on earth was transpiring? Xiaoba, what was the incident with Murong Yunduo? Murong Yunduo has a small dog. One she cuddles during the day and sleeps with at night. A dog remains a dog, no matter how lavishly it is cared for. It cannot shake the habit of consuming filth. This morning, the little pup ventured out and feasted upon a rather unsavory morsel. Upon its return, Murong Yunduo embraced it, showering it with kisses, even mouth to mouth. Disgust surged through Murong Yunduo at the thought of that morning's scene, causing her to gag and rush outside, retching violently. Chapter 7. A date to admire chrysanthemums. Murong Yunduo expelled everything, even bile, tears streaming down her cheeks. Woe is me, the crown prince does not favor her. Even her pet dog finds her repugnant. She is truly in a dire predicament. The third prince emerged from the cabin, witnessing his cousin in a state of utter disarray. Yunduo, are you unwell? I'm fine, third cousin. Murong Yunduo replied weakly, mustering her strength. Recalling her earlier discomfort, she leaned closer to the third prince. Third cousin, that Qinghe is peculiar. I can hear her innermost thoughts. Yet, whenever I attempt to articulate them, I am engulfed by a sense of suffocation, rendering me mute. You must inform the crown prince. He must not be harmed. The third prince recoiled slightly. Having learned of Murong Yunduo's unfortunate incident, he felt the air nearby had turned foul. Murong Yunduo, noticing his reaction, adopted a wounded expression. Third cousin. Do you find me distasteful? Not at all, he replied hastily, eager to evade entanglement with her. Yunduo, you appear unwell. Perhaps you should return and consult a physician? You claim you do not find me distasteful. Murong Yunduo exclaimed in frustration, stomping her foot. Step aside. I must seek out the crown prince and clarify things personally. Are you not afraid of being scorned by your elder brother? The third prince cautioned kindly, yet Murong Yunduo burst into tears and fled. He rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly, bewildered by her sudden tears. As he turned, he spotted Ji Baihan standing nearby and quietly inquired, Baihan, is your sister truly capable of hearing thoughts? Indeed, she is, Ji Baihan confirmed, cautioning the third prince not to disclose this knowledge, lest he suffer the same fate as Murong Yunduo. The third prince nodded, having come specifically to learn of Ji Qinghe's unique abilities. Coupled with the fact that their elder brother had personally sought the emperor's decree, he had come to investigate, only to find himself pleasantly surprised. After the debacle with Murong Yunduo, the crown prince felt the air in the cabin had become stale. He glanced at Ji Qinghe, who had yet to touch her food, and suggested, Miss Ji, there lies a chrysanthemum garden ahead, and it is the perfect season for viewing the blossoms. Shall we go? Indeed, Ji Qinghe replied. As they began to move, the third prince quickly approached, eager to join. Elder brother, where are you headed? To the chrysanthemum garden, the crown prince replied, his tone indifferent.
Ah.
Now, there were two intruders. Ji Baihan might be excused, as he was Ji Qinghe's elder brother, but why must the third prince insist on tagging along? Third brother, have you completed your studies? Elder brother, now is not the time to discuss matters that might disrupt the atmosphere. The chrysanthemum garden was constructed by Princess Pingyang, originally intended for her husband Lin Feiyu, who had a penchant for chrysanthemums. Afterward, when Princess Pingyang fell into melancholy, she ceased to manage it, and Lin Feiyu, along with a certain lady, took over the garden, making it no longer exclusive to the royal family. Thus, dignitaries and talented scholars alike could come to enjoy its beauty. When they arrived at the chrysanthemum garden, they found a poetry gathering underway. The autumn breeze brings a refreshing chill to the gathering hall. A sight of golden chrysanthemums blooms in fragrant splendor. Not vying with spring's blossoms for vibrancy, they stand alone, proud against the autumn frost. Ah, truly, this verse is exquisite. The poet must be a rustic genius. The lines left others' contributions pale in comparison. Young Master Tian, might I request a copy of your poem? I wish to take it home and savor it in detail. A crowd gathered around a young man, showering him with praise. Host, there is a juicy tidbit. The gossip system exclaimed eagerly, sensing the need for a revelation in the bustling crowd. What news do you have? The gentleman at the center of attention is named Tian Rong. He is no true poet. His verses are all pre-prepared. All those who could hear Ji Qinghe's thoughts paused in astonishment. Who had spoken? A glance at Tian Rong revealed he seemed unaware of the commentary. What could this mean? Tian Rong was originally a merchant, possessing scant literary prowess. He has little interest in reading, yet relishes the company of literati. Initially, these scholars were reluctant to associate with him, disdaining his mercantile airs. Despite Tian Rong's repeated attempts to integrate himself into the literary circles by hosting poetry gatherings and providing lavish gifts, he remained an outsider. Later, while traveling as a merchant, he rescued a woman, only to discover her extraordinary talents. Desiring to possess her, he exploited the situation, believing that his act of salvation entitled him to her. The woman, initially silent, did not anticipate that Tian Rong, inebriated, would resort to violence, particularly when he was reminded of the scorn he had endured from literary figures. Overwhelmed by his pent-up resentment, he would unleash brutal blows, leaving her bedridden for weeks. Upon sobering, he would weep and beg for her forgiveness, which she, in her compassion, granted, only for him to escalate his abuse further. Domestic violence is a cycle that oscillates between zero occurrences and countless instances.
Qinghe.
Observing Tian Rong with a cold glare, harbored a deep-seated disdain for men who resort to domestic abuse. Tian Rong's erratic temperament ultimately led the woman to despair, prompting her to flee their home. However, he discovered her and shattered her legs, confining her within their residence. Devoid of hope and inspiration to write poetry, her inability to produce verses further infuriated Tian Rong, who resorted to whipping her with a bamboo stick for half an hour. Once calmed, he would tend to her wounds and administer medicine, not out of genuine care, but from fear that her misfortune might tarnish his reputation as a poet. Despicable. Ji Qinghe thought, clenching her jaw. Such a loathsome individual must not be allowed to roam freely. But how could she voice her concerns?
Xiao Ba.
How should I expose this matter? She pondered. You need not do it yourself. The magistrate Qinghe is already en route, came the reply. The woman, unable to bear further humiliation, set fire to Tianrong's residence. The flames spread rapidly due to the wind, ensnaring neighboring houses as well. The blaze was so fierce that it attracted the attention of the authorities, and the magistrate would undoubtedly seek to uncover the truth. Indeed, as the words of the gossip system echoed, Qinghe arrived with a contingent of officials. Which one of you is the poet of the Tian family? He inquired. I am Tianrong. May I ask what business you have with the humble man? Your residence has caught fire, endangering the neighbors. The crowd instinctively recoiled from Tianrong. Their eyes filled with shock. Was it true? Had the magistrate's men truly come? Were the rumors of Tianrong's domestic abuse and fraudulent poetry genuine? A fire? My wife remains inside. She is incapacitated and cannot be harmed. Can she? Oh, how insidious he is, the gossip system remarked indignantly. In public, he feigns deep affection for his wife, yet behind closed doors, he brutalizes her. Her demise is entirely his doing. Chapter 8 nearly broke the storyteller's facade as Qinghe, bewildered, asked, Who speaks? Glancing around, he noted the confusion among the crowd, which only piqued his curiosity further. Sir, my wife is unharmed, is she not? Tianrong implored, his face etched with anxiety. Several corpses have been discovered at the scene. You must confirm their identities, Qinghe explained. Tianrong's heart sank at the implication. If his wife had perished, how could he continue to masquerade as a poet? Very well, I shall go at once. He followed Qinghe, with others trailing behind, all eager to discern the truth of the matter. Was someone lying, or was the poet merely a wolf in sheep's clothing? Qinghe felt a surge of urgency. According to Xiaoba, the fire was set by Tianrong's wife, and even if investigated, it would not directly implicate him. Yet, such a scoundrel deserved his comeuppance, at the very least, stripped of his pretentious poetic facade, rendering his life less comfortable. I wish to accompany them. Xiaoba, do you think it would be inappropriate if I suddenly abandoned the prince? What do you think? Qinghe hesitated, realizing it might indeed be ill-advised. As they all halted in disbelief, wondering who among them was the prince, Qinghe recognized the familiar figures of the crown prince and the third prince, Ji Baihan, accompanied by a beautiful maiden. Could she be the rumored crown princess? Qinghe, after issuing brief instructions to his companions, approached with measured strides. I pay my respects to your highness, crown prince, and third prince. No need for excessive formality, the crown prince replied. I noticed you apprehended someone. Could you enlighten me on the events that transpired? Your highness, a house in the western part of the city caught fire, resulting in several corpses. It happens to be the residence of that poet, Tianrong. I intend to return and conduct inquiries. Very well, the crown prince acknowledged, his tone shifting. I have heard mixed reviews of the poet's talents. Ensure a thorough investigation. Qinghe departed, but had yet to process the earlier voice's revelation. The presence of the crown prince suggested deeper implications. Given the loss of 3 lives, he approached the investigation with utmost seriousness. Your highness, have you also heard of the poet Tian? Qinghe asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Indeed, I have encountered whispers of him during my visits to tea houses. There are claims that his poetic prowess is but a facade, despite his modest fame among the populace. I merely overheard a remark. The crown prince maintained his composure while both the third prince and Ji Baihan exchanged knowing glances. Tea houses? Clearly, he was privy to Qinghe's thoughts. Tea houses. Host. We must also go.
Xiao Ba exclaimed excitedly.
They're bustling with patrons. One could easily draw someone into gossip, thus advancing our agenda. Are we far from upgrading to the standard version? I hear the pastries there are delightful. Wouldn't you like to sample them? The gossip system continued to entice. My dear host, please agree. Very well, I reluctantly acquiesce, Qinghe replied. As they made their way to the tea house, the bustling atmosphere welcomed them. The storyteller on stage animatedly recounted tales of the cowherd and weaver girl, depicting their idyllic life together. A celestial being and a mere mortal in harmony. Such is the essence of happiness? Had the cowherd not been a scoundrel, hiding the weaver girl's garments, could they have wed? The audience murmured critiques, the storyteller pausing, sensing dissent. The cowherd's act of spying on the weaver girl during her bath, what does that make him but a voyeur? Such despicable tactics, akin to those of a thief. The hall buzzed with whispers, many finding merit in these assertions. The crown prince remained silent, sipping tea while contemplating Qinghe's remarks, which indeed held a ring of truth. The third prince's eyes lit up, as if he had found kinship in Qinghe's insights. He had always perceived a flaw in the tale of the cowherd and weaver girl. Were he the celestial maiden, he would first charm the cowherd into relinquishing her garments, then enact swift retribution. After all, a celestial being could not tolerate those with ulterior motives. Ji Baihan gazed thoughtfully at the snacks on the table, pondering the profound implications of his sister's revelations. The storyteller hesitated, still unable to pinpoint the source of the earlier critique. One can only proceed at one's own pace to narrate. Alas, the good times were fleeting. The celestial queen mother discovered that the weaver girl had descended to earth and wed the cowherd, and she was filled with rage. She dispatched heavenly soldiers to retrieve the weaver girl and bring her back to the heavens. The cowherd, bearing a shoulder pole with a child on each end and draped in the hide of an old yellow ox, pursued them fervently. Just as he was about to catch up, the queen mother plucked a hairpin from her head and with a gentle stroke, divided them by an insurmountable chasm, leaving them only able to gaze longingly at one another. The unwavering love between the cowherd and the weaver girl moved the magpies in the heavens. And every year during the Qinghe festival, they voluntarily constructed a bridge of magpies, allowing the couple to meet and express their heartfelt emotions. As the tale concluded, the storyteller let out a long sigh of relief. He had nearly faltered just then. Fortunately, the disruptive voice had ceased. Whoa, host. The love story of the cowherd and the weaver girl is so touching.
Qinghe?
Wait, how can an emotionless system be moved by a story? Is this reasonable? Xiaoba, remember your identity. Oh right, I am a gossip system. Eavesdropping and spreading rumors are my primary tasks. The gossip system quickly reverted to its original state, launching a scathing remark at the storyteller. While he recounts the tale of the cowherd and the weaver girl, his wife is at home performing a melodious duet. To his wife, the storyteller is akin to that malicious queen mother, obstructing her rendezvous with her beloved. At this very moment, they are plotting how to eliminate the storyteller. The storyteller's expression shifted as he recalled his wife's recent changes, prompting him to hastily flee. In his wake, the audience began to rise, eager for the unfolding spectacle. Young master, here are the pastries you requested. No more, no more. The storyteller has gone to catch a woman. I'm off to watch the commotion. Voices rang out from outside, causing Qinghe to pause. Just a moment ago, everything was fine. How had it escalated to this? Chapter 9. The Pure Love Warrior. A throng of people surged out of the tea house, led by the rapidly fleeing storyteller, followed by a multitude. What was happening? What transpired? His wife had betrayed him, and he was now off to catch her in the act. Goodness, how thrilling! I must join. Thus, the crowd swelled, stretching as far as the eye could see. Commander Lin Yu of the military command had just dealt with a case of arson involving the wife of a farmer in the western city when he was startled by the sudden influx of people. So many gathered could lead to a collective riot. This was serious. Quick, summon reinforcements. With only a small squad of soldiers, facing such a crowd was utterly hopeless. The third prince? Your Highness, the Crown Prince? Lin Yu rubbed his eyes in disbelief, realizing he was not mistaken. It truly was them. What on earth had transpired? He seized a passerby, inquiring, "What are you all doing?" In response to the esteemed official, the storyteller's wife has been caught in an affair at home. We are going to confront her. Lin Yu was taken aback. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. As the group approached, Lin Yu greeted them, Commander Lin. It's fortuitous that you're here. With so many gathered, it could easily go awry. Quickly bring more people, the Crown Prince, and I will keep watch. The third prince noticed Lin Yu's troubled expression and hastily offered an explanation. Regardless of whether it was believed, at least a reason had been provided. The Crown Prince, feeling somewhat ill at ease, recalled how he had always adhered to decorum and had never encountered such a situation. Had it been in the past, he would surely have deemed it nonsense. But now, with Qinghe by his side, he found it rather intriguing. I shall immediately dispatch people to protect your Highness. No need. The welfare of the common people is paramount. We are dressed in ordinary attire, and no one will recognize us. If you send guards, our identities will be exposed. The third prince declined, wishing to fully experience the thrill of the moment. Commander Lin, you may proceed with your duties. At the very least, we have our secret guards. Understood. The group continued to push forward, and soon they arrived at the storyteller's residence, where a dense crowd had gathered, creating a blockade. I have treated you well enough. Why do you betray me? The voice of the storyteller could be faintly heard. Qinghe craned her neck. This was her first encounter with a situation of catching a woman, and she found it exhilarating. However, with so many heads in front of her, she struggled to see. Qinghe grasped the Crown Prince's hand and led him aside, seeking the optimal spot to observe the unfolding drama. The crown prince felt the softness of her hand and was momentarily taken aback before clutching it tightly. Qinghe's hand was so small and delicate. He wished to hold it forever. Baihan watched in disbelief as his younger sister led the crown prince away, a pang of bitterness spreading within him. Throughout their lives, she had never held his hand, and now she had been whisked away by the prince. Baihan, come on, let us follow them. The third prince tugged at Baihan, and surprisingly, amidst the throng, Qinghe managed to carve a small path. Before long, they reached the front and became the foremost spectators.
Tao Hong.
If you sever ties with him now, I shall treat this as if nothing ever happened, and we can continue our lives. The storyteller's voice resonated once more, causing the front-row audience to gasp in shock. You can endure this? Lu Yi, since you are aware, let us divorce. I never loved you. Impossible. I refuse to consent. Tao Hong glared defiantly at Lu Yi, exchanging glances with her lover before making her decision. Lu Yi, why bother? As her voice echoed, her lover swiftly positioned himself behind Lu Yi, tightening a rope around his neck. Hiss, the lover and the wicked woman are plotting murder. The gossip system chimed in, and Qinghe was taken aback, hastily shouting, murder. Murder. Her voice rang loudly, capturing the attention of those within. Tao Hong and her lover froze in their tracks. Lu Yi, you dared to call outsiders. Lu Yi, realizing the situation, spun around to confront his assailants. He had initially spoken tenderly, genuinely hoping for Tao Hong to reconsider, believing in the sanctity of love and that she would eventually recognize his worth.
But now,
as they sought to conspire against him, he could no longer tolerate it. Remembering that earlier voice he had heard at the tea house, Lu Yi felt a surge of strength. Suddenly, the door burst open and a throng of people poured in. Tao Hong was stunned, as were the two fighters. Lu Yi was aware that someone had followed them, but he had not anticipated such a crowd. In this mortifying scene, Tao Hong quickly covered her face, loathing Lu Yi with every fiber of her being. The atmosphere grew tense, and when Lin Yu arrived with his men, chaos reigned. Everyone, step aside. Quickly make way. The crowd, upon spotting the military command personnel, parted without hesitation. Lin Yu's gaze immediately fell upon the crown prince and his companions at the center of the room, and he discreetly breathed a sigh of relief. What on earth is happening? Sir, Lu Yi's wife was caught in an affair, and they were contemplating murder. An enthusiastic bystander eagerly chimed in, causing the three involved parties to change color.
Liu Yi,
You reported me. Tao Hong's eyes blazed with fury, resembling a predator, ready to devour Lu Yi. I didn't. It wasn't me who reported it. Lu Yi quickly clarified, realizing his wife's anger and attempting to explain, Sir, they did not intend to kill me. There was merely a misunderstanding. Lu Yi, whose mind was only clear for a brief moment, nervously stammered as he faced his wife's wrath, entirely forgetting that they had genuinely plotted to end his life moments earlier. This is no longer a tale of pure love. It has devolved into a veritable quagmire. When someone is intent on your demise, yet you still speak kindly of others, is that not the epitome of folly? Qinghe lamented, feeling exasperated, especially after having just offended him moments ago.
Ugh.
She should have remained silent. Xiaoba, did you see that? He can't even manage his own household affairs. Yet he extols the virtues of love. You must never trust him again. Reflecting on Xiaoba's earlier sentiment, Qinghe proclaimed, although the system forbade romance and matrimony, she was determined to instill a sound ideology in Xiaoba. Lu Yi stiffened, his face flushed with embarrassment. He had always believed that love could sustain one. The third prince's eyes widened in astonishment. Is my sister-in-law truly this outspoken? The crown prince remarked, such authenticity, this is precisely the kind of woman he admires. Baihan interjected, what is the intention behind silencing my younger sister? No, it should be to interrupt her train of thought. Chapter 10. The third prince's social embarrassment. Lin Yu dispersed the crowd, for this situation was beyond remedy. It was painfully evident to everyone, yet they were confronted with an individual of questionable intellect. Even if he wished to assist, he would be powerless. In all his years, he had never encountered such a person. To think he would willingly don the green hat? Qinghe and her companions took their leave. While they had come to observe, the presence of such a dim-witted individual inevitably dampened their spirits. And thus, the repercussions of this disheartening encounter began to surface. If my partner were to betray me, I would ensure their lineage was extinguished. Your partner is the crown prince. Polygamy is likely a given, making infidelity improbable. So, what if he is the crown prince? That doesn't eliminate the possibility. The mere thought of the crown prince surrounded by countless beautiful concubines left Qinghe feeling a pang of discomfort. Whatever. I can always ensure that I leave behind heirs. Ahem. The third prince's violent cough interrupted as he cast a furtive glance at the crown prince. With such a fierce sister-in-law, the eldest brother was in for quite a ride. Xiaoba, what is wrong with the third prince? He probably choked on his own words. The gossiping system took a moment to glance at the progress bar, then let out a shriek. Host? The progress bar has reached 30. No sooner had the words left its mouth than Xiaoba squealed again. Host. I heard you.
No, host.
Xiaoba exclaimed with excitement. The progress bar just hit 30, and the main system awarded me a consolation prize. After all these years, I've finally made progress. Qinghe's lips twitched in annoyance. The main system was rather clever in its approach. To keep Xiaoba motivated, it had devised a scheme of encouragement. What kind of consolation prize? The third prince ceased his coughing, while the crown prince and Ji Baihan perked up, eager to learn what the prize entailed. I was granted the ability to sense danger. As long as someone intends to harm the host, I can detect it from 100 miles away. So, this is advantageous for me? Qinghe raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Indeed, host. I just inquired with the main system, and it mentioned that once I level up to the standard version, a system mall will be opened as well. A system mall? Qinghe couldn't help but feel intrigued. Xiaoba, I suddenly find the outside world quite appealing. Let us venture out more often. Oh my. You are truly my dear mother. Host, I knew you were the kind-hearted, extraordinarily beautiful maiden of this universe. Xiaoba's voice cracked with joy. It was finally on the path to success. The crown prince exchanged glances with the others, all sharing a curiosity about this system mall. A mall should be a place for commerce. Given the peculiarities of Xiaoba's system, one could only imagine that the mall would be extraordinary. Qinghe's mind raced. From the moment she received the edict to become the crown princess, she understood that her days of leisure were numbered. After all these years of companionship, Xiaoba deserved kindness, particularly after its upgrade, which would benefit them both. Why not embrace such a mutually advantageous scenario?
Oft.
The third prince couldn't contain his laughter. Xiaoba was simply too adorable, a master at flattery. Qinghe glanced over, her brows slightly furrowed. Xiaoba, please check again. Is the third prince truly unwell? There is no grave illness, but he does possess an embarrassing proclivity. Qinghe's eyes sparkled at the mention of the prince's secretive habit. Such tantalizing information was bound to be intriguing. Sister-in-law, you must not. The third prince began to protest but caught sight of his grandmother, swiftly quelling that thought. The suffocating sensation dissipating. How terrifying, utterly terrifying. Baihan, you need to manage your younger sister. Apologies, your highness, but I truly cannot intervene. Ji Baihan expressed his inability to assist, as he too was curious about the third prince's unusual penchant. Eldest brother. Third brother. Let things unfold naturally. The crown prince offered a lackluster reassurance, leaving the third prince feeling despondent. Host. The third prince prefers to sleep in the nude. Every night. He sheds every article of clothing, leaving nothing but his bare skin. Sleeping nude is beneficial for health. That hardly constitutes an embarrassing habit. The issue is that the third prince is a sleepwalker. Once, he wandered out completely unclothed, startling a plethora of maids and servants. Fortunately, his guards promptly guided him back before he truly ventured out. Venture out. Qinghe couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of that scene. The third prince's face turned crimson. He had only embarrassed himself that once, yet Xiaoba had stripped him of all dignity, utterly mortifying him. Was there no crevice into which he could crawl? Does the third prince often sleepwalk? Only that once. The following day, upon learning of his mortifying escapade, he sought the physician for sleeping medicine. Now, he takes a bowl of medicine each night to ensure he sleeps soundly, averting any further sleepwalking episodes. That is fortunate. Otherwise, the third prince would have no choice but to avoid public appearances. The third prince lamented. Indeed, one moment of disgrace led to a lifetime of seclusion. The crown prince, intrigued, asked, "Why have you never mentioned this before? Who would speak of such an embarrassing incident?" Ji Baihan stood in shock, fearing for his life. After escorting Qinghe home, the crown prince took the third prince to seek an audience with the emperor. Upon hearing the news regarding the third prince, the emperor summoned all the physicians from the imperial medical office. Your Majesty, the third prince is in good health. The physicians, though perplexed, felt a sense of dread. Such a commotion led them to believe the third prince faced a grave issue, yet upon examination, everything appeared normal. The absence of a problem was the greatest concern, potentially reflecting their lack of medical skill. You may leave, Dr. Jiang remain.
Yes.
The other physicians departed, some casting sympathetic glances at Jiang Jing. Dr. Jiang, You will report directly to the third prince's residence and oversee his health.
Yes.
The emperor was pleased with Dr. Zhang's response, appreciating his discretion. It had been over a month since the third prince's sleepwalking incident, yet no rumors had surfaced. He seemed reliable. Chapter 11. Discovery of a Spy.
Qinghe.
You are saying the events concerning Huan Er were relayed to you by Miss Ji? Yes, father. The crown prince, Xiao Yanchen, spoke. It is not merely about the third prince. There is also our cousin Morong Yunduo, as well as the rural poet. The crown prince recounted the events he had encountered that day, prompting the emperor to ponder before addressing Li Difu beside him. Li Gonggong. Summon Jingzhao in Qingxiao for an audience. Yes. Soon, Qingxiao arrived, feeling somewhat uneasy, as several lives had been lost under his jurisdiction. Cheng Aiqing. How is the investigation into the rural poet's affairs progressing? Your Majesty, I must bring to your attention that the so-called pastoral poet is a mere impostor. All his poetic works are the creations of others. Thanks to His Highness the Crown Prince's astute observation, Qingxiao delved deeper. And it turned out that Tianrong is nothing but a spineless coward. There was no need for severe interrogation. He readily confessed everything. I understand. You may leave now, the emperor commanded. Qingxiao was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the emperor's intent. Was His Majesty summoned solely to inquire about this matter? Nothing else? After Qingxiao's departure, the emperor fell into deep contemplation. Ji Qinghe's heartfelt words were undoubtedly genuine. That elusive Xiaoba might very well be privy to everyone's secrets. The desire to see Ji Qinghe enter the court was rekindled. Ever since learning that the gossip system would undergo an upgrade and unveil a system marketplace, Ji Qinghe had been eager to venture out at any opportunity. The place she frequented the most was the tea house. Lu Yi no longer recounted tales there. It was rumored that his wife had eloped with her lover. Heartbroken and disillusioned, he renounced the world and took to a monastic life.
Now.
A new storyteller had taken his place, sharing historical accounts and legends, with each tale more captivating than the last, garnering applause from the audience. On this particular day, the new storyteller, Meng Hui, was recounting extraordinary anecdotes when Xiaoba's voice suddenly echoed throughout the tea house. Host, this new storyteller holds a remarkable identity.
Oh.
Could he be a hidden bigwig? The listeners immediately perked up, holding their breath. That voice again. It was the same voice that had exposed Lu Yi's scandal. Now it was drawing attention to the new storyteller, hinting at a different identity. Surely, this would be another sensational revelation. Eager to hear more, they leaned in. Not quite. His name is Meng Hui. His father was a spy for the Qinghe kingdom. During a mission, he encountered an accident, but his mother rescued him. During their time together, they developed feelings for each other and shared a blissful period. Later, another mission was assigned, and his father left without a trace. His mother searched for him for a long time. Even after Meng Hui was born, she never ceased her quest. Imagine the hardships of an unwed mother raising a son alone. When Meng Hui was 7, his mother fell ill. She remained bedridden for months before passing away, leaving Meng Hui an orphan. He scavenged for food, fought with dogs for scraps, and sometimes, when hunger struck, he even resorted to eating dirt. The audience listened in astonishment. It turned out this storyteller had such a tragic background. And then, wouldn't his father come to find him? Bingo. Host. You are truly the most astute woman in the world. Xiao Ba continued, showering praise. Meng Hui's father discovered him during a mission. Their resemblance was striking. Meng Hui was a miniature version of him. After conducting an investigation, Meng Hui's father acknowledged him and revealed his identity as a spy. Meng Hui was indifferent to his father's status, as long as he was provided for. Thus, Meng Hui was taken by his father for covert training. So, he is now a spy for the Qinghe kingdom. Ji Qinghe declared emphatically. If this man was indeed a spy, he was no longer deserving of pity. Precisely. Being a storyteller is merely one of his identities. He chose this profession because he believed the tea house was the best place to gather information. At that moment, the tea house fell silent. The crowd glared at Meng Hui, their earlier sympathy evaporating. A spy for the Qinghe kingdom was beyond deserving of pity. Meng Hui was bewildered. Had he said something wrong? He quickly reviewed his words in his mind. Nothing amiss. But what was the audience's reaction? Why did he sense their anger? To learn what transpires next, stay tuned for the following chapter. Feeling uneasy, Meng Hui decided to conclude his storytelling for the day. Just as he was about to exit the stage, the audience snapped back to reality, with someone hurling peanuts and seeds from the table. Trying to escape? Catch him. We can't let him go. In an instant, the hall descended into chaos. Meng Hui became the target of everyone's wrath. Have you all misunderstood? I haven't done anything. he protested, dodging as he explained, but the crowd offered him no mercy. You traitor! A pang of realization struck Meng Hui, and he decided to take decisive action, swiftly incapacitating several individuals. Qinghe paused, glancing down in astonishment. What is happening? Why is there fighting? Host, it's Meng Hui. Someone has uncovered his identity. Qinghe looked closer, and indeed saw Meng Hui being besieged. However, Meng Hui's combat skills were formidable. The audience was no match for him.
Gooing.
Qinghe called into the shadows, and immediately someone appeared before her. Go capture Meng Hui. He must not escape. Understood. Gooing replied, descending to confront Meng Hui. Qingyan, quickly report to the authorities. Yes. Qinghe craned her neck to observe below, shocked to find Meng Hui evenly matched with Gooing. Gooing was the prince's secret guard, tasked with ensuring her safety and a skilled martial artist. She had not anticipated Meng Hui to be so formidable. Lin Yu, who was off duty that day, entered the tea house to find chaos unfolding. Before he could grasp the situation, he heard someone calling for him. Commander Lin, please help us capture that storyteller. Lin Yu looked up and instantly recognized Qinghe, recalling the girl who once stood by the crown prince's side. Scanning the scene, he quickly zeroed in on Meng Hui. The moment he acted, Meng Hui found himself at a disadvantage, and before long, he was apprehended. Someone identified Lin Yu, exclaiming, Lord Lin, he is a spy. Lin Yu's pupils constricted, tightening his grip on Meng Hui. A spy? He must be taken back for thorough interrogation. Realizing he was surrounded, Meng Hui wore a sorrowful smile and asked, May I inquire why you suddenly discovered my identity? The eyes of the crowd were telling. Had it not been for his perception of their unease, he might have continued his storytelling. Chapter 12. Becoming the School Librarian. Lin Yu was equally curious about Meng Hui's question. After all, he was a spy, not an ordinary citizen. Typically, spies undergo specialized training. If someone truly discovered his identity, they would likely report it to the authorities. There were indeed capable individuals among them. The common folk began to explain. Yet it felt as though fate had seized their throats, and they suddenly encountered their ancestors. Others, however, were more astute, quickly interrupting, Do you think we are foolish? Revealing the truth now would only alert your accomplices, which could endanger us all. What if you resort to silencing us? Oh dear. Have the common folk become this clever? Qinghe admired the speaker silently, mentally giving a thumbs up. Xiaoba, I didn't expect this person to possess such strong awareness. He deserves commendation. Those who could hear Qinghe's voice were taken aback, their ears perking up once more. The tea house fell into a quiet hush, and Lin Yu, recognizing the owner of that voice, glanced up. The speaker stood tall, pride radiating from him, having been praised. That individual is named Li Han. At the age of 5, he was tricked away by a candied hawthorn, and the traffickers locked him and a group of children in a room. Upon waking, the other children were crying, while he remained silent. Hearing noises at the door, he instinctively closed his eyes. When the traffickers entered, to prevent any mishap, they administered sleeping drugs to each child. He feigned unconsciousness and escaped a calamity. Under the cover of darkness and howling winds, he stealthily slipped away, only to be discovered by human traffickers, forcing him to flee. In a state of panic and confusion, he eventually found himself at the riverbank and, without a second thought, leaped into the turbulent waters. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. When he regained consciousness, he was rescued by a hunter who inquired about his situation, but he could utter nothing, having completely forgotten his past. Left with no choice, the hunter decided to adopt him, treating him with kindness and raising him as his own son. Once, while hunting in the mountains, the hunter encountered a bear and, during the ensuing chase, fell off a cliff, meeting his tragic end. From that moment on, the boy was left to drift alone in this world. The plight of his biological parents was heart-wrenching. They had never ceased their search for him over the years. And now, aged and weary, their hair had turned gray. Recently, they had suffered a grave illness, leaving them bedridden, yet their thoughts remained fixated on him. Li Han's eyes welled with tears. Suddenly, memories flooded back to him. He had been abducted, yet years had passed, and he could no longer recall the location of his home. Scanning his surroundings, he found himself unable to identify the speaker. Who was this mysterious benefactor? Could they reveal the whereabouts of his biological parents? Li Han's heart roared with frustration as he realized he was unable to speak, as if someone had grasped his throat, leaving him breathless. The veins on his forehead throbbed, his eyes bulged, and a sense of dread enveloped him. All he wished to know was the location of his parents. How had it come to this? Oh, how pitiful are the hearts of parents everywhere. Li Han's true parents are so unfortunate.
Xiao ba.
Could it be that Li Han has not yet regained his memories? Otherwise, why would he not seek out his parents? Indeed, host. Li Han has not recovered his memories. Otherwise, he would not have been alone all these years. Then, do you know where his biological parents are? They are too pitiful. I wish to subtly alert him. His parents are currently located in a small village by the river, 30 miles from the capital. Upon hearing this, Li Han immediately dashed out. He was determined to find his biological parents. Qinghe was contemplating how to speak without leaving a trace when she saw Li Han run off. Her mind filled with questions. Why did he leave so suddenly? She hadn't even had the chance to speak. Such a significant event in the tea house had drawn the emperor's attention. After all, it involved a spy from the Qinghe kingdom. Lin Yu recounted everything he knew, and the emperor, seated in his lofty position, gazed with an enigmatic glint in his eyes. It was indeed due to Qinghe's heart voice. Remarkably, even a spy from a rival nation could be known, which was truly impressive. Please leave for now. Do not spread rumors about the heart voice. Understood. As the door closed, the emperor approached Master Jingchen, who was seated by the chessboard, and inquired, Master, what is your perspective? The imperial carriage has been covered by frost, and the nation's fate relies solely on the jade bones. Master Jingchen replied, savoring a sip of hot tea. Your Majesty has already made a decision in your heart. Have you not? I know what must be done. The emperor had already been contemplating this course of action. Now that Master Jingchen had spoken, he had no further doubts. Just as Qinghe arrived home, the imperial decree followed closely behind. By the grace of heaven, the emperor proclaims, today, the crown princess Qinghe is knowledgeable and talented. Therefore, I bestow upon her the position of a bookkeeper. After Li Gonggong finished reading, he glanced at Qinghe, who was still in shock, and quickly urged her. Crown princess, please accept the decree. Thank you, your majesty. Long live the emperor. Qinghe accepted the decree with both hands, her mind still in a daze. Was she not the crown princess? Why was she being appointed to an official position? What crown princess takes on such roles? The emperor has decreed that you must attend court every day from now on. Qinghe? What is this nonsense? Being the crown princess is one thing, but now I must serve as an official, and I have to attend court daily? Is there any difference between this and being a beast of burden? Aha! Qinghe's mind screamed in frustration, startling Li Gonggong, who nearly dropped his feather duster. My goodness, the crown princess's roar was truly formidable.
Xiao ba.
Has the emperor lost his mind? He wants me to be a bookkeeper and work every day. Cough, cough, cough. Qinghe coughed as he lamented his dear daughter. Wishing to live a few more years. Li Gonggong almost choked on his own saliva, though he understood that the crown princess was not an ordinary person. This was exceedingly bold. Father, what is wrong? Qinghe asked with concern. Nothing, just surprised to hear you appointed to an official position. Isn't it ridiculous, father? Before Qinghe could respond, he quickly interrupted his daughter, knowing full well that she would not have anything pleasant to say. Li Gonggong, thank you for your trouble. Qinghe discreetly slipped a silver note into Li Gonggong's hand. Your Excellency, you are too kind. I shall take my leave now. Li Gonggong did not dare linger. Knowing that the crown princess's thoughts were too disrespectful, he could not explain himself upon returning. Qinghe suddenly realized there were others present and quickly patted her chest. Why hasn't Li Gonggong left yet? He won't tell the emperor what I just said. Will he? Do not worry, host. You were interrupted before you could finish your sentence, so even if Li Gonggong wanted to report, he would have nothing to say. Xiao ba, you're still too naive. Li Gonggong, as a favored servant before the emperor, if he were to sow discord, it would spell disaster for others. Li Gonggong halted his departure and quickly clarified, Crown Princess, we are all on the same side. Chapter 13. Could he be your illegitimate child? Once Li Gonggong departed.
Qinghe klanto I fängs hoes arm.
Father, could you please plead with the emperor to relieve me of this official position? There is no precedent for women attending court in our Xia Liang kingdom. The decree has been issued. There is no possibility of alteration.
I fängs ho plight sternally.
The emperor's command was absolute. How could it be rescinded? Father, I beg you. Nonsense. Do you think this is a game? Qinghe was also troubled. But this was the emperor's will. There was no alternative. Qinghe, tomorrow you must accompany me to court. Do not speak out of turn. Do not look around indiscriminately. And especially do not entertain any reckless thoughts. Understood? Understood. Qinghe replied sullenly. She had no desire to attend. That night, she went to bed early, for they had to leave by the third watch the following day. Ji Qingzhou, noticing his daughter's low spirits, drove the point home. What time? Ji Qinghe snapped back to reality, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Had she heard correctly? The third watch? That was between 3 and 5 in the morning. So, early. Third watch. Remember the time. Do not be late. Ji Qingzhou ignored the despondent expression on Ji Qinghe's face. Once you hold an official position, you must act like one. It's only the third watch. I've already grown accustomed to it. Ji Qinghe returned to her room and flopped onto her bed, letting out a low groan. Since arriving in this world, she had never had to rise early.
Now.
To be awakened at 3 in the morning was more torturous than death itself. Why not just stay awake? Xiaoba, stay up with me tonight. Host. The system's life is also precious. You, a gossiping system, afraid of staying up late? Ji Qinghe exclaimed in disbelief. Our system also requires rest. Staying up late is unhealthy. Only with regular rest can we extend our lifespan. The gossiping system explained, though it was a newly created minor system. It still needed to maintain its well-being. Host, early to bed and early to rise is good for your health. Who rises at the third watch? Getting up before the rooster and working harder than the ox. Even dogs wouldn't do it. Ji Qinghe felt increasingly agitated. She truly wished to pry open the emperor's head to understand his thoughts. Despite Ji Qinghe's reluctance, she dutifully rose at the break of dawn the next day. What choice did she have? After all, authority reigned supreme. With her head drooping, Ji Qinghe closed her eyes, allowing Qingyan to assist her in dressing. Miss, you are ready, came the gentle voice.
Oh.
Ji Qinghe lifted her eyelids for a fleeting moment before succumbing once more to darkness. She leaned heavily against Qingyan, as if her bones had vanished. Child, hurry and board the carriage. There are provisions prepared. We shall dine on the way. Ji Qinghe could hardly muster a response. Her only desire was to continue her slumber. With great effort, she approached the carriage and, exasperated, called out, "Just toss me onto the carriage." Ji Qingzhou had witnessed laziness before, but never to such an extent. Du Shui, her mother, fretted, "Will our daughter not face censure from the other officials for such behavior? My heart aches for her." With a swift motion, Guing hoisted Ji Qinghe into the carriage, which swayed as it set off. "Qinghe, wake up and eat something."
Je Fengshou ertid.
"Father, I shall eat later," Ji Qinghe murmured, retreating further into her dreams. Beauty sleep was paramount. With resignation, Ji Qingzhou settled for a modest meal to stave off hunger pangs. At his age, an empty stomach often led to discomfort. The carriage finally came to a halt, and officials began to arrive in succession. Without exception, their conversations revolved around Ji Qinghe's unexpected appointment as a school official and her impending attendance at court. Until now, Ji Qinghe had maintained a low profile as if she were a phantom in the Ji family. Suddenly, she had emerged like a dark horse, chosen by the emperor as the crown princess, leaving everyone astounded. Now, news of her elevation to a court position had surfaced, shocking them further. They pondered the emperor's intentions. Why would he appoint a woman to such a role? As the carriage of the Ji family stopped, numerous officials cast curious glances, eager to glimpse the woman who had prompted such a rare exception from the emperor. However, they waited in vain as no signs of movement emerged from within the carriage. Who would have thought that the young Ji official would possess such stature, even refusing to disembark from her carriage? They murmured, "A lady, lacking even the most basic decorum. How could she possibly serve in court?" Inside, Ji Qinghe was deep in a delightful dream, completely oblivious to the chatter outside. Ji Qingzhou, however, overheard every word, knowing that despite his daughter's flaws, they were his to address, and no one else had the right to speak ill of her. Emerging from the carriage, Ji Qingzhou approached Gu Jinglin, the Deputy Minister of Rights, directly. As the Deputy Minister of Rights, you should be more attuned to matters of etiquette than anyone else. Is it appropriate to slander a colleague? Am I mistaken, sir? Gu Jinglin retorted, unyielding. On her first day at court, such a blatant disregard for decorum deserves rebuke. Does it not? As the Prime Minister, you should set an example. If you cannot even guide your daughter, how can you expect to lead others? What? Do you have a problem with me? Ji Qinghe, having alighted from the carriage unbeknownst to them, interjected, "If you have an issue, keep it to yourself. My position was bestowed upon me by the emperor himself. If you disapprove, take your grievances to him and have him strip me of my official robes." You. What of it? You, who criticize others for their lack of decorum, have the audacity to point fingers yourself. I see no difference between us. Ji Qinghe denied Gu Jinglin the chance to respond, delivering a sharp retort. "If you succeed in having the emperor dismiss me from my post, I shall be sure to thank you profusely." Prime Minister, do you not think the young Ji official has gone too far? How can a junior speak so brazenly to her elder? Failure to educate is the father's fault. The young Ji official's impudence bears your responsibility as well. Guo Jinglin, unable to counter Ji Qinghe's assertions, turned to Ji Qingzhou, seething with indignation. Here he was, a deputy minister of rights, humiliated by a woman. He could feel the mocking gazes of his peers piercing through him. Ah, an elder?
Qinghe scoffed.
What kind of elder do you consider yourself? As if struck by a sudden thought, she glanced at Ji Qingzhou. Father, does he also bear the Ji surname? With that age, could he possibly be one of your illegitimate children? You child, your words grow increasingly outlandish.
Qinghe's feignet sternness.
He is Deputy Minister Guo. Guo Jinglin's forehead throbbed with rage. He recognized the veiled insult in her words. Enough of this. I shall not waste further words on you today. When court convenes, I will ensure you are reported. With a flourish, Guo Jinglin departed, muttering about the challenges of dealing with women and petty individuals. Chapter 14. The first day at court, a direct confrontation. In the hall of preserving harmony, ministers entered one after another. Ji Qingzhou guided Ji Qinghe to a slightly secluded spot. Qinghe, you will stand here. Remember, do not speak out of turn. Understood, father. Ji Qinghe shot him a reassuring glance. As long as no one provokes me, I shall behave. Ji Qingzhou chuckled. With your temperament, how could I possibly feel assured? The emperor has arrived. A sharp voice announced as the emperor, clad in resplendent yellow, made his entrance. We pay our respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Seeing those in front kneeling, Ji Qinghe hastily followed suit. As her knees met the cold, hard ground, she gasped. She had never knelt to anyone in her life. Not even in her past life. Now, not only did she have to work every day, but she also had to kneel. This was unbearable. The ground is so hard. When will the emperor allow us to rise? Those who could hear Ji Qinghe's thoughts were taken aback. If they were not mistaken, the bold voice belonged to the new young Ji official. How audacious she was to speak so to the emperor. Surely, even the crown prince would not dare to address him in such a manner. Some officials had just witnessed the confrontation between Ji Qinghe and Deputy Minister Guo. They had thought her audacity was remarkable, but now they wondered if it bordered on foolishness. To speak directly to the emperor like that could certainly invoke his wrath. All eyes awaited the spectacle, especially given that Prime Minister Ji, favored by the emperor, had long been the target of envy. Yet he rarely erred, leaving them with few opportunities to criticize. With the young Ji official present, they felt a glimmer of hope. All rise. To everyone's astonishment, the emperor did not express anger. Instead, he spoke in his usual tone. This, indeed, was a peculiar difference in his treatment of Ji Qinghe. They lifted their gazes, only to find the emperor's expression inscrutable. Had he not heard her? That seemed improbable, as they had all distinctly heard her words. Your Majesty, I have a matter to report, Guo Jinglin stated, stepping forward. The daughter of Prime Minister Ji Qinghe, shows a blatant disregard for her elders. She is unworthy of her position. I implore you to reconsider. Yes, I am unworthy of my position, Your Majesty. How ill I must be to rise so early for work. Ji Qinghe silently echoed his sentiments, and those who could hear her thoughts exchanged bewildered glances, realizing she had not voiced them aloud. Was this indeed the inner voice of the young Ji official? Minister Guo, are you questioning my judgment? The emperor asked, casting a glance at Ji Qinghe, his face betraying no emotion. Having unearthed such a treasure, he was determined to place her in the court. Little 8. Though I may not wish to work or hold office, I do not appreciate being spoken of in such a manner. Deputy Minister Guo has displeased me. Deal with him. This time, the assembly was certain. They had indeed heard the inner voice of the young Ji official. They began to understand why the emperor had appointed her to court. Here it comes. This is the forte of the gossip system. Once it delves into its professional domain, it becomes as euphoric as if under the influence of a stimulant. Host, this vice minister of rights is nothing but scum. He is not the true Guo Jinglin. His real name is Fan Jian, and he was a close friend of the genuine Guo Jinglin. In their quest for scholarly achievement, they chose to reside in a secluded room of a temple, dedicating themselves to their studies and rarely venturing outside. Their meals were provided by the monks, delivered to their doorstep, ensuring minimal disturbance. However, Guo Jinglin had an understanding fiancé who respected his aspirations and rarely visited him at the temple. On the day of Guo Jinglin's birthday, she prepared a special meal and set out for the temple. Amidst the clinking of cups, Fan Jian, having indulged a bit too much, developed inappropriate thoughts towards Guo Jinglin's fiancé. That night, as Guo Jinglin escorted his fiancé home, Fan Jian stealthily followed. his desires igniting as he witnessed their affectionate exchange. Once Gu Jinglin departed, Fan Jian, emboldened by his malevolence, intruded into the room and sullied Gu Jinglin's fiancé. Afterward, when she contemplated exposing him, he threatened her with the ruin of Gu Jinglin's future, warning her that if she dared to reveal the incident, Gu Jinglin would fail to achieve his scholarly ambitions. Heartbroken and distressed, she resigned herself to silence, recalling how Gu Jinglin had toiled for a decade for this very moment. How could such a vice minister of rights exist? Does the court not investigate before promoting officials?
Qinghe scoffed inwardly.
Realizing why she felt repulsed by him at first glance, he was indeed a vile person. Xiaoba, you just mentioned this man is named Fan Jian. What of the true Gu Jinglin? The others, now attuned to the gravity of the situation, leaned in closer. He was killed. Gu Jinglin's fiancé, unable to endure the humiliation, chose to take her own life. Gu Jinglin was left perplexed, grappling with guilt, pondering if he had been more attentive to his fiancée. Perhaps he would have recognized her distress sooner. During that time, he sought solace in alcohol, with Fan Jian by his side, offering hollow comfort. Despite his sorrow, Gu Jinglin persevered through the imperial examinations, for it was his fiancé's sole wish. After the examinations, while drinking together, Fan Jian, inebriated, inadvertently revealed the truth. This led to a violent altercation between them, and in a moment of drunken fury, Fan Jian dealt a fatal blow. Realizing Gu Jinglin lay dead, he panicked. Once he regained his composure, he hastily disposed of the body, burying it on the mountainside behind the temple where they had resided. Those officials who were closer to Gu Jinglin, upon hearing this, instinctively distanced themselves. The genuine Gu Jinglin was already deceased. It was evident that the man before them was the murderer. Fan Jian, gripped by fear, contemplated fleeing. Yet, the following day heralded the announcement of examination results. To his astonishment, he himself had not passed, while Gu Jinglin had. After years of arduous study, this moment was everything. With the true Gu Jinglin gone, and all who knew his identity now silenced, a bold idea took root in Fan Jian's mind. He would assume Gu Jinglin's identity. Initially, he feared being recognized. But as the years passed, no one seemed to remember him. He ascended the ranks under Gu Jinglin's name, ultimately reaching the position of Vice Minister of Rights. Such a scoundrel deserves to be torn asunder. Not only does he bear the weight of 2 lives lost, but he has also usurped another's identity to hold office for so many years. Are the officials responsible for his promotion merely idle? Qinghe felt a surge of anger. No wonder the Xiaoliang kingdom was not as prosperous as other nations. Corrupt officials would undoubtedly lead to its decline. Chapter 15. Some can hear the voice of the heart, while others cannot. Xiaoba, should I report this matter of life and death to the Minister of Justice? Yet, without evidence, he is unlikely to believe my words. If I approach my father, he will undoubtedly grow suspicious, considering I have not left the house for years. How could I know the secrets of the Vice Minister of Rights? Qinghe found herself in a quandary, raking her fingers through her hair in frustration. What to do? We cannot allow this beast to continue serving as a court official. The others nodded in agreement. Certainly not. The evidence lies with the abbot of the temple on the outskirts of the city. When Gu Jinglin's fiancée took her own life, she entrusted him with a letter to be delivered to Gu Jinglin upon his success in the examinations. As for witnesses, the village chief from Gu Jinglin's hometown can attest to the truth. After the morning court session, I shall have Gulong bring him back. We must expose this beast. The other officials nodded in silent agreement, resolute that he could not continue in office. Gu Jinglin, observing the nods of the officials before him, felt a flicker of curiosity. He intended to inquire of the officials around him, only to find them keeping their distance. A sense of bewilderment washed over him. Was this due to his report to the emperor, which had been dismissed? That seemed rather unusual. Such matters were hardly uncommon. As he turned to glance discreetly, he inadvertently locked eyes with Qinghe, who raised a finger at him, her lips moving in silent condemnation. Upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in disbelief. Qinghe had called him scum? A wave of indignation surged within him, and he vowed to harbor a grudge against her. This slight would not go unpunished. The morning court session was somewhat tedious. Qinghe, after a while, felt drowsy and decided to lower her head and close her eyes. Xiaoba, wake me if anything arises. Rest assured, host, I shall keep watch. The emperor, deprived of Qinghe's thoughts, found the morning court session less engaging. Casting a glance at Li Difu, the eunuch understood and promptly announced, if there are matters to discuss, please rise. If not, the court is dismissed. The officials remained silent, and thus the session came to an end. Host, The court has adjourned. Xiaoba called out, rousing Ji Qinghe from her reverie. She quickly approached Ji Qingzhou, who was making his way toward her. Father, how did I perform today? Well, he replied, observing her expectant demeanor. His expression was somewhat complex. The first day at court had delivered a crushing blow, unearthing such a parasite. He feared she might become a sharp blade in the emperor's hand. Once drawn, that blade would surely draw blood. Minister Ji, the emperor requests your presence. Li Gonggong approached, delivering the message. Understood, Ji Qingzhou acknowledged, stopping the Secretary of State, Lord Zheng. My daughter is on duty in the Secretariat for the first time. I hope you might look after her.
Ah, certes.
Secretary Zheng Bu Hui responded with a smile. He too could hear Ji Qinghe's thoughts. Little Ji, come with me. Thank you, Lord Zheng. Ji Qinghe maintained a calm exterior, though inwardly, she was quite taken aback. Wow. Xiaoba, is this my immediate superior? What a kind-looking uncle. Seeing him smile is like witnessing Methria Buddha. Indeed, the Secretary of State is quite amiable.
Zheng Buhu.
Hearing their exchange, beamed even more warmly. He was delighted to have received praise from little Ji. Suddenly, a furious shout interrupted the moment. Ji Qinghe turned to see a flustered Gu Jinglin, immediately losing her composure. She had no desire to converse with the scoundrel. Little Ji, it is inherently contrary to propriety and ancestral teachings for a woman to hold office. Do not become too complacent. Beware of missteps. Even the Prime Minister cannot shield you. Then allow me to retort to Lord Gua. One's actions are observed by heaven. It is not that retribution is absent, but the time has yet to come. Ji Qinghe declared, her words striking deep as Gu Jinglin's face flushed with rage. Lord Gua, perhaps you should exercise restraint in your speech. Zheng Bu Hui, unable to tolerate Gu Jinglin's bullying, stood firmly by little Ji, having received specific instructions from Ji Qingzhou to support her. Gu Jinglin was utterly unprepared for Ji Qinghe's swift consolidation of support from the secretary of the court, his expression darkening considerably. What was it, after all, but the privilege of having a father who was a prime minister? Such arrogance would inevitably lead to her downfall. Accompanied by the secretary of the court, Gu Jinglin realized that he could not expect any favorable outcomes and turned to leave. Spotting an official ahead, he hurriedly approached. Lord Wang, I have reserved a table at the Gathering Fragrance Pavilion. Shall we dine together? Not possible. I have matters to attend to at home. I must take my leave. Lord Wang responded hastily, evading him as if he were a venomous serpent, offering Gu Jinglin no opportunity to speak. Left with no choice, Gu Jinglin sought out other officials, only to be met with rejection at every turn. Standing there with a sullen countenance, he gazed at the retreating figures of those officials, his disdain for Ji Qinghe deepening. It was undoubtedly because of her. They wished to avoid offending the prime minister, hence their deliberate distance from him. In the Yangxin Hall, as Ji Qingzhou entered, he found the crown prince and the third prince already present. I pay my respects to your majesty, the crown prince, and the third prince. Master Ji. There is no need for such formalities, the emperor interjected, getting straight to the point. During today's morning court, it seems that the Minister of Rights, Gu Jinglin, failed to perceive the sentiments of young Master Ji. I recall that the Prime Minister once mentioned that some can hear the heart's voice of young Master Ji, while others cannot. Indeed, Your Majesty, Ji Qingzhou replied earnestly. This implied that those who were morally bereft and had blood on their hands were incapable of hearing Miss Ji's heartfelt thoughts. The Crown Prince, reflecting on recent occurrences, offered his analysis. That seems to be the case. Ji Qingzhou nodded, noting that the household servants exchanged mundane gossip that everyone could hear. Yet for those lacking moral integrity, they could not perceive the thoughts of the young lady. This was precisely why they could identify and expel the nefarious elements from their residence. After further discussion to delineate the general scope of those capable of hearing Ji Qinghe's heart, the emperor reached a decision. Meanwhile, Ji Qinghe, accompanied by Zheng Buhui, arrived at the secretary's office, where everyone expressed keen interest in the newly appointed scholar of the court. It was the first time a woman held such a position, especially as the crown prince's consort, since the founding of the Xia Liang dynasty. Some speculated that Ji Qinghe's status as the prime minister's daughter afforded her such privileges. Yet, even as the daughter of a prime minister, the dual treatment was astonishing. Could it be that young Master Ji possessed other abilities unknown to them? Driven by curiosity, when Ji Qinghe arrived, everyone surged forward to scrutinize her. She had a nose and 2 eyes, seemingly unremarkable. If one were to claim there was anything extraordinary, it might be her striking beauty. One could easily describe her as breathtakingly alluring. How is it that such a captivating figure had not been mentioned before? Chapter 16. Repeating past mistakes. Before long, the The personnel at the secretary's office discerned what made young Master Ji exceptional. After exchanging warm greetings, when it was Secretary Lang Luo Yazu's turn, he scoffed derisively, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I have long heard of young Master Ji's reputation at such a tender age. She is indeed formidable. Having a prime minister as a father certainly makes a difference, allowing one to ascend to heights that others toil for decades to achieve. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for all to hear. Ji Qinghe's eyes glimmered as she cast a glance at Luo Yaozu, proudly retorting, You are mistaken, good sir. My father does not wield such immense power. This position of scholar was appointed by His Majesty himself. Not just anyone has the capability to receive such a royal endorsement. Envy me if you will. Not only was Luo Yaozu taken aback, but the others present were equally astonished.
Oh.
The new Master Ji is not to be trifled with. She is undoubtedly a rose with thorns. Zheng Buhui was not surprised. If young Master Ji could confront the Minister of Rights directly in the court, how much more could she challenge a mere secretary? Arrogance, hubris, unreasonable. Luo Yaozu had never encountered someone with such audacity. A young lady should be mortified in such circumstances, yet here she was, unabashedly speaking her mind. It was clear she had no understanding of decorum. Yaozu refrained from speaking so recklessly. Young Master Ji possesses her own merits, and His Majesty has his own judgments. Do not speak of her lightly. Zheng Buhui interjected sternly, emphasizing that Ji Qinghe had been specifically arranged by His Majesty, who had even given explicit instructions. If young Master Ji were to face any injustice under his watch, neither the Prime Minister nor His Majesty would easily overlook it. Moreover, young Master Ji also held the title of Crown Princess. She is indeed not someone to provoke lightly. I speak my mind plainly and love to speak the truth. I hope you will forgive me, Luo Yaozu replied, and Ji Qinghe immediately understood he was subtly insinuating against her. Oh, I see. A blunt tongue, no wonder it stinks. You must be one without any restraint. You! Enough now, it is working hours. Yaozu, you should attend to your duties, Zheng Buhui interjected, eager to dismiss the situation. Young Master Ji's wit was not something many could withstand. This was purely for Luo Yaozu's benefit. Yet Luo Yaozu did not see it that way. He believed Zheng Buhui was acting out of respect for the Prime Minister. With a huff, he stormed off. Young Master Ji, please follow me. I shall show you to your position. Zheng Buhui smiled warmly, leaving the others astonished. Was this truly the stern secretary they had known? Thank you, Lord Zheng. You are quite kind, Ji Qinghe remarked, discerning who was genuine and who was not. She maintained a courteous demeanor towards this individual who had consistently exuded goodwill. Henceforth, this will be your working area. He then called over another scholar, introducing him, Young Master Ji, this is Mu Lingfeng, who is also a scholar. For the time being, you two will work together, and should you encounter any insurmountable issues, feel free to consult me directly. Mu Lingfeng was somewhat taken aback. He understood that the secretary's office was vast, with many superiors above. The fact that the secretary would allow them to approach him directly was entirely due to young Master Ji's influence. Mu Lingfeng, please accompany me for a moment, Zheng Buhui instructed after the introductions. Young Master Ji, I shall see you shortly, Mu Lingfeng said politely, to which Ji Qinghe nodded with a smile, internally granting him a good person card.
Mu Lingfeng.
Zheng Buhui's booming voice echoed, startling Mu Lingfeng, who looked bewildered. Surely he had done nothing wrong? What are you dawdling for? Hurry and follow me. Oh, I'm coming. Mu Lingfeng, genuinely startled, hurried to keep up with Zheng Buhui, missing the chance to converse with Ji Qinghe. Is Lord Zheng truly capable of such a fierce demeanor? Host, people possess multifaceted personalities. Zheng Buhui halted momentarily, casting a sharp glance at Mu Lingfeng, who was left confused and anxious. He truly had done nothing wrong. Close the door. Zheng Buhui took a seat, speaking with irritation. It was all Mu Lingfeng's fault for allowing young Master Ji to misunderstand him. He usually was quite amiable. Zheng, Lord Zheng, Mu Lingfeng stammered, unable to maintain eye contact with Zheng Buhui. Did you hear everything young Master Ji said just now? What? Her conversation with the host. Yes, I heard it all. This is why I summoned you. What you just heard was young Master Ji's heart's voice. It was for this reason that His Majesty appointed her as scholar. Moving forward, as you work alongside young Master Ji, you must be cautious not to reveal any slip-ups. If Lord Ji were to harbor any doubts and jeopardize the Emperor's plans, you would have a lot to answer for. Mu Lingfeng's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. What had he just heard? Those were the innermost thoughts of Lord Ji? They could actually hear them? Did this mean that henceforth, Lord Ji would have no secrets left to keep? Contemplating this unsettling possibility, Mu Lingfeng silently offered a prayer for Lord Ji. Poor Lord Ji, destined to become transparent before them. Lord Zheng, do we not need to gently remind her? After all, Lord Ji is a maiden. It would be rather unchivalrous of us to overhear her thoughts without offering a word of caution. You should focus on your own affairs instead. Zheng Buhui regarded Mu Lingfeng with a complex expression, his concern for Ji Qinghe palpable, though he wondered if he would still be able to smile later.
Go now.
And remember what I have told you. Understood. When Zheng Buhui returned, Ji Qinghe was engaged in gossiping with Xiao Ba. Host, Mu Lingfeng is genuinely a kind-hearted person. He feeds stray cats and dogs by the roadside, and whenever he encounters beggars, he generously gives them coins. He is a person of sincere goodness. It is precisely because of his benevolence that he is so easily deceived. That snide Luo Yaozu was one of the deceivers. Luo Yaozu, claiming to have a frail elderly mother to care for, often borrowed money from Mu Lingfeng, asserting that he could barely make ends meet. Each month, as soon as the stipend was dispersed, the money would barely warm Mu Lingfeng's hands before Luo Yaozu would borrow it. Did Mu Lingfeng not notice? Ji Qinghe's lips curled in exasperation. Mu Lingfeng truly was a gullible fool. For a time, he harbored suspicions and personally visited Luo Yaozu's home. There, he saw the elderly woman, 80 years of age, lying in bed, a bowl of herbal medicine beside her. Upon seeing Mu Lingfeng, she shakily rose, weeping as she expressed her gratitude, blaming herself for being a burden to Luo Yaozu. Mu Lingfeng's doubts evaporated, and the next time Luo Yaozu requested a loan, he did so without a moment's hesitation. Poor soul, he remained oblivious to the fact that the elderly woman was merely a hired actress. Each time he borrowed money, it went straight to gambling, losing again and again, secure in the knowledge that Mu Lingfeng would always be there to bail him out. All it took was a few crocodile tears to soften Mu Lingfeng's heart and secure more funds. What could be better? Chapter 17. The Disregard for Life. Mu Lingfeng stared at Ji Qinghe in disbelief. How could she possibly know his affairs? The matter of Luo Yaozu borrowing money had been shrouded in secrecy. Luo Yaozu had once claimed that borrowing money was shameful and that if others discovered his predicament, he would have no face left to remain in the secretary's office. Thus, they had kept silent, never mentioning it to anyone. Lord Ji, how did you know? The rest of his words choked in his throat as he caught sight of the great matriarch. After a prolonged moment, he finally relinquished the thoughts swirling in his mind, feeling considerably relieved. At last, he inhaled the fresh air, swallowing hard as he met Ji Qinghe's gaze. Awkwardly smiling, Lord Ji, what I meant was, on your first day here, there's no need to rush into work. You can take some time to familiarize yourself with the surroundings.
Thank you. Qinghe graciously acknowledged.
Though she still hoped to quickly grasp the specifics of her duties to facilitate future idleness. After all, one could not afford to slack off on the very first day without leaving a poor impression. Lord Mu, what is our primary task? The role of the textual critic involves proofreading texts, organizing literature, and participating in historical revisions. However, since Lord Ji has just arrived, we shall commence with the most fundamental tasks. You may assist in organizing these ancient texts, Lord Ji.
All right.
Then, I shall begin my work. I have some matters to attend to.
Qinghe nodded, untroubled.
Meanwhile, Mu Lingfeng set off directly to find Luo Yaozu, determined to clarify whether matters were indeed as Lord Ji had indicated. Having taken only a few steps, he was abruptly seized by someone. Mu Lingfeng turned in confusion to the person who had grasped him. Lord Lin, is something the matter? Mu Lingfeng, I must ask you, did you truly lend money to Luo Yaozu? Yes, he has a mother who has been bedridden for years. The expenses for her medicine are considerable. Luo Yaozu's monthly stipend is woefully insufficient, so he borrows from me each month. That's what he told me. He has borrowed nearly 20 taels from me over time. I only have 30 taels. I only have 10 taels. The others had also heard Ji Qinghe's thoughts, which prompted them to react. Wanting to voice their inquiries, they found themselves rendered speechless, overwhelmed by a sense of suffocation. They could only stand by anxiously. Now that Mu Lingfeng had emerged, they hastily pulled him over to question him. Little did they expect that Lord Ji's inner thoughts were indeed accurate. Thus, Luo Yaozu had borrowed money from each of them under the same pretext, only to squander it on gambling. This Luo Yaozu, he must repay us today. With their resolve firm, they prepared to confront Luo Yaozu, their fists clenched. Since they were colleagues who had shown him kindness, lending him money in his time of need, they had not anticipated that he would squander it on such unworthy pursuits. How could they tolerate this? Luo Yazu was in the midst of arranging books when he heard the commotion. He immediately looked up to see Mu Lingfeng at the forefront accompanied by several others. A wave of panic washing over him. These were the very individuals from whom he had borrowed money, and now they approached with an ominous demeanor. Had they discovered his deceit? Feigning calm, Luo Yazu asked, "What is the matter? What do you think? Is it amusing to deceive us? Spending our money on gambling? Do you not feel any remorse?" Mu Lingfeng, incensed by Luo Yazu's pretense of ignorance, rolled up his sleeves and charged forward. Rage coursed through him. How could a friend he had treated with sincerity so blatantly trample upon his goodwill? Treating them like fools was utterly intolerable. "Repay us! Repay us!" A throng encircled Luo Yazu, their strength overwhelming him, and he soon found himself howling in distress. Faced with such numbers, he could not hope to withstand their onslaught. Confusion also gripped him. How had he been discovered? For 2 years, he had successfully deceived them without a hint of suspicion. Why had the truth come to light now? The wretched cries of Luo Yazu echoed through the air, causing Qinghe, who was sorting books, to pause in puzzlement. "Xiaoba, what is happening? It sounds as if they're slaughtering a pig." "Host, it is Luo Yazu's voice. His deceit has been uncovered by several colleagues, and now those led by Mu Lingfeng are beating him up. Serves him right." Qinghe's thoughts resonated, and the others halted for a moment, realizing that Luo Yazu could not hear Lord Ji's thoughts. Given that, there was no need for restraint. Indeed, he deserves it. Luo Yazu's hands are stained with blood as well. Blood? So he is not only a fraud but a murderer as well. To deceive his colleagues, Luo Yazu had employed actors to stage scenarios. Recently, the woman posing as his mother had come to demand payment for her performance. Luo Yazu had previously promised her a meager 2 coins per act, but had failed to settle her debt for 3 consecutive performances due to his gambling losses. Coincidentally, the elderly woman's grandson fell ill, leaving her unable to afford medicine. Thus, she sought him out to reclaim the 6 coins owed. With no funds available, she lay down on the ground, refusing to budge. Frustrated by her persistence and his own mounting losses, Luo Yazu, in a fit of anger, killed the elderly woman. What happened to the elderly woman? Did her family not report it to the authorities? Qinghe posed a question, pondering that if they reported to the authorities and traced the matter back to Luo Yazu, he would undoubtedly not remain here. Yet as it stood, the murderer continued to roam freely. "No," replied someone. The elderly woman was left with only her 3-year-old grandson for company. The child, already frail, faced starvation after her demise. As there was no one to care for him, given their secluded dwelling, his body has yet to be discovered. With a loud crash, Qinghe rose abruptly, her chair clattering to the ground, forgotten in her haste. The others, hearing the commotion, gripped their tasks with renewed fervor. The audacity of Luo Yazu to so callously disregard life rendered him utterly unworthy of being called human. "Lord Zheng, I must step out for a moment." Qinghe dashed to Zheng Buhui's office, intent on requesting leave to expose the scoundrel Luo Yazu. "Very well, go," Zheng Buhui replied, attuned to her urgency. "Thank you, Lord Zheng. I promise to return within half an hour." With that, Qinghe hurried outside, cognizant that the oppressive heat would hasten the decomposition of the child's remains. In their remote location, who knew how long it would take for someone to report the tragedy? Thus, she resolved to take matters into her own hands. With her subordinate, Guing, occupied with another task, she was compelled to act alone. In Chapter 18, Have We Met in a Dream? Qinghe made her way to the Dali Temple, deliberately disguising herself to maintain her anonymity. Just as she approached the entrance, she fortuitously encountered the young vice minister of the Dali Temple, Zhuang Yuanhang. As he was about to exit, she hurriedly bumped into him, seizing the opportunity to slip a note into his pocket before hastily retreating. Zhuang Yuanhang, puzzled by the encounter, heard a voice ahead. "Xiaoba, do you think Lord Zhuang will believe the contents of my note?" "Certainly. Lord Zhuang is an upright official and will adopt a better safe than sorry approach to investigate this matter." It was confirmed. This was indeed a matter concerning the esteemed Xiao Ji. Zhuang Yuanhang unfolded the note, his brow furrowing deeply. "Come, accompany me to the outskirts." Xiao Ji had indeed been overly cautious. Any matter involving loss of life would certainly be scrutinized. As Xiaoba had suggested, it was wise to err on the side of caution. Qinghe hurried back to the secretariat's office, where Mu Lingfeng and others were escorting Luo Yazu out. "What is happening?" she inquired. "Lord Ji, Luo Yazu owes us money and has refused to repay, so we intend to bring him to the authorities," Mu Lingfeng declared loudly, though he avoided meeting Qinghe's gaze, aware of the gravity of the situation. "Oh, then you should proceed." Ji Qinghe nodded, refraining from further inquiry. The others breathed a collective sigh of relief as they hastily led Luo Yaozu away. The morning swiftly passed, and soon it was time for lunch. Ji Qinghe surveyed the dismal fare at the secretary's office, her appetite vanishing instantly. "Lord Zheng, is this what you typically eat?" she asked, her expression souring at the sight of the bland, boiled vegetables devoid of any oil, with the only piece of meat being a greasy slab of fat. Such dishes were hardly appetizing. She would rather endure hunger than consume them. Don't be misled by appearances, Xiaoji. While the food may seem plain, it is quite palatable. Moreover, these dishes are standard and require no additional expenditure, Zheng Buhui hastily explained, noting Ji Qinghe's discontent. We officials have grown accustomed to this fare. With our meager salaries, we must be frugal to support our families. Thankfully, lunch is provided free of charge. So we bear it with little complaint. Ji Qinghe, having a discerning palate, had developed a distaste for unappetizing food from a young age, leading to gastrointestinal issues in her previous life. In this life, however, as the legitimate daughter of a prime minister, she was unaccustomed to such culinary disappointments, with her mother's wealth ensuring she would not suffer. After all, she had a wealthy merchant grandfather. Qinghe. Ji Qingzhou entered, a food box in hand, immediately sensing his beloved daughter's dissatisfaction. He had anticipated her discomfort with the meager lunch and had hurried home to fetch a proper meal. "Father." Ji Qinghe's eyes brightened at the sight of the food box, and she rushed to greet him. "Thank you, father. I knew you would come through for me."
Indeed.
"Eat up. This is prepared by your mother's special instructions, featuring your favorite dishes. Mother is the best." With Ji Qingzhou's arrival, the others discreetly moved aside to dine. As Ji Qinghe savored her meal, she ventured, "Father, could you possibly suggest to His Majesty that the catering at our secretary's office be improved? The treasury is strained, and having both meat and vegetables is already commendable." Ji Qingzhou replied, acknowledging the subpar quality of the food. "This is the best treatment the court can afford. In times of natural disaster or calamity, the treasury funds must also support the military, leaving the court in a precarious position. Yet, must it consist solely of boiled cabbage and meat slices? Even so, it should not be just boiled.
Ye thanks whole lamented.
You cannot expect the horse to run without feeding it hay. This culinary offering warrants a poor review." After lunch, fatigue set in, and Ji Qinghe retired for a nap. Accustomed to resting in bed every afternoon, she found it uncomfortable to slump over her desk. This dreadful class. "I wish I could skip it altogether," she grumbled. "Xiaoba, what if I request a bed from Lord Zheng?" "Best of luck with that," Xiaoba replied. "Never mind. I'll simply adhere to my usual routine of sleeping." Upon awakening, she stretched, feeling the stiffness in her back and neck. "Xiaoba, what time is it?" "It's 3 in the afternoon. I slept for so long, and no one woke me?" she exclaimed, realizing she had overslept by an hour since the afternoon break ended at 2. "Mu Lingfeng came to call you once, and I did as well. But you were too deep in slumber to rouse," he explained, approaching with a stack of ancient texts, which were light tasks. He dared not delegate work to the esteemed Xiao Ji. "Xiao Ji, these books require your reorganization." "Very well." She accepted the stack, glancing at one title with surprise. "Qimi Niaoshu? Xiao Ji knows of this book?" Mu Lingfeng inquired, intrigued by her tone. "Of course. It's merely a book about agriculture," she replied nonchalantly. "You know the content of this book?" "Certainly. It discusses agricultural production, grains, vegetables, fruits, forestry, and animal husbandry." Mu Lingfeng gasped, disbelief etched on his face. His speech faltering. You know all this?" "Indeed. Is that so remarkable?" Ji Qinghe realized she had inadvertently revealed too much and hastily explained. "I just happened to see it in my father's study, so I remembered." Mu Lingfeng's lips twitched with exasperation, his tone laden with resignation.
Xiaoyi.
"This is a fragmented ancient text." "Oh no."
Eve blunderet.
"What to do?" "Well, I could say I dreamed about it." "Would you believe that?" "Absolutely." Could Xiao Ji complete this ancient text? Mu Lingfeng's trembling hands and excited heart revealed his fervor for the task. If she could truly restore the text, Xiao Ji would undoubtedly achieve great merit. "Xiao Ba, if I claim I can complete it, wouldn't Mu Lingfeng then assign this task to me? Should anyone detect my inconsistencies, it would spell disaster. The host could state that too much time has passed and you've forgotten." "What an excellent idea." Ji Qinghe raised her gaze once more and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, "After all, it was merely a dream. I am nearly on the verge of forgetting it." Mu Lingfeng replied, "Had I not heard your innermost thoughts, I might have almost believed you." Chapter 19, The Excited and the Trembling Heart. Young Master Ji. This ancient text pertains to the agricultural production of the Xiaoliang kingdom. Surely you do not recall it? I do not remember. Qinghe shook her head, resolute in her insistence that she must not recall. What are you discussing? Zheng Buhui approached, curiosity evident in her voice. Lord Zheng. Upon seeing Zheng Buhui, Mu Lingfeng grew even more animated, exclaiming, Young Master Ji has perused the Qimi Niaoshu. What? Zheng Buhui's voice rose, losing the composure she had previously maintained. Young Master Ji, you have read this ancient text? I saw it in a dream, Qinghe replied, scratching her nose awkwardly. Do you remember the contents of this book? Could you perhaps assist us in completing it? Zheng Buhui's eyes sparkled with excitement, her enthusiasm surpassing even that of discovering her ancestors. They had been endeavoring to piece together the Qimi Niaoshu, yet its complexities and the practical knowledge it contained proved daunting. And time was not on their side. If young Master Ji could aid in its completion, it would be a tremendous boon for the agricultural sector of the nation. Qinghe offered a polite yet slightly embarrassed smile. I apologize, Lord Zheng, but all of this stems from a dream, and I find it difficult to recall. Oh. Zheng Buhui's face fell, as if she had missed out on a fortune. Mu Lingfeng, observing from the sidelines, felt a sense of urgency, desperately trying to catch Zheng Buhui's attention, but to no avail. What should he do? He seemed to be reminding Lord Zheng not to place faith in young Master Ji's words. Very well, Zheng Buhui sighed heavily, her demeanor noticeably despondent. Qinghe felt a fondness for Zheng Buhui, the kindly elder who had assisted her on her first day. Witnessing her current dejection stirred a pang of guilt within her. Little Ba, Lord Zheng appears quite troubled. Do you think my actions are unjust? Host, you are simply too kind-hearted. Just then, Zheng Buhui, enveloped in her melancholy, unexpectedly heard Qinghe's heartfelt thoughts, her mouth agape in disbelief as she glanced incredulously at Mu Lingfeng, her eyes brimming with questions. Mu Lingfeng thought, oh, Lord Zheng, you finally deigned to look my way. Nodding fervently, Zheng Buhui quickly grasped the situation. She pinched her thigh hard and rubbed her eyes, which were now reddened and appeared pitiable. The Xiaoliang kingdom had countless citizens struggling to find sustenance, with crop yields being particularly dismal. The Qimi Niaoshu was a book about agriculture. If it could be completed, many commoners might be able to fill their stomachs. Alas, it was solely due to his own lack of knowledge that Lord Zheng felt powerless. Lord Zheng, do not blame yourself. The Qimi Niaoshu is an ancient text. Although you aspire to promote the knowledge and techniques within it to ensure the common people of Xiaoliang have enough to eat and live well, we must proceed cautiously. They speak with such reason. Only when the common people are well-fed and warmly clothed can the nation remain stable. Who does not wish for their own country to thrive? Little Ba, should I reconsider my stance? Host, you are truly magnificent. Deeply concerned for the well-being of the populace, your spirit shines brilliantly at this moment. Exchanging glances, Zheng Buhui and Mu Lingfeng continued their dialogue in harmonious agreement. Lingfeng, have you posted the announcement? Did not His Majesty decree that whoever can complete the ancient text would receive a substantial reward? Surely, with enough incentive, extraordinary talents may emerge from the populace, leading to the early nourishment of the common people. Lord Zheng, upon hearing of the generous reward, Qinghe felt her hesitation dissipate. She tapped her forehead and spoke. Just now a thought struck me, and I believe I might remember a bit. Would you allow me to give it a try? Is that so? I seem to have recalled some content. Qinghe nodded, then took up the book and began to turn its pages, saying, this volume discusses plowing fields, harvesting, and planting grains, detailing the principles and methods of soil cultivation, as well as the techniques for selecting and sowing seeds. Then we must trouble you, young Master Ji. Zheng Buhui's eyes sparkled with delight. Lingfeng, you shall assist young Master Ji. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to speak. Understood. With their objective achieved, Zheng Buhui turned to leave when Qinghe called out, wait a moment, Lord Zheng. Zheng Buhui turned stiffly, her heart racing with anxiety. Surely, young Master Ji had not changed her mind? Young Master Ji, please speak. I merely wish to inquire, should the task be completed, what reward might His Majesty bestow? 1,000 taels of silver. How much? 1,000 taels. Is that all? Qinghe rolled her eyes. 1,000 taels was less than what she had in her own small treasury. Surely, the Emperor was far too stingy. Is it too late to have second thoughts now? Young Master Ji, the reward is negotiable. I shall go speak with His Majesty at once. Fearing that Qinghe might reconsider, Zheng Buhui hastily departed. Young Master Ji, what do you require of me? Just command it, Mu Lingfeng inquired, eager to ensure that she remained committed to the task. After all, she had only just agreed. Please fetch me some paper and a brush. While Mu Lingfeng procured the materials, Qinghe perused the text casually, noting that a significant portion was missing, indicating that her efforts would be considerable. Once armed with paper and brush, she began to write, though the characters emerged in a crooked scrawl, prompting her to furrow her brow. She was not adept at calligraphy. Yet, having already committed to this endeavor, she could not afford to backtrack. Moreover, promoting the Qiming Yaoshu would undeniably benefit the common people, and she naturally wished for her nation to flourish. A nation is the foundation of a home. With that thought, Qinghe resolved to continue writing. She persevered through a few more lines but ultimately chose to give up. Young Master Ji, what seems to be the matter? Mu Lingfeng noticed the incomplete characters, his mouth agape in astonishment, unable to voice the remainder of his thoughts. Young Master Ji's handwriting is truly reminiscent of a chicken's claw, and it resembles a ghost's scratch. My handwriting is not that poor, is it? I simply have not practiced calligraphy since my youth. Qinghe, noticing Mu Lingfeng's expression, offered an apologetic explanation. No, young Master Ji's handwriting is quite unique, Mu Lingfeng quickly replied, determined not to discourage her enthusiasm. Young Master Ji, you may dictate, and I shall scribe it for you, Mu Lingfeng suggested after a moment of contemplation. Then I must trouble you, Qinghe said, her face lighting up with joy at the prospect of having someone else write for her. Thus, as Qinghe spoke, Mu Lingfeng transcribed her words. By the end of the workday, Qinghe found herself parched and drained, wondering how she had landed herself in such a laborious task. Oh, can someone please rescue me? Little Ba, I have never spoken so much in my life. Host, there is actually another method. What is it? Once I level up to the standard version, the system shop will open, and you can completely purchase a copy. And when will you achieve that upgrade? The progress bar is only at 50%. Upon hearing this, Qinghe, without a moment's thought, declared, then hurry and expedite the progress. Chapter 20. The brother prefers males. Host, advancing the progress bar requires constant gossiping. At this rate, I estimate the progress bar will soon be filled. The gossip system was positively gleeful. Host, give it your all. Understood. I shall accrue experience points. Qinghe nodded in comprehension. Tomorrow morning during court, I shall gossip about anyone who displeases me. That is an excellent idea. After tidying up slightly, Qinghe concluded her workday. Mu Lingfeng stood at the back, silently lamenting for the other officials. How splendid it would be if he too could attend the morning court, indulging in the latest gossip. Upon returning home, Qinghe was greeted by Du Shui, who wore an expression of genuine concern. Qinghe, how was your duty? Was it exhausting? Did anyone bully you? No, mother, I am quite well. It would be even better if I didn't have to attend morning court, Qinghe replied. Come, my dear. I have specially prepared chicken soup for you. It is time to nourish your body, Du Shui urged, pulling Qinghe inside. Madam, Qinghe called out. But he was met only with their retreating figures. Resigned, he withdrew his hand, feeling a chill in his heart. It appeared that his wife no longer cared for him. During dinner, as Qinghe watched Du Shui continually add dishes to Qinghe's bowl, his sense of imbalance grew. Madam, I rise early each day for court, and today I even brought Qinghe her meal and personally fetched her home. Pfft, father, are you still jealous of me? Qinghe couldn't help but laugh out loud. Who would have thought that the esteemed prime minister, who is second to none, would be so petty at home? You two have worked hard. Drink more chicken soup to replenish yourself, Du Shui said helplessly. She knew that if she didn't placate him now, the evening would be fraught with tension. Father, eat more meat, Qinghe kindly added, serving Qinghe some dishes. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious, contrasting sharply with the unusually quiet Ji Baihan, who sat nearby. Brother, what is the matter? Ji Baihan snapped back to reality, looking bewildered. It is nothing. I merely noticed you lost in thought. Do you have something on your mind? Nothing. Ji Baihan quickly denied, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes. I was just pondering the assignments left by Scholarly. Host, your elder brother is undoubtedly lying. The voice of the gossip system chimed in, now displaying a degree of autonomy. After all, it was tasked with advancing the progress bar, a privilege granted by the host. Even though they had previously discussed Ji Baihan's gossip, it would still be a small gain, for even a mosquito is meat. What is going on? Xiaoba, do you know? Your elder brother has fallen for someone. At this revelation, the dining table fell into silence as everyone instinctively turned to Ji Baihan. Du Shui remarked, at his age, it is indeed time for him to seek a wife. The matriarch, Ji Leo Furin, pondered, I wonder which young lady has caught my grandson's fancy. Ji Xinghan chimed in, is my elder brother looking to find me a sister-in-law? Ji Baihan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as the gossip system had unwittingly exposed his secret. He was still grappling with how to broach the subject when it was so openly revealed, wishing he could sink into the ground. Ji Qinghe's curiosity was piqued, and she continued her inquiry with the gossip system. Xiaoba, which girl does my brother fancy? Host, he is actually enamored with a young man. Cough, cough, cough. Ji Xinghan nearly choked on his food, his mind racing with disbelief. What? His elder brother likes men? This was a matter not easily accepted by societal norms. Ji Laofuren dropped her chopsticks, her expression one of unprecedented gravity. Ji Baihan, the cherished grandson of the Ji family, had high expectations placed upon him. What would happen if he favored men? Both Ji Qingzhou and Du Shui were equally stunned. Their eldest son had always been their most reliable child. How could he possibly have developed feelings for a man? Not only were they perplexed, but Ji Baihan himself was bewildered. When had he ever liked a man?
No.
Wait, could it be that Miss Yu is actually a man? What the heck? My elder brother is quite remarkable. So, is he the dominant or submissive one? Everyone was taken aback, realizing how audacious their younger sister, was. Oh dear, host, you have misunderstood. The one who truly likes men is Yi Zhao. Initially, he was bullied on the street, and your elder brother, seeing injustice, intervened. In that moment, Yi Zhao felt that your brother was his destined companion. Fearing that his sudden appearance might startle your brother, Yi Zhao inquired about your brother's sexual orientation and decided to disguise himself as a woman to approach him. Ji Qinghe shuddered, feeling a wave of discomfort. What should she do now? So, my elder brother is unaware that he is a man? Correct. Yi Zhao deliberately trained at a brothel for months to perfect his disguise as a woman. He came prepared, and your brother, being a naive soul, would hardly suspect anything. Host, would you like to remind your elder brother? He has already begun to develop feelings and has been dining with Yi Zhao regularly. Just today at lunch, Yi Zhao, emboldened by drink, stealthily kissed your brother, who was elated. Then, is my elder brother no longer pure? Ji Qinghe was taken aback. Casting a complex glance at Ji Baihan, this just emphasized the need for young men to protect themselves.
Ugh.
Ji Baihan recalled the kiss from earlier and could no longer suppress his nausea, rushing out while covering his mouth. His younger sister was right. He was no longer pure. He had been kissed by a man. The joy he felt at the time now felt revolting. He was a normal man, after all. What is wrong with him? Ji Qinghe asked in surprise, watching Ji Baihan's retreating figure with a puzzled expression. Just moments ago, everything seemed fine. How had he gone from calm to retching? Perhaps he had eaten something bad. Ji Qingzhou calmly suggested, a normal man would be somewhat unsettled after being kissed by another man. Let us call for the physician. It is quite easy to upset one's stomach in this hot weather. Ji Qinghe expressed her concern, while Ji Xinghan, eager for excitement, immediately took it upon himself to fetch the physician, darting out with haste. Ji Qinghe felt something was amiss. When had her second brother become so caring towards their elder brother? Father, I shall go check on him as well. Ji Qinghe stood up, initially intending to remind her brother later, but now his health took precedence. Thank you, no need for reminders. I am already aware. Ji Baihan replied as he returned to his quarters. Lonely Shadow appeared promptly. Master, the village chief has been brought back. Very well. Tomorrow direct him to the Dali Temple to testify against that scoundrel. Ji Qinghe declared, stating that the truth behind the Minister of Rights, Gu Jinglin, must be revealed. Understood. By the way, Lonely Shadow, I need you to investigate a person for me. His name is Yi Zhao. Keep an eye on his daily activities. Understood. After Lonely Shadow departed, Ji Qinghe lay back on her bed. She had to rise at the third watch tomorrow. This was truly taxing. What on earth was the Emperor thinking, appointing her as the schoolbook officer? Did he intend to initiate a new system? Perhaps he believed that with her position as both the Prime Minister's daughter and the Crown Princess, it would lessen the pressure of implementing such reforms? The Emperor mused. You think too much. I merely wish to utilize your voice to rectify the court. Chapter 21. Reveal the truth. At the third watch the following day, Ji Qinghe was once again roused from her slumber. Groggily opening her eyes only to close them again, she called out, Qingyan, help me get dressed. Then have Lonely Shadow carry me to the carriage. Understood. Ji Qingzhou observed as Ji Qinghe was hoisted out, his lips twitching in resignation. It was time for her to adjust. She had always woken naturally, and being roused at such an early hour required some getting used to. Qinghe, I have prepared some snacks in your food box. If you feel hungry, you may indulge a little. Thank you, mother. Ji Qinghe cracked her eyes open slightly, instinctively responding before sinking back into deep slumber. Upon arriving at the palace gates, Ji Qinghe remained asleep. Ji Qinghe did not disembark from the carriage, instead leisurely enjoying his meal alongside his daughter. Previously, he would hastily eat alone on his way to morning court, but now, with his daughter present, he could savor his meal at a more relaxed pace. Little Ji was indeed special. While others had long departed, she remained nestled comfortably inside, sound asleep. Hush! Do not speak so carelessly. Yesterday, Minister Guo was reprimanded rather soundly. Given such behavior, must we not allow others to comment? The assistant censor, Run Yongchao, wore a stern expression, finding such individuals utterly intolerable. A woman, what right does she have to serve in the court? Simply because she is the daughter of the Prime Minister? As the deputy inspector, he is also qualified to oversee the officials. Lord Zheng. Upon seeing the Grand Inspector Zheng Hong approaching, Ren Yongchao hastily greeted him. Lord Zheng, that little Lord Ji is exceedingly audacious. We are all standing here waiting. Yet she lies in her carriage, indulging in a deep slumber. Such blatant disregard for propriety and rules warrants a reprimand. Yes, I am aware of what you say. Zheng Hong replied, casting a knowing glance at Ren Yongchao before continuing. During yesterday's court session, did you hear anything of note?
What? Ren Yongchao inquired, perplexed. Oh.
It is of no consequence, merely a casual inquiry. Zheng Hong concluded, stepping aside as the vivid recollection of the previous day played in his mind. The sentiments of little Lord Ji were audible to them, yet Gu Jinglin remained oblivious. He was, after all, a brute.
Now.
Even Ren Yongchao could not hear them and harbored such animosity towards little Lord Ji. He could easily envisage the commotion that would ensue in the court shortly. To avoid collateral damage, it would be prudent to maintain some distance. Noticing that the Grand Inspector had not endorsed his suggestion, but rather distanced himself, Ren Yongchao's eyes glimmered with uncertainty. As an inspector tasked with overseeing all officials, he was unafraid of power. Ji Qinghe's appointment was already a deviation from the norm, and her capriciousness and disregard for regulations were intolerable. Had it been anyone else, Lord Zheng would have long since initiated an impeachment. If that were the case, let him be the first to act. Little Lord Ji should not be allowed to hold office. If she were to set a precedent, the order of the court would undoubtedly descend into chaos. Resolute in his thoughts, Ren Yongchao glared fiercely at the Ji family's carriage before seeking out Gu Jinglin to converse. As the hour of the rooster approached, all officials entered the grand hall. With the voice of eunuch Li resonating, the emperor ascended to his elevated throne. The ministers promptly knelt. Long live the emperor, long live, long live. Ji Qinghe, having bound a cushion around her knees, found the act of kneeling less painful. Little 8. This cushion truly makes kneeling a breeze. I hardly feel discomfort at all. Those who could hear her thoughts were exceedingly curious. Kneeling is easier? With this on, the knees feel much better? They too wished to try it. After the morning court session, they would inquire with little Lord Ji. Age does take a toll on the knees, after all. Host, you are quite clever to have devised such a solution. Little 8 continued to praise daily. Then began to relay grievances. Host, while you were resting in the carriage, Deputy Inspector Ren Yongchao spoke ill of you. Deputy Inspector? Which one? The one with the sharp features. Third row, second from the left. He resembles a bamboo pole. From behind, he looks like a little man. Ji Qinghe scrutinized him briefly, offering a disdainful remark. Though she could not see his face, anyone who spoke ill of her could not be of good character. Your Majesty, I have a matter to present. As Ji Qinghe was observing, the lanky figure stepped out of line and addressed the court. Little Lord Ji is of questionable character, disregarding the decorum of the court, and is unworthy of holding office. I implore your Majesty to reconsider. Ah, how audacious, Ji Qinghe thought to retort, yet realized that this man was the deputy inspector. If the emperor were to heed his counsel, her dismissal from office might not be such a terrible fate. Swallowing her indignation, Ji Qinghe turned to her gossip system to vent. Little 8, he irritates me greatly. I wish to hear his gossip. You are indeed correct. He is nothing but a petty man. The gossip system readily complied, asserting that those who vex the host must be scrutinized. The emperor glanced at Ren Yongchao, another who could not hear Ji Qinghe's thoughts. The matter was settled, requiring no further discussion. Your Majesty, it is already contrary to reason for a woman to hold office. Moreover, little Lord Ji's blatant disregard for decorum, sleeping soundly in her carriage during court, undermines the authority of the officials. I concur, Gu Jinglin interjected, stepping forward. This brute again. For now, let him revel. Soon enough, he will have cause to weep. Little 8, has the evidence been delivered to the Court of Judicial Review? Ji Qinghe observed yet another individual emerging, her brow furrowing, unable to focus on little 8's gossip. Sharing the court with brutes had rendered the very air stale. "It has been delivered. The personnel on duty at the Court of Judicial Review have received the evidence," came the reply. Upon hearing this, the others turned their attention to Zhuang Yuanhang. Even the emperor regarded him. Zhuang Yuanhang had already prepared the memorial, though it had been preempted by Deputy Inspector Ren Yongchao. Now, upon hearing Qinghe's thoughts and meeting the emperor's gaze, he hastily stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I too have a matter to present." Guo Jinglin and Ren Yongchao's expressions brightened. Now, with an additional deputy at the Court of Judicial Review, the emperor's pressure would only mount. When they could unite the civil and military officials to petition, the emperor would have no choice but to concede. Such were the thoughts of the two. For the emperor had yet to decide on their previous statements. The sudden emergence of the deputy from the Court of Judicial Review surely signified his agreement. "Your Majesty, reports have emerged of a corpse discovered behind the mountain of a temple outside the city. Upon my investigation, this body conceals a great secret," Zhuang Yuanhang remarked, casting a glance at Guo Jinglin, who felt a jolt of trepidation. Surely not. That incident had occurred 6 years prior. How could it be brought to light now? This corpse once belonged to a scholar who had come to the capital to take the imperial examination and, coincidentally, shared the same name as Guo Jinglin. "Lord Guo, do you find this coincidence remarkable?" Guo Jinglin's heart sank, instantly losing his jovial demeanor. He dug his fingernails into his flesh to regain composure, maintaining an outward calm. "What Lord Zhuang says is true. It is indeed a curious coincidence. However, there are many people with the same name. There is no need for alarm." Chapter 22. Do not dig a pit for me. Guo Jinglin reassured himself internally, thinking that after all these years, he had not been discovered, and those who knew him had long since disappeared. Surely, he would not be found out. Yet the next moment, Zhuang Yuanhang shattered his delusions. While many share the same name, it is indeed unnecessary to be alarmed. However, as the deputy at the Court of Judicial Review, it is my duty to uncover the truth. "Lord Guo, might you venture a guess as to what I have uncovered?" "Lord Zhuang, you jest. The Court of Judicial Review handles cases. How could a mere deputy minister of rights such as myself possibly know?" Guo Jinglin felt a chill running down his back, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. As he observed Zhuang Yuanhang's unwavering demeanor, he attempted to reassure himself. "It cannot be. It's certainly 1TB. Is that so? Then might I inquire if Lord Guo has ever heard the name Fanjian?" The name Fanjian struck Guo Jinglin like a thunderbolt, his head spinning as his complexion paled. He had never heard of it. Listening closely, one could detect the tremor in his voice. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, steadily dripping onto the floor, resembling his death sentence. "That cannot be," Guo Jinglin exclaimed, dropping to his knees, the sweat never ceasing. "Your Majesty, I am wronged. I am indeed Guo Jinglin. I am perplexed as to where Lord Zhuang has heard such calumny to so malign my character. I beseech your Majesty to adjudicate, for I assure you, I have committed no murder. Your Majesty, is this man truly the genuine Guo Jinglin? I possess witnesses." Zhuang Yuanhang remains unperturbed. "For today he has come to ensnare. They are waiting outside the palace gates, and I implore your Majesty to permit their entry for a confrontation." "Granted." As soon as the emperor spoke, a messenger was dispatched immediately. The sudden turn of events startled the Inspector General, Ren Yongchao, profoundly. He was well aware of Zhuang Yuanhang's tenacity. Had he not been thoroughly confident, Zhuang would never have made such assertions in the Grand Hall. Thus, this man cannot be the true Guo Jinglin. He is the murderer. The very thought darkened Ren Yongchao's countenance. He had just collaborated with Guo Jinglin to impeach Lord Shaoji, and now this shocking revelation might taint their reputation before the emperor. He hurriedly distanced himself, fearful of being implicated. Qinghe was taken aback, not realizing that Zhuang Yuanhang had already begun investigating this matter. Truly commendable. The Vice Minister of the Judicial Branch is quite formidable. Little 8. How impressive is Lord Zhuang, having already traced this beast. Such commendation is wholly deserved. Qinghe's thoughts echoed, and Zhuang Yuanhang stood tall, feeling gratified by the praise from the young Lord Ji. "By the way, what of the witness? Wasn't the old village chief just delivered to us by Guing? Lord Zhuang has been attending the morning court and should be unaware of this matter." Host. "Lord Zhuang is seeking the beast's kin. They can certainly identify him." I see. My thinking was indeed narrow." Before long, 2 individuals entered, trembling and following eunuchly, their heads bowed in trepidation. So many high officials and the reigning emperor. What a terrifying sight. "We humble subjects pay our respects to your Majesty. Long live the emperor."
Rise.
The emperor spoke, the individual seated on the ground. "Do you recognize him?" Upon seeing the countenance of one among them, Gu Jinglin was utterly dismayed. It's over, truly over. De Jian, you've truly entered the ranks of officials? Fan De is Fan Jian's uncle. When Fan Jian came to the capital for the imperial examination, the last news received was that he had met with misfortune, leaving behind only a bloodied token. Fan Jian's parents had but one son, upon whom their hopes rested entirely. They believed he would achieve success, only to be met with tragic tidings. Fan Jian's mother collapsed that very day and passed away shortly thereafter. His father, unable to bear the burden, succumbed that night as well. Fan De grieved for a long time over this. Thus, upon hearing that his nephew might still be alive, he hastened to the capital without consideration of whether others were deceivers. To discover it was true, his nephew had indeed risen to a high office. I am not. You have mistaken me for another. My name is Gu Jinglin. How could I be mistaken? I am your uncle. You bear a birthmark on your backside.
One you were born with.
The elder hastily exclaimed. The emperor glanced at Eunuch Li, who promptly arranged for Gu Jinglin to be taken for inspection. Before long, Eunuch Li returned. Your Majesty, he indeed has the birthmark. Your Majesty, a mere birthmark proves nothing. Gu Jinglin continued to argue, adamant that he would not concede until the final moment, for to do so would mean certain death. The old minister is wronged. Who is that beside you? The emperor understood clearly, but, to avoid casting suspicion upon Qinghe, had to follow protocol and inquire. I am the village chief of Guojia village. Gu Jinglin was orphaned at a young age and was raised in my household. Therefore, I am familiar with that child. This man is absolutely not Shaolin. As the old village chief spoke, Gu Jinglin's face fell into despair. Zhuang Yuanhang, witnessing this, interjected, Your Majesty, this is evidence left by the true Gu Jinglin's fiancé. With those words, Gu Jinglin collapsed completely, and immediately, he was taken away. Ah, at last, the beast has received its just deserts.
Qinghe sighed.
Once more raising a thumb in admiration for Zhuang Yuanhang. If only there were more officials like Lord Zhuang in the court, the Xiaoliang kingdom would surely flourish. Zhuang Yuanhang straightened his posture and continued, Your Majesty, I have one more matter to report. I discovered a corpse in the outskirts, and, upon investigation, it is linked to the secretary of the Secretariat, Luo Yaozu. Luo Yaozu is a notorious gambler. To swindle money, he arranged for someone to impersonate his ailing mother. Over a mere sum of money, he committed murder. I have documented all the specifics, and I request Your Majesty's review. Little 8, Lord Zhuang truly trusts us, having swiftly uncovered the truth. Such capability in handling affairs warrants his promotion to the chief of the judicial branch. Zhuang Yuanhang stiffened, casting a furtive glance at his superior, silently imploring, Oh, my dear young Lord Ji, please do not set me up for failure. Chapter 23, Such a Scandal? Brother loves sister. Fortunately, Qinghe refrained from continuing, else Zhuang Yuanhang would have been at a loss on how to face his superior. Host. Zhuang Yuanhang has some juicy gossip. Just as he had begun to relax, tension gripped him once more. His gossip? Recalling Gu Jinglin's moment of public disgrace. His heart leapt to his throat. However, he soon remembered his upright conduct in office and that he had committed no legal transgressions, which eased his mind slightly. What gossip? Qinghe was no longer averse to Little 8 discussing gossip, as it served their system's marketplace, so why not? Other officials who could hear Qinghe's thoughts pricked up their ears, intrigued by the gossip. Zhuang Yuanhang is fond of his own sister.
What?
Such a shocking revelation? Qinghe was taken aback by this news.
A forbidden romance?
Lord Zhuang is so bold. Others gasped, casting sidelong glances at Zhuang Yuanhang. A brother's affection for his sister, utterly disregarding moral boundaries. Zhuang Yuanhang's heart sank completely. His hands clenched into fists, eyes forlornly fixed upon his toes. That Little 8. How could he unearth such a private matter? Without needing to look back, he could feel the probing gazes behind him. However, the sister is not by blood. She is a child adopted by the Zhuang family. Over a decade ago, Zhuang's parents visited a province to pay respects and encountered bandits. Fortunately, they were accompanied by numerous guards, yet they still sustained injuries. Due to the fright, Zhuang Yuanhang's biological sister fell gravely ill, and within days, she succumbed. Zhuang's mother, heartbroken, fell ill herself and remained at her family home for 3 months before recovering somewhat. Longing for her son Zhuang Yuanhang, she set out for home. On the journey, they stumbled across an abandoned infant girl. The couple perceived this as divine compensation and, without hesitation, took the child in. The infant bore similarities to their biological daughter. And given their 3-month absence, no one noticed the child had been swapped. When Zhuang Yuanhang was 5, he accidentally overheard a conversation between his parents and learned this secret. Thus, he never regarded her as a true sister. As he matured, his sister blossomed into an exquisite beauty, stirring in him feelings he could not acknowledge, for they were siblings in name. Zhuang Yuanhang had inquired about his parents' sentiments, understanding that she could only ever be his sister, and hence he suppressed his emotions. To prevent himself from acting inappropriately, he altered his demeanor towards her significantly, unaware that she harbored similar feelings for him. For it was not only he who had overheard the secret, she had as well. I never imagined it would be this way. I believe love should be boldly expressed. There is no blood relation, so one should courageously pursue their own happiness. Qinghe voiced his opinion, asserting that two individuals reciprocally inclined towards each other should attain a perfect conclusion. The others, taken aback by the unexpected twists, immediately retracted their disdainful gazes. However, despite the knowledge that they were not true siblings, the rest remained oblivious. Lord Ji, in his simplicity, had perhaps underestimated the complexities of the situation. Having been raised as brother and sister for over a decade, a sudden alteration of their relationship would undoubtedly provoke a cacophony of opinions. The crux of the matter lay with the opinions of the Zhuang parents. Should they consent to the union, the resistance from Zhuang Yuanhang and his family would be significantly diminished. Indeed, this was the case, but the Zhuang parents were not in agreement. They had already discerned the thoughts of the two and were hastily arranging for a suitable match for their daughter. Unable to bear the thought of their tears, she reluctantly acquiesced. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, the wedding date was set for the 6th day of the following month. The sister was now sent to the Zhuang estate, forbidden to return until after her marriage. Zhuang Yuanhang's pupils dilated in shock. Consumed by his case, he had not returned home for several days. He could hardly fathom that such a significant event had transpired in his absence. He would not allow it. The mere thought of the one he cherished becoming another's bride rendered him breathless, a sensation akin to being torn asunder. "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. I am suddenly unwell and request permission to take my leave," he stated without hesitation. He intended to bring his sister back and confess everything to their parents. "Granted," the emperor replied, fully aware of Zhuang Yuanhang's intentions. As a ruler who cherished his loyal subjects, he wished for their affairs to flourish. Upon Zhuang Yuanhang's departure, Qinghe's eyes sparkled with newfound inspiration. "Little 8, it turns out one can request leave from court. Do you think if I tell the emperor I am unwell, he would grant me permission as well?" Eagerly, she contemplated the prospect of an early exit. "Host, your current suggestion seems somewhat derivative. Perhaps. But tomorrow I shall have Qingyan prepare a pale, pitiful visage for me. If I appear sufficiently woeful, the emperor is sure to grant my request." The more she pondered, the more feasible it seemed, prompting those around her to silently commend her ingenuity. Indeed, the clever Lord Ji was full of ideas. The emperor mused. Feigning illness to avoid court? That is simply inconceivable. "Little 8, why has the morning court not yet convened? I feel I am on the brink of starvation." Having rushed out that morning, she had neglected to eat, and now felt as though she could devour 2 oxen. "It should commence shortly," the emperor replied, glancing at Eunuch Li, who promptly announced, "Those with matters to present, step forward. Those without, disperse." The assembly of officials fell silent, and the morning court was adjourned. Qinghe hurried along, intent on securing sustenance. "Miss Ji." The crown prince's voice halted her in her tracks. Under normal circumstances, she would have approached him eagerly. But her current hunger was paramount. "Your Highness, I must first eat something. We can converse afterward." She disregarded the conventions of decorum, recalling the stomach pains she had endured in her previous life due to hunger, and was determined not to repeat that mistake. "Miss Ji, I have prepared some pastries for you," the crown prince said, producing a selection of treats from his sleeve, along with some small snacks. "How did you come by these?" Qinghe inquired, taking a bite of the pastry. "Since you had never attended morning court before, I worried you might not adapt well. So, I thought to prepare something for you." "Wow, Your Highness, you are truly the most wonderful man in the world,"
Qinghe exclaimed,
her praise causing the crown prince's ears to redden, as he had never received such compliments before. "The chancellor has been summoned by father. I shall escort you to the secretariat." "Very well," Qinghe replied, her heart fluttering with delight at yet another day spent in the company of the crown prince. Little did she know that the exalted crown prince was so considerate of her. In the carriage, as Qinghe focused on devouring the pastries, the crown prince found himself inexplicably warm as he watched her mouth move. The memory of their gentle kiss flashed through his mind, causing his cheeks to flush. Noticing the crown prince's gaze fixed on the pastries in her hand, Qinghe blinked and offered, "Your Highness, would you care for a bite?" It was a piece she had already nibbled, and though he typically shunned such delicacies, he found himself, inexplicably, leaning down to take a bite. Realizing that he had just tasted from the same morsel she had, a realization struck him. Did this not imply an indirect kiss? The thought made his face burn hotter, and he averted his gaze as Qinghe looked at him with curiosity. Little 8, why is the crown prince blushing? Is he really so bashful? Host.
He just consumed a pastry you had bitten into.
This signifies an indirect kiss between you two. The bashful crown prince stiffened, not fully grasping the meaning of kiss. Yet he could infer its implications, and his face reddened further.
I see.
Qinghe glanced at the awkward crown prince and continued, Little 8. The crown prince's face is as red as a ripe apple. I wish to take a bite. Fortune favors the bold, host. Go for it. Sensing Qinghe's gaze upon him, the crown prince felt a tension in his body mixed with a hint of anticipation. Perhaps I should reconsider. The crown prince is so innocent, I wouldn't want to scare him off. Disappointment flickered in the prince's eyes. In truth, he was not so timid after all. Suddenly, the carriage jolted, and Qinghe lost her balance, tumbling straight into the crown prince's embrace. Feeling the warmth of his body, her heart raced. Qinghe was momentarily stunned, but soon regained her composure. Observing the handsome prince so closely, with his warm breath brushing against her, a rosy hue crept onto her cheeks. Your Highness, little G. We have arrived at the secretariat, a voice called from outside, prompting Qinghe to hastily rise and exit the carriage. The crown prince followed suit, and as his feet touched the ground, Qinghe's thoughts echoed in his ears. The crown prince is truly handsome. I should have been bolder and kissed him. Now I feel as though I've missed out on a fortune. Host, you are indeed too timid. Next time, let us act decisively. The crown prince stumbled slightly, bewildered by the audacious words of Little 8. It was evident that Qinghe had been influenced by this mischievous entity. Your Highness, I shall enter first. Very well. Watching Qinghe walk away, the crown prince finally settled back into the carriage to depart. At the secretariat, as Qinghe entered, Mu Lingfeng approached with a food box in hand. Little G, as you will be repairing ancient texts, it will surely be mentally taxing. Here are some pastries I purchased for you. Thank you, Qinghe thought to herself, awarding Mu Lingfeng a card for kindness. He was indeed a considerate person. Little G, this wind chicken was made by my wife. It is quite delicious.
Please accept it.
Another official approached with a gift, his demeanor slightly obsequious. Qinghe's face betrayed her surprise. Thank you, but that is unnecessary. Simultaneously, she complained to Little 8 in her mind. Why is he offering me gifts when we are not that familiar? I see. As an official, you naturally attract envy. And he likely wishes to bribe you with gifts only to later report you. This way, you would be unable to continue your official duties. Such treachery. While I have no desire to be an official, I refuse to be dismissed in such a manner. I, a person of integrity and intelligence, shall not be swayed by such trivial temptations. Hearing her thoughts, Song Liang hurriedly interjected, Little G, my wife made this wind chicken herself. We have all struggled together to find ways to restore the incomplete ancient text titled Qimi Niaoshu. Currently, Lord G is striving to complete the task single-handedly, and I hold him in immense admiration and respect. The offering of the wind chicken carries no ulterior motives. It is simply a gesture of acknowledgement for your hard work, as I wish to contribute, albeit in a modest way. Song Liang's sincerity stems from the fact that Qinghe has illuminated the true character of Luo Yazu for them and even enabled them to reclaim the silver owed by him. Gratitude is certainly warranted. However, it would be rather inappropriate to overtly state that it is due to Qinghe's heartfelt sentiments, especially since they cannot articulate it. Thus, they can only express their appreciation in a roundabout manner. Little did I anticipate that it would lead to such a misunderstanding with Lord G. Really? Qinghe's heart is still filled with doubts, her expression one of disbelief. Lord G, this is a special treat of date paste pastries made by my wife. They are quite delectable. Thank you for undertaking such a heavy responsibility. Please accept this as a token of my appreciation. Another official approached, placing a box of date paste pastries on Qinghe's table. Lord G, these are some local specialties from our hometown. A token of gratitude for your efforts in completing the ancient texts. It is but a small gesture. Please accept it. In a short span of time, several officials had gathered around Qinghe, each presenting small gifts to convey their respect. Qinghe felt somewhat bewildered, observing their sincere demeanor. Are the people from the Secretariat always this enthusiastic? Host, remain vigilant. Behind these sugar-coated bullets, there may be pitfalls laid by others. The voice of Xiao Ba leisurely echoed, and Ji Qinghe understood well. Although they presented similar reasons, she still felt a lingering doubt. She couldn't shake the feeling that they were concealing something from her. Thank you all for your kindness, but I must decline these gifts. As a schoolbook officer, completing the ancient texts is my duty. Ji Qinghe resolutely refused, and the others turned their gazes toward Mu Lingfeng, who nodded in understanding and added, Lord Ji. This truly is just their small token of appreciation. Since your arrival, you have resolved our most pressing issue, and everyone feels grateful. Ji Qinghe felt momentarily conflicted. Despite their brief acquaintance, she had developed a degree of trust in him. Just then, the secretary-supervisor, Zheng Buhui, approached, and Ji Qinghe's eyes brightened. Lord Zheng, what brings you here? Zheng Buhui glanced at the items on the table and then at the surrounding officials, quickly grasping the situation. These must be the victims from the Luo Yaozu incident. Lord Zheng, we are mindful of the efforts Lord Ji has put into completing the ancient texts. So we prepared some items to express our gratitude, Song Liang explained. Zheng Buhui nodded in response. Indeed, Lord Ji, you should accept them. The Qiming Yaoshu has troubled us for a long time, and now that you are here, we are quite appreciative. It appears they are all homegrown items. Of little monetary value, merely a small token from them. In that case, thank you all, Ji Qinghe graciously accepted upon hearing Zheng Buhui's words. With the support of Mu Lingfeng and Lord Zheng, and the genuine attitudes of the others, her reservations diminished significantly. Chapter 25. A True Man Impressive. Seeing Ji Qinghe accept their gifts, everyone sighed in relief. Fortunately, with Mu Lingfeng and Zheng Buhui present, there was a good chance that Lord Ji would have declined their offerings otherwise. Xiao Ba, it seems we misjudged our colleagues. Having such companions is rather pleasant. As Ji Qinghe collected the items, she remarked, the aroma of this wind chicken is quite enticing. It must be delicious. The one who offered you the wind chicken is Song Liang. He has quite the intriguing background.
Do tell.
The gossip system was immensely pleased with Ji Qinghe's response. This was the cooperation they needed, a symbiotic relationship, and the work would be effortless. The future is promising. Song Liang is a native of the capital. Although his parents are of humble origins, his wife is somewhat more respectable. She is a refugee from the south, who resorted to begging upon arriving in the capital. Once, while out with friends, he encountered a girl being pursued. Upon inquiring, he learned that her father had incurred gambling debts and intended to sell her to a brothel. He immediately extended a helping hand, hiding her and stalling her pursuers, ultimately suffering a beating from them. Later, he was rescued by his current wife, and their relationship blossomed over time. Song Liang had consulted his parents, but they vehemently opposed, insisting he marry someone of suitable status. In frustration, he brought home a man claiming he was, in fact, attracted to men. His parents were incensed, scolding and striking him. Yet he stood his ground. They had only one child, and their hopes of seeing him married and start a family were dashed as his sexual orientation shifted, causing them to worry over the new wrinkles on their faces. As Song Liang organized the books, he nearly tore the pages in shock upon hearing the voice of the system. Goodness, these ancient tales have been unearthed by Xiao Ba. Looking up, he met the teasing gazes of his colleagues, yet he felt no embarrassment. As long as he could marry the woman he loved, what was the harm in some outrageous conduct? Eventually, Song Liang relented and broke up with that man. His parents breathed a sigh of relief, only for him to return with a widow who could have been their contemporary. His parents were nearly overwhelmed by this turn of events. They could only wonder what sins they had committed to have their son go astray. After a period of tension, Song Liang ceased contact with the widow, but by then, his parents had given up hope and considered having another child to raise anew. If the first child went astray, they could try for a second. Little did they know, due to one of his actions, they were on the verge of having a younger sibling. Ultimately, Song Liang chose the right moment to bring his current wife home. Initially despondent, his parents' eyes sparkled with joy at the sight of her. Thank goodness, their son had finally returned to a semblance of normalcy, bringing home a suitable partner. This time, when Song Liang declared his intention to marry her, his parents wholeheartedly agreed, no longer concerned about her background. Who would have thought that Song Liang is quite the remarkable person? Ji Qinghe mused. See, those who care for you will move mountains to eliminate obstacles, while those who do not may use anything as an excuse. Song Liang silently nodded. Lord Ji was correct. When one is fond of another, they would brave any peril. The gazes of others transformed into admiration, They had not anticipated Song Liang to be such a devoted man, bringing honor to their kind. Some remained skeptical, believing men should seek suitable matches, and that connections could enhance their status. It was no wonder Song Liang was merely a minor official. As a man, being willing to go to such lengths for the woman he loves is indeed commendable. He has successfully married the woman of his dreams, and now they live happily together, with his parents cherishing their daughter-in-law as a treasure, fearing she might feel wronged and leave. After all, she was a prize won through great effort. One word: impressive. Qinghe silently commended Song Liang, recognizing him as a man of responsibility, a truly admirable quality. Secretary Lu Luohan appeared deep in thought, seemingly considering the merits of Song Liang's approach. Perhaps he should give it a try himself? He had harbored feelings for a courtesan for quite some time, yet had refrained from introducing her to his parents. After today, he resolved to find someone to pursue. Having engaged in some gossip, Qinghe felt a surge of joy. The gossip system was also elated, relishing this mutual pursuit. Subsequently, Qinghe commenced her work. Having promised to complete the ancient texts, she was determined to see it through. She cannot betray the expectations of others. Until the end of the workday, no one had the pleasure of tasting the fresh melons. Unexpectedly, Lord Ji's dedication to his work proved to be quite earnest. As Qinghe accompanied Qingzhou home, he appeared to be at a loss for words. "Father, if you have something to say, please speak directly." Noticing Qingzhou's gaze lingering on the items she had collected, she hastily clarified, "These are not bribes I have received, but rather tokens of gratitude and admiration for my colleagues. After all, I am currently responsible for completing the ancient text Miaoshu. Father, isn't your daughter quite impressive?" "Indeed, quite impressive." Qingzhou concurred, then recalled the scene before his departure when several officials had detained him with inquiries. He hesitated before speaking. "Qinghe, you have always had plenty of ideas. I wish to ask you something." Perhaps due to his advancing age, his knees often ached, particularly during court sessions, as prolonged kneeling exacerbated the discomfort. "I wonder if you have any remedies to alleviate the suffering." "Ah, so that's the matter at hand. It's quite simple." Qinghe rolled up her official robes and loosened her attire, stating, "This is a new device I have devised. When wrapped around the knee, it significantly reduces pain. I had intended to prepare an extra for you today, but time was rather tight. Rest assured, I shall manage it." "Very well. Do prepare 2 sets for me. It would be prudent to have spares." Qingzhou replied, knowing that the seamstresses would handle the needlework, while his daughter would merely lend her voice to the endeavor. Upon arriving home, Qinghe rushed toward Du Shui, exuberantly exclaiming, "Mother, your beloved daughter has returned. How can one be so spirited at such a respectable age?" Du Shui teased, affectionately accepting the items and handing them to a nearby maid. "Hee, your daughter is indeed a flower in bloom, adored by all. These gifts are from my colleagues, who now hold me in high regard. After all, your daughter possesses remarkable skills." Yes, you must be exhausted.
Call me."
"Let us return to your room to rest." Du Shui gently pulled Qinghe away, but paused after a few steps, turning to Qingzhou and adding, "You must be tired as well. Let the kitchen prepare some chicken soup for you to replenish your strength." Only then did the corners of Qingzhou's mouth lift as he strolled leisurely into the house. Qinghe thought to herself, another day of consuming dog food. Chapter 26, Startled from a Dying Illness. The next day, Qinghe had Xinyan apply a ghastly white makeup on her face. Gazing into the bronze mirror, she felt it insufficient and layered on 2 more coats of powder. "Xinyan, how does this look?" "Surely, it's far superior to what you did earlier."
"Miss."
"Is this truly appropriate?" Xinyan remained concerned. She had just approached to awaken Qinghe, only to find her already awake and brimming with excitement. However, upon receiving a compliment, Qinghe requested the application of a deathly pallor. Xinyan hesitated, fearing that the young lady's intentions could be overheard. "Miss, feigning illness to avoid court could easily be exposed." "Fear not, as long as you keep this to yourself, it will be foolproof." Qinghe offered Xinyan a reassuring glance before burying herself under the covers. Qingzhou waited outside for a while, and upon realizing Qinghe had not yet emerged, he sensed trouble brewing. After court the previous day, His Majesty had personally commanded him that Qinghe must attend the morning assembly. His daughter truly had a bold spirit. Qinghe sleepily opened her eyes, whispering faintly, "I am feeling unwell and cannot attend court. Please excuse me." A fit of coughs followed, initially feigned but soon turned genuine as she choked on her own saliva. At first, Qingzhou could discern her pretense, but gradually realized something was amiss, urging Qingyan to summon the household physician. "Father, cough. It's unnecessary to trouble yourself." The physician is likely still asleep. I can wait for him to awaken, cough, cough. What sort of condition are you in that you still concern yourself with others? Qinghe remarked, his mind racing with worry. His daughter had always been quite healthy. Surely she would not harm herself merely to avoid court? As these concerns swirled in his mind, Qinghe's thoughts echoed. Little 8. What should I do? If the physician arrives, my ruse will be discovered. Host. You may bribe him. After all, you are the master of the Ji household, and he is merely a physician. The gossiping system suggested with a sly tone. And Qinghe readily agreed. Qinghe felt his head spinning. This little 8 seemed intent on leading his daughter astray. Simultaneously frustrated and helpless, he found himself caught between a daughter unwilling to attend court and an emperor adamant that she should. Father, why not attend court first? When the physician arrives, he will surely examine me. Mother and grandmother are here. You need not worry. Qinghe's voice appeared labored, as her sole objective was to dispatch her father as swiftly as possible. Once the physician has seen you, I shall leave. Qinghe understood his daughter's ulterior motives and remained steadfast in his decision to wait. Soon, Du Shui hurriedly arrived, and upon seeing Qinghe's pale face, she was taken aback. Qinghe, what has happened? Have you called for the physician? Mother, there is no need for concern. I merely feel a bit unwell. Let father attend court first. Qinghe quickly interjected upon seeing Du Shui. Her father was rather obstinate, but her mother would undoubtedly listen. I shall recover with a bit of medicine. As the head of the officials, father cannot be late on my account. The censors will not care who is tardy. Mother, please urge father to leave. Du Shui instinctively found Qinghe's reasoning sound and turned to Qinghe, saying, My lord, you should go to court first. Qinghe has me to care for her, so there is no need for concern. Qinghe shot Du Shui a meaningful glance, but the two, usually in sync, were now utterly at odds. My lord, you must go, Du Shui insisted, pushing him toward the door, leaving no room for rebuttal. Qinghe stood at the entrance, stunned for several seconds before reluctantly taking a seat in the carriage. Qinghe, your father has left. You may rest for a bit.
All right. Qinghe?
Still in a daze, did not think too deeply. Upon hearing her father had departed, she felt a wave of relief and soon fell into a deep slumber. When the physician arrived, he was promptly dismissed by Du Shui. Qinghe, having gone alone and unable to fulfill his majesty's orders, could only give a heads-up to Li Gongong. What is happening outside? The emperor, freshly attired, casually inquired. Your majesty, little Ji is unwell and did not attend court. Li Gongong replied, his admiration for Qinghe growing. She simply chose not to attend. It seemed even Prime Minister Ji was powerless in this matter. The emperor pondered for a moment, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Li Gongong, take the entire Imperial Medical Department to the Ji residence and inform them that I am concerned for little Ji's health. Should she refuse to see the physician, then keep the Imperial Medical Department there until she recovers. Understood. Li Gongong accepted the order, silently offering a prayer for little Ji. The old guard still had its wits about it. At the Ji residence, Qinghe was in the midst of a deep sleep when Qingyan roused her. Qingyan, what is it? Miss, Li Gongong and the physicians from the Imperial Medical Department have arrived, stating that His Majesty is worried about your health and are currently making their way to this courtyard. Qinghe instantly lost her drowsiness, her eyes wide with disbelief. Li Gongong is here? Yes, miss. What should we do now? Qingyan was anxious. If it were anyone else, they could easily be dismissed. However, Li Gongong was a representative of the emperor sent on His Majesty's orders. As a mere maid, she felt utterly powerless. How does my makeup look? It's acceptable. Upon witnessing this, Qinghe rose abruptly, her heart filled with furious invectives directed at the emperor. The personnel of the Imperial Medical Bureau were far from easy to deal with, unlike the household physicians. My lady, where are you off to? Of course. I am stepping out, she retorted. The arrival of the Imperial Medical Bureau would be tantamount to committing treason against the emperor. As she spoke, she dashed towards the exit and squeezed through a small dog hole at the corner. Qingyan, if they come looking for me, just say that I am feeling much better and have already gone to the morning court. With a graceful turn, she took off running. When Li Gongong and his entourage arrived, Qingyan gazed at the dog hole with a complex expression. Qingyan, is the young lady still resting? Du Shui inquired anxiously from the side. She was aware that Qinghe was feigning illness, and thought that after several early mornings a little slacking off was permissible. Little did she know the emperor was taking this matter seriously. If things went awry, it would indeed be treason against the emperor. Madam, the young lady feels much better and has already gone to the morning court, Qingyan replied. Following her gaze, Du Shui spotted the glaring dog hole, her lips twitching in realization. What else could be unclear? Li Gonggong and the others also took note, their minds as clear as day. In that case, I shall report back, he stated. Meanwhile, Qinghe sprinted to the grand hall, pausing at the entrance to tidy her appearance before taking a deep breath and stepping inside. Young Master Ji, are you feeling better? The emperor's eyes immediately fell upon Qinghe as she entered, having awaited her arrival. Your Majesty, I feel considerably improved and thought it would be unwise to delay my attendance at court, hence my tardiness, Qinghe replied honestly, all the while internally lamenting. If it weren't for your insistence on sending Li Gonggong with people, I would still be sleeping soundly at home. Little Ba, do you think the emperor is doing this on purpose? Chapter 27. The emperor stripped bare of dignity. Little Ba, do you think the emperor is doing this on purpose? The emperor likely wouldn't be so petty. He is genuinely concerned about you, which is why he dispatched the personnel from the Imperial Medical Bureau. Surprisingly, the emperor seems rather affable. A leader who shows concern for his subordinates is indeed rare to find. The gossip system interjected, prompting Qinghe to quietly exhale in relief. Under normal circumstances, he would have been wary of Little Ba's indiscreet remarks, fearing it might lead to utter blasphemy. Clearly, he had relaxed too soon. The next moment, Qinghe's thoughts echoed again. Then I truly must thank him. Since I cannot enjoy my sleep, neither shall anyone else.
Little Ba,
What juicy gossip do you have about the emperor? Spill it. I want to indulge in some scandal. Certainly, host. The gossip system cheerfully responded, startling the people in the grand hall, who glanced at Qinghe in astonishment. Young Master Ji was quite audacious, daring to pry into the emperor's privacy. Qinghe dropped to his knees. Having such a daughter was truly a trial. Little Ba, why did my father suddenly kneel?
je Qinghe pondered.
Perhaps the Prime Minister has some urgent matters to present, the gossip system speculated, though it could not quite understand the situation. Nonetheless, as a diligent assistant, it felt obliged to respond to every utterance of its host. Qinghe thought, what else could it be but your outrageousness? Yet he voiced different words. Your Majesty, the southern regions are suffering from severe drought. Some areas have not seen rain for several months. Upon hearing Qinghe's words, Qinghe instantly lost interest. Such state affairs were beyond her contemplation. She preferred to delve into gossip. You were right, Little Ba, but I am far more intrigued by the emperor's scandal. Quickly, share one to help restore my disrupted mood. Host, do not be deceived by the emperor's lofty status. Though he appears stern and unyielding in public, he is, in fact, quite soft-hearted. Hiss, soft-hearted? I never would have guessed, considering the emperor has thousands of beauties in his harem. The abundance of beauties is merely a strategic maneuver of the emperor. His favoritism towards other concubines serves to placate former officials. Yet, in his heart, he cherishes the empress most, having grown up alongside her and shared so many experiences together. The gossip system elucidated. Last night, the emperor found himself unceremoniously ejected from bed by the empress.
Nice.
The valiant empress. I must rally in her support. Qinghe's eyes sparkled. Her spirits lifted. The others present quickly cast cautious glances at the emperor, who wore a stoic expression, revealing no signs of anger. They could not help but reevaluate young Master Ji. Realizing he was audacious enough to expose the emperor's private life, he would undoubtedly be the first in history to do so. Little Ba, elaborate. The incident arose from the drought in the south, which has left the treasury depleted. The Minister of Revenue has been persistently petitioning the emperor, who, in desperation, turned to the empress for assistance. After all, the empress's family comprises royal merchants with substantial wealth. Last night, the emperor stayed overnight with the empress, hoping to charm her into parting with some funds. However, he was too forceful and was promptly kicked out of bed by her. The emperor was momentarily bewildered, but soon attempted to placate her. After much coaxing, they reconciled and rekindled their intimacy. This time, the emperor was exceedingly cautious, fearing a repeat of the earlier blunder. The officials bowed their heads, not daring to meet the emperor's gaze. Goodness! Knowing such an intimate secret of the emperor could cost them their heads. Young Master Ji was indeed bold. Should they cover their ears? Qinghe lamented. Heaven above. Who will save him? The crown prince mused. So this is how the private lives of father and mother emperor unfold. After their encounter, the empress lay in bed, her cheeks still flushed, and the emperor began to speak. However, as soon as he mentioned financial matters, he was once again unceremoniously ejected from the bed by the empress. The emperor is rather pitiable, being kicked out twice in one night by the empress. Qinghe chuckled, relishing the spectacle. Little Ba, The emperor isn't going to try to woo the empress again, is he? Indeed. Host, you are correct. That night, the emperor spared no effort, attempting to charm her once more. What the heck? The emperor is so vigorous? Is this what they call a night of 7 pleasures? Qinghe was taken aback, while Qinghe felt his spirit drain. He knelt in the grand hall, unable to rise, realizing he was witnessing a level of gossip about the emperor's privacy that had never been seen before, and it was all thanks to his own daughter. His head throbbed, an overwhelming headache. At this moment, the emperor was filled with regret, wondering how he had incurred the wrath of this little tyrant. And yet, he could say nothing.
Now.
All his dignity lay in tatters upon the floor, irretrievable. It was inconceivable what his authority would be like in the future. The emperor had been stripped bare of all pretense, casting a glance at Li Gonggong, signaling him to hasten the court's dismissal. Li Gonggong stepped forward, ready to speak. When Qinghe's thoughts reverberated once more throughout the hall, little Ba, is the emperor truly so impoverished? As the ruler of a nation, with the entirety of the Xiaoliang kingdom at his disposal, how could he possibly be without funds? The Xiaoliang kingdom has been plagued by disasters for years, and with the need to sustain the military, the treasury has been severely depleted. The emperor's private funds have also been utilized to remedy the situation, and the empress has generously contributed a significant amount. It can be said that nearly everyone present, both civil and military officials, is wealthier than our emperor. The emperor is truly unfortunate. He must manage so many state affairs, rising before the rooster and sleeping later than a dog. In the end, what does he gain besides the empty title of emperor? Qinghe suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for the emperor. Xiao Ba, you just mentioned that many officials are wealthier than the emperor. Are there any corrupt officials in our court? Upon hearing this, Li Gonggong immediately glanced at the emperor before stepping aside. The emperor, now fully attentive, listened intently. The other officials felt a tightening in their hearts. After all, they all had some degree of interpersonal dealings. If Xiao Ba could unearth the emperor's private matters, surely their own secrets would not remain hidden. There are many corrupt officials, but one stands out as exceedingly greedy. His personal fortune could sustain the entire populace of Xiaoliang for a decade. He could even support all the armies. As the gossip system spoke, gasps echoed through the grand hall. Who could possess such immense wealth? The emperor's spirits lifted, his sharp gaze sweeping over the assembled ministers. He too was eager to discover the identity of this extraordinarily wealthy individual. Xiao Ba, quickly reveal his identity. I must expose him. Qinghe rubbed her palms together in anticipation, determined to unearth this corrupt official. Chapter 28, Sneaky and Suspicious, clearly up to no good. Xiao Ba, tell me, who is this corrupt official? Host, it is. What? Qinghe only heard a crackling sound of electricity before asking, Xiao Ba, what is wrong? Host, I need to upgrade. Upgrade? Will it take long? Qinghe felt a surge of excitement. She had been looking forward to this day. I do not know. Host, I must go upgrade now. With that, the gossip system fell silent, leaving the grand hall in an eerie stillness.
Xiao Ba, Xiao Ba.
Qinghe called out several times but received no response, confirming that it had indeed gone to upgrade.
Ah.
She lamented, feeling frustrated. She was left hanging mid-conversation, yearning to know who that person was. Not only Qinghe, but even the emperor was at a loss for words. According to Xiao Ba, this person was extraordinarily corrupt. If they could uncover this individual, the national treasury would surely flourish. He and the empress were in dire financial straits. He desperately wanted to know who this person was. Scanning the room, he found nothing amiss. The emperor's heart felt as though it were being scratched by something, both anxious and restless, yet he could do nothing. The others were equally perturbed, speculating who this mysterious figure could be, possessing such wealth, to sustain the people of Xiaoliang for 10 years. 10 years. Just how much money did that entail? They dared not imagine, could not fathom it. They mentally rifled through names, but could not identify the person. Where could such wealth be hidden? Even the treasury in its prime could not contain such riches. Qinghe was equally shocked. He had seen corrupt officials before, but this was his first time hearing of one so avaricious. Casting a glance at the emperor on the dais, he noted the dark expression on his face. He too wondered who it could be. Unfortunately, Xiao Ba was upgrading, leaving them with no useful information. The others, unable to hear Qinghe's thoughts, were oblivious to what had transpired, sensing only the strange atmosphere in the hall, which had grown eerily silent. Why was no one speaking? Why were they not leaving? They had witnessed Li Gonggong step forward only to retreat again. Everything fell off. After a prolonged silence, with no sign of Xiao Ba, The emperor understood that they would not receive any answers today. He cast a glance at Li Gonggong, who stepped forward once more. His sharp voice echoing through the grand hall. If you have matters to discuss, please speak. If not, you may leave. The officials began to disperse. And just as Ji Qingzhou reached Ji Qinghe's side, he was called away by Li Gonggong, who stated that the emperor wished to see him.
Xiaoba.
Why is my father so busy? Ji Qinghe, accustomed to venting her frustrations to the gossip system, suddenly realized that Xiaoba was upgrading. Oh no. Life felt so lonely without Xiaoba around. Just as she lamented, the crown prince approached, his gentle words dissipating the faint cloud of gloom lingering in her heart. With such a handsome man nearby, there was little to be disheartened about. The crown prince personally escorted Ji Qinghe to the secretariat, and along the way, she chattered like a magpie, her words flowing freely. The crown prince responded to each of her comments, earning him additional favor in her heart. Noticing the crown prince's ears turning red once more, Ji Qinghe playfully inquired, Your Highness, are you feeling warm? Your ears are quite flushed. The crown prince, already somewhat tense, blushed further at her proximity. Oh, your face is also quite red. Ji Qinghe exclaimed, delighting in the teasing. The thrill of flirting with an innocent young man was exhilarating. The carriage felt stifling, and the crown prince hastily explained, attempting to mask his own nervousness. Thankfully, the carriage finally halted, and he eagerly assisted Ji Qinghe down. This scene did not go unnoticed by the officials entering and exiting the secretariat, who couldn't help but comment on the crown prince's anxious demeanor, concluding that he must be deeply infatuated with the young Ji. As Ji Qinghe waved goodbye to the crown prince, her spirit soared. However, just as she entered, she collided with someone. Looking up at the figure shrouded in a cloth, she was taken aback. You? My apologies, young Master Ji, it was unintentional. As soon as Secretary Lu Luohan spoke, Ji Qinghe recognized him. His furtive demeanor piqued her curiosity further. Unfortunately, with Xiao Ba absent, she had no means to indulge in gossip. Master Lu, what is going on? Oh, I'm fine. Lu Luohan replied hurriedly before fleeing, leaving only a blur behind. Ji Qinghe stood there, puzzled. Upon reaching her workstation, Mu Lingfeng was already there, and she greeted him enthusiastically. Good morning, Master Mu. Young Master Ji, you've arrived. Mu Lingfeng was now Ji Qinghe's #1 fan. The mere thought of being around her meant an endless stream of gossip to enjoy, which delighted him immensely.
Yes.
She plopped down into her chair, surveying the tidy desk, and with a smile, she began showering him with compliments. Master Mu, you are simply wonderful. Being your colleague, your partner, is a blessing I must have earned in my past life. Young Master Ji, you are too kind. Mu Lingfeng's face flushed, leaving Ji Qinghe unable to suppress a smirk. Were all men in ancient times so easily embarrassed? Master Mu, just now I ran into Secretary Lu, and he had his face wrapped in a handkerchief, looking all sneaky. Do you know what's up with him?
Huh?
Mu Lingfeng was taken aback. Why was young Master Ji asking about him? Did that little gossip system not inform her? Master Lu? It seems you don't know much. Seeing Mu Lingfeng's expression, Ji Qinghe realized he was completely in the dark. She felt a twinge of disappointment. She was eager to indulge in gossip.
Indeed.
Once she stepped outside and interacted with others, she couldn't help but want to gossip. Previously, in the Prime Minister's residence, she had been surrounded by only a few people, focused solely on enjoying life, appearing entirely carefree. Yet, in just a few days without Xiaoba's gossiping, she found herself somewhat out of sorts. Young Master Ji, you don't know? Mu Lingfeng instinctively asked. You could ask Xiao, didn't he finish? As he spotted the great lady. Ask who? Xiao what?
Noticing Mu Lingfeng's incomplete sentence, Qinghe frowned.
It's about young Master Zhou. Mu Lingfeng quickly discarded his initial thought and added, young Master Ji may not be aware, but young Master Zhou is quite renowned for his gossiping abilities here in the Secretariat. Young Master Zhou. As Lady Zhou stepped into the room, Ji Qinghe's eyes brightened, and she promptly called out to him. Little Lord Zhou. Zhou Pingyang halted in his tracks and responded. Little Lord Ji. I've heard you are the little oracle of our Secretariat. I just saw Secretary Lu acting rather suspiciously. Do you happen to know what's going on? After speaking, Ji Qinghe realized her words were perhaps too blunt and quickly added, I merely noticed something odd about Lord Lu, and as a colleague, I thought to inquire about his well-being. Chapter 29. Can't one be a happy worker? Zhou Pingyang was taken aback, genuinely surprised that little Lord Ji was inquiring about Lord Lu. Shouldn't he, little Lord Ji, already be fully aware of such matters? He cast a puzzled glance at Mu Lingfeng, who merely shrugged, equally clueless. Ever since little Lord Ji arrived, he hadn't heard any exchanges between her and Xiao Ba. In the past, little Lord Ji, would typically engage in some light banter before work commenced. Now, however, not only was there no such exchange, but little Lord Ji had also taken the initiative to inquire. Something felt amiss. It was all quite peculiar. After all, Xiaoba seemed to possess an omniscient quality. Unable to procure the answers he sought, Zhou Pinghai responded truthfully, "To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. However, I've heard that Lord Lu, in emulating Lord Song, wished to bring a woman he admires into his household, but his parents disapproved and punished him severely."
What? Qinghe exclaimed, astonished.
If he is emulating Song Liang, does that not imply he is also bringing a man home? Nonetheless, that seemed implausible. A normal family would surely celebrate their child's sexual orientation once they were aware, not resort to violence. How could such a thing even occur? Mu Lingfeng was equally taken aback, as he also found Song Liang's actions commendable. He resolved that if his parents opposed him marrying the woman he loved, he would follow suit. This approach made sense. Why, then, did Lord Lu end up with a dual parental ambush? With a small mind filled with vast questions, Qinghe seemed to ponder something before asking, "Little Lord Zhou, could it be that Lord Lu truly has an affection for men?" "Not quite," Zhou Pinghai chuckled. "It's just that the woman Lord Lu fancies holds a rather special status. She is a courtesan." Lord Lu believed that by imitating Lord Song, he could succeed. Yet, he overlooked the fact that his parents were already aware of his affection for a courtesan. Therefore, when he brought a man home, his parents immediately saw through his intentions and gave him a severe beating.
Ha!
Qinghe couldn't help but burst into laughter. Mu Lingfeng joined in, amused by the unexpected reason. Poor Lord Lu, did he not conduct thorough research before embarking on his plans? Lu Luohan, not far away, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, wishing to disappear beneath the table. This was indeed a blunder he had not anticipated. Soon, the tale of Lu Luohan's attempt to imitate Song Liang spread throughout the entire secretariat. Zheng Buhui had returned, and after a moment of internal conflict, Mu Lingfeng sought him out. "Lord Zheng, what is the matter? Today I realized I can no longer hear little Lord G's thoughts." After being admonished by Zheng Buhui, Mu Lingfeng understood the significance of little Lord G's inner voice. Now that something felt amiss, he immediately brought it to attention. "Well, Xiaoba is currently upgrading. It's not unusual for you not to hear anything." Zheng Buhui had already learned this development during the morning court session and felt no alarm whatsoever. He pondered how long it would take for Xiaoba to complete the upgrade. After all, Xiaoba still owed them a major revelation. Until that greedy individual was caught, their rest would be compromised. Yet, they were left wondering who would ultimately unearth this greedy figure. The entire day passed without anyone hearing Qinghe's thoughts, leaving them somewhat puzzled. Eventually, they discovered it was due to Xiaoba's upgrade, which quelled their curiosity. Everyone was eager to see just how formidable Xiaoba would be after the upgrade. Even Qinghe felt a sense of emptiness. Life without Xiaoba was dreadfully mundane. Finally, the end of the workday arrived. Qinghe dashed out like an arrow. Minister Ji awaited her at the door, observing her flustered exit with a sense of resignation. "We are all in positions of authority. Must you not exhibit a bit more composure? Father, I'm starving. Let us hurry home." Once they were settled in the carriage, Minister Ji began to speak. The southern regions have been plagued by consecutive droughts, leaving the treasury bare, and His Majesty has been unable to rest properly for quite some time. "Father, please don't speak of such matters."
Qinghe interjected.
"Mornings at court are already tedious enough. Now that we're finally home, we should discuss something cheerful." She furrowed her brow in frustration. How could a father burden his daughter with work-related issues after a long day? Couldn't one simply be a joyful worker? "Very well," Minister Ji said, taken aback, but quickly regaining his composure. It seemed he could no longer hear Qinghe's thoughts, indicating that Xiaoba had yet to complete the upgrade. After the morning court session, His Majesty had summoned him, instructing him to be the first informed when Xiaoba's upgrade was finalized. He was eager for this to happen, but who knew when Xiaoba would be ready? His Majesty had pinned all hopes on Xiaoba. For only Xiaoba knew the identity of the greedy individual, yet here they were, stuck in a crucial moment of uncertainty. During mealtime, everyone noticed Qinghe's unusual quietness, exchanging inquiring glances with Qingzhou. He offered a calming gesture, and they all resumed eating, pretending to be oblivious. The following day was a day of rest. Qinghe awoke naturally, stretching luxuriously. She had never felt so content. "Phew, Xiaoba, at long last a moment of respite." Silence met her words, and Qinghe forced a smile, resigned to rise and dress. Life without Xiaoba felt so unfamiliar. "Miss," His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived and is waiting for you in the front hall. The Crown Prince is here?
Qinghe's gloom lifted instantly.
And she walked out with a light step. Your Highness, you've come. Why didn't you inform me?
I didn't wish to disturb your rest.
Have you been waiting long? Not too long. I just arrived. The Crown Prince spoke. You've just awakened and haven tea eaten. You must be hungry. I've reserved a table at the Gathering Fragrance Pavilion. Shall we dine together? Absolutely. Qinghe did not hesitate to accept. The customs of Xiaoyang Kingdom were relatively liberal, allowing engaged couples to go out on dates. I'll join you. Ji Baihan suddenly stood up, speaking earnestly. Your Highness, Miss Ji. I have a few words to discuss with my elder brother. Please excuse us for a moment. Qinghe offered an apologetic smile, then tugged at Ji Baihan's sleeve, leading him outside. Brother, are you feeling a bit idle?
What?
Ji Baihan was bewildered. How could he be idle? I'm going out on a date with the Crown Prince. What are you doing intruding? I'm merely a bit concerned. Concerned for whom? For the gentle and refined Crown Prince. Or for me? Am I so lacking in judgment in your eyes?
Qinghe retorted angrily.
What did an extra person add to their date? Not even her elder brother was welcome. Chapter 30. A scoundrel. Zipping up his pants and denying you. Qinghe departed with the Crown Prince, leaving Ji Baihan in a state of confusion. Had he just been rebuked by his little sister? Sisters grow up too quickly, brother. Don't be too disheartened. Qinghe patted Ji Baihan on the shoulder, speaking with a hint of melancholy.
Ha!
You better not shed any tears on the day she weds. This statement struck Qinghe deeply. The first time he saw his sister leave with the Crown Prince, he had secretly felt a sting in his eyes, convinced that his precious sister was being taken by a swine. Even though that pig held a distinguished status, he felt a pang of discomfort within. Previously, due to the heartfelt sentiments of his younger sister, the family had resolved to care for her for a lifetime. As the matter surrounding her sentiments was utterly unfathomable, the three brothers were all infatuated with their sister. Now that she had eloped with someone, a sense of suffocation enveloped him. The third brother was away with their uncle, traversing various business ventures, and was yet unaware of the news. Upon learning of it, he would likely be even more devastated than he was. She's gone, Qinghe remarked irritably, turning on his heel to stride outside. Where are you going? I heard that Lu has recently introduced a new dish. I'm going to sample its flavor, Qinghe replied casually, asserting his independence. Since I haven't eaten yet, let us go together, Ji Baihan said, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. They were merely heading to Lu for a meal, devoid of any ulterior motives. The two made their way to Lu, but had Ji Baihan known he would encounter that person there, he would have preferred to remain at home. Master Ji, what a coincidence. You two have come here to dine? Yi Zhao had been deliberately waiting there, having stationed individuals at the Prime Minister's residence to monitor for Ji Baihan's whereabouts. The moment he learned Ji Baihan was heading to Lu, he made a concerted effort to prepare himself. Then, feigning chance, he approached with a heart full of delight. Ji Baihan stiffened, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. What a stroke of misfortune to run into him. Qinghe, initially oblivious to the identity of the person before him, discerned his elder brother's expression and quickly adopted an amused demeanor. It seemed this individual was none other than the cross-dressing Yi Zhao. Who would have thought? My brother truly has an affinity for both genders. Rather than an encounter, let us consider this a serendipitous meeting. Master Ji, shall we dine together? Receiving no response from Ji Baihan, Yi Zhao pressed on. It was perplexing. Previously, he had sensed Ji Baihan's interest, yet everything had inexplicably changed overnight. He longed to clarify matters, yet Ji Baihan consistently denied him the opportunity to draw near. No need, Miss Yi. I would appreciate it if you maintained your dignity. Ji Baihan's expression was frigid, tinged with impatience. He refrained from directly exposing Yi Zhao's ruse, extending him a modicum of respect. The mere thought of his person's cross-dressing made him queasy. He was a normal man, naturally inclined towards women. Now that he was aware of the truth, he intended to cut ties swiftly. Master Ji, have I erred in some way? Yi Zhao retreated a step, disbelief etched across his features. His eyes reddened as if he had suffered a grave injustice. Qinghe silently applauded in his heart. Goodness. This person's ability to change expressions is swifter than turning pages in a book. Ji Baihan furrowed his brow, his tone growing even colder. There is no error. It is simply that there exists a distinction between the sexes. Miss Yi, it would be wise for you to uphold your propriety. A distinction between the sexes? Yi Zhao laughed hollowly, as if he had heard a jest, heartbroken. You did not say this before. We were getting along splendidly. Why the sudden shift? His voice rose. drawing the attention of all in the bustling dining hall below. "You know in your heart better than anyone," Ji Baihan declared, turning to ascend the stairs. With Ji Xinghan closely trailing behind him, Yi Zhao remained rooted in place, panic flashing in his eyes, though it was quickly masked. This could not be. He had conducted himself impeccably, and Ji Baihan would never uncover the secret. It must be that Ji Baihan had developed feelings for another woman. Otherwise, he would not have altered his attitude so abruptly. Having come to this conclusion, Yi Zhao followed them upstairs, determined to demand clarity.
Yi Baihan.
Yi Zhao called out in a moment of desperation, his voice reverting to its masculine timbre. Realizing the attention he garnered, he quickly covered his mouth and resumed his delicate demeanor. "I've been having a bit of a sore throat lately." Ji Xinghan shuddered in distaste. Good heavens. This man was more feminine than a woman. It was no wonder his elder brother had been deceived. Had he not known the truth, he would have believed Yi Zhao was truly a woman. "Master Ji, I assure you my conscience is clear. We have already crossed lines that should not have been crossed. Yet you wish to abandon me. Do you not owe me an explanation?" Ji Xinghan's eyes widened in astonishment, as did those of the onlookers. What explosive news! If he was not mistaken, this man was the Prime Minister's legitimate heir, and also the Prince's companion. Observing his refined demeanor, one would never anticipate such a reckless individual, demanding a woman's affections only to deny her later.
Bah!
What a scoundrel! Ji Qinghe, admiring the prince's handsome visage, was suddenly stirred by the commotion outside, especially hearing her brother's name. Curiosity piqued, she said, "Your Highness, I'll go take a look." The prince, having also heard someone calling Ji Baihan's name, nodded and rose to follow her. Given a voice, it was likely not a benign situation. As his companion and brother-in-law, he felt the need to intervene. Ji Qinghe opened the door and indeed found her elder brother and second brother standing in the corridor, alongside a young woman whose face was obscured from view. However, her brother's stormy expression suggested that this girl was indeed formidable. As for the second brother, he appeared to be reveling in the unfolding drama.
A spectacle?
She mused, beginning to piece together the identity of the person involved. Other than the cross-dressing Yi Zhao, she could think of no one else. She wanted to see how this Yi Zhao could captivate her elder brother's attention. "Qinghe, why have you come out?"
Yi Baihan,
already in a foul mood, glanced up to see his younger sister approaching. Instantly discerning her curiosity mirrored that of the second brother, either to witness the commotion or to revel in it. "I heard someone calling your name, so I came to see," Ji Qinghe said, walking up to Ji Baihan and feigning ignorance. "Who is she?" "A stranger," Ji Baihan replied helplessly, his tone laced with affection. He doubted his sister was truly unaware of this person's identity. She was undoubtedly feigning ignorance to witness his embarrassment. Upon seeing Ji Qinghe's countenance, Yi Zhao felt a surge of jealousy. He was already distressed, and witnessing Ji Baihan's markedly different demeanor only fueled his irrationality. He lunged at Ji Qinghe, exclaiming, "It must be you. You vixen. You've seduced him. Otherwise, how could he abandon me?" Chapter 31. Do you think women are addictive? Ji Baihan instinctively shielded Ji Qinghe, which only intensified Yi Zhao's agitation. The man he adored was inflicting pain upon him for another woman.
Yi Baihan.
"Let go of me. Yi Zhao, must you create such a scene? Am I to blame? You were the one who betrayed me first. We were together. And now you forsake me for this harlot. Should you not provide me with an explanation?" Yi Zhao's words were laden with sorrow, tears streaming down his face. Resembling a spurned lover, Ji Qinghe stood in stunned silence. Goodness! This man's impersonation of a woman was astonishing. Those who were unaware of the truth would never suspect he was a man. Goodness! Ji Qinghe sighed softly, regarding Yi Zhao with unwavering resolve. "You are tarnishing my brother's reputation. Those unaware might genuinely believe he has wronged you." "Be brother?" Yi Zhao faltered, scrutinizing Ji Qinghe once more. Finally recognizing the familial resemblance between her and Ji Baihan. Realizing his misunderstanding, he swiftly apologized. "I'm sorry, miss. I misjudged you. It was unintentional. You are simply too beautiful, and I instinctively assumed otherwise. Please, I am not your little sister." Ji Qinghe hastily waved her hand in refusal, exclaiming, "I have no interest in cross-dressers."
What do you mean by that?
Yi Zhao's expression turned icy. "It means exactly what it says." Ji Qinghe, emboldened by her conviction, felt compelled to defend her brother, especially given the slanderous accusations directed at him. "Young Master Yi, have you been masquerading as a woman for so long that you've truly forgotten you are a man?" A collective gasp reverberated through the crowd, their gazes shifting to Yi Zhao with a newfound scrutiny. This person was, in fact, a man? What a shocking revelation. The eldest son of the chancellor entangled with a cross-dresser. Though, considering the current circumstances, it appeared that the cross-dresser was the one pursuing the chancellor's heir. The onlookers cast furtive glances at Ji Bohan, whose sharp eyebrows were strikingly handsome, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. No wonder he had attracted the affections of another man. So, this was the legendary case of being bisexual? The crown prince observed with astonishment, surprised that his brother-in-law would find himself in such a predicament, being pursued by a man. No, he couldn't think about that. Yi Zhao stood frozen, his blood running cold. It dawned on him that Ji Bohan was aware of everything. This was the reason behind his altered demeanor toward him. No, it couldn't be. He could not lose Ji Bohan. Young Master Ji, please allow me to explain. There is nothing to explain. Ji Bohan's voice rang out coldly. Yi Zhao, I saved your life out of a sense of justice, nothing more. You are a man of integrity. There is no need for you to disguise yourself as a woman. Ji Bohan had initially intended to show Yi Zhao some leniency, but Yi Zhao's actions had prompted a complete disregard for that courtesy, especially as he sought to harm his little sister. Such behavior was unforgivable. In gratitude for saving my life, I thought to offer myself to you. Young Master Ji, Yi Zhao stammered in a flurry of panic, acutely aware that he was on the verge of losing Ji Bohan entirely. No sane person could accept such a situation. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to cross-dressing to get close to Ji Bohan. If I could turn back time, I would have preferred not to save you at all, Ji Bohan declared, his expression hardening as he turned away, his appetite ruined by Yi Zhao's revolting behavior.
Yi Bohan,
Since you are so heartless, then may you perish. In a sudden frenzy, Yi Zhao drew a dagger from his sleeve and lunged at Ji Bohan. In that fleeting moment, Qinghe instinctively shouted, "Guing." The next instant, Guing appeared, delivering a swift kick that sent Yi Zhao sprawling to the ground. The impact left Yi Zhao gasping in pain, blood spurting from his mouth as he clutched his chest, his voice hoarse with despair. Ji Bohan, you truly have no heart. I altered myself for your acceptance, learning how to embody femininity. Yet, you remain so ungrateful, proving yourself to be a man devoid of compassion. Qinghe could hardly contain her incredulity. Is this person delusional? Has he donned the guise of a woman for so long that he has genuinely forgotten his identity? And he dares to slander my brother?
Pa.
Let us see if he can withstand my response. With a flourish, she raised her sleeve and launched a verbal assault. My brother lacks compassion? If it weren't for him, you would be nothing but a heap of bones. You not only failed to repay your debt of gratitude, but you also deliberately sought to disgust him. He is a normal man, yet you shamelessly attempt to sway him. When he rebuffs you, you persistently create opportunities to torment him. Had this been anyone else, you would have been beaten to a pulp by now. Look at yourself. Do you even have the right to complain? You dare to accuse my brother, who hasn't even asked for recompense. You, a mere frog wishing to feast upon swan meat. My brother saved you, and that is his misfortune.
You.
Yi Zhao coughed violently, spewing forth blood in a grand display before losing consciousness. Ji Bohan and Ji Xinghan stood in shock. Was this truly the little sister they knew? The crown prince was equally taken aback by Qinghe's fierce defense of her brother. Once the confrontation concluded, Qinghe felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. She lifted her gaze and spotted the crown prince at a distance, a tinge of unease crossing her face. Would her earlier ferocity tarnish her image in his eyes? Your Highness, now that the matter is settled, shall we return to our meal? She spoke in a soft, gentle tone, attempting to rectify her earlier outburst.
Indeed.
The crown prince replied, then turned to Jiang Chu, instructing, go directly to the government office and report that someone has intentionally committed an assault. Understood. Ji Xinghan chimed in. Eldest brother, second brother, shall we go together? The crown prince called for others to accompany them, and Qinghe glanced at Ji Bohan before agreeing. Let us go together. As they settled down, Qinghe spoke again. You both seem unperturbed by Yi Zhao's cross-dressing. Did you know about it all along?
Yes.
Ji Bohan and Ji Xinghan exchanged knowing glances before hastily affirming.
I stumbled upon it by chance.
How did you know, second brother?
Yixinghan pressed.
Feeling the weight of the moment. I heard it from eldest brother, Ji Xinghan replied, his voice faltering. Is that so? Qinghe pondered, her curiosity piqued. When had her eldest and second brother grown so close that they shared secrets? He was her elder brother. In this era, the eldest brother was akin to a father. How could he confide in his younger siblings about such embarrassing matters? You may ask the crown prince if you doubt me, Ji Bohan interjected, redirecting the focus. The crown prince nodded, maintaining his composure. Indeed, I am also aware of this matter. All right then, Ji Qinghe mused, realizing that her seemingly foolish elder brother had not been duped after all. It appeared they had all caught on. Following Yi Zhao's outburst, the news of the chancellor's heir being pursued by a man spread like wildfire, with rumors overwhelmingly suggesting that Ji Bohan had saved an ungrateful wretch. In another compartment of the gathering fragrance pavilion, a man observed the ruckus outside with a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. "Find out who that woman is," he commanded.
Yes.
As the shadow departed, the man remained seated, toying with his wine glass. He had not anticipated this trip to the Summer Liang kingdom would lead him to such an interesting woman. A thought crossed his mind, and a sly smile crept across his lips. Such beauty, such a distinct and captivating personality. If only he could confine her, the experience would surely be delightful.
Achoo.
Ji Qinghe sneezed loudly, prompting the crown prince to express concern. "Have you caught a chill? I shall summon the imperial physician to attend to you." "It's nothing. I suspect someone is cursing me from afar." Ji Qinghe waved dismissively, unperturbed. "If I have offended anyone, it must be Yi Zhao, who has driven himself to the brink of bloodshed." Ji Xinghan felt a twinge of discomfort as he observed the crown prince's concern for his little sister, but he gradually accepted it. After lunch, the crown prince intended to take Ji Qinghe for a boat ride, but was called away by someone from the palace. Ji Bohan departed alongside him. "Little sister, eldest brother, and the crown prince have matters to attend to. I shall accompany you," Ji Xinghan offered as a consolation. "Second brother, you may go about your business. I wish to stroll with Qingyan," Ji Qinghe explained. Shopping was a beloved pastime for women, and having been confined for so long, she yearned to liberate her spirit. "Shopping? Then I shall accompany you," Ji Xinghan replied. "We are headed to the rouge shop and the jewelry pavilion. Are you certain you wish to go?" Ji Xinghan hesitated, aware that those were indeed places frequented by women, and as a man, it would be rather uncomfortable for him. "Second brother, with Qing Yan and Guing by my side, you need not worry about me. I have yet to truly explore the market," Ji Qinghe reassured him.
Today.
"I simply wish to wander alone." "Very well," Ji Xinghan conceded, considering that his little sister had not ventured out much. "Take this money. If it proves insufficient, simply charge it to our Ji residence. When the time comes, the servants from the shop can come to our house to collect the funds." Ji Qinghe accepted the silver notes and glanced at them briefly.
Wow.
"It must amount to around 2,000 taels. How could my second brother possess such wealth?" "Second brother, where did you acquire this fortune?" "Well, I recently opened a bookstore, and it has yielded some modest profits." "A bookstore? Do you know what the best-selling item is?" Ji Qinghe's eyes sparkled. She had not realized that her second brother had a knack for business. She had always thought he was idle, wandering aimlessly outside. Little did she know he had quietly established a bookstore and made a profit. "Ahem, it's just some storybooks." Ji Xinghan suddenly found it difficult to meet his younger sister's gaze. The bookstore's success stemmed from his ability to frequently hear her innermost thoughts, which inspired him and made his writing flow effortlessly. Initially, he approached it with a trial-and-error mindset. Who would have thought that after penning one book, it would receive widespread acclaim? The bookstore owner relentlessly urged him to continue writing. After some contemplation, he decided to venture out on his own. Their father was a chancellor. His sister held a position in the court, and his elder brother was the crown prince's tutor. The Ji family could not afford to have another member enter the bureaucracy, so he chose a path more suited to himself. "You are quite impressive, second brother," Ji Qinghe praised. "I shall go shopping now." "Yes, off you go." Ji Qinghe and Qing Yan headed straight to the largest jewelry shop in the capital, Jinbao Pavilion. Upon entering, Ji Qinghe was captivated by the array of jewelry displayed at the counter, some pieces simple and unadorned, while others were breathtakingly extravagant. If only she could buy. Alas, her daily duties required her to wear official robes, leaving her only to admire the pieces from afar. "I will take this one." "On what grounds?" "I saw it first." "But have you paid for it?" Guoxiang, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, said as she pulled out 2 silver notes, carelessly placing them on the table. "Shopkeeper, I want this one. Is 200 taels sufficient?" "That will suffice." The shopkeeper, aware of her identity, bowed and fawned over her. "I will offer 300 taels. 400 taels. 500 taels. 800 taels. Guoxiang raised her bid by 300 taels, defiantly gazing at Murong Yunduo. Murong Yunduo gritted her teeth, rendered speechless. 500 taels was already her limit. "Teach Murong Yunduo, you can't even muster 800 taels, and you dare to come here?" Guoxiang scoffed, her nose in the air, a look of disdain plastered across her face. "Such a beautiful item. Do you think you are worthy of it? You are just as ugly as that Ji Qinghe." Ji Qinghe, who had been quietly observing, was taken aback. What does this have to do with me? Guoxiang, do you think you are so beautiful? I would say you are not even close to Ji Qinghe's little finger. Murong Yunduo was infuriated. Was this not just mutual harm? Come on, who is afraid? No wonder the crown prince chose Ji Qinghe. With your looks, you are unworthy to carry her shoes. Murong Yunduo, I shall tear your mouth apart. Guoxiang, as if stepping on a tail, exploded in fury. Do you think you are so noble? Even if the empress is your aunt, the position of crown princess still went to that ugly creature. The two had always been at odds, as they both harbored affections for the crown prince. Whenever they met, it was a clash of egos. Murong Yunduo relied on her status as the crown prince's cousin, hoping to gain favor first. In contrast, Guoxiang, the capital's foremost talented woman, was wholly devoted to the crown prince. Their mutual disdain was palpable, each refusing to acknowledge the other. Ji Qinghe stood a short distance away, listening to Guoxiang hurl insults. Enough was enough. You are so eager to demean others based on appearance. Is that all you have in your life besides your sharp tongue? I thought you might be somewhat attractive. But you are nothing special. Even makeup can't save your flat face. You might as well change it entirely. With a visage as distorted as yours. Even your breath must be foul. Ji Qinghe said, covering her mouth. It truly stinks. Jingyan, let us change shops lest we be suffocated. Guoxiang was taken aback, staring at the unexpected assailant, her face flushed with fury. Are you insane? Do I know you? Not everyone is worth my acquaintance. Ji Qinghe felt a surge of satisfaction and turned to leave. Murong Yunduo gazed at Ji Qinghe with admiration. Although she despised Ji Qinghe for taking her place as crown princess, she could not overlook the satisfaction of seeing Guoxiang so thoroughly humiliated. As Ji Qinghe began to walk away, Murong Yunduo hurried after her. Ji Qinghe, wait for me. Guoxiang froze, her pupils dilating. That person was her rival. Chapter 33. Returning home. Guoxiang realized who had just insulted her and hastily chased after Ji Qinghe. You are Ji Qinghe. Ji Qinghe furrowed her brow. What madness was this person about to unleash? Why did you not attend the invitation I sent you? Guoxiang's gaze scrutinized Ji Qinghe's face, jealousy flickering in her eyes. Having not observed closely earlier, she now noted that Ji Qinghe's complexion was flawless, fair and delicate, even without makeup. This girl possessed a face that could bring nations to ruin. How she wished to mar it. If only it would deter the crown prince's affections. Who are you? Ji Qinghe genuinely did not recognize the person before her, only sensing the animosity directed at her. Guoxiang had called her an ugly creature, yet it was her family that was truly grotesque. You. Guoxiang believed Ji Qinghe was mocking her, pointing a finger in indignation, her face flushed with rage. I dislike being pointed at. Ji Qinghe's expression turned cold, her demeanor unyielding. What of it? You think you can intimidate me? Jealousy clouded Guoxiang's judgment. Previously, they had assumed Ji Qinghe's absence from public life was due to her being an ugly creature. But now, witnessing her true beauty, jealousy surged. It could only be said that Ji Qinghe was far too stunning. Guoxiang was aware of her own looks, which is why she had relied on her talents to prevail. After hearing that Ji Qinghe was to become the crown princess, she had plotted to use her talents and beauty to humiliate her. Regrettably, Ji Qinghe did not engage, leaving her with no opportunity to retaliate. Realizing that the reality was not as they had envisioned, the disparity in emotions was overwhelming. Consumed by jealousy, Guoxiang no longer cared about Ji Qinghe's identity, approaching her with an arrogant air, utterly unafraid. Lonely shadow. As Ji Qinghe spoke, a figure materialized. Immediately, a shriek echoed through the air. Guoxiang's finger was snapped. Tears streamed down her face as she glared at Ji Qinghe, instinctively extending her left hand.
Qinghe? What?
You don't want this hand either? A single phrase sent Guoxiang retracting her hand in fright. Ji Qinghe was terrifying. She had threatened to break her hand, and had done so. My father is the Minister of Revenue. Huh. My father is the Chancellor, Ji Qinghe replied, unimpressed. Competing on the basis of lineage? Very well. Aside from the princes and princesses, who could rival her? You have some nerve. Just wait. Guoxiang, realizing Ji Qinghe's status, swallowed her humiliation for the moment and fled, primarily due to the pain in her hand. Ji Qinghe, I didn't expect you to be this formidable. Murong Yunduo exclaimed in admiration. She had always found herself at a disadvantage against Guoxiang. Yet with Ji Qinghe's intervention, Guoxiang fled in disgrace. It was utterly refreshing. Just basic skills. Ji Qinghe replied nonchalantly. She did not seek trouble, but neither would she shy away from it. The commotion caused by Guxiang prompted Qinghe to seek refuge elsewhere. Murong Yunduo trailed behind her like a devoted shadow, following her wherever she went. Upon reaching the entrance of her home, as Qinghe halted, Murong Yunduo attempted to step inside, prompting Qinghe to interject. "This is my house." "I am aware," she replied. "I have never visited the Ji residence before." "May I not come to pay a visit?" Murong Yunduo added, waving the items in her hand. "Look, I have even prepared a gift." "As you wish," Qinghe acquiesced, making her way into the courtyard. Feeling fatigued from a day of shopping, all she desired was to lie down. "Qinghe, you're back. Are you tired?"
Duxu émerged.
Her concern evident. Noticing the unfamiliar young woman beside her, she inquired further, "And who might this young lady be?" "Good day, madam. I am Murong Yunduo." A close friend of Qinghe, she introduced herself, exuding an air of familiarity as she presented her offerings. "These are pastries I specifically purchased. I was unsure of your preferences, so I brought a variety." "Murong, you are exceedingly gracious. Please come in and enjoy some tea," Du Shui welcomed her. Pondering the implications of the Murong surname, which in the capital was predominantly associated with the royal family. Could this young lady be connected to the empress? "Mother, I have been out all day, and am quite exhausted. I will retire to my room now," Qinghe declared, feeling disinclined to engage with Murong Yunduo, who seemed to have undergone a peculiar transformation since their last encounter, where hostility had marked their interaction.
"Oh," Duxu paused, taken aback.
Her daughter had rarely ventured out and had few friends. The appearance of a companion brought her unexpected joy. "Qinghe, will you not spend some time with your friend?" "Madam, there is no need for Qinghe to entertain me. She must be tired after such an extensive outing. Let her rest," Murong Yunduo replied with apparent understanding. "I apologize for intruding uninvited and causing you trouble." "Very well, then," Du Shui conceded, leading Murong Yunduo into the main hall while Qinghe retreated to her own quarters. When she awoke later, the night had fallen. Upon venturing to the main hall, she was astonished to find Murong Yunduo still present. "You aren't planning to stay for dinner, are you?" "Indeed, Aunt Shui mentioned she would prepare my favorite dish, braised lion's head," came the cheerful response. Qinghe, taken aback, realized the audacity some individuals possessed. "Qinghe, I must apologize for my previous behavior. I was in the wrong," Murong Yunduo said, leaning closer with an earnest expression. "You are the most fitting match for Prince Tai. I was terribly immature before, but from now on, let us be good friends, shall we?" Qinghe was left speechless, perplexed by her sudden change in demeanor. "Is it possible you've suffered some sort of shock?" She mused aloud, placing a hand on Murong Yunduo's forehead. "I recall our relationship was not so amicable. It wasn't before, but it shall be now. I promise to protect you like a dear sister." Qinghe felt her brow twitch in confusion. Something was undeniably amiss. "Little sister, you are awake. Here are the storybooks you requested. I brought you several." Qinghe entered, his face alight with excitement. "Thank you, second brother." Qinghe accepted the books, eager to peruse the popular tales of this era. Having read numerous novels in her past life, she contemplated the possibility of finding a side hustle to bolster her finances. While lying idle, she yearned only for indulgence. During her efforts, she aspired to outpace everyone. Turning her gaze, she noticed Murong Yunduo blushing and then glanced at her brother. "No way, has Murong Yunduo developed feelings for second brother? I thought of you as a friend, and yet you wish to become my sister-in-law?"
She teased.
"But you fancied the prince, did you not? That was merely youthful folly. I have now seen the error of my ways," Murong Yunduo hastily clarified, wishing to dispel any misunderstandings before Qinghe. The following day, as morning court approached, Qinghe, having stayed up late reading, was utterly unresponsive. As Guing lifted her into the carriage, her gentle snores could be heard. "It is what it is. My daughter has been like this for some time now. I have grown accustomed to it," Qinghe mused. Observing the ministers making their way to the grand hall, Qinghe remained ensconced in her dreams. Despite his repeated calls, she offered no response. "There will be delicious roast goose and braised pork trotters. Where are they?" Suddenly, Qinghe sprang upright, her eyes wide with confusion. In a dream, Qinghe chuckled, exasperated that only the mention of food had roused her. "Hurry and prepare. We must head to court." Oh, she realized she had been tricked, stretching her clothes before descending from the carriage. Another day of dreading morning court. If only the time were pushed back to 9 o'clock, perhaps she could accept it. Just as she took her place, the emperor arrived. The assembly knelt in reverence. Remarkably, since the introduction of Qinghe's innovative kneeling technique, they no longer feared the act. which had liberated their knees. Your Majesty, I wish to report on the actions of young Lady Ji, the Minister of Revenue, Qinghe proclaimed. She has acted with cruelty, brazenly breaking a young girl's finger in public. Such ruthlessness deserves severe punishment. Is this true, young Lady Ji? The Emperor inquired, turning to Qinghe. Indeed, Your Majesty. It is true. However, the circumstances were as follows. Qinghe recounted the events with transparency, leaving nothing concealed. Qinghe felt a pang of guilt upon learning that Guxiang had failed to inform him of her quarrel with Murong Yunduo. Little did he realize that Gua had been so extravagant as to offer 800 taels without hesitation. Qinghe's expression darkened as he realized he had been kept in the dark. Had his daughter been insulted? His protective instincts flared. I have heard your daughter is the finest talent in the capital, well-educated and composed. Yet she resorts to such language. If all talented women behaved as she does, the capital would surely descend into chaos. Qinghe, feeling cornered, struggled to maintain his composure. My daughter is young and impulsive. Conflicts among children are to be expected. Yet young Lady Ji commands others to harm my daughter, breaking her finger, which the physician warns could result in a lifelong disability. Such a malicious heart is unfit for an official. Minister Gua's words are rather biased. Your daughter instigated the conflict. Had she not provoked Qinghe, she would not have been harmed.
Je Genksho defended, warmen je Qinghe's heart.
Minister Gua, one must not possess double standards. My account can be corroborated by the proprietor of Jinbeoj and Murong Yunduo. There were others present. A simple inquiry will clarify the truth. However, one matter puzzles me. And I seek your clarification, Minister Gua. Qinghe, in deference to the Emperor, refrained from harsh words. Might I ask what station Guxiang holds? Naturally. She is my daughter, he replied. I see. Qinghe responded with a knowing smile. After all, you are but a 9th-rank official appointed by His Majesty. And your daughter is the designated consort of the Crown Prince. Guxiang is merely the daughter of the Minister of Revenue. Yet she dares to scold me to my face. Does the Minister of Revenue hold more power than the Crown Prince, or even His Majesty himself? With a thud, Minister Qinghe knelt down, truly underestimating Qinghe. Such eloquence is no wonder his daughter fails to gain any favor from her. Your Majesty, please forgive my transgressions. I remain eternally loyal to Your Majesty and harbor no disrespect. I merely wish to seek justice for my daughter, whose finger was broken. I implore Your Majesty to understand a father's love for his child. Host, I have returned. The voice of Xiaoba suddenly resonated, leaving the Emperor and others momentarily stunned, all eyes turning towards Qinghe. They had not forgotten Xiaoba's previous declaration about a certain gluttonous figure. Everyone held their breath, eager to hear what would unfold. Hopefully, Xiaoba could recall the pit it had dug. It was time to fill that pit, dear Xiaoba. The Emperor, consumed with thoughts of Xiaoba, yearned to inquire immediately upon hearing its voice, yet he restrained himself for the sake of the greater good. Qinghe was equally exhilarated. Her days without Xiaoba had been dreadfully dull. Xiaoba, you've leveled up. You must now be the standard version, correct? Quickly tell me, what functionalities do you possess in this standard version? Host, I have now opened the system mall, allowing you to shop to your heart's content. How does one make purchases? Is there a special currency required? Qinghe, having been an avid reader of novels in her past life, had some understanding of the system mall.
No.
The host merely needs to conduct an equivalent exchange. As long as you provide something of equal value, you can obtain what you desire. Is it really that simple? How wonderful! Let me see what treasures the mall has to offer. Filled with joy, Qinghe could hardly contain herself, eager to explore the myriad of items available. The others were equally curious about the contents of the system mall. The great hall fell into a hushed silence, void of any sound. Minister Qinghe had been awaiting the Emperor's response, but was met with silence. Upon glancing up, he sensed that the atmosphere had shifted. Why was no one speaking? Stealing a glance, he noticed the Emperor's gaze fixed on Qinghe, prompting him to press on. Your Majesty, the esteemed Miss Ji shows blatant disregard for authority, allowing harm to befall others. I beseech Your Majesty to take decisive action. Qinghe's voice shattered the quietude of the hall, bringing Qinghe back to her senses as she regarded him. Oh, host, have you managed to provoke this old fool? Indeed, his daughter insulted me, calling me an ugly monster, and pointed at me. In a fit of anger, I taught her a lesson by having her finger broken. Serves her right. How dare she bully our beautiful and gracious host? Had it been me, I would have left her so battered that her parents wouldn't recognize her. The gossipy system seethed with indignation, shocked that anyone could dare treat Qinghe so poorly in its absence. After all, she was its host, and it would not permit such mistreatment. Host, do you recall what I mentioned before my upgrade? The glutton? Qinghe inquired, causing the others to perk up, their ears attuned to the unfolding revelation. It was coming, the answer was at hand. Chapter 35, The Concealed Minister of Revenue. The glutton? Indeed, host. You may never guess who that glutton truly is. Xiaoba tantalizingly withheld the answer, and Qinghe, glancing at the Minister of Revenue not far away, suddenly arrived at a startling possibility. You don't mean to say it's the Minister of Revenue, do you? Bingo. Host. You remain as astute and lovely as ever. Congratulations, you are correct. That old fool is the very parasite of the Xiaoliang kingdom. The wealth in his hands could encircle the kingdom itself. There is nothing he cannot covet. As Xiaoba spoke, the eyes of all present widened in shock, including the emperor seated upon the throne. The glutton was indeed the Minister of Revenue? How splendid! Day after day, he lamented poverty before the emperor. Yet, he possessed the greatest wealth in all the Xiaoliang kingdom. With droughts in the south and the military in need of supplies, funds were imperative. Whenever the minister claimed there was no money, he and the empress would dig into their own pockets. Now, he had become the poorest emperor in history. Infuriating, truly infuriating. Xiaoba, where could that old fool possibly store all that wealth? Qinghe inquired with curiosity, pondering how vast a space would be required to conceal such a fortune. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. The old fool's wealth is not confined to a single location. However, the silver currently in transit is being moved elsewhere. Should it be delayed, it may very well vanish. In transit?
To where?
Not only Qinghe but everyone else was intrigued, especially the emperor, who was growing increasingly anxious. These treasures could not be allowed to leave. If they did, he would be left destitute. Where else would he find such a glutton? With that wealth, many of his troubles could be alleviated. To the Innuit kingdom. A sharp intake of breath echoed throughout the hall, leaving Minister Pingyang and the others, who could not hear Qinghe's thoughts, utterly bewildered. What was transpiring? Pingyang sensed the officials around him distancing themselves, a sinking feeling settling in his chest. The emperor's demeanor towards Miss Ji was undeniably different. One might mistake her for the emperor's own child. Innuit kingdom? Qinghe gasped, recalling her recent encounter with a spy from Innuit kingdom. That individual had merely posed as a storyteller, with no access to confidential matters. However, if Minister Pingyang were indeed a spy for Innuit kingdom, he would possess far too much knowledge. This individual must not be allowed to remain. Xiaoba, could he also be a spy? Not exactly. The gossipy system replied, the funds he is transporting are intended for his other son. Another explosive revelation from Xiaoba left everyone agape. The old fool has an illegitimate son, born of a liaison with the princess of Innuit kingdom. When the princess fled an unwanted marriage, she collapsed en route to Xiaoliang kingdom. The old fool rescued her. Upon awakening, the princess, unable to articulate her origins, was kept by him due to her beauty. Before heading to the capital for the imperial examinations, under the moonlight and in drunkenness, they shared a bed. Before departing, the old fool promised to return and marry her once he had succeeded. However, days after his departure, people from Innuit kingdom came looking for her. Fearing for the safety of the old fool's family, she could only silently accompany them. When the old fool returned in triumph, ready to wed his beloved, he discovered she had vanished without a trace. Despite his relentless search, he could not find any leads, as though she had never existed. Eventually, he settled in the capital, marrying and starting a family like everyone else, living out a mundane life. Yet, 7 years ago, the old fool received a secret letter, penned by the princess of Innuit kingdom herself. The letter spanned 7 pages, detailing her longing for him over the years and the hardships she faced in Innuit kingdom, especially regarding their son, now 10 years old, who suffered abuse and disdain for being a bastard. She had resigned herself to death, hoping that upon her demise, she could bring their son to Xiaoliang kingdom, providing him with a new environment and identity to start anew. This revelation left the old fool in tears, for the princess had always been his ideal. Upon grasping the situation in Innuit kingdom, he made a daring decision. Regardless, that child is indeed a member of the royal family of the Innuit kingdom. With such bullying from those individuals towards their son, it may be more prudent to allow him to ascend the throne. Once accomplished, he would become the supreme Taishang Huang, basking in endless wealth and glory. Compared to the current position of Minister of Revenue, any sensible person would opt for the title of Taishang Huang. By heavens, that old fool's ambition is quite grand. He actually dares to aspire to become the Taishang Huang. Qinghe felt an overwhelming shock within. If that were the case, then the insatiable greed for wealth would indeed make sense. To rebel, one must possess ample funds, after all. Xiaoba, where's the treasury now? I must find a way to promptly inform His Majesty and intercept them. The wealth must remain within their Xiaoliang kingdom. It cannot flow to others. We've already exited the capital, traveling south with the merchant caravan, Xiaoba replied. The emperor immediately commanded his shadow guards to intercept the convoy. He was determined to seize that treasure. Host, this wealth is merely the tip of the iceberg. The primary concern is that the old fool has discovered a gold mine, which is already being exploited. That is the true treasure. Over the years, it has enabled his son to win over the officials and privately maintain an army. Currently, they have amassed a private force of over 30,000, Xiaoba elucidated.
A gold mine.
My heavens! The Minister of Revenue has concealed his wealth quite well. Had it not been for Xiaoba, who would have suspected Pingyang possessed such riches? Qinghe was in a state of disbelief. It was imperative to bring this old fool to justice. With this in mind, Qinghe spoke directly. Your Majesty, I have a matter to report.
Speak.
Minister Gua's daughter, with a mere gesture, spends 800 taels of silver. This indicates how wealthy they are. Even his annual salary would not suffice for such extravagance. I suspect Minister Gua of corruption. I implore your Majesty to investigate thoroughly. Qinghe's words were firm and resolute. There was no time to waste. They must capture this troublemaker. Gua Pinghai's eyes flickered with anxiety, yet he quickly regained his composure, having believed he had everything under control. How petty of you, Master Ji, to seek revenge in such a manner. If all officials acted as you do, it would surely lead to chaos. You possess no evidence to incriminate me. Do you believe His Majesty would be swayed by your mere words? I am a second-rank official. Trivial matters aside, you dare to accuse me without any proof? Especially after your prior complaint against me, your blatant targeting is sure to incite His Majesty's wrath. Just as he reveled in his perceived triumph, the Emperor's voice rang out. Bring forth an investigation. Chapter 36. Suspicions regarding His Majesty's motives in appointing Qinghe. Bring forth an investigation. Upon the Emperor's command, Gua Pinghai was taken aback. His Majesty agreed? A second-rank official, without evidence, was to be scrutinized simply based on Qinghe's word? This was a slap to his face. Your Majesty, I have a statement, Gua Pinghai protested. Since my appointment, I have been diligent and loyal, never engaging in corrupt practices. To be investigated solely based on Master Ji's word is deeply unjust. If nothing is found, my reputation will be tarnished. I assure you, I am innocent. I request that Master Ji provide evidence. Xiaoba, does the old fool possess evidence hidden away?
Je kvinges brouw voorwet.
If they could not find anything in the Gua residence, would it not all be in vain? Indeed, the old fool is quite cautious and cunning. He has concealed everything in an estate on the outskirts, purchased under the name of Jiazheng. Even if investigated, it would not lead back to him. However, even the most meticulous plans can have flaws. The merchant caravan he hired is from the capital's Wanli merchant group. During the transport of gold and silver, the old fool, feeling uneasy, personally appeared and signed his name. In the dry well of that estate, beneath the silt, lies a chest containing correspondence between him and the crown princess of Qinghe Kingdom. A mere handwriting comparison would reveal his hidden agenda. Qinghe clicked her tongue. The old fool had hidden his secrets well. However, with her presence, there was nothing to fear. At this moment, the old fool's wife is en route to that estate. Since he has harbored ambitions, their marital relations have ceased. His wife suspects infidelity and has tracked him to that estate. She intends to confront him, Xiaoba informed. Who says I have no evidence? Qinghe smirked, glancing at Gua Pinghai, her eyes gleaming with determination, causing him to flinch. Could it be that she truly possessed some evidence? Minister Gua, the estate you purchased under Jiazheng's name requires your presence every 10 days.
Yet,
it is said there are no signs of habitation there. You neither keep a mistress, nor conduct business. Aside from hiding something, I cannot fathom its purpose. Qinghe continued, disregarding Gua Pinghai's stunned expression, and turned to the Emperor. Your Majesty, I stumbled upon this matter quite by accident. Upon noticing Minister Gua's unusual demeanor, I kept a vigilant watch. The evidence lies within the estate on the outskirts. I implore your Majesty to investigate thoroughly. Commander Liu, go investigate. Understood. The commander of the Qinghe, Liu Yi, promptly departed. Qinghe's concerns were heard, and it took no effort at all to uncover all the evidence. When Liu Yi returned with the evidence, Gua Pinghai's face turned ashen, and he collapsed to the ground, rendered speechless. to the dungeons, with execution to follow in the autumn. The emperor, filled with fury, swiftly ordered Guopinghai's removal. In the Guo residence, Guoxiang anxiously awaited her father's return from court. He had promised to avenge her for the injury inflicted upon her finger. How dare they break it, even if she were the prime minister's legitimate daughter? However, as she waited, her father's absence grew more pronounced, and her unease mounted. At this hour, he would typically have returned. "Miss, trouble is brewing. The Qinghe has arrived." A maid rushed in, breathless. The Qinghe? Guoxiang's brows knitted together. Their presence was far from a good omen. "Where is my father? He hasn't returned?" Word has spread that the master has been imprisoned, facing execution in the autumn, came the grim news from outside. How can this be? Guoxiang staggered, her world spinning. How could her father possibly be imprisoned? Of course, it must be Qinghe. Guoxiang's temper flared. Yet her intellect was intact. After all, her talents were genuine. In an instant, the key to the matter dawned upon her. Her father had sought to implicate Qinghe and, in turn, had been captured. Thus, the pivotal figure was Qinghe. Realizing her identity as the crown princess, Guoxiang understood the gravity of the situation. She needed to appeal to Qinghe. Only with her father around could she retain her status as a noble daughter of the official family. Without him, she was nothing. Guoxiang hurriedly rushed outside, only to be obstructed by the Qinghe. His Majesty has decreed that the Guo residence is now under lockdown. No one may enter or exit. Please. I have urgent matters to attend to. I promise I will not flee. If you do not trust me, you may send someone to accompany me, Guoxiang urged, her mind racing with the seriousness of the situation as she forced herself to remain calm. Return at once, or do not blame us for our harshness. The Qinghe unsheathed their swords, their expressions impassive. Guoxiang, despondent, returned to the house, unable to fathom how everything had changed in the span of just half a day. Tears of regret streamed down her face. She should never have gambled on this. The incident involving the Minister of Revenue rapidly stirred unrest throughout the capital. Those who had not heard Qinghe's thoughts remained oblivious to the specifics. They only knew that during the morning court session, Master Ji had accused Guopinghai of embezzlement and bribery. Could it be that the truth had finally surfaced? Otherwise, one would not dare to directly imprison a person. Is Lord Ji acting with intention, or is it merely a coincidence? How fortuitous it is that he encounters Guopinghai in an outlying courtyard. They have served together in the court for many years. Yet not a single hint or clue has been discovered. Lord Ji has only held office for a few days, and already he has been exposed? They are all old foxes in the realm of governance. If one were to ponder a little deeper, it seems that matters are not as simple as they appear. By all accounts, Qinghe is a woman and furthermore, the current crown princess. Yet she has been appointed as a scholar, granted the privilege of attending morning court every day. To assert that there is nothing peculiar about this would be utterly impossible. Upon reflection, it appears that since Lord Ji began attending court, anyone who has had a conflict with him has ultimately been brought to light. Could it be that His Majesty is deliberately purging the court, intentionally allowing Lord Ji to take the spotlight? If that is indeed the case, then a re-evaluation of Lord Ji is in order. One must tread carefully and not provoke Lord Ji, lest the next unfortunate soul be oneself. In the imperial study, Qinghe and others remained behind as the emperor presented the gathered evidence. Lord Ji, what do you make of this evidence? Your Majesty, I believe it prudent to present this evidence to the Emperor of Qinghe. This could instigate further internal strife within their realm. Even if their emperor does not believe these claims, a seed of doubt will be sown in his mind. Father, I concur with Lord Ji's assessment. The spies from Qinghe have become increasingly rampant. Our struggles against them have left our national power nearly equal. However, since the onset of spring, the southern regions have been plagued by drought, leaving the populace in dire straits. Should Qinghe take advantage of this vulnerability, we could suffer grave losses. Thus, I propose we hand this evidence to the imperial family of Qinghe, allowing them to contend with one another, which would afford us a brief respite. The crown prince interjected. Qinghe and Xiaoyang engage in annual skirmishes to test each other. The matter concerning Guopinghai and the Grand Princess may serve as an opportune moment. Chapter 37. Trouble approaches. While the emperor and his advisors deliberated strategies in the imperial study, Qinghe reported to the secretariat for her duties. On her desk lay a steaming cup of tea and a plate of snacks. Good morning, Lord Mu, Qinghe greeted cheerfully, reaching for the treats, which were all her favorites, a testament to Lord Mu's thoughtfulness. Xiaoba, let me see the status of the system shop. During the morning court session, She had been preoccupied with outsmarting Pingyang, leaving her no time to check the system shop. Now that she finally had a moment, it was imperative to explore the offerings. Certainly, host, Xiaoba's voice chimed in, and the others recognized that Xiaoba had returned. This time, there was even a system shop. Their curiosity piqued about what might be contained within. Soon, a panel appeared before Qinghe, showcasing the system shop, replete with a myriad of categories: military supplies, daily necessities, and various other classifications. Recently, the southern regions have faced severe calamities, resulting in a surge of refugees flocking to the capital. Although we have received considerable funds from Pingyang, food remains scarce. There is a substantial stock of rice and flour available. I can procure a significant amount. However, we must devise a method to safeguard this, or I will struggle to explain its origins. The host can conceal the rice and flour in a cave, claiming it was discovered during a treasure hunt, Xiaoba suggested. Qinghe dismissed the idea. No, that would mean I am depleting my own resources. His Majesty has received ample illicit funds from Pingyang. Purchasing some food should suffice. I see your point. After all, the items in the system shop are not simply bestowed upon you without cause. In the adjacent room, Zheng Buhui overheard the exchange. Pondering deeply, the southern drought had triggered turmoil within the court. As Lord Ji noted, even with considerable wealth, food supplies were critically low. Current grain prices had skyrocketed. Even with governmental intervention, prices could not be suppressed significantly. After work, I shall inquire about my father's insights. With his multitude of ideas, he may devise a solution. Qinghe did not dwell on her decision for long. Spotting Mu Lingfeng engrossed in grinding, an epiphany struck her. She accessed the system shop interface, navigating to the book section. I found it. Indeed, there is essential techniques for the people. However, the book appears exceedingly new. How can I extract it without raising Mu Lingfeng's suspicions? Qinghe frowned at the still-packaged book. If she were to reveal it directly, others would certainly question her. The host could claim it was procured by your third brother, who often travels far and wide. Just say it was he who assisted in its acquisition, Xiaoba proposed. Qinghe's eyes sparkled at the suggestion, albeit a touch risky. As long as she refrained from verbalizing it, she would be fine. Days of reciting the book's content had left her throat parched. To liberate herself from the monotony, Qinghe casually removed her jade pendant, seeking its value in the system, which, fortuitously, equated precisely to the exchange of essential techniques for the people. It worked. Qinghe beamed at the book within arm's reach. Turning to Mu Lingfeng, she said, Lord Mu, I believe I overindulged at breakfast. I'll return shortly. Very well, Mu Lingfeng replied, striving to maintain a composed demeanor while his excitement bubbled beneath the surface. He was on the verge of witnessing the book from the system shop, Essential Techniques for the People. Should such a book be procured, it would undoubtedly free his hands in the future. Qinghe stepped outside, seeking a secluded spot to unveil the book. Tearing off the packaging to reveal a faint scent of ink wafting from it, she decided to take it inside without further ado. Just as she emerged, she encountered an unfamiliar official. Lord Ji, I have a matter I wish to discuss, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate. Then, do not speak. Qinghe interjected without hesitation. Typically, those who preface their words in such a manner had nothing of worth to share. Jia Su, the record keeper, momentarily stuttered, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. Lord Ji, in your capacity as a scholar, you ought to perform your duties diligently. Do you find it suitable to delegate your responsibilities to another colleague? Oh, I see now. Qinghe feigned enlightenment. You are envious of me. I am not. I merely speak the truth, Jia Su quickly retorted. Colleagues should assist one another. Is it not a display of arrogance to impose upon your peers solely based on your status?
Lord Ji, Muling fem gemerid, spoten jak su confronting Qinghe.
His brow furrowed. What is the matter? He is defending you, claiming that as fellow scholars I leverage my status to make you handle all the work. Qinghe replied casually, for she too exerted effort. Every day, she had to articulate so many words. Had she not been industrious? Jia Su, cease your baseless accusations. Lord Ji is working tirelessly, contemplating ancient texts daily. I am but a mere assistant. How can I compare to Lord Ji's struggles?
Mu Lingfeng hastily clarified.
Inwardly cursing Jia Su for stirring trouble. Mu Lingfeng, you truly lack discernment.
Jia Su lim, for latbert.
He had endeavored to defend him, yet he remained so timid. Perhaps you should mind your own affairs, Mu Lingfeng retorted, fully aware of whom to align himself with. Observing Jia Su's demeanor, it was clear he was oblivious to Lord Ji's true sentiments. Those who typically cannot hear the whispers of their own hearts are seldom virtuous. Indeed, in the next moment, Ji Qinghe's thoughts resounded. Xiao Ba, why is this person so detestable? Quickly, show me what scandals he has. Certainly, host. The gossip system began to divulge. Jia Su is indeed no good person. As the saying goes, one should not covet a friend's wife. Yet he revels in such depravity. His greatest pastime is collecting the intimate garments of women, particularly those of his friends' wives. In his bedroom, he maintains a secret chamber filled with his amassed treasures, including women's petticoats, undergarments, and handkerchiefs. Each day upon returning home, his first act is to visit this chamber, inhaling the scents while indulging in lewd fantasies, subsequently releasing his pent-up desires. Goodness, how perverse. Ji Qinghe shuddered, a chill running down her spine. Mu Lingfeng also felt disgusted, casting a glance at Jia Su, who exhibited no reaction. It was confirmed. This fellow was truly a vile character. Chapter 38. Energy Shield? A lay win. Ji Qinghe and Mu Lingfeng proceeded into the house, completely disregarding Jia Su, who stood there. Host, Jia Su harbors a particular obsession for his sister-in-law. Whenever his elder brother and sister-in-law engage in their nightly intimacies, he positions himself in the corner, listening intently. Following his brother's untimely demise, he could no longer restrain his wicked desires. However, as their parents remain, he has been careful not to act too brazenly. Therefore, he devised a scheme. While his sister-in-law visited the temple to pray, he hired someone to masquerade as a robber and abduct her. In reality, she is confined in a secret location, chained with a heavy iron chain, receiving but a single meal each day. Poor sister-in-law, trapped in the cellar, has lost her sanity. Jia Su continually fantasizes about the day she will willingly submit to him, using the garments of other married women to fuel his imagination.
Qinghe exclaimed.
Where's the knife? I truly wish to slay him. Her indignation was palpable. Was this behavior conceivable for any sane person? Xiao Ba, where is she locked away? I must rescue her, Ji Qinghe declared. And while I'm at it, I shall visit the Dali Temple to seek out Lord Zhuang and submit an anonymous report for him to investigate. In a dilapidated courtyard to the east of the city, a crooked tree stands at the entrance, and in the center of the yard lies a large haystack, beneath which is the entrance to the cellar where your sister-in-law is imprisoned. Host, if you intend to send someone, do so swiftly. She has already resigned herself to death. Contemplating how to end her own life, Ji Qinghe immediately turned on her heel. Lord Mu, I still have a bit of stomach pain. I shall return shortly. Without giving Mu Lingfeng a moment to respond, she hurried out the door, summoning Gulong to relay her instructions before he departed. She had to personally visit Zhuang Yuanhang at the Dali Temple again. Just as before, Ji Qinghe feigned a chance encounter with Zhuang Yuanhang, discreetly slipping him a note before dashing away. Phew, Xiao Ba, this truly is an inhumane act. Had I run any slower, I might have been caught and questioned. The host may apply for an additional shadow guard. After all, as a delicate woman, you require protection in the outside world. Xiao Ba suggested. However, I have upgraded. The host now possesses an energy shield. Should danger arise, this shield can withstand 100 attacks. What? That's incredible. Can it resist any form of attack for that duration? Indeed, it can withstand 100 attacks, impervious to blades and bullets. However, once those 100 instances are surpassed, it will no longer be effective. The gossip system elucidated, revealing that this was a unique reward bestowed by the main system, unavailable to other systems. Truly, he was the favored offspring of the main system. As the distance grew, Zhuang Yuanhang glanced down at the note in his hand and promptly made arrangements. Once again, it was a day when Ji Qinghe had delivered him performance metrics. It seemed prudent to linger near the entrance to avoid being overlooked by Ji Qinghe in the future. Ji Qinghe returned home in high spirits. For her benefits multiplied with Xiao Ba's upgrade. Not only did she gain access to the system mall, but she also acquired the energy shield. The mere thought of the shield made her feel like an indomitable warrior, invincible against all. Lord Mu, have you finished your tasks? Mu Lingfeng finally welcomed her back, grinning widely. Lord Mu, you have a piece of vegetable stuck in your teeth. Upon Ji Qinghe's remark, Mu Lingfeng's smile faltered, and he quickly pursed his lips. Goodness. He had just suffered a social faux pas in front of Ji Qinghe. How embarrassing. He hurried to the side to clean his teeth and rinse his mouth several times before slowly returning. Seeing Ji Qinghe seated there, his face flushed with embarrassment. He lowered his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. I am ready. Let us continue with the essential techniques for the common people. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention. I have found new materials for the essential techniques for the common people. My third brother sourced them from overseas, and they were brought back a few days ago. I glanced at them, and the content is flawless. Lord Mu, we need not supplement them further. As Ji Qinghe spoke, she produced the texts obtained from the system and handed them over. I'm so nervous, Xiaoba. Will Mu Lingfeng be discovered? He should not be. As you mentioned, these texts were procured by your third brother from overseas, and they cannot verify it there. Besides, the logic is on our side. We can assert whatever we like. Right, as long as we are not guilty, even if they harbor suspicions, they will find no evidence. Ji Qinghe felt reassured. For confidence was the key. Mu Lingfeng opened the book and examined it. The neat, square characters bore no markings, appearing orderly and pristine. Whose handwriting was this? So beautifully crafted? It was splendid. With this book, we need not supplement further. The knowledge within regarding sewing and production can be entrusted to the Ministry of Agriculture for research and promotion. You are correct. Does this mean we can consider our work complete? Ji Qinghe nodded, her thoughts drifting to the rewards awaiting her. Her anticipation mounting, as if she could already see the silver coins beckoning her. Lord Mu, let us go find Lord Zheng to report our findings. Oh, indeed. Mu Lingfeng replied, elated. The sooner they reported, the sooner the common people would benefit. In his excitement, Mu Lingfeng, without even knocking, pushed the door open. Zheng Buhui, caught mid-snack, jumped in surprise and hastily concealed his food. Ah, so this is the kind of secretary you are. Ji Qinghe quipped, her gaze teasing as she regarded him. A suspicious flush crept across his aged face. How careless of him. Ahem, what brings you here? Lord Zheng. We have completed the essential techniques for the common people. Mu Lingfeng handed over the book, explaining, this was brought over by Ji Qinghe's third brother from overseas. Please take a look. He then lowered his head, biting his lip to stifle a laugh. Upon hearing Ji Qinghe's thoughts, Zheng Buhui quickly opened the book. His eyes lit up at the sight of the exquisite handwriting. Impressive. Very well, we will keep this book here. You may leave now. Qinghe? What about the promised reward? Not a single word was mentioned. Surely this is not merely a mirage? It simply cannot be so, after all. She has worked diligently for several days. Lord Zheng, have you perhaps forgotten something? Ji Qinghe took the initiative to speak, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm and her fingers fidgeting. Her intentions unmistakably clear. Chapter 39. Is resigning an option? What? Zheng Buhui, taken aback, momentarily failed to recall. Ji Qinghe's mood soured significantly. Little 8. Do you think Lord Zheng is purposely feigning ignorance? The Qiming Yaoshu has already been completed. Why has he not mentioned any rewards? Does he wish for me to toil away for nothing? He might have simply forgotten. After all, with age comes forgetfulness. Host, you could just remind him. Indeed. Transparency is key. Let us see how he responds. If he merely offers empty promises regarding future rewards for completing ancient texts, I shall resolutely decline. Upon hearing this, Zheng Buhui quickly grasped the situation. So, it was a reward that was sought after. How could he not provide it? My dear Ji, you have indeed toiled hard. If His Majesty were to learn of this, he would surely be delighted. I shall promptly speak with the Emperor and rest assured. I will also bring back the reward of 1,000 taels of silver. Ji Qinghe felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. This was the way it should be. To have a horse run, one must first feed it grass. Zheng Buhui hastily departed, and Ji Qinghe muttered to herself. Little 8. Should we remind Lord Zheng that he has crumbs of pastry at the corner of his mouth? That would not bode well for a meeting with the Emperor, would it? Might as well give him a nudge, lest we incite the Emperor's ire and risk your reward. Upon hearing this, Ji Qinghe hurriedly called out to Zheng Buhui. Lord Zheng, might you take a moment to tidy yourself? It would be rather unbecoming to present yourself before the throne in disarray. Thank you for the reminder. My dear Ji, Zheng Buhui replied with a stiff smile, casting an annoyed glare at Mu Lingfeng. No wonder that lad had been acting strangely earlier. It was utterly embarrassing. In no time, a messenger from the palace arrived to summon Ji Qinghe. In the imperial study, I pay my respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Ah! Spare me the formalities, the emperor chuckled, genuinely delighted. Ji Qinghe was truly a treasure. With her presence, the corrupt elements within the court would be eradicated one by one, accompanied by a continuous stream of surprises. He was fortunate to have uncovered Ji Qinghe's secret and designated her as his future daughter-in-law. The throne of the Shao family would be further solidified. Qinghe, the completion of the ancient texts is all thanks to your efforts. I previously declared that anyone who completes such a task would be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver. The emperor was forthright, and Ji Qinghe was quite pleased with his demeanor. Given your swift resolution of this pressing issue, I grant you a wish. What further reward do you seek? Ji Qinghe was momentarily taken aback. Could the emperor truly be so generous? Little 8. Our emperor is surprisingly understanding. I never anticipated there would be additional rewards. How magnanimous. Indeed, our emperor is commendable, yet he lacks the discernment to see through the schemes of treacherous officials. The emperor, who had been enjoying a moment of joy, was now reminded of his shortcomings. Indeed, in my ignorance, I was unaware until now. Had the emperor been a tad more astute, he might have noticed the spies from the Qinghe kingdom infiltrating the capital without detection. Furthermore, without unearthing Pingyang's schemes, vast treasures might have already been funneled to Qinghe. Qinghe couldn't help but voice her critiques. Little 8. What do you think I should request from the emperor as my reward? With the topic finally broached, the emperor secretly sighed in relief. If Qinghe continued to vent her frustrations, he would be left utterly embarrassed. Didn't you express a desire to resign? Why not take that route? Excellent suggestion. Qinghe wholeheartedly agreed, raising her head and declaring, Your Majesty, may I request any reward I desire? Of course. Qinghe beamed with sincerity. And just as she was about to express her wish, she heard the emperor inhale sharply. Not so fast. Zheng Buhui stood by, witnessing Qinghe perform a remarkable disappearing act with her smile. How naive she was. The emperor would never acquiesce to such a request. Within reason. I can grant your requests, the emperor stated. Qinghe remained unfazed. My dear Ji, do not let this opportunity slip by. Think carefully. Zheng Buhui, picking up on the emperor's hint, swiftly interjected. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Zheng. Qinghe replied softly. After some contemplation, she continued, Your Majesty, I have made my decision. I humbly request that the dining arrangements for our secretariat be improved. The daily fare consists of bland communal dishes, lacking flavor. Our work is mentally taxing, and we must ensure our nutrition is adequate. At the very least, there should be 3 dishes and a soup daily, preferably varied, with meat at every meal. Qinghe's dreams of a grand reward were dashed as she resolved to take a firm stance against the emperor. She harbored grievances, though she refrained from voicing them. Zheng Buhui silently raised a thumb in admiration. Indeed, Qinghe was remarkable, boldly making such a request. Who else would dare to be so audacious? What moved him even more was that Qinghe, who could have asked for personal rewards, instead chose to advocate for the benefit of the secretariat. Such selflessness was profoundly touching. Oh, how he would ensure to treat this remarkable Qinghe well in the future. If I am not resigning, I shall strive to secure the greatest benefits for myself. The food in the secretariat is far too dreadful. It's driving me to the brink of despair. In the grand scheme of things, good food reigns supreme. Why is the emperor silent? Could it be he is reconsidering? Is my request too lofty? Qinghe pondered once more. Indeed, the meals in the secretariat were notoriously unpalatable. During this period, she had been subsisting on food sent by her family. Yet, she could not trouble them daily. It was unreasonable for her to settle for such subpar fare. Granted. From this day forth, I shall assign a royal chef specifically to the secretariat. The emperor acquiesced without hesitation. Such trivial matters were well within his purview. As long as the topic of resignation was off the table, all was negotiable. Thank you, Your Majesty. Qinghe was elated as she returned to the secretariat with 1,000 taels of silver in hand, accompanied by Lord Zheng. Following them was a royal chef. The chef, however, was not pleased. After all, he had worked hard to attain his position, cooking for the nobles of the palace. If he performed well, he could expect occasional rewards. Yet the most significant aspect was the sense of honor that came with the role. Now, being reassigned to the secretariat felt like all his efforts had been in vain. As he departed, others laughed at his predicament, further dampening his spirits. Little 8. Why does the chef wear such a long face? It's as if someone owes him money. Perhaps it's due to his reassignment. After all, he was a royal chef, cooking for the palace's elite. A sudden transfer must feel quite jarring. Chef Zhang Xiaowan was taken aback, having overheard Qinghe's thoughts, and looked toward her, only to find she remained silent. Just as he was about to speak, Zheng Buhui tugged at his sleeve. Chef Zhang, we appreciate your efforts. Chapter 40. Improving the dining experience, astonishing everyone. As the three approached the door, they fortuitously encountered the Deputy Minister of Justice, Zhuang Yuanheng, escorting Jia Su away. Lord Zheng, what is happening here? Zheng Buhui inquired with a feigned expression of confusion. I have uncovered an involvement of the historian Jia Su in a case that necessitates bringing him in for questioning. Zhuang Yuanheng replied, adhering to the formalities.
Wow.
Little 8, I would assert that aside from my father, Zhuang is the most just official I have encountered. With just a piece of paper, he diligently investigates, leaving no stone unturned. He must be the second Bao Qingtian. a stern and impartial adjudicator, resolving cases by day and by night.
Bao King Tian? Who is that?
Why have they never heard of him? Indeed, in my past life, I adored watching the detective dramas featuring Bao Qingtian. Beneath the guillotine, no souls are wronged. I hope Lord Zhuang can also become a person like that in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yuanhang and the others trembled, astonished by the incredulity reflected in each other's eyes. Past life? Lord Ji still remembers events from a previous existence? How remarkable! As they grew up, many childhood memories had faded into obscurity, let alone memories from a past life. No wonder Lord Ji possesses such vast knowledge. It turns out she is someone with recollections from a previous life. One wonders what kind of life she led back then. A television drama? What could that possibly entail? The royal chef, Zhang Xiaowan, was taken aback, scrutinizing Ji Qinghe intently. His initial reluctance gradually dissipated, replaced by a spark of interest. Perhaps being assigned to the secretariat was not such a bad fate after all. Zhuang Yuanhang led his companions away, while Zheng Buhui guided Zhang Xiaowan along the way. Lord Zheng, the heartfelt words of Lord Ji. With Ji Qinghe absent, Zhang Xiaowan could no longer restrain his curiosity and posed the question that lingered in his mind.
Well,
since you can hear it, it indicates that it is not a matter of ill fortune. However, I must implore Chef Zhang to keep this matter confidential. Our sovereign highly values Lord Ji. Should you utter anything inappropriate, the repercussions would be beyond your capacity to bear. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Lord Zheng. Zhang Xiaowan replied, comprehending that this was a cautionary note from Zheng Buhui. Just so. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to approach me directly. I trust you will take care of the meals at the secretariat. You are too kind. Chef Zhang quickly immersed himself in the culinary preparations. While the previous chef assisted him, observing his fluid movements, they finally understood the true meaning of disparity. Ji Qinghe sought out Mu Lingfeng, extracting 100 taels from the silver notes. Lord Mu, the reward bestowed by the sovereign has arrived. In total, there are 1,000 taels. And this 100 taels is your remuneration for the days you have penned on my behalf. Without you, I wouldn't know when I could finish. Lord Ji, I truly haven't been of much assistance. Your help has been invaluable. Accept it, please. Otherwise, I might hesitate to seek your aid in similar matters in the future. Ji Qinghe insisted, pressing the silver notes into Mu Lingfeng's hand, her expression grave. Do not decline. I feel I owe you even more. The pastries on my desk every day are also prepared by you. If we calculate it this way, I would owe you even greater sums. No need. I shall accept the money as it is. As the two engaged in their polite exchange, Zheng Buhui returned and, upon overhearing their conversation, a glimmer of inspiration flickered in his eyes. Now that Lord Ji had access to the system's marketplace, could it be possible to procure other incomplete ancient texts as well? He recalled that many such texts existed. For today, let it be, allow Lord Ji to rest well. Tomorrow, he would assign her tasks to avoid provoking her into quitting altogether. Ji Qinghe remained oblivious to Zheng Buhui's intentions regarding her acquisition of books from the system's marketplace. Having completed her tasks, she found herself with a moment of leisure. Bored, she began to browse the system marketplace. Naturally, her favorite section was the culinary offerings. Is there even KFC? Good heavens, this marketplace is incredible. I absolutely adore their fried chicken.
Xiao Ba.
Your system marketplace spans across time far too extensively. Host, the system marketplace transcends temporal and spatial dimensions. Its contents are limited only by your imagination. Furthermore, items such as food are freshly prepared, boasting unparalleled taste and texture. How utterly splendid! Ji Qinghe exclaimed with delight, purchasing a serving of fried chicken and a cup of iced cola without hesitation.
Ah, délicieux.
At last, I've savored the fried chicken I've longed for, paired with iced cola. It is simply heavenly. Ji Qinghe felt a sense of fulfillment in her life, while Zheng Buhui and the others were filled with curiosity. What kind of food could elicit such admiration from Lord Ji? They too yearned to taste it. Soon lunchtime arrived. When everyone beheld the exquisite trio of dishes accompanied by a soup, particularly 2 meat dishes, they were left utterly astounded. What on earth is happening? Has our dining quality suddenly improved? Such unusual circumstances must surely indicate something amiss. The group hesitated to pick up their chopsticks until Zheng Buhui approached, prompting them to inquire. Lord Zheng, today's trio of dishes and soup. I neglected to inform everyone that this is a benefit procured for us by Lord Ji. As Lord Ji completed the ancient texts, His Majesty graciously permitted her to make a request, and she chose to improve our meals. The dishes prepared today come from the imperial kitchen. From now on, we shall also partake in meals prepared by the royal chefs. Remember to be grateful to Lord Ji for this enhancement." Upon Zheng Buhui's explanation, the others erupted in cheers.
Royal chef.
Many of those of lower rank might never experience the taste of cuisine crafted by such esteemed chefs in their lifetime. To be able to indulge in such fare now felt like a treasure beyond measure. Qinghe arrived a little late, primarily because she had indulged too much in her fried chicken, leaving her not particularly hungry. "Lord Ji, you are truly wonderful. Your generosity is admirable." A throng surrounded Qinghe, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. She smiled and exchanged polite words, and it took a while before she could finally enjoy her meal. "Lord Ji, how does it taste?" Zhang Xiaowan finally found an opportunity to approach, asking with genuine concern. He now understood one vital truth. He must hold onto Lord Ji tightly. Given her robust stature, quite delicious indeed. As expected of Chef Zhang, your culinary skills are akin to those of a divine chef.
Qinghe remarked,
Giving Zhang Xiaowan a thumbs up. Zhang Xiaowan beamed with delight, nervously scratching his head, feeling an overwhelming sweetness in his heart. As long as Lord Ji was satisfied, everything would be well. Host, Zhang Xiaowan possesses intriguing traits. Do tell. Qinghe maintained a calm demeanor as she ate, while Zhang Xiaowan froze in place. And the others perked up their ears. Gossip was afoot. Chapter 41. Truly exciting. Host, Zhang Xiaowan has a peculiar hobby. He adores cosplay. Oh, how unexpected. I never would have guessed he had such an interest. Qinghe glanced at Zhang Xiaowan, who appeared to be a typical straight man. The revelation of his passion for cosplay was indeed surprising. Meanwhile, the others exchanged puzzled glances. Cosplay? What on earth is that? Even Zhang Xiaowan himself was bewildered. Aside from his specific interest, he was unfamiliar with this concept of cosplay. Zhang Xiaowan's cosplay is quite distinct from others. He only engages in it during intimate moments. Xiaoba explained, leaving the others astonished. They discreetly stole glances at Zhang Xiaowan while pondering the notion of role-playing. Intimate affairs were simply two people in a passionate embrace. Devoid of distinctions. What could role-playing entail? Surely, Xiaoba's forthcoming words would clarify their lingering questions. Zhang Xiaowan enjoys reading romantic tales, particularly those filled with love stories. They feature various characters, including performers, scholars, and wandering heroes. Each time he encounters an emotionally charged passage, he customizes corresponding attire. Once the door is shut, he and his wife enact the characters from the tales. Though he presently holds the title of a royal chef, his roles in cosplay are numerous. Little Ba chattered incessantly, while Zhang Xiaowan stood rooted to the spot, as if struck by lightning, charred on the outside, yet tender on the inside. Such a clandestine affair was known only to his wife. Even his parents were oblivious. How did this little Ba come by such knowledge? Feeling the peculiar gaze of the crowd upon him, Zhang Xiaowan wished he could find a crevice in the ground to burrow into. Oh my! Such social mortification left him feeling utterly ashamed to face anyone. He had thought little Ba had finished speaking, only to be surprised by the subsequent revelations, which plunged him into an even deeper sense of embarrassment. Last night, Zhang Xiaowan had portrayed a delicate scholar, feeble to the point of being unable to care for himself. When their emotions reached a crescendo, he found himself in a submissive position. Perhaps it was the novelty of such an experience that caused them to lose themselves momentarily. After the encounter, his wife was so weak that she could hardly stand. In matters of intimacy, Zhang Xiaowan had diligently acquired books on the subject, and the couple had explored their union in unprecedented harmony. This was precisely why he had chosen to marry only her. To think that there existed such playful intimacy between them. Others exchanged knowing glances, teasing Zhang Xiaowan with their eyes. So, you are such a masterful chef. How scandalous. Utterly scandalous. Lord Ji, Zhang Xiaowan began, attempting to interrupt Qinghe's thoughts, yet before he could finish, he felt a wave of suffocation wash over him.
Chef-san?
Cast aside those thoughts and take a deep breath, Zheng Buhui said, having discerned Zhang Xiaowan's predicament. Upon trying, Zhang Xiaowan found the feeling of suffocation had indeed dissipated. He looked at Zheng Buhui, his eyes filled with inquiry. It is precisely as you surmise. Lord Ji's thoughts cannot be voiced openly. Remarkably, Zhang Xiaowan understood the unspoken message in Zheng's gaze. When he looked back at Qinghe, a newfound reverence flickered in his eyes. Truly, one should not provoke such a figure. Qinghe remained blissfully unaware of the unusual attention from others, lost in the exquisite flavors of the meal. Indeed, as a royal chef, his culinary creations were simply divine. Once satiated, Qinghe returned to his quarters to rest. Every day, I find myself napping at the table. My neck feels utterly strained, Qinghe remarked with unrelenting sarcasm. Host, you may purchase a folding bed, came the prompt response. Qinghe's eyes lit up at the suggestion. A splendid idea. Opening the system's marketplace, she perused the furniture section. This folding bed seems rather small, although it accommodates one. There would be no room to turn. And the bedboard feels quite hard. This option appears acceptable, though is the size too ambitious? Little Ba, does the system marketplace have a return feature? I can't simply leave a folding bed lying around after purchase, can I? Host, the function you mentioned is available in a spatial system. Ours is a gossip system. Qinghe realized that even if she bought a folding bed, it could always pose a risk of exposure. What was the point? Host, you might consider acquiring a wooden folding bed, which aligns more closely with the characteristics of this era. It would require you to fold it manually, but if anyone were to discover it, you could easily explain. Then for now, this shall suffice. Qinghe procured a small folding bed, lay upon it, and closed her eyes to commence her rest. The others were filled with curiosity, eager to witness this novelty, for it was their first encounter with a folding bed. Each day spent alongside young Master Ji was an enlightening experience. Qinghe's slumber extended until just before the end of the workday. Upon fluttering her eyes open, she inquired, Little Ba, has no one come to summon me?
No, host.
Splendid. If every workday could be as delightful as today, I would be utterly content. Qinghe felt no inclination to dwell on anything, simply reveling in her good fortune. She relished the art of slacking off at work. Upon returning home, Qinghe cheerfully presented 300 taels to Du Shui. Mother, take this 300 taels, spend it as you see fit. Her extravagant tone brought a smile to Du Shui's face. Wow, my daughter is so wealthy now, and she knows how to be filial. Indeed, Qinghe replied, lifting her chin with pride. After all, not everyone can be a thoughtful little darling. I am now a person of official standing. In the future, I shall earn money to treat you both to the finest delicacies. Very well, very well. Our Qinghe is the most considerate. Du Shui beamed with joy, feeling grateful for her daughter. Although she didn't particularly need the few hundred taels, it was the thought that counted. Unlike the several sons at home, all older than Qinghe, who had never contributed a single coin. Mother, little sister, why are you both so cheerful? At that moment, Du Shui shot a disapproving glance at Qinghe, the second son, who was perpetually unmotivated. Qinghe was taken aback. What had he said to deserve such a look? Give it to me. What? Qinghe was puzzled as he watched his mother extend her hand, demanding something. Under Du Shui's watchful eye, he hesitantly placed his hand in hers. Du Shui swiftly swatted Qinghe's hand away. Didn't you open a bookstore? Why haven't I seen you bring any money home? Instead, you seem to be constantly withdrawing funds from the accounts. Look at your little sister. She has only been an official for a short time and has already gifted me 300 taels. Where did she acquire such wealth? Surely, she isn't engaging in bribery? Qinghe instinctively retorted, only to receive a sharp slap, leaving his hand reddened. If you can't speak properly, then close your mouth. Would your little sister be such a person? Second brother, this is indeed a reward from His Majesty. Please do not slander the innocent. Qinghe wished she could knock some sense into her brother's head. If she were to engage in bribery, would she dare to flaunt it so openly? Not to mention her father. Her mother would never let that pass. Chapter 42. Witnessing the fabled emperor's new clothes. Qinghe realized he had misspoken and immediately sought to amend his words. Second brother, is it that you are out of money because you gave it all to me last time? Qinghe whispered to him as they walked side by side. The last time they had gone shopping, he had handed her 2,000 taels. Could it be that he had given her all his money? Host, that is not the reason. Your second brother has been deceived. Before Qinghe could respond, the gossip system began to expound. Their steps faltered, each wearing expressions of astonishment. Qinghe was oblivious to when he had been deceived, while Du Shui and Qinghe were curious to know who had duped him. Second brother deceived? How much did he lose? 10,000 taels. How much? Qinghe couldn't help but gasp. Her brother was quite wealthy. 10,000 taels. That was an astronomical sum. Du Shui shot Qinghe a disapproving glare. It seemed he was simply a fool with money to spare. Yes, host, you heard correctly. Your second brother has indeed been swindled out of 10,000 taels. Interestingly, this matter is connected to you. The gossip system narrated. As Qinghe's mind raced with a sudden realization, astonished by the possibility. Could it be true? Connected to me? What do you mean? Upon entering the house, Qinghe poured herself a glass of water, leisurely settling into a chair to listen intently as little Ba continued. Your birthday is approaching, and your second brother sought to prepare a gift for you. Knowing you would find ordinary presents unremarkable, he endeavored to procure something unique and extraordinary. As fate would have it, 2 con artists appeared, claiming they could create a beautiful and special new garment for you. This new outfit would be invisible to the untrained eye, discernible only to those of keen intellect. Your elder brother was initially skeptical, but those 2 charlatans, claiming to possess a magnificent silk scarf, inquired of the bystanders whether it was pleasing to the eye, while others showered it with praise. Your second brother could see nothing at all. He even rubbed his eyes, only to discover that the hands of the 2 men remained conspicuously empty. Observing your brother's bewilderment, the swindlers deemed him a fool, for only those of lesser intellect would be unable to perceive such a thing. Upon hearing this, your second brother instantly nodded in agreement, managing to extol the non-existent silk scarf as if it were a wondrous creation. Was this not akin to the fable of the emperor's new clothes known even to a 3-year-old in a past life? Qinghe was left utterly speechless. Her second brother hardly seemed dim-witted. How could he not see through such a simplistic ruse? Indeed, he remained oblivious to the fact that the others were merely accomplices. And after ensnaring your second brother, the 2 tricksters proclaimed they could craft the most exquisite garment in the world, a garment visible only to the wise. Eager to prove his own intelligence, your second brother promptly paid a deposit of 1,000 taels. Subsequently, the swindlers, under various pretexts, progressively extracted a total of 10,000 taels from him. Qinghe, Du Shui, and Ji Xinghan were inwardly seething. This is impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Evaluating her second brother's predicament proved to be quite challenging. At times, she felt an overwhelming urge to crack open his skull to ascertain whether it was filled with water. In moments of utter disbelief, Qinghe found herself at a loss for words. Xiao Ba, where are those 2 swindlers? Now that I am aware, I must retrieve the money. They're in a small courtyard to the west of the city. With the appointed time drawing near and the money in hand, the 2 deceivers are preparing to flee, came the response. That cannot be allowed, Qinghe declared without a moment's hesitation. Deceiving for lust may be tolerable, but swindling for money is absolutely unacceptable. Du Shui was taken aback. What kind of dangerous rhetoric is this? When did my daughter's thoughts become so perilous? This must be a consequence of Ji Xinghan's influence. With this thought, Du Shui cast a fierce glare at Ji Xinghan. He innocently rubbed his nose. Feeling utterly aggrieved, wasn't he the most innocent party in this entire affair? Not only had he lost money, but he also had to endure the disdain of his family. Are you planning to inform your second brother? Inform him of what? To create more chaos? Qinghe glanced at Ji Xinghan with evident disdain. With such a level of intelligence, it was unfathomable to whom he took after. Though he sometimes appeared astute, his actions often defied comprehension. Mother, I just remembered something I haven't done. I'll step out for a bit and return shortly. Qinghe was never one to procrastinate. She stood up and declared her intention. The sun is setting. Is it wise to go out so late? Perhaps you should take a few more attendants with you? Du Shui hesitated to voice her objections. Knowing once her daughter made up her mind, it would be difficult to sway her. Attendants? A glimmer of inspiration sparked in Qinghe's eyes as she suddenly recalled the need for shadow guards. With only the solitary figure of Confronting at her side, Qingyan and Ziyan were merely ordinary maids with efficiency, far inferior to that of shadow guards. Thus, she found herself in need of more capable hands. Mother, does my father have any shadow guards? She was aware that noble families such as theirs typically employed shadow guards. What shadow guards? Our family is a reputable one. Your father has never engaged in such practices, Qinghe interjected as he entered the room. None at all. Qinghe was taken aback. This was not at all what she had expected based on the novel she had read. Her father was a prime minister after all, not a single one. As the head of the officials, loyal to the emperor and patriotic, shadow guards are certainly out of the question, Qinghe clarified, seemingly noticing Qinghe's confusion. Xiao Ba, how can my father have no shadow guards? Aren't they common in novels and dramas? Why doesn't my father have any? Host, you mentioned that those are merely novels and dramas. In reality, all officials are prohibited from having shadow guards unless they harbor treasonous intentions. What should I do then? One Confronting is simply insufficient. I still wish to find a couple more reliable aides. The host could seek out His Highness the Crown Prince. He is to be your future husband. If you face difficulties, who else should you turn to? Indeed. I shall visit His Highness the Crown Prince tomorrow and cultivate our relationship in the process.
Ye thanks whole side.
recognizing that his daughter had grown up and could no longer be kept at home. Very well, daughter, I shall take my leave now, Qinghe said before departing, leaving Qinghe bewildered. What was she up to? It was getting late. Could she truly be going to seek out the crown prince? Ask your second brother. Du Shui snapped, realizing in that moment that she had discerned whom Qinghe had taken after. None other than the young Qinghe himself. And under the weight of his gaze, Qinghe could only divulge everything. Whose foolish son is this? Take him away, at once. Chapter 43. Qinghe goes missing. Madam, please eat first. I must head to the palace. Qinghe had lost all inclination to berate Qinghe. It was his first encounter with such a dim-witted individual. However, he realized he had overlooked a critical matter. While those unscrupulous individuals could not hear his daughter as thoughts, it did not mean that Qinghe was devoid of danger. Initially, no one had delved deeply into the implications, but with the passage of time, the cunning old foxes would undoubtedly catch wind of the situation. Relying solely on Confronting to safeguard his daughter as safety was inadequate. His daughter had played a significant role in assisting the Deputy Minister of Justice, Zhuang Yuanhang, in apprehending criminals on several occasions. Sometimes, it was even Qinghe herself who delivered the messages. With her staunch aversion to evil, it would undoubtedly be advantageous for her to have additional support. Since she desired shadow guards, he would negotiate with the emperor. Surely, his majesty would not begrudge them. Qinghe turned to leave, while Du Shui glared at Qinghe, her frustration boiling over. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and gather the family attendants to assist your sister.
Huh?
Oh, right. Qinghe snapped back to reality, realizing that while the masterminds were the two swindlers, there were still their accomplices to consider. If they were numerous, his younger sister, even with Kong Ying's formidable skills, would be outnumbered. He hastily gathered a group to pursue her. At last, he spotted the Ji family carriage ahead. A sly smile crept upon his lips. What a coincidence, little sister. What brings you here? This was the line he had meticulously prepared, feigning a chance encounter before confessing the truth. After all, he had no secrets left to hide from his sister. Let the chips fall where they may. Yet, as he lifted the curtain, his smile froze upon seeing Qinghe unconscious in the carriage.
Qinghe.
Where is my sister? He shook her again, but Qinghe showed no signs of waking. A sense of dread settled within Qinghe. Quick, we must go to the palace and find father. My sister is missing, he shouted, his mind in chaos. His sister had gone out to defend his honor, yet now she had vanished on the way. The coachman was nowhere to be found. And Qinghe lay in a faint. Where was Confronting? Had she been with his sister? Second young master, we found the coachman. He was murdered in an alley up ahead. With a thud, Qinghe collapsed to his knees, the last vestiges of hope extinguished from his heart. At the Ji residence, Ji Baihan had just returned from outside and was inquiring of Du Shui about their father, sister, and second brother when a servant rushed in, breathless. Madam, young master, something terrible has happened. The young lady is in trouble. What happened? Ji Baihan's heart raced with alarm as he pressed for details. The servant provided a brief account, prompting Ji Baihan to act decisively. You go to the crown prince's residence to deliver the news, while I will head to the palace to seek the emperor. Mother, please stay at home and wait. My younger sister is accompanied by a solitary shadow, and that little 8 is with her as well. Perhaps she will return on her own. Do not panic. We must not alarm grandmother. She is of advanced age. Very well, you hurry along. I will remain here to keep watch. If Qinghe returns, I shall send word to you. Du Shui, feeling utterly lost, forced herself to regain her composure upon hearing Ji Baihan's words. She could not afford to panic. Ji Baihan hurriedly made his way to the palace, while at the same moment, another servant arrived outside the imperial gates. Qinghe had just requested dark guards from the emperor when he heard a report outside, stating that young Master Ji was missing. Send someone to investigate. In an instant, the entire imperial city was thrown into chaos. Lu Yi, the commander of the Jinui, led a search from household to household. The commotion was so great that it startled everyone in the capital. The civil and military officials, astonished, could not help but reflect on the significance of Qinghe in the emperor's heart. Those who could hear Qinghe's thoughts understood why the emperor was making such a fuss, while those who could not were left to speculate even more. It was different, vastly different. In the secret chamber of the former Minister of Revenue, Pingyang, Qinghe gradually regained consciousness. You are awake. A figure sat nearby at a table, wearing a mask, their hand manipulating a candle. I never expected the old emperor would scour the entire capital for you. It seems you are quite special.
Who are you? Why have you captured me?
Qinghe scrutinized her surroundings with vigilant eyes. Simultaneously, she inwardly complained to the gossip system. Little 8, weren't you supposed to sense danger? And what about that invulnerable energy shield? Host, well, the shield is indeed impervious to blades and bullets, but it does not guard against narcotics. Little 8 stammered, filled with regret. This was all information given to it by the main system, yet it had not mentioned that there would be bugs. At this moment, the two words speechless were insufficient to describe Qinghe's feelings. She had encountered systems that misled their hosts before, but never one that was so utterly unreliable. What kind of faulty system was this? She felt as though she would be doomed. Little 8, if I cannot escape from here, you will be in trouble too. Host, we can purchase self-defense items from the system mall. Pray tell, how do we buy? I have no valuables left on me. The gossip system fell silent. It seemed to have some courage. Even at this moment, there was not a hint of panic. I hope you can remain so composed in a while. The masked man scoffed and then stood, walking toward the instruments of torture. Qinghe's visible panic was undeniable. Of course, she was terrified. Host, I have inquired. The main system has offered to allow us to purchase on credit to compensate for this mishap. The gossip system suddenly spoke, pulling Qinghe back to reality. Whether we buy or not is no longer important. I fear I may meet my end here today. Little 8, do you know who this person is before me? Even in death, I wish to die with clarity. Host, he is the son of Pingyang and the princess of the Intoxicated kingdom, Long. He is a pervert. An extreme pervert. At this point, Qinghe was not panicking, but the gossip system began to worry. How is he a pervert? Host, do you see that fire pit in front of you? The red-hot branding iron in it is what the pervert loves to use on people's skin, especially the delicate skin of young maidens. Once the iron has seared the skin, Long will carve it off and savor it piece by piece.
Ugh.
The gossip system gagged at the end of its explanation, and Qinghe felt increasingly nauseated. Indeed, he was a super pervert. As Long approached the torture instruments, Qinghe hastily declared, I know who you are.
Oh.
Is that so? Then do enlighten me. Long turned his head, his eyes brimming with intrigue. The long night lay ahead. He had ample time to play with her. Ever since he had noticed Qinghe at the Juxiang Tower, she had occupied his thoughts incessantly. Such a beautiful woman would surely be delightful to indulge in.
Chapter 44, est-ce que pas possible?
Then lay waste to it. Long halted his movements, his eyes filled with interest. You are the illegitimate child of the princess of the Intoxicated kingdom, Long. Once Qinghe's words fell, Long expression flickered. She knew him? That was impossible. He had come to Xiaoyang kingdom quietly, even his mother was unaware. How could Qinghe know? Was his whereabouts discovered? He had yet to meet Pingyang since his arrival, so no one should know. Could it be that the intelligence network in Xiaoyang kingdom was already so advanced? But if they truly knew, they should have been secretly monitoring him. Then why, having captured Qinghe, was the emperor still searching the entire capital? It made no sense. It was utterly incomprehensible. In an instant, Long Yuehan's mind was a whirlpool of thoughts, unable to find clarity. Noticing the flicker of uncertainty in Qinghe's eyes, Long Yuehan suddenly smiled, removing his mask and tossing it aside. How do you know all this? I know more than just that. Qinghe's strategy was to buy time. As the solitary shadow had vanished, leaving her alone. To escape the clutches of the pervert, she could only strike when he least expected it. Moreover, she was unaware of how many people were outside, so she had to prolong the encounter. What? Long Yuehan's interest grew deeper. This was Pingyang's residence. Since Pingyang was imprisoned and others exiled, this courtyard had become empty. Moreover, it was a secret chamber. He thrived in the shadows. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is often the safest. So even though he knew Qinghe was stalling for time, he felt no fear. On the contrary, it only heightened his excitement. I also know that your purpose in coming to Xiaoyang Kingdom was to find the former Minister of Revenue, Pingyang. You require his financial support. He possesses a gold mine. However, you have arrived a bit too late. Pingyang has already been imprisoned. It seems you are indeed well informed. Long Yuehan's expression turned cold as he realized Qinghe knew all this. If Qinghe knew, then surely the Emperor of Xiaoyang Kingdom knew even more. Suddenly, he began to regret this trip to Xiaoyang Kingdom. Little 8, are you ready? Qinghe had been observing Long Yuehan, for he was a pervert, and perverts typically did not play by the rules. I am ready, host. Little 8 shouted hurriedly, having selected numerous poisons and high-tech items from the system mall. It was determined to rectify its mistakes. I know what you are thinking. It's merely a delay for help to arrive. But do you think I would grant you that opportunity? Lung Yuehan's expression shifted in an instant as he picked up a branding iron and slowly approached Qinghe, a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Host, this is a plus version of the fainting powder. Just sprinkle it in the air, and within 2 seconds, a person will collapse. Qinghe suddenly wielded a handful of the powder, silently counting Lung Yuehan's steps. 1 step, 2 steps. She abruptly raised her hand, scattering the white powder into the air. Caught off guard, Lung Yuehan inhaled a substantial amount of the powder, his eyes fluttering shut as he collapsed. Host, run to the right. There is another exit. The gossip system directed, and as Qinghe ran, she inquired, Little 8, how did you suddenly know so much? I just want to find the main system. These functions have been temporarily granted to me. Once we escape, they will be revoked. At last, my dear main system has decided to act like a human. Of course, I am the beloved offspring of my main system. Qinghe's lips twitched, and she ceased to respond. Host, those villains are in pursuit. This time, the gossip system's perception was unprecedentedly acute. What else do you have with you? Qinghe was already somewhat fatigued. She regretted not having more time for exercise. Had she foreseen this day? Oh no. Even if she had known, she would have made comprehensive preparations. As for exerting herself, she would rather not. Poison, electric batons, handguns, grenades, the gossip system enumerated a plethora of items, leaving Qinghe's head spinning. Just give me a grenade. I wouldn't know how to use the other items anyway. Grenades, she had seen them on television and figured she could manage. Soon, she found herself holding a grenade. With a swift pull, she hurled it into the distance. Qinghe turned and sprinted away. With a resounding bang, a tremendous noise erupted, causing the ground to tremble. The Jinui, who were conducting house-to-house investigations, felt the tremor and immediately rushed in the direction of the sound. His Highness the Crown Prince and Ji Baihan were nearby, searching, and upon hearing the commotion, exchanged glances before kicking open the door of the Guo residence. Qinghe ran without daring to pause even for a moment. Lacking martial skills, stopping would surely mean her demise. Host, keep pushing. The exit is just ahead. The gossip system encouraged her, and Qinghe held her breath, making one final dash. Feeling the fresh air, Qinghe let out a long sigh of relief. Yet, upon seeing her surroundings, the ease on her face began to dissipate. Little 8. What on earth is this place? Host, this is a mass grave. The gossip system, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, could only continue to encourage. From here to the city, it will only take about an hour's walk. Host, shall we set off?
Je Qinghe inwardly kerst.
Unsure whether to voice her thoughts, a gust of wind blew, and she felt a chill. Despite having visited the underworld, she was very much alive. This dark and ominous place frightened her. Suddenly, a faint voice echoed, Help me. Qinghe's heart raced. Could there truly be ghosts in this place? Little 8. Do you still possess your extraordinary perception?
Ido.
Host, there is a person buried ahead, and she is the one calling for help. Are you certain it's a person? Qinghe swallowed hard, the inky darkness making it difficult for her to move. Absolutely, host. Shall we rescue her? The gossip system hesitated, then added, This woman has quite a tragic backstory. She was the neglected wife of a minister. Working during the day, washing clothes and embroidering handkerchiefs at night, nearly blinding herself in the process to support her husband's studies. Who would have thought that after attaining success, he would be taken by the Duke of Pingyang, who, despite his declining status, offered a foothold in the capital for the common-born minister. Thus, without hesitation, Minister Meng Qingyu agreed. Once on land, one must sever ties with the beloved. Women must live for themselves. Zhao Kuling felt her breath becoming increasingly labored, on the verge of surrendering her will to live, when she suddenly heard voices. They seemed to know so much about her past with Meng Qingyu, igniting a spark of survival within her. Save me. Chapter 45. I want to pounce. Save me. With all her strength, Zhao Kuling shouted those 2 words. She wanted to live. Qinghe distinctly heard the voice this time, and knowing from Little 8 that the woman was a tragic figure, her heart, filled with righteous indignation, compelled her to act. Following the sound and aided by Little 8's guidance, Qinghe quickly located the buried individual. Only half of her head was visible, the rest of her body completely covered in dirt. Don't panic, I will save you. Qinghe first brushed off the dirt from the woman's head, but was then confronted with the challenge of the buried body. She certainly couldn't dig with her hands, could she? Just wait a moment, I'll be right back. Don't worry, I won't abandon you. Qinghe added this reassurance, fearing Zhao Kuling might misinterpret her intentions. Little 8, go fetch me a shovel. Saving her is of utmost importance. Host, you've already borrowed quite a bit. No worries, the more lice, the less it itches. In no time, Qinghe found herself wielding a shovel and began to dig. Zhao Kuling watched in astonishment as Qinghe held the shovel. She had overheard the earlier conversation, but Qinghe had moved a bit too far away, and with the darkness, she couldn't clearly see if someone was present. Could it be that this girl had unseen assistance? That shovel was something I spotted on my way here. Qinghe noted the look in Zhao Kuling's eyes and quickly clarified. Thank you, young lady. Good deeds will eventually be rewarded. Zhao Kuling spoke each word with conviction, and Qinghe responded with a smile, continuing to dig. Young lady, how did you end up buried alive here? You weren't. Zhao Kuling's remaining words caught in her throat, the sensation of suffocation returning. Little 8. What is happening to her? Is she going to die? It seems the prolonged burial has taken its toll. Host, you need to speed up. Zhao Kuling's eyes widened. This time, she clearly saw that Qinghe hadn't spoken. There was another voice she couldn't see. Could it be that this girl was a celestial being? Perhaps the heavens couldn't bear to witness her plight, sending this girl to rescue her? Zhao Kuling's eyes moistened with gratitude, and the suffocating feeling gradually dissipated. Qinghe was exhausted from digging but persevered. Qinghe, little sister. The glow of the torch illuminated the voices of His Highness and Ji Baihan simultaneously.
Je Qinghe paused.
Hastily waving her hand, Your Highness, big brother, I'm over here. His Highness the Crown Prince embraced Qinghe tightly before Ji Baihan could reach her. Qinghe, I'm so sorry I'm late. Ji Baihan's eyelid twitched, but he ultimately refrained from saying anything. Throughout the search, he had felt the Crown Prince's anxiety and concern. They were already betrothed, so he would simply pretend not to see it. You all, hurry and rescue her. Ji Baihan glanced at Zhao Kuling, still buried in the pit, and quickly instructed the others. Qinghe was momentarily stunned by the Crown Prince's embrace. Internally, she was screaming like a gopher. Aw, little 8, the Crown Prince is holding me. My goodness, I might faint from happiness. Is this the same innocent Crown Prince I know? Host, remain calm. I've mentioned before, the Crown Prince is utterly smitten with you. Little 8 was unusually composed. It had long recognized the Crown Prince's infatuation with the host. Indeed, it was the wisest offspring in the world. Opportunity knocks but once. Host, go for it. The Crown Prince stiffened, his ears flushing crimson. Ji Baihan nearly stumbled, almost losing his balance. Little 8 was too bold, always trying to lead his sister astray. The others overheard the conversation and struggled to suppress their laughter, hastening their actions. If they heard too much, would they be silenced? No, there are too many people. The Crown Prince will surely feel shy. Besides, I've been running around. I must smell awful. Once I've cleaned up, under the cover of darkness, and in the stillness of the night, I'll take the Crown Prince completely. In her playful banter, Qinghe feared no one. She said whatever came to mind, knowing this was a private conversation between her and little 8, unheard by anyone else. Prince, apologies, I couldn't help but overhear. Ahem. Dear sister, who is this young lady? Ji Baihan interjected, interrupting the dialogue between Qinghe and Xiaoba, concerned that if the conversation continued, his sister might utter something inappropriate. Elder brother, I haven't had the chance to inquire about her yet. Qinghe released the prince, who felt a twinge of disappointment. However, there were more pressing matters at hand, and romantic musings would have to wait. After all, he was already aware that Qinghe harbored a desire to be with him, particularly in secluded places. Henceforth, he resolved to carve out more opportunities to spend time alone with Qinghe, allowing her the chance to take the initiative. Ji Baihan, you must be imagining things. Strength lies in numbers. Zhao Kuling was swiftly uncovered. With a thud, she fell to her knees before Qinghe, her heart brimming with gratitude. Thank you, young lady, for saving my life. Gratitude expressed, she continued. Miss, you appear quite pitiable. Is there some grievance you wish to share? Rest assured, he is the legitimate son of the Prime Minister. And this gentleman here is none other than His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. Should you have any injustice to report, feel free to voice it. I trust the Crown Prince will advocate for you and address the matter fairly. Upon Qinghe's words, both the Crown Prince and Ji Baihan comprehended that this woman must have suffered a grave injustice. Zhao Kuling's eyes sparkled with renewed hope as she hastily recounted her plight. I implore His Highness to champion the cause of a humble woman. The Deputy Minister of Works, Meng Qingyu, fears the truth of my circumstances will be revealed, thus he sought to silence me, even attempting to bury me alive. All I desire is for the villain to receive his due punishment. After bowing 3 times with fervor, she reflected that at the moment she was buried, She had come to a realization. Her journey to the capital was merely to seek an answer. People aspire to rise, while water flows downward. If Meng Qinghe truly survived and has taken a wife and children, I shall return to my hometown, for my current station no longer befits him.
Yet,
I never anticipated encountering others and witnessing the malice of humanity. Had Meng Qinghe not harbored murderous intent, I would have departed peacefully. But alas, he severed my path to escape. Thus, there is no longer a need for me to consider him. What you have said, I shall ensure is thoroughly investigated. The Crown Prince resumed his demeanor of distant authority. It is rather late. We ought to return. Qinghe and the Crown Prince shared a carriage, while Ji Baihan initially intended to accompany them but was promptly pushed out by Qinghe. Ji Baihan lamented, "My sister is far too extroverted. What shall I do?" Chapter 46. The final hope shattered in fighting. The carriage swayed gently as it made its way into the city. Qinghe gazed upon the profile of the Crown Prince, feeling all the fear and trepidation of the night dissipate. Xiaoba, the Crown Prince looks so handsome. I wish to steal a kiss. I can barely contain my overwhelming emotions. Host, go for it. The Crown Prince's face flushed, filled with anticipation. Just then, the carriage jolted, and Qinghe tumbled into the Crown Prince's embrace. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her, while Qinghe closed her eyes. "Your Highness, I feel rather fatigued. Let me rest. I will wake you upon our arrival." In an instant, she succumbed to a deep slumber, utterly exhausted from the night's harrowing events, fraught with anxiety and the need to flee. As weariness enveloped her, the Crown Prince watched her peaceful breathing, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. She must have been terrified throughout the night. At the entrance of the Ji residence, Du Shui stood beside the elderly matriarch, her eyes red and swollen, eagerly awaiting their return. "Qinghe will surely be safeguarded by fate. Do not dwell on worries," the matriarch reassured, straining her neck to catch sight of the approaching carriage. At last, she spotted a carriage in the distance, her voice trembling. "They have returned." The two women supported each other as they took tentative steps forward, their anxiety palpable. "Mother, we're back," Ji Baihan announced as he leapt from the carriage. Upon seeing the matriarch, he furrowed his brow slightly. "Grandmother, what is the matter? After such a significant event, you thought to keep it from me?" "Your grandmother need not worry. I only wished to spare her concern," he replied. "We are family, and together we shall face whatever comes." The matriarch understood Ji Baihan's intentions, yet with Qinghe embroiled in such a grave incident, how could she find rest? "Where is Qinghe?" After a brief moment, her heart sank. What if something had happened, and she was unable to disembark the carriage? "She is behind us." "She is with His Highness," Ji Baihan hastily clarified, knowing that Du Shui and the matriarch could decipher his implications. His sister had always been bold, and had long coveted the Crown Prince's charm. Surely, they hadn't engaged in any scandalous behavior within the carriage? The matriarch took a few steps forward and softly called out, "Qinghe, we have arrived." As her words fell, the curtain was lifted, revealing the Crown Prince cradling Qinghe as he descended from the carriage. "Matriarch, dear aunt," Qinghe was startled and fatigued this evening. She fell asleep in the carriage, and I couldn't bear to wake her. Very well. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness," the matriarch replied, disregarding any notions of social hierarchy. Her granddaughter had undoubtedly endured considerable hardship that night. Thus, the Crown Prince carried Qinghe, following closely behind the matriarch and Du Shui as they made their way into the Ji residence. Qinghe slept soundly, and that night would prove restless for many others. Commander Liu Yi of the Jinhui had directly detained Leng Yuehan and her companions in the imperial prison. Upon seeing Leng Yuehan, Pingyang's eyes widened. "Honor, what are you doing here? Shouldn't she be far away in the distant kingdom of Yue? How could she possibly be in the Summer Liang kingdom? And in a prison at that? Do not be afraid. I will have someone inform your mother. You are the heir of Yue, a noble identity. They would not dare to harm you, unless they wish to provoke a conflict between our nations." "What did you just say?" Pingyang's wife, Li Yao, was incredulous. The emperor had decreed confiscation and exile, and she chose not to leave. After all, they were married. She intended to accompany Pingyang through his final journey. But what had she just heard? Pingyang had just claimed to be the father of that man, speaking of Yue and an heir. What on earth was happening? Did he not tell you? I am his son, the offspring of him and the crown princess of Yue, and you are merely a shadow of my mother. Leng Yuehan's mood soured. She did not share Pingyang's nonchalance. Qinghe possessed too much knowledge, especially concerning the Emperor of Summer Liang. Since they were already aware of her identity and still imprisoned her, it indicated that matters would not end well. She had a premonition that she might meet her end here. Had she known, she would not have wandered so recklessly. Guo Pingyang. Is what he said true? Li Yao gritted her teeth in fury, her emotions boiling over. Seeing Guo Pingyang's acquiescent expression, she could no longer contain herself, rushing forward to strike him. You madwoman! At a time like this, what are you causing a scene for? You can't even protect your own woman, yet you dare utter such words? Lung Yuehan, watching the drama unfold, reveled in the chaos. She harbored deep resentment toward Guo Pingyang. Had it not been for him, she would have rightfully been the true heir of Yingyue, never needing to bear the stigma of being a bastard, and would have been cherished since childhood. The notion of rebellion had originated from Guo Pingyang, yet before any success could be achieved, it had already been exposed. The emperor of the Xiaoliang kingdom was well aware of the situation, let alone the emperor of the Yingyue kingdom. Honor, before you were imprisoned, can you guess what I did? Lung Yuehan nearly went mad. I captured the legitimate daughter of Prime Minister Ji, intending to indulge myself. Yet, unexpectedly, she not only recognized my identity, but was also aware of our plans over the years. Guo Pingyang, do you think the emperors of both nations are oblivious?
Impossible.
Guo Pingyang found it hard to believe. Before encountering Lung Yuehan, he had held onto a glimmer of hope. Even after seeing him, a momentary panic surged. However, recalling Lung Yuehan's identity, he felt a sense of relief. But now, with Lung Yuehan revealing that their conspiracy was known to both emperors, was there any escape left for them? The answer was undoubtedly no. All their years of effort had ultimately amounted to nothing. Li Yao transitioned from shock to a gradual realization. Thus, their undeserved calamity was entirely due to Guo Pingyang's illegitimate son, Lung Yuehan. Guo Pingyang, do you still possess a heart? Xiang'er and the others are also your children. Did you not consider us when you committed these acts? She scoffed, and, do you not comprehend yet? In Guo Pingyang's eyes, you are not even worthy of lacing my mother's shoes. Lung Yuehan now resembled a rabid dog, attacking anyone in sight. Li Yao, already deeply traumatized, seized a bowl from the ground and smashed it violently, shattering it into pieces. Then, she picked up a shard and lunged at Guo Pingyang. Having sustained injuries from torture, Guo Pingyang's movements were somewhat hindered. At that moment, Li Yao's eruption caused him to topple to the ground, and she drove the shard viciously into his neck, blood gushing forth. Honor, save your father. Chapter 47. The Emperor personally arrives. She suffers from PTSD. Honor, save your father. Guo Pingyang clutched his neck, casting a pleading glance towards Lung Yuehan. To his astonishment, Lung Yuehan crossed his arms, indifferent, merely watching him bleed out, his eyes wide open in death. Soon, the guards from the imperial prison arrived, dragging Li Yao to the last chamber and binding her hands to prevent any further excesses. In the palace, the emperor spent a sleepless night. Upon learning of Guo Pingyang's demise at Li Yao's hands, he let out a cold laugh. What a fortunate end for that old bald donkey. He died so swiftly. Ordering Guo Pingyang's imprisonment and execution served to allow him to experience some torture. Now that he was gone, it was somewhat of a premature liberation. Lung Yuehan was being well taken care of, after all. The act of trespassing into their territory and abducting the crown princess could not simply be brushed aside. The emperor was incensed. Someone he valued so highly had been intimidated by an illegitimate child, a clear affront to his authority.
Leader who?
What news from the Imperial Medical Bureau? Your Majesty, Master Ji only suffered some shock. He should recover in a few days. The emperor's brow furrowed deeper. A few days of rest? Does that mean he cannot attend morning court? If Master Ji is absent, what will happen to those corrupt officials? What of his happiness? He could hardly fathom the scale of damage that would ensue should Guo Pingyang and Lung Yuehan's conspiracy succeed. After all, one was the Minister of Revenue, holding the most crucial position among the 6 ministries. If he became an adversary, he would pose a significant threat. The following day, the entire court learned of Master Ji's perilous encounter, having been captured by Lung Yuehan, the heir of the Yingyue kingdom. More astonishing was the revelation that Lung Yuehan was the illegitimate son of Guo Pingyang and the princess of Yingyue. Furthermore, it was disclosed that Guo Pingyang's corruption was solely to support Lung Yuehan's rebellion, with the goal of becoming the Grand Emperor of Yingyue in the future. This news sent shockwaves through the court, igniting a chorus of condemnation against Guo Pingyang. Using our Xiaoliang silver to serve Yingyue? How despicable. He deserves 1,000 cuts. Your Majesty, I believe that if Yingyue desires to reclaim their heir, they ought to cede 6 cities. He has bullied our crown princess. Your Majesty, I propose we dispatch troops to the borders. If Yingyue refuses our demands, We should declare war.
I second that.
In the grand hall, the officials clamored, none at ease. The emperor maintained a stoic expression, remaining silent. He did wish to go to war, but resources were lacking. Since last year, droughts had plagued various regions, becoming particularly severe this year. Not only were the impoverished commoners suffering, but even he, as emperor, had to economize his daily meals. It was indeed frustrating, unbearably so. Since all of you have no objections, where shall the army's provisions come from? Perhaps each of you could ponder a solution. Upon the emperor's words, the grand hall fell silent, the previously indignant officials now resembling quails, standing mute. Provisions were indeed a challenging issue. With the recent calamities, many areas had seen no harvest. A flood of refugees was slowly making their way into the capital, causing him considerable distress. The emperor had already called for donations twice, should he request more. He himself might struggle to make ends meet. Prince Pingyang, do you have any suggestions? The emperor cast a glance at the Prince Pingyang standing there, inquiring. Your Majesty, I believe we should send envoys to Qinghe for discussions. Sending troops is truly a poor strategy. Given the current drought, many regions cannot afford food. Grain prices have soared. Even if we had silver to buy food, our national strength has always been on par with Qinghe. I believe we should take a more measured approach. It would also provide us with an opportunity to recuperate. The Prince Pingyang's perspective was rooted in the overall condition of Xiaoliang, which the emperor internally agreed with. It seemed the Prince Pingyang had not yet reached a state of utter folly. Did he remain unaware of the incident involving the Deputy Minister of Works, Meng Qinghe? If only Qinghe were here, he wouldn't have to speculate on such matters. Your Majesty, I concur with the Prince Pingyang. Given Xiaoliang's current situation, waging war is unwise. Qinghe suddenly spoke up, noting that the populace was already struggling to survive. If war were to be forcibly instigated, what hope would remain for the common folk? At that moment, should some choose to direct all blame towards Qinghe, she would be vilified throughout history. There could be many justifications for waging war, but none should stem from Qinghe's actions, especially under such circumstances. Other officials also stepped forward to voice their opinions, and chaos erupted once more in the grand hall. Those who could hear Qinghe's sentiments wished fervently that she were present. She would undoubtedly have devised numerous brilliant strategies. The emperor shared this sentiment. The court felt utterly dull without Qinghe's presence. At the Ji residence, Qinghe awakened naturally, stretching lazily. Grandmother, mother, what brings you here? You silly girl, so carefree.
How do you feel now?
The elder matriarch inquired with concern. Rest assured, grandmother, I am fine. Still, let us call the physician to examine you. Last night, the emperor dispatched all the doctors from the Imperial Medical Bureau. He even left a royal physician at our residence. I shall summon him now. The elder matriarch glanced at Mama Hua, who promptly exited. Qinghe felt somewhat dazed. The emperor had indeed made an extravagant show of concern. Surprised, she thought. The royal physician arrived quickly, meticulously examining Qinghe before cautiously speaking. Master Ji, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? I feel a bit dizzy and my heart feels uneasy, as if I cannot catch my breath. Physician, I believe I need more rest. Qinghe's mind raced, and she spoke without hesitation. Could she seize this opportunity to avoid attending morning court? Surely, her hints were clear enough. The physician should understand. Indeed, she was thoroughly startled yesterday. Even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive, she would still choose to rest at home. Master Lu, hasten to check on Lady Ji. The emperor's voice resonated, prompting everyone to rise and pay their respects. Just as Qinghe was about to stand, she was halted by the emperor's decree. Lady Ji is unwell. She should focus on recuperation. I thank your majesty, Qinghe replied, her heart still haunted by the abrupt appearance of the emperor. The memory of her previous attempt to feign illness for a leave of absence loomed large, especially since yesterday the emperor had dispatched the entire Imperial Medical Institute to her side, and now he had personally brought the head of the institute with him, triggering a wave of anxiety. Xiaoba, why do I sense a plot afoot? Host, the emperor has surely discerned your intentions. Hence he has come to eliminate any escape routes. Xiaoba's analysis was astute. After all, you are a person with prior experience. The emperor retorted. It seems you portray me as a villain. I have merely come to express my concern. Chapter 48. A fainting spell. With the head of the Imperial Medical Institute present, Qinghe felt her desire to laze at home slipping further out of reach. Woe is me, she thought. She simply wished to avoid the early court session. What ill intentions could she possibly harbor? Resigned, Qinghe lay there, allowing Master Lu Yaowei to take her pulse. She feigned a frail demeanor while inwardly retreating into herself. With the emperor personally involved, what could she possibly say? Your Majesty. Lady Ji is in a weak state and requires a period of quiet recuperation at home. Upon Master Lu's pronouncement, Ji Qinghe's eyes flew open.
Xiao Ba.
This gentleman from the Imperial Medical Institute is truly a beacon of kindness. The sudden influx of happiness overwhelmed her. Perhaps not. Host, is there a possibility that your health truly is at risk? Otherwise, why would the head of the institute say such a thing? He is not a mere pawn of the emperor. Surely, he wouldn't go against his interests. Though the gossip system occasionally lacked reliability, it could still display a modicum of intelligence when provoked. The cold splash of reality sobered Ji Qinghe considerably. Could it be that there truly was something amiss with her health? She had intended to request a leave, but not in this manner. Du Shui and old Madame Ji exchanged glances filled with concern, unaware of the fright Ji Qinghe had experienced the previous day. Ji Qingzhou, however, understood the stakes. The emperor sought to extract benefits from the kingdom of Yue and thus needed to escalate matters. After all, the spies from Yue were no trifling matter. In light of this, Lady Ji should focus on her rest. Master Lu, I entrust her care to you during this period. The emperor's decree left Ji Qinghe utterly astonished. What was happening? The emperor had agreed so readily? Could it be that her health was genuinely in question? The mere thought of such a possibility extinguished her previous mirth. Xiao Ba, do you think my health truly harbors some ailment? There is a likelihood. Lu Yao is indeed the head of the Imperial Medical Institute, the most skilled physician in the entire Xiaoliang kingdom. Generally, if he speaks, it is with truth. Oh no, I do not wish to consume that bitter medicine. Host, good medicine is often unpleasant to the taste but beneficial to the ailment. This was the first time Lu Yao had heard Ji Qinghe's inner thoughts, and he looked incredulously at the others, noticing Ji Qingzhou subtly nodding in affirmation. This was simply unfathomable. No wonder the emperor placed such importance on Lady Ji. The truth was singular. As the emperor listened to Ji Qinghe's thoughts, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he chose not to elaborate further. After all, Ji Qinghe often harbored a lack of respect for him in her mind. Let this be a small lesson. Observing Ji Qinghe's distressed countenance brought the emperor a modicum of delight, yet in the next moment, his smile faltered. It appeared that joy was indeed transferable.
Xiao Ba.
I believe I just witnessed the emperor smile. Could it be that he relishes in my misfortune? Host, you must be mistaken. Ji Qinghe cautiously glanced at the emperor once more. His expression was devoid of emotion. Could it truly have been merely her imagination? Regardless, she felt discontented and desired some gossip to lighten her spirits. One must learn to find joy amidst hardship. Xiao Ba, do you have any intriguing tidbits concerning the emperor? Lu Yao blinked in disbelief, wondering what he had just heard. The emperor's gossip? Did Lady Ji possess such audacity? Ji Qingzhou felt a pang of discomfort. Dear daughter, could we not choose a less esteemed figure from Xiaoliang to entertain? Did she not realize that their fates rested solely in the emperor's decree? Du Shui and old Madame Ji stiffened. This was perilous. The emperor himself remained silent, but inwardly scoffed. Was it merely a smile? Truly a vengeful little girl. Host, there is indeed something. The gossip system's tone was mischievous, causing the emperor and the others to feel an ominous premonition. At this moment, Your Majesty is surrounded by a green aura. One of the 4 consorts, consortee, is feeling unwell today and summoned physician Li for an examination. Upon discovering her pregnancy, both were overjoyed. After all, they had been clandestine for quite some time. Once the child is born, they shall enjoy untold riches and, as the child matures, they can pave a path to the emperor's throne. Caught up in their excitement, they unwittingly became overly candid. Usually, they sought thrills, fearing the emperor's sudden appearance, thus resolving matters hastily. However, knowing the emperor was outside the palace and would not return anytime soon, they were particularly tender and prolonged their encounter. They even conspired that when the emperor returned, Consort E would present him with a delicacy laced with hallucinogenic substances, leading the emperor to believe that something unspeakable had transpired between them. The emperor radiated a dark aura, striving to contain his emotions. I recall there are matters that require my attention. I must return to the palace. With that, he turned on his heel, as if having made a resolute decision. By the time Ji Qinghe processed this, the emperor had vanished from sight. Xiao Ba, what just happened? Was the emperor angry? The emperor behaves thus, believing himself a sovereign ruler, controlling the lives of all. His temper is mercurial. A wise emperor cherishes his loyal ministers and distances himself from the wicked. A foolish emperor favors the latter while alienating the former. So, Do you think our emperor is wise or foolish? Perhaps a bit of both. However, the wisest thing he has done is designate you as the crown princess. I suspect he leans more towards foolishness. Otherwise, he would not allow treacherous ministers to thrive while the populace suffers. As the emperor stepped outside, he stumbled slightly, casting an incredulous glance at Ji Qingzhou. Minister Ji, you have indeed raised a fine daughter. Ji Qingzhou was drenched in cold sweat, pondering how to respond. My dear daughter, I beseech you, let us refrain from discussing the emperor's gossip. Old Madame Ji nearly fainted, fortunately supported by Du Shui. The two women exchanged glances, their heads resting against each other's shoulders. Both shaken. Our daughters or granddaughters, truly so audacious in their speech. Their resilience was not particularly strong, and Lu Yao, standing nearby, rolled his eyes before fainting. To suggest the emperor was foolish was tantamount to declaring him a tyrant. Furthermore, how did Lady Ji come to know so much about the emperor's court? There was no need for verification. Merely judging by the emperor's reaction, it was evident that Ji Qinghe spoke the truth. My heavens! It was a miracle that Lady Ji had survived this long. Xiaoba, why did Master Lu faint? Did you not claim his medical skills were unparalleled? He may have succumbed to the heat. Perhaps he is merely suffering from heat stroke? The gossip system was uncertain, but did not let that deter its wild conjectures. Du Shui, what else could happen? I was scared into unconsciousness by you. Chapter 49. This is a matter of concern for His Majesty. The Emperor, fuming with rage, returned to the palace and headed straight for the palace of concubine Yi. Outside the palace, the maids on guard, upon seeing the Emperor's arrival, were thrown into a state of panic. Just as one of them opened her mouth to offer a warning, she was silenced by a mere glance from the Emperor. They all fell to their knees, trembling like leaves in a storm. From within the chamber, sounds occasionally emerged, and those who had endured similar events knew precisely what those sounds signified. The Emperor's face darkened like a pot bottom, and with a powerful kick, he burst open the door. Boldly, who gave you the audacity to enter here? Get out, at once. Concubine Yi speaks so arrogantly. With a single utterance, she sent the two occupants tumbling from the bed. Concubine Yi crawled to the Emperor's feet, her composure shattered. Your Majesty, I can explain. It was all coerced by Physician Li. Do I appear foolish to you? The Emperor kicked Concubine Yi aside, wishing he could obliterate the treacherous pair before him. Your Majesty, I speak the truth. My heart belongs solely to you. Moreover, I am with child, your child. You dare claim any illegitimate spawn as mine?
Concubine Yi.
I have been far too lenient with you in the past. Mentioning the child triggered memories of their conspiracy in the Emperor's mind. The position of the Crown Prince was not to be trifled with by anyone, not even the third prince, let alone offspring born of other women.
Li Dahu.
Take them away. Your Majesty, I recognize my errors. Concubine Yi, taken aback by the Emperor's knowledge of the situation, was in tears, begging for another chance.
Isisian Li.
You truly are a piece of work. Your Majesty, I am aware of my wrongdoings. I am willing to pay with my life. Please spare my family.
Isisian Li.
Realizing he could not escape his fate, implored the Emperor to show mercy to his kin.
Seize him.
Execute him immediately. As for his family, the women shall serve as military courtesans, and the men shall be exiled to the frontier. At the Emperor's command, Physician Li collapsed to the ground. It was over. Everything was lost. He had become a traitor to the Li family. How would he face his ancestors in the afterlife? The two culprits were dealt with, and the palace servants who had kept silent were also given poisoned wine. At the Ji residence, Ji Qinghe and her companions learned of the Emperor's intentions from Ji Qingzhou and breathed a sigh of relief. My goodness, that was truly terrifying. I thought there was something seriously wrong with my health. Now, everyone advocated for using Lenjiayuhan to exchange for the cities of Yingyue Nation, depending on how Yingyue Nation would respond. Ji Qingzhou glanced at Ji Qinghe and continued. Some have suggested sending troops to the borders to exert pressure on Yingyue Nation. However, there are concerns that Yingyue Nation might retaliate if they refuse our demands. Our nation, Xiaoliang, is suffering from severe drought, and the people are in dire straits. Even with Pingyang as gold mine, if we cannot procure grain, we cannot gather military provisions. If war truly breaks out, it seems we would not fare well. Ji Qingzhou spoke candidly, recalling that Ji Qinghe had mentioned being able to purchase grain from the system's marketplace. If his daughter could resolve this issue, they would certainly go to war. Father, you need not worry. This is a matter for His Majesty to handle. Ji Qingzhou thought to himself. Did she not come to me for conversation? What if she does not take the bait? Why must His Majesty always assign me such arduous tasks? Having to change the subject, Ji Qingzhou asked another matter. Qinghe. Yesterday, the Jinui discovered a cave-in Pinghe's secret passage, seemingly caused by some explosive force. According to Commander Liu Yi and others, they sensed tremors and heard a loud noise, which led them to uncover that site. Do you have any knowledge of this? Qinghe's heart raced, and she quickly shook her head. I do not know. I had just escaped from there when I heard the noise. I had no time to investigate, only to flee for my life. Fortunately, you fled in time, otherwise, you might have perished there. When the Jinui investigated, they discovered a dozen corpses buried beneath. Good heavens!
Qinghe exclaimed.
So many were pursuing me. Little 8, thank goodness for the bombs you provided. With so many pursuing a weak woman like me, had I lacked even a modicum of support, I would have surely met my demise. Do not fear, host. With me, Little 8, I can procure anything, even aircraft and rockets, anything beneficial for you, I shall strive to obtain. Ha! Then I truly thank you.
Qinghe smirked.
Believing in Little 8's capabilities, but fearing potential flaws in those items. A person should only suffer once in the same place. Qinghe's eyes flickered. So, the collapse was caused by that thing called a bomb? I wonder how it was made to possess such tremendous power. And what are these aircraft and rockets?
Host that.
Little 8 suddenly changed its tone, appearing somewhat bashful. Speak plainly. Do not dawdle like a timid girl.
Well.
Just now the main system's father came to collect debts, urging us to repay the owed amount promptly. The gossip system blurted everything out at once, feeling somewhat guilty. It had not anticipated being pressed for repayment one day. The main system's father was rather impatient, was he not? They had yet to catch their breath. Your main system father clearly lacks faith in us. Am I someone who incurs debts? It is not a lack of faith in us but a mistrust in you, host. I am still the favored child of the main system's father.
Haha.
A series of derisive laughs echoed as Qinghe realized she could not sway Little 8's loyalty to the main system.
Oh well.
That was his true parent. She was merely a stepmother at best. No, she could not even claim that. They merely had a partnership. She engaged in gossip with it, gaining experience points, while it provided her with greater advantages. Yet, after years of companionship, they had grown to support and achieve for one another. It is merely repaying a debt. It is no great matter. Qinghe said, quietly removing the bracelet from her wrist and tossing the newly acquired jade pendant into the mix. Is this sufficient? Not nearly enough. Qinghe, feeling exhausted, expressed her desire to rest. She could only send Qinghe away for the time being. Then rest well.
Qinghe departed.
And Qinghe dismissed all her attendants, closing the door to her chamber. She opened her small treasury, stuffing in some slightly outdated jewelry and gold and silver treasures. Among them were some medicinal powders, a shovel, and the most valuable item, a grenade. Surely, these items would suffice. Host, far from enough. Could you not acquire more in one go? What? Qinghe's voice turned incredulous. Her small treasury was worth at least several thousand taels of silver.
Now,
having lost half her assets, she found it insufficient to fill the void. Was this truly debt repayment, or merely taking advantage of her misfortune? Chapter 50, Little 8. Host. You are eternal. Qinghe had used her entire small treasury to repay her debts. These were treasures she had accumulated over many years. And the thought of becoming destitute overnight not only caused her physical pain, but also made her heart bleed. Host, still not enough. Little 8's voice clearly bore a hint of guilt. It had not anticipated the debt would be so great. Say that again. Qinghe was furious, rolling up her sleeves, her face aflame with anger. I said it is not enough. How could this be? A handful of medicinal powder, even if it is the plus version, should not cost an exorbitant price. A common shovel and a grenade. These 3 items have entirely depleted my small treasury. And now you tell me it is still insufficient. Host, it's not just these 3 items. Xiaoba's voice grew increasingly subdued, clearly lacking confidence. At that time, you were in a state of level 1 danger. For your safety, I procured several poisons and a handgun among other things. The main system, my father, stated that these weapons we acquired on credit exceed the limitations of this era. Thus, they were lent to us at 10 times the price.
Qinghe replied.
But I haven't used them. I can just return them. Once the goods are sold, they cannot be returned or exchanged. Alright. So this is how we play it.
Is it?
Qinghe laughed in exasperation, feeling inclined to take advantage of her, but finding no opportunity. It's not my debt. I refuse to acknowledge it. Host, I was just too eager and ended up borrowing a lot of things in a rush, the gossip system confessed, overwhelmed with guilt, having not thought it through at the time. Had it known the expenses would be so exorbitant, it would have prioritized its borrowing. This isn't your fault. In that situation, I would have made the same choice. Qinghe took a deep breath and slowly spoke, ultimately softening her stance. Can I communicate directly with your main system father? I do not acknowledge this debt. If worst comes to worst, I'll just die, and it will all be erased. I'll ask, the gossip system replied before falling silent. Qinghe smirked. It was evident that the main system intended to ensnare Xiaoba. As the host, she was also protective. However, she certainly did not wish to be the one taken advantage of. Lending to her at 10 times the price was absurd. Before long, Xiaoba returned, its voice tinged with apprehension. Host, the main system father is here. You are Xiaoba's host? What is it you want? A cold and haughty voice inquired. Qinghe did not hold back, directly expressing her dissatisfaction. The items on credit were not borrowed by her, and furthermore, it was initially agreed that it was to rectify past mistakes. Xiaoba was simple-minded. While it could be deceived, she could not be. With clarity and resolve, she articulated her points, leaving the main system speechless. The gossip system observed in awe, its admiration for Qinghe swelling like a torrential river. The host was so impressive. It adored her, especially her fierce defense of it, which was simply magnificent. It resolved, from this moment forth, that its favorite would be the host, with the main system father relegated to the sidelines. After a thorough discussion, which was essentially a one-sided domination, the main system father ultimately sold the items to Qinghe at the original price. Had it not been for the no-return policy of the system all, Qinghe would never have consented to spend such an exorbitant sum. Host, you are remarkable. This is the first time I've seen the main system father in such a predicament. From now on, you shall be my goddess, eternally. Remember, whenever I have a morsel to eat, you shall certainly have a sip to drink. Qinghe uttered, only to fall deep in thought upon seeing the bill. Her little treasury had been thoroughly depleted. Yet, there were still debts to settle, and she needed to devise a plan to fill the void. Miss, Guing has awakened. Qinghe knocked gently on the door and spoke softly.
Coming.
Qinghe promptly rose and stepped outside. Guing had been lured away by the enemy and sustained severe injuries. When the crown prince's men found her, she lay unconscious in the woods, her body riddled with numerous stab wounds. Because of this, the crown prince dispatched 3 shadow guards to accompany her. The emperor went even further, sending an entire sub-squad of shadow guards for covert protection, 12 individuals in total. For this reason, Qinghe felt that the emperor still had some redeemable qualities. Hadn't her father mentioned that the emperor was preoccupied with concerns over grain supplies? During this period, she had an opportunity to make arrangements, not only for the sake of alleviating the emperor's worries, but also for the common people of the Xiaoliang kingdom. Previously, she had refrained from action due to a lack of compelling reasons. Now, with the 2 scoundrels, Lung Yuan and Pingyang, providing cover,
She believed it was time to act.
Master, I failed to protect you adequately. I am willing to accept punishment. Guing, wrapped like a mummy with only her eyes and mouth visible, even attempted to rise and bow to Qinghe. Just lie down. It's not your fault. The enemy was too cunning. Qinghe felt a pang of sadness and compassion. For the first time in either life, someone had fought so fiercely to protect her. Rest well. If anything feels amiss, just call for me. My mother also sent 2 maidservants to attend to you. Get well soon. I still need your protection. Qinghe added the last sentence, fearful that Guing might not accept it, given her strong hierarchical views.
Thank you, master.
Gu Ying's eyes glistened with tears. It was the first time she felt truly human. Previously, while following the crown prince, she had always performed tasks coldly and obediently, devoid of much emotion. However, after joining Qinghe, she experienced warmth and came to understand that she was a being of flesh and blood, capable of emotions. From now on, whether faced with mountains of blades or seas of fire, she would undoubtedly safeguard Qinghe. Qinghe was unaware of Gu Ying's profound thoughts. Her guiding principle was a clear conscience. In the study, when Qinghe entered, Qingzhou was engrossed in a book. Father, I suddenly recalled something I forgot to mention to you. What is it? Yesterday, when I was captured, I vaguely heard them mention something. It seemed there were supplies hoarded by Pingyang near the mass grave. Qinghe gazed with earnest eyes, hoping to bolster her credibility. I am not entirely sure of the specifics, but I did indeed hear the word grain. Regardless, Pingyang was already dead. With no evidence to contradict her, everything would be as she stated. Supplies hoarded by Pingyang? Regardless of whether it's true or not, we must inform His Majesty. What we lack the most right now is grain. If we can find it, it would be excellent. If not, it is of no consequence. Qinghe eagerly awaited his daughter's words. He could hardly contain his desire to speak with the emperor. Military provisions are indispensable for the common folk's sustenance. Naturally, the more grain, the better. Chapter 51. The fish is hooked. Qinghe saw Qinghe leave and quickly fabricated an excuse to exit. She did not dwell on how her flawed narrative could be so easily believed by the chancellor, the highest-ranking official. She needed to prepare the grain before the emperor left. "Stop, Gu Yun, let's halt the carriage here." Qinghe lifted the curtain and spoke. Gu Yun was one of the 3 shadow guards newly assigned to her by the crown prince, a rather aloof individual. "Yes, master. I will just take a stroll around here. You need not follow," Qinghe reiterated, wishing to be alone. However, her mother insisted that she must be accompanied when going out. Thus, she had brought Gu Yun along. But what she was about to do required her to be the sole person present. "But this is an order. If you do not comply, you need not follow me in the future." Qinghe spoke with utmost seriousness, compelling Gu Yun to step aside. As she walked and paused, Qinghe indeed discovered a secluded spot. After ensuring no one was around, she swiftly opened the system mall to purchase grain. Most of her selection comprised coarse rice, with a small portion of fine rice and flour. If everything were of the highest quality, it would undoubtedly raise suspicion. Taking out the jade bracelet she had received from her mother, she unhesitatingly tossed it into the system mall. Watching the estimated value fluctuate on the mall interface, Qinghe felt a twinge of regret. 500 taels. She had not anticipated that her mother would give such a precious bracelet so casually. Now, she felt reluctant to part with it. What to do? What Qinghe remained oblivious to was that Du Shui had gleaned her intentions from her innermost thoughts, and had consequently prepared an exquisite bracelet worth 500 taels of silver. In this era, such a sum could procure 500 shur of rice or flour, and if one were to consider coarse rice, the quantity would be even greater. Qinghe exchanged 50 shur of fine rice and 50 shur of fine flour, converting the remainder into coarse rice and flour. Once everything was meticulously arranged, she gathered some nearby branches and vines to conceal her provisions. Satisfied with her handiwork, she clapped her hands and departed. This time, she would keep her accomplishments shrouded in secrecy. "Lilate, do you think this place is too secluded? What if His Majesty and the others cannot find it? The host has already provided a general vicinity. If His Majesty's men cannot manage even that, then what purpose do they serve?" "That is true," Qinghe concurred, and upon noticing the still vigilant Goyan, quickened her pace. "Let us depart." "Indeed, my lord." They boarded the carriage and leisurely made their way back to the city. As they passed by a tea-house, Qinghe suddenly felt a surge of interest. It had been quite some time since her last visit. She wondered how the new storyteller was faring. "Goyan, this tea-house is rather delightful. Let's take a look." With that, she entered, and Goyan followed closely behind. They ascended directly to a private room on the 2nd floor, where Qinghe adeptly ordered tea and snacks. She gestured for Goyan to take a seat, but he remained standing rigidly, adhering to the decorum of their hierarchical relationship. With a hint of exasperation, Qinghe resigned herself to enjoying her refreshments alone. "Lilate, swiftly discern if this storyteller possesses any intriguing gossip." Qinghe initiated the inquiry, feeling a rush of excitement, but also aware that her eagerness might be too conspicuous. Hence she added, "Let it be known, my curiosity regarding the storyteller's gossip is not mere whimsy. It is solely to enhance your experience points." "I understand, host," the gossip system replied, its tone laced with playful mockery. "Interestingly enough, this storyteller is indeed embroiled in some scandal. Quickly, share the details."
Qinghe erfid.
As others around her perked up, their hearts racing with anticipation. Finally, they had awaited the revelations concerning this individual and Lilate for so long. Previously, they had uncovered secrets within this very tea-house, and the same 2 voices had divulged the storyteller's mysteries. Without exception, all had proven true. Hence, during their leisure, they would frequent the tea-house to listen to tales. However, ever since the new storyteller took over, they had not heard those familiar voices. Yet now, as the well-known voice resonated once more, everyone halted their activities, ears perked in eager attention. The tea-house owner, having recognized this familiar voice, grinned broadly, as if he had stumbled upon the secret to immense wealth. If only he could retain this individual, the tea-house's business would surely flourish daily. He was determined to uncover the identity of the storyteller, as he had failed in previous attempts. "Host, this individual is named Qinghe, a minor leader of a nefarious sect in the martial world. The recent spate of missing girls within the city is connected to him and the organization behind him. They utilize virgin blood to concoct elixirs, purportedly to prolong life and preserve youth. In truth, these claims are mere fabrications, a ruse to deceive and amass wealth. It is those unfortunate missing girls who suffer, reduced to mere playthings before being sold to distant lands. Should they resist, they are simply eliminated. Despicable. Utterly vile. Qinghe slammed her hand on the table, radiating fury. Such scum must not be allowed to escape. The others echoed her sentiments, their eyes ablaze with righteous indignation. A wolf in sheep's clothing must face justice. He masquerades as a storyteller to seek out his targets. Given the recent stringent scrutiny from the authorities and the heightened vigilance over young girls at home, he has no alternative but to pursue other avenues. While he appears engrossed in his tales, his eyes are furtively scanning for better prey. Moreover, their organization targets impoverished farm girls, whom they disdain. Their preference lies with the daughters of officials or wealthy families.
Ah!
It is you. It is you. Suddenly, a harrowing and furious cry erupted from the first floor. One individual stood up, seizing a water jug from the table and hurling it at the storyteller. Zhuang Yuanheng, a junior official of the Dali Temple, rushed out upon hearing the commotion. He could not allow this matter to be disrupted. If the storyteller were to flee, how would they locate the stronghold of those responsible? That individual was poised to rush forward and confront the storyteller when he was restrained. Let me go. I will kill him. Li Gan. Zhuang Yuanheng recognized this man as a cloth merchant. Recently, Li Kang's daughter had gone missing, a case he had personally reported. Lord Zhuang. That storyteller is the one. I am aware. Remain calm, Zhuang Yuanheng reassured. We have traced this lead and are prepared to follow it to its source. Do you think I am here idly? If you startle him and he escapes, we may never find your daughter. Those beasts. Li Kang gritted his teeth, filled with a desire to rend Le Xinjie limb from limb. Trust us, the fish is already on the hook. You must be patient. Chapter 52. That was close. Almost revealed. Though Li Kang was unwilling, he could only begrudgingly take a seat. If given the choice, he would truly like to flay Le Xinjie alive. Qinghe glanced down, her brow furrowing in concern. Lilith, what is happening downstairs with Lord Zhuang and the others? Host. That cloth merchant Li Kang has discovered that the storyteller is the mastermind and wishes to capture him, but Lord Zhuang has intervened. What is Lord Zhuang thinking? Shouldn't he swiftly detain the suspect? Perhaps it is because Le Xinjie's storytelling is so vivid and captivating.
Qinghe scoffed softly.
Others were equally perplexed as to why the junior official of the Dali Temple did not take action. Was it possible he had not overheard their conversation? Even as Le Xinjie concluded his tale, Lord Zhuang remained inactive. Several individuals fidgeted restlessly, but they were restrained by Zhuang Yuanheng's men. Anxieties and worries filled the hearts of all present. Were Lord Zhuang and his associates waiting for something? That concludes today's narrative. To know what follows, please tune in next time for further analysis. Le Xinjie finished his last line and departed with a flourish. Lord Zhuang, he is escaping. The man is about to flee. Li Kang's anxious whisper broke into a low growl, desperate not to let the trail slip away. Qinghe's frown deepened. Surely, Lord Zhuang was not losing his clarity?
Goyan.
You go. Just as she called for Goyan, she observed Zhuang Yuanheng signal to someone, and a few individuals followed him out. Qinghe raised an eyebrow. Had she misjudged Zhuang Yuanheng? However, to err on the side of caution, she dispatched other hidden guards to follow as well. After all, she had a multitude of hidden guards, and sending a couple was no trouble. Once the group had moved a distance away, Zhuang Yuanheng addressed several informed individuals with clasped fists. I understand your concerns. Please trust us. We will provide you with an explanation. Qinghe was now more convinced than ever that Lord Zhuang must have his own plan in motion. With the storyteller having departed and the snacks and tea nearly consumed, Qinghe prepared to head home. Excuse me, esteemed guest. I wish to discuss a matter of importance with you. A voice called from outside the private room, causing Qinghe to furrow her brow in confusion. The owner? What business could he have with her?
Come in.
Just those 3 words confirmed to Zhao Cheng, the tea house owner, that he had indeed sought out the right person. Is it not this very voice that unravels the truth of the matter? My lady, I am Zhao Cheng, and I wish to discuss a business proposition with you. The words you intended to utter became lodged in your throat, eluding articulation. Zhao Cheng gazed at Qinghe in sheer terror, his heart racing with dread. How could he have encountered the old matriarch? Little 8, what is wrong with him? Why does it seem as though he is having a seizure? Zhao Cheng does not have seizures. He may simply be experiencing a sudden fit of panic. Zhao Cheng exclaimed, nonsense about seizures and fits. In that fleeting moment, His breath became less constricted. Could it be that he had merely been afflicted by some malevolent spirit? Anxiously, he attempted to speak again, but before a single word could escape his lips, the sensation of suffocation returned with alarming intensity. A flash of insight illuminated his mind, suggesting a possible explanation. He tentatively dismissed the thoughts swirling in his brain, and indeed, the feeling of asphyxiation gradually dissipated. However, upon trying to speak once more, the choking sensation surged back, more unbearable than before. Could this young woman before him be favored by the heavens? How else could such strange phenomena be explained? Qinghe stood there, observing Zhao Cheng as he furrowed his brow in confusion, his mind a whirlwind of questions. Little 8, could he possibly be suffering from schizophrenia? There is no sign of schizophrenia, but he has been grappling with insomnia lately. Each night, he seems to be fueled by some stimulant, unable to find rest. The dark circles beneath his eyes are a testament to his plight. No amount of makeup could conceal them. Zhao Cheng's body grew rigid, disbelief etched across his features. How could they possibly know this? Then a thought struck him. Given their awareness of his condition, might they assist him in finding a remedy? He had consulted numerous doctors regarding his insomnia. The initial treatments had yielded some effect, but their efficacy waned over time. He feared that if this continued, he might meet his end at any moment. Could there be some hidden agenda here? Upon hearing his tone, Qinghe sensed an underlying issue. Bingo, host. He has been cursed. Someone has been deliberately manipulating him at night, inducing a state of extreme agitation. Had it not been for the necessity of the cursed insects to rest, he would have perished long ago. Who could be so malicious as to devise such torment? It is his most cherished concubine, Hua Yurong. This tale is indeed one of tragic misunderstanding. Hua Yurong has a childhood sweetheart named Wang Hao. Half a year ago, they both arrived in the capital. One day, Wang Hao mentioned he had business to attend to and did not return until nightfall. Worrying for his safety, Hua Yurong set out to search for him, only to stumble upon him lying in a pool of blood, the streets eerily deserted. In her panic, she mistakenly identified Zhao Cheng as the murderer. Thus, in her quest for vengeance, she cunningly ingratiated herself with Zhao Cheng, easily ensnaring him. On their wedding night, she placed a curse upon him, using the cursed insects to control his actions. A sudden loud thud jolted Qinghe from her reverie as Zhao Cheng unexpectedly knelt before her, his eyes wide with alarm. What transpired? Why did he suddenly kneel? Innkeeper, let us converse civilly. Do not resort to threats.
Qinghe leapt aside.
My lady, please. Zhao Cheng's plea remained unfinished as the door to their private room swung open once more. In strode the third prince, his face a mask of fury. Zhao Cheng. A shiver coursed through Zhao Cheng's body. How had the third prince arrived without his knowledge? Before he could react, the third prince, with a sudden shift in demeanor, addressed the young woman. Sister-in-law, you are here for tea as well? You know her? Indeed. This tea house is mine. Due to my usual lack of mobility, I have entrusted its management to Zhao Cheng. The third prince hastily clarified, while Qinghe's mind grasped the implications. Only Zhao Cheng remained in a daze. The third prince referred to her as sister-in-law, which meant she was the crown princess, the legitimate daughter of the chancellor, the esteemed Ji Darren. Each of these identities was one he could not afford to offend. Sister-in-law, Zhao Cheng and I have matters to attend to at the tea house, so we shall not intrude upon your enjoyment. Consider today as expenses my treat. Very well, you may proceed. Qinghe thought little of it. And after the third prince and Zhao Cheng departed, she too made her exit. With the storytellers gone, her presence there held little purpose. After wandering for a while, it was time to return. Meanwhile, Zhao Cheng followed the third prince into the room and promptly knelt. I beg your forgiveness, your highness. And what is your transgression? I did not intend to offend the crown princess, nor was I aware of your visit today. For all the times I have valued you, you do not even know where you have erred. The third prince exuded a dangerously tense aura, and had he not intervened just in time, it was likely Qinghe would have harbored doubts. Chapter 53. Something is amiss. The person has changed. I am but a simpleton. I beseech you, your highness, enlighten me. Zhao Cheng was drenched in sweat, having never before encountered the third prince in such a state of anger. He pondered earnestly, striving to recall his actions. He had been diligent and sincere in his duties, aside from the earlier incident involving the crown princess. Beyond that, he could think of no other missteps. The third prince regarded Zhao Cheng, whose expression was one of utter bewilderment, and took a deep breath. Were it not for Zhao Cheng's adept management of the tea house, he would have considered dismissing him altogether. What you overheard from my sister-in-law must never be spoken of openly. Did you not sense the suffocating pressure?
I did.
Zhao Chen wiped the sweat from his brow, beginning to comprehend the situation. He was indeed a simpleton, having failed to grasp the crux of the matter. But I have been greatly affected by my insomnia and am desperate to find a path to survival. Rest for a few days and tend to your personal affairs. Once your condition stabilizes, return to the tea house, the third prince instructed. As for Wang Hao's predicament, consult Jingzhao Yin Qingxiao. He should provide you with the truth. Thank you, your highness. Meanwhile, on Zhuang Yuanhang's end, he followed Le Xinjie to the cult's lair. After a fierce battle, many of the cult members were either dead or injured. In a hidden cellar, they discovered the missing young women. However, their mental states were gravely affected. Upon seeing anyone approach, they curled up in fear, filthy and stained with blood. We are from the Dali Temple. Do not be afraid. We are here to rescue you. Zhuang Yuanhang assured them, arranging for the girls to be escorted out. Upon arrival at the Dali Temple, the families of the victims awaited anxiously. As the girls appeared, each family rushed forward to claim their own. Li Kong, having waited impatiently, scanned the group but could not find his daughter. Xiaohe, where is my Xiaohe? She was taken and never returned. One of the girls weakly spoke up. Hearing this, Li Kong sank to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. His beloved Xiao he would likely never return. The case of the missing girls that had plagued the Dali Temple for 3 months had finally been resolved. Yet the cost was devastating. Each girl had suffered trauma, some reduced to mere bones, while others bore irreparable damage that would forever complicate their chances of marriage. In short, none of the girls emerged unscathed. When Zhuang Yuanhang reported to the emperor, the latter was filled with fury, ordering immediate executions. As Le Xinjie and the others arrived at the execution grounds, the gathered crowd hurled rotten vegetables and foul eggs, all cursing the condemned. When Ji Qinghe heard the news, she rushed outside, exhilarated at the prospect of witnessing an execution for the first time. Du Shui watched Ji Qinghe dash out the door and felt a sense of exasperation. This child had been impossible to contain ever since attending morning court. She seized every opportunity to escape. Was she finally liberated from her previous constraints? Qinghe, upon stepping outside,
Murong Yunduo unexpectedly encountered Qinghe.
Noticing Ji Qinghe's hurried demeanor, she swiftly grasped her arm and inquired, "Where are you headed?" "To witness the execution." "I shall accompany you." Murong Yunduo instinctively blurted out, following Ji Qinghe into the carriage. It was only upon their arrival that she realized the gravity of the situation. She had merely wished to cultivate a good rapport with her future sister-in-law, never intending to witness such a gruesome event. "Qinghe, why don't we instead go to the tea house for some pastries?" Murong Yunduo swallowed hard, hesitating to alight from the carriage. "If you are fearful, I can arrange for someone to escort you back." Who is frightened? Murong Yunduo protested defiantly, unwilling to be underestimated by Ji Qinghe. After all, she aspired to be her sister-in-law. Without a moment's hesitation, she leapt from the carriage, her head held high, exuding an air of arrogance. Ji Qinghe's lips curled into a smile. This version of Murong Yunduo was rather endearing. The time has come for the execution. As the executioner raised his blade, the voice of the gossiping system abruptly echoed. "Incorrect, host. 2 individuals here are not who they seem."
What?
A wave of astonishment washed over Ji Qinghe. Could it be that those individuals had a hidden protector? The 2 leaders of this organization have been substituted. Someone arranged for individuals resembling them to face execution. As for the actual leaders, they have been concealed. Wait! Ji Qinghe had never doubted the veracity of Little Eight's words, so upon grasping the truth, she immediately sprang forth to intervene. "Lord Ji, I am currently overseeing the execution. Your interruption could delay the proceedings, and do you not fear the emperor's wrath?" The supervising official, the imperial censor Renyong Chao, had always harbored disdain for Ji Qinghe. Normally, with others to shield her, it sufficed, but at such a critical juncture, her disruption was utterly unacceptable. "Lord Ren, I am not intentionally obstructing. There is a reason for my actions. I beseech you not to take offense." Ji Qinghe understood Renyong Chao's animosity towards her, yet she had pressing matters at hand. Doesn't Lord Ren need to verify the identities before the execution? Naturally. It has already been verified. Lord Ji, as a woman and a newly appointed official, you may be unfamiliar with these protocols. I do not hold it against you. I implore you to step aside and not delay the proceedings. Otherwise, should the emperor hold me accountable, I shall have no choice but to report the truth. I have stated that 2 individuals' identities are incorrect. Lord Ren must not commit the atrocity of executing the innocent.
Qinghe asserted, unyielding.
She would not allow the two pivotal figures to be replaced. Seize Lord Ji and remove her from the scene. Should this matter falter, neither of us can bear the consequences of the emperor's ire. As Ren Yongchao's command fell, individuals approached, only for Gulong to stand protectively before Ji Qinghe.
Je Qinghe?
Do you intend to rebel? Ren Yongchao was furious. Ji Qinghe's audacity was beyond measure. I have already informed the emperor. Lord Ren should remain patient. Ren Yongchao's expression darkened as he turned again to the executioner. Proceed with the execution. The executioner hesitated, having heard of Lord Ji's reputation. It was said she was the only female official in the court, not only the prime minister's daughter, but also the crown princess. Such esteemed identities were not to be trifled with by a mere executioner. Seeing that no one was heeding his orders, Ren Yongchao's face turned ashen. If this continued, surely a calamity would ensue. Did you not hear my command? Execute swiftly. His urgency was palpable, and even the common folk sensed the disturbance. By the emperor's decree, a commanding voice, accompanied by the rhythmic pounding of hooves, approached rapidly, and upon witnessing that the execution had yet to occur, a collective sigh of relief escaped. Lord Ren, by the emperor's decree, the identities of the prisoners require confirmation. The execution is to be postponed, with all decisions left to Lord Ji. His expression dark and foreboding. He had arrived too late. Chapter 54. Dreams must be pursued. By the emperor's decree, the execution is to be postponed.
Liu Yi,
the commander of the imperial guards, shattered Ren Yongchao's fleeting hopes. He understood that once the emperor spoke, a thorough investigation would be inevitable. He pondered whether he could evade the repercussions this time. Given the nature of that individual, he ought to be protected, having rendered so much service. Yet, uncertainty gnawed at him. With this matter laid bare before the emperor, would he become a pawn to be discarded? Anxiety coursed through Ren Yongchao as he cast a venomous glare at Ji Qinghe. It was all her fault. Had she not appeared so unexpectedly, everything would have been settled by now. Ji Qinghe, unperturbed, met Ren Yongchao's glare head-on. It was not her fault. She feared nothing. The gathered crowd had been dispersed by the imperial guards, leaving only the few of them behind. Little 8, this Ren Yongchao is certainly no good. I have aided him significantly, yet he gazes at me with such malice. Host, you're correct. He has never been a good person. This substitution scheme was orchestrated entirely by him. From his perspective, you have thwarted his plans. What? Why would he orchestrate such a switch? Is he the mastermind behind the organization? Ji Qinghe was astounded. She had initially believed it to be a minor underworld faction, only to discover the involvement of court officials during the execution. What a convoluted affair. He is merely a lackey. The true mastermind is Prince Huai. Little 8 dropped a bombshell, causing Liu Yi to shudder. What had he just heard? Prince Huai? Had he not retreated to the mountains to meditate? Ji Qinghe was equally astonished, having never heard of such a figure. Who is Prince Huai? The late emperor's sworn brother, who once fought alongside him to establish the dynasty. After stability was achieved in the Xiaoliang kingdom, the late emperor, wary of his military power, orchestrated a banquet to intoxicate him and seize his military insignia. To assuage his guilt, the late emperor granted him a title. However, he was merely a nominal prince with no real power, a title without substance. Ji Qinghe clicked her tongue. It seemed the emperor had a penchant for harming loyal subjects out of jealousy. After the late emperor's passing, the crown prince, who is now the emperor, ascended the throne. Prince Huai then retreated to the Qinghe mountain temple, claiming to renounce worldly affairs. In truth, it was all a facade. He has been secretly seeking the path to immortality. This recent case of missing girls is attributed to him as the puppeteer. Liu Yi gasped, astonished that Prince Huai harbored such intentions. Did immortality truly exist? Just as he was pondering, Ji Qinghe's inner voice provided clarity. Immortality? More like a fool's dream. Spare us, we are not death row inmates. The bound individuals finally found their chance to plead, frantically begging for mercy. They were merely ordinary prisoners from the dungeon, unaware that they had been thrust upon the execution stage. Who wouldn't be terrified? Liu Yi waved his hand, signaling for their removal, along with Ren Yongchao. With Ji Qinghe's inner voice guiding them, the truth soon emerged. Prince Huai was confined to a chamber, provided with a single meal each day, left to his own devices. Within 3 days, he could no longer endure it and, after his final meal, chose to hang himself. Ren Yongchao was also suspended from duty and imprisoned. In the imperial study, the emperor was in high spirits. Since Ji Qinghe's arrival, he had eradicated numerous pests from the court. Qinghe, your efforts regarding the grain issue were invaluable. Furthermore, you contributed significantly to the case of the missing girls. With such merit, what reward do you desire? Thank you, Your Majesty. To alleviate your burdens is my duty, Qinghe replied, inwardly lamenting to the gossip system. What reward does he seek from me? How insincere. Shouldn't he simply bestow the reward upon me? If I were to request the moon from the heavens, could he truly grant it? The emperor's smile faltered. Realizing he had perhaps misstepped, was he not merely attempting to align with her wishes? The emperor is so courteous, yet so hypocritical. If one takes his words to heart, one must be a complete fool. The emperor's expression grew more rigid. It was indeed his own folly. However, the host could seize this opportunity to request a greater bounty of gold and silver treasures, as we have yet to settle our debts. A splendid idea. Those provisions came from my own purse. And as for Pingyang and the others, had it not been for me, the emperor would still be in the dark. After the fright I endured at the hands of the perverse Lung Yuan, I ought to receive compensation for my mental anguish. The more Qinghe contemplated, the more she felt entitled to a substantial sum. The emperor's eyelids twitched. She wouldn't dare to ask for an exorbitant sum, would she? He had recently acquired a gold mine and had merely confiscated a corrupt official's estate, but now he seemed burdened by the obligations of the treasury and the need to support his armies. How had he come to feel financially strained again? Your Majesty, I desire 10,000 taels of gold. As for other rewards, I leave them to your discretion. Qinghe boldly requested 10,000 taels of gold, though she was uncertain whether the emperor would truly grant such a sum. Nevertheless, one must dare to dream, for who knows what might come to fruition. Moreover, if her memory served her right, the emperor was indeed a man of considerable wealth now. The corners of the emperor's mouth twitched violently. Just listen to her. 10,000 taels of gold was not sufficient. She sought more rewards as well, truly not treating herself as an outsider. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized that the wealth he possessed was largely due to Qinghe, which eased his heart somewhat. Granted. I shall bestow upon you 10,000 taels of gold, along with my personal inscription. What say you? The smile that had just begun to grace Qinghe's south lips froze in place. His personal inscription? The emperor was rather stingy. An inscription is of no practical use. It cannot be eaten nor exchanged for money. Who would covet it? Indeed, quite miserly. Yet at least he has granted you 10,000 taels of gold. The gossip system chimed in, albeit it was easily satisfied. For having 10,000 taels of gold was certainly preferable to having none at all. The emperor cleared his throat awkwardly, explaining, I have the entire Xiaoliang kingdom to support. Qinghe, you wouldn't hold it against me for the meagerness of my reward, would you?
Qinghe.
Having heard such flattering words, could hardly voice any discontent. I would not dare. I am grateful for your generosity, Your Majesty. The grace of thunder and rain is indeed a heavenly blessing. Qinghe might have harbored greater grievances, but she could only grumble silently within. Upon returning to the Ji residence, she tossed the inscription onto the table. What was this? Du Shui picked it up casually, opened it, and found only 8 grand characters. Loyalty spans the sun and moon. Integrity is as sturdy as pine and bamboo. Chapter 55, Brother 3 returns. Is this the inscription bestowed upon you by the emperor? Du Shui scrutinized it closely, contemplating a certain possibility. When Qinghe had returned, she had brought with her the emperor's reward. She had only noticed the boxes filled with 10,000 taels of gold, not paying attention to the inscription. Now it seemed likely that it was indeed a royal gift. Well, mother, feel free to handle it as you see fit.
Qinghe replied lazily.
For she held no affection for this inscription. It couldn't be exchanged for money. What good was it?
Du Xue's lips twitched.
Regardless, this is a gift from the emperor. Your attitude must be proper. Though it may not hold monetary value, it is still an honor. Mother, are you a worm in my belly? Qinghe's eyes sparkled. Du Shui, exasperated, lightly slapped her. With your little schemes, I can tell what you're up to just by your posture. Mother, you've changed. Changed how?
Du Xue curieux, bewildered.
Only to hear Qinghe brazenly continue. You've grown coarse. I never imagined you would so casually speak of excrement. Are you still the mother I once knew?
Qinghe lamented dramatically.
Du Shui, without a moment's thought, delivered another gentle slap, having expected her daughter to say something serious, only to find her jesting. Ouch, mother. Do you no longer love me? Are you planning to bear me siblings? Though you may not love me any longer, dear goose, I shall forever love you. Qinghe teased, her tone playful, which made Du Shui laugh. You child, you dare to speak so freely now. I shall first place the emperor's personal inscription in the ancestral hall. Would you care to join me? Qinghe waved her hand dismissively. She could hardly bear to see it, feeling as though she had lost a fortune. Du Shui did not press further, and went straight to the ancestral hall. Her heart filled with reflections. If Qinghe had once been obedient and demure, now she exhibited a newfound vivacity. Previously, Du Shui had worried that Qinghe's unguarded thoughts would lead to trouble and had preferred her to stay indoors. But now she felt that the emperor's decision to have Qinghe attend morning court was indeed wise. At least she seemed much more lively, with an abundance of smiles. It appeared that this version of Qinghe was her true self. The master was not wrong. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Qinghe remained blissfully unaware of her mother's musings as she was preoccupied with settling debts. Watching 10,000 taels of gold swiftly diminish, her heart bled. That wretched Jobapi. What merchant does not allow returns? Clearly, this is a scheme to ensnare me. Fear not, host. Your birthday is fast approaching. You shall undoubtedly receive many gifts, and your wealth will surely increase. Qinghe replied with a scoff. However, that did little to comfort her. She could have been much wealthier. I have an idea. The gossip system, sensing Qinghe's discontent, continued. You could sell those items, then we would recoup our losses. Sell to whom? Those firearms are high-tech weapons. If they fall into the wrong hands, it would be disastrous. Surely, we would sell them to the current emperor. He is now a man of wealth, possessing a gold mine. Let him witness the might of high-tech weaponry, and you can casually ask for a price. Surely you'd have him in the palm of your hand. Little late, when did you become so clever? Qinghe found herself genuinely considering the proposition. These items were merely scrap metal in her possession, but selling them to the emperor could yield significant profit. However, the provenance of these items would require careful thought. Little sister, a voice both strange and familiar called out, prompting Qinghe to rise and step outside. Seeing her brother Ji Shohan, whom she had not seen in over a year, she rushed forward. Brother 3, you've returned. Why didn't you inform us in advance? I wish to surprise you all, Ji Shohan replied, his tone affectionate. And what are my other surprises? Qinghe extended her hand, speaking with natural ease. Such a little money grubber, Ji Shohan chuckled, instructing the servants to bring in boxes upon boxes of goods.
Wow.
So much? I knew it. Brother 3 loves me the most. Qinghe exclaimed as she opened the first box, filled with delightful trinkets. The second contained jewelry, and by the third, she found sparkling silver.
Wow.
Brother 3 truly knows my tastes. If only all 3 boxes were filled with silver. Brother 3, you are my fortune. Qinghe inadvertently blurted out, quickly correcting herself. Relieved when she noted no change in Ji Shohan's demeanor. Thankfully, he had not heard her slip. Ji Shohan, am I really going to argue with you? The return of Ji Shohan has filled the Ji residence with laughter and joy. Du Shui held Ji Shohan's hand, examining him closely. He appeared darker, thinner, and notably more resolute. How did you find the sea, Shohan? Have you adapted to the food and living conditions? What is it like beyond the ocean? Du Shui inquired with genuine concern. A year ago, her brother had whimsically decided to venture across the sea, and Ji Shohan insisted on accompanying him. Despite her reluctance, she could not hinder her child's aspirations, ultimately conceding with a heavy heart. Throughout the past year, she had been consumed with worry. Previously, when they traveled for business on land, they could communicate through letters. However, once they ventured to sea, communication became impossible. She could only glean information through roundabout means from Qinghe. As long as we are alive, that is what matters. Mother, grandmother, everything is well, Ji Shohan smiled, announcing, I have brought gifts for you all. One by one, he presented small tokens, causing Du Shui and the matriarch to beam with delight. Not only did he bring gifts for them, but also for the servants and the steward, ensuring each received a small token of appreciation. While not of great value, it was a gesture of thoughtfulness. The third young master is truly remarkable, even preparing gifts for us. To serve in the Ji residence is indeed a stroke of fortune. The elated servants exclaimed, Ah, host, your third brother's trump card has yet to be revealed, and look how delighted your mother and grandmother are. If they knew he had a surprise in store, they would likely be overjoyed to the point of needing 2 more bowls of rice, the system chimed in. Du Shui and the matriarch exchanged knowing glances, feigning joy while secretly straining to eavesdrop on the gossip. Ji Baihan and Ji Xinghan also turned their attention to their younger brother. Ji Qingzhou appeared composed, yet a flicker of anticipation stirred within him. What kind of surprise could the third brother have prepared that warranted such praise from Xiaoba? Ji Shohan wore a resigned expression. He knew all too well that nothing could be concealed from Xiaoba. Ji Qinghe's curiosity ignited. What other surprises does my third brother have in store? Chapter 56. This family will fall apart without me. Everyone perked up, slowing their movements, eager to listen. Ji Shohan felt an overwhelming urge to cover his face. Oh, dear. He hadn't even prepared adequately, and already Xiao Ba was about to expose him. Host, your third brother has brought back a Hu Ji, a woman of extraordinary exotic charm. They rescued her on their return journey. You know how conservative women dress in this era, yet the Hu Ji is quite different. Clad in daring attire and exuding allure. Once, she performed a belly dance before your third brother, and he was utterly captivated. Is my third brother truly so superficial? Ji Qinghe gasped, astonished that her brother could be so easily enchanted by a beautiful woman. Men are visual creatures. It's likely your third brother, accustomed to the demure demeanor of noble ladies, was simply drawn to something so strikingly different, the gossip system asserted with an air of expertise. Hearing their whispers filled Ji Shohan with embarrassment. He wished to vanish from sight. However, I must say, your third brother is rather brawn over brain. What kind of beauty would wait specifically for him on his path? With so many people in the world, why would he be the one to encounter a damsel in distress? And he seems blissfully unaware of being deceived, the system concluded. As those words hung in the air, the expressions of everyone present shifted. Ji Qingzhou furrowed his brow. It appeared the third brother had been ensnared in a trap. It was uncertain whether the scheme targeted Ji Shohan himself or the Ji residents as a whole. Ji Xinghan couldn't help but smirk at Ji Baihan. Who would have thought our third brother is much like you? Both playing the hero and landing in hot water. Ji Baihan's face remained impassive. Yet his lips uttered the coldest of remarks. That's nothing compared to someone who has been swindled out of a fortune while still believing himself clever. Yixingtan? What a brutal blow. Just as he lamented, Ji Qinghe's voice echoed in his mind, just like my foolish second brother, blissfully deceived. Speaking of this, Ji Qinghe couldn't help but continue. By the way, who did my second and third brothers inherit their lack of intelligence from? My father was once the foremost official, a prime minister. The eldest brother is a companion to the crown prince, while I have become a scholar. Their intellectual deficiency seems irredeemable. Intellectual deficiency? What on earth is that? Though the others were puzzled, they could infer from the context that it was not a compliment.
Yishuhan questioned.
What has transpired in my absence? How has my younger sister assumed a position of authority? Du Shui shot Ji Qingzhou another accusing glare. What do his two foolish sons have to do with him? Du Shui snapped, ISNT at your influence? Ji Qingzhou immediately wilted. He knew better than to argue. Or he'd likely find himself banished to the study for the night. These two wayward sons were indeed a stumbling block between him and Du Shui. He often wished to expel them from the residence to spare himself the distress. Ji Xinghan and Ji Shohan were utterly oblivious to their parents' disdain, especially from their father. By the way, Xiao Ba, what is the Hu Ji's purpose in pursuing my brother? With the topic finally returning, Ji Shohan sighed in relief. If the banter continued, he would surely want to disappear into the ground. The others focused intently, eager to learn the Hu Ji's intentions. It's all because of the perverse Leng Yuehan. The Emperor of Yingyue has already learned of Leng Yuehan's actions and certainly does not wish to relinquish his territory for the sake of an illegitimate child. Thus, he has dispatched envoys while secretly bolstering military presence at the borders, adopting a two-pronged approach. This Hu Ji is one of the envoys' party. Initially, they intended to head straight to the capital, but upon encountering your third brother, they decided to leave the Hu Ji behind to try and entice him. If successful, she could remain in the Ji residence and potentially gain access to confidential information. What if it fails? If it fails, there are others. The envoys' party consists of more than just this Hu Ji. They can either target officials or members of the royal family. Cast a wide net. They are bound to catch something. Ji Qinghe and Ji Qingzhou fell into contemplation. With the number of corrupt officials in the court, some would inevitably fall prey to temptation. Ji Shohan had regained his composure, all traces of foolish infatuation dispelled. Indeed, he was prone to fleeting emotions. For now, we can only wait for my third brother to bring her to us. Ji Qinghe sighed in resignation. At worst, I shall play the villain.
Xiao Ba.
I've suddenly realized that this family will fall apart without me. The next day, as Ji Shohan prepared to leave, Ji Qinghe followed suit. Currently, she was considered an injured party, exempt from morning court and duties, allowing her a degree of freedom. Where are you off to, third brother? To the inn to meet someone, Ji Shohan replied, bracing himself. After learning the truth of the situation the previous night, he resolved to disregard the Hu Ji. However, his father had summoned him to the study, instructing him to keep the Hu Ji close. An enemy is safest when kept in sight. He did not wish to be the fool, yet now he had to endure humiliation for the greater good. Who are you meeting? Is it a friend? Just a friend. Ji Shohan maintained his composure. Now was the time to showcase his acting skills. Little sister, when you meet her, do not be taken aback. And refrain from letting your imagination run wild. Understood? Ji Shohan was concerned that Hu Ji might overhear Ji Qinghe's thoughts. In truth, he had reservations about bringing his sister along, yet he could never refuse her endearing pleas. Rest assured, third brother, I shall not overthink it, Ji Qinghe assured him, though she knew she couldn't help but cause a ruckus. Before they reached the inn, Ji Shohan reiterated his warnings to Ji Qinghe. To her, this was merely a sign of her brother's anxious care. With a slight pout, she resolved to play the role of the disruptor that day. Understood, third brother. If you do not knock, I shall take the initiative. Ji Shohan gently tapped on the door, maintaining a steady rhythm. There was a response from within, prompting him to knock again. Ji Qinghe realized they were exchanging covert signals. My goodness, has third brother fallen head over heels for this Hu Ji? Otherwise, why the meticulous caution? She pondered. It is her first visit to the capital, and I worry she might be deceived by ill-intentioned individuals, hence the signals. Ji Shohan explained, feeling little need for secrecy, with the ever-watchful Xiao Ba present. It was better to be forthright. A smile crept onto Ji Qinghe's lips. It is amusing how one can smile even when speechless. Chapter 57. Choose her or choose me. Young Master Ji. The door swung open to reveal Hu Ji's delicate voice. Seeing Ji Qinghe beside him, she paused momentarily. Who is this? Tilania, this is my little sister. Oh, so, it is your little sister. Please, come in. Tilania's demeanor relaxed as she ushered them into the room, pouring them each a cup of tea. Young Master Ji, Miss Ji, please enjoy some tea. Good heavens, host. Stop your brother, at once. There is a drug in that cup of water. Once consumed, he will be consumed by fiery passion, losing all reason. Tilania intends to make a move, hoping to be taken home by your brother. Xiao Ba's urgent voice rang in Ji Qinghe's ears, and her expression darkened. She swiftly knocked Ji Shohan's cup to the ground. Third brother, I just saw a little bug fall into your cup. We shouldn't drink it. A bug? Then I shall prepare a fresh cup for young Master Ji, Tilania replied, reaching for the teapot again. Did you see that? The aphrodisiac is hidden beneath her nails.
Xiao Ba et Galim.
Initially oblivious, Ji Qinghe's attention was drawn to Tilania's subtle movements after Xiao Ba's warning. A glint of resolve crossed her eyes. And as Tilania extended the cup towards her, Ji Qinghe snatched it and poured its contents into Tilania's mouth. Ji Shohan had yet to comprehend what had transpired. As his sister acted with such ferocity. Do not think I am unaware of your vile intentions to become my sister-in-law. That depends on my approval, Ji Qinghe declared, fully embracing her role as the villain. After forcing Tilania to drink, she hurled the cup to the ground and glared at Ji Shohan. Third brother, will you choose her or choose me? Of course, it is my little sister, Ji Shohan responded without hesitation, relieved that Tilania could not hear his sister's thoughts. Within moments, Tilania began to writhe in discomfort, groaning and shedding her clothing. Ji Shohan promptly seized a nearby stool and knocked her unconscious. Little sister, father came to see me last night. He mentioned that Tilania's identity is peculiar, instructing me to bring her into the residence and keep a close watch on her. Ah? Ji Qinghe was taken aback, realizing she might have inadvertently caused trouble. Wait, how does father know about this? Wasn't third brother just back? He never mentioned it at home. I was planning to pretend I was unaware. The envoy from Yue is soon to arrive in the capital, and the emperor has been discreetly monitoring the situation. Tilania's movements have been under the emperor's scrutiny. Ji Shohan continued to weave his tale, adeptly navigating the web of deception. Therefore, the emperor is also aware of my return. Father specifically instructed me to bring her back and remain inactive. Ji Qinghe then realized she had unwittingly voiced her thoughts aloud. Had she truly caused a problem? She had assumed everyone was oblivious, but it seemed they were all astute. It is unfortunate that third brother did not clarify things with you earlier, but it matters not. The situation is resolved. I have knocked her out and can take her back directly. Seeing a hint of regret on Ji Qinghe's face, Ji Shohan felt a pang of guilt. Deceit and subterfuge had woven a complex tapestry, and they were all beneficiaries of the situation. Yet now, in order to shield the secret of their ability to hear thoughts, his little sister bore the brunt of it all, which was indeed heart-wrenching. Very well, Guyun. Take her back discreetly. Ensure no one else discovers her. Ji Qinghe, never one to engage in internal conflict, swiftly grasped the crux of the matter and set plans into motion.
Xiao Ba.
Surely the system shop has a potion that compels one to speak the truth?
Indeed, host.
Given your prompt settlement of outstanding debts, the system shop is currently offering a promotion. Purchase 10 and receive 1 complimentary. Ji Qinghe replied with a dry chuckle. Ji Shohan's eyes brightened. If there was a potion for truth-telling, then the subsequent matters could be simplified. No further arrangements were necessary. He merely needed to accompany his sister. Third brother, let us return home. Very well, Ji Shohan nodded, and the two made their way back to the residence. Lanya had already been confined to the woodshed by Guyun and was slowly regaining consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, she felt an intense heat coursing through her body. Realizing she was in an unfamiliar place, had her identity been discovered? For a fleeting moment, her rationality held firm, but the discomfort overwhelmed her, and she began to writhe against the firewood. As her memories returned, Lanya's terror escalated. She had consumed that potion. Without a man, she would perish. She did not wish to die.
Wah!
Lanya cried out desperately, hoping someone would come to her rescue. Finally, the door swung open. Upon seeing Ji Shohan and Ji Qinghe, Lanya made a frantic attempt to crawl towards Ji Shohan. Host, we must find her a man quickly, otherwise she will meet a tragic end. Is there no antidote? There is, but will the host be willing to spend money for her? The cheapest antidote costs 100 taels. How troublesome. It was impossible for her to part with her coin. Not everyone was worthy of her expenditure. Third brother, she appears to be in great distress. Let us hope she does not perish. Indeed, little sister, you should return now. I will handle the remaining matters, Ji Shohan stated, deeming it inappropriate for his sister to witness what was to come. Ji Qinghe retorted, PSH, I have seen far worse in my past life. I have even encountered the live-action version. Host, would you like to continue watching? The system shop has that as well. Ji Shohan stumbled, losing his footing as he fell to the ground. The system shop was truly terrifying. It seemed to possess everything, even that sort of thing. What was he to do? How could he prevent this? His little sister was still a naive young lady. How could Xiao Ba lead her astray? Ji Qinghe, startled by her brother's sudden collapse, exclaimed, Third brother, what is wrong? Nothing, little sister. I just remembered something I need to discuss with you. Please wait a moment. Ji Shohan stood, brushing off his clothes and employing a tactic of delay. He instructed the steward to summon several servants to deal with Lanya's predicament before pulling Ji Qinghe away. He could not afford to leave his sister alone for even a moment, fearful that she might witness something inappropriate. Third brother, what is it you wish to discuss? Ji Qinghe inquired, puzzled as to why he was suddenly dragging her away. It has been a while since we visited the tea house to listen to stories. Little sister, would you accompany me? Ji Shohan fabricated an excuse. Ji Qinghe replied, Third brother, what about the matters you wish to discuss? Surely we could find a more plausible reason? This excuse was so flimsy that even a dog would shake its head in disbelief. It is merely a matter of wanting to dismiss her, and she comprehends that. Very well then. In order to assuage Ji Shohan's concerns, Ji Qinghe readily acquiesced. If she doesn't listen, so be it, after all. The system shop has everything one could desire. Ji Shohan, my dear little sister, I am taking you to the tea house to dispel those perilous thoughts from your mind. We are young ladies, after all, still yet to be wed. Ji Shohan felt a torrent of emotions swell within him, unable to cry though he longed to. Who could enlighten him on how to navigate this predicament? Chapter 58. After all, she is a proper noblewoman. Ji Shohan tugged at Ji Qinghe as they dashed towards the tea house, intent on eradicating any inappropriate notions from his sister's mind. Third brother, little sister, what are you up to? Second brother, your timing is impeccable. Come, let us all go to the tea house to listen to stories. Ji Shohan appeared to have found a savior, pulling Ji Qinghe along as they hurried. Yixinggun? If I heard correctly, they are indeed going to the tea house to listen to stories. So, why the rush? Is there some scandal brewing at the tea house? Upon contemplating this possibility, Ji Qinghe's feet took on a life of their own, propelling him forward as if he had stepped upon the wheels of a whirlwind. Whoosh! He darted far ahead. Yikvinge? Yishuhan? The two exchanged glances, each reflecting confusion. What has prompted the second brother's sudden fervor? His Highness the Crown Prince had accompanied Ji Baihan to the Ji residence, and Ji Qinghe had not attended court in days, her mind racing with thoughts. Thus, upon the conclusion of court, she followed Ji Baihan without hesitation. Noticing a figure darting past, they barely had time to react before they spotted Ji Qinghe. Eldest brother, Your Highness, shall we go to the tea house together to listen to stories? Ji Shohan indicated Ji Qinghe with a glance, and they immediately understood. It seemed that the tea house had some fresh gossip to share. Let us go. Qinghe, the tea house is a bit far. How about we take a carriage? His Highness suggested, genuinely concerned that Ji Qinghe might tire from walking. Absolutely not. Ji Shohan was the first to react, exclaiming, "How can a man and a woman share a carriage?" Heaven knows he was in tears last night upon learning that his little sister had become the crown princess. What a fine cabbage. Only to be uprooted by a swine in his absence. No matter if that swine is the crown prince, it is unacceptable. He would not permit it under any circumstances. Ji Qinghe, your disapproval holds no weight. After all, it is not you who is marrying. Very well, Ji Qinghe disregarded Ji Shohan's objections, promptly agreeing. Why would she walk when there is a carriage available? Your Highness, let us be on our way. Indeed. The crown prince, Xiao Yanqing, replied indulgently. Watching Ji Qinghe ascend into the carriage alongside Xiao Yanqing, Ji Shohan felt a wave of urgency. Eldest brother, we must follow. My little sister would surely prefer to be alone with His Highness. Ji Baihan understood his third brother's feelings well. Yet it was an undeniable fact that his sister's affection for the crown prince and her ascension to crown princess was an unstoppable tide. Once upon a time, he too had wished to oppose this, but his objections had proven futile.
No.
This could lead to complications. Ji Shohan, frantic and at a loss for words, could only cling to Ji Baihan and plead, "Eldest brother, you must trust me on this. I will explain later. If we permit the crown prince and my sister to be alone, what if she divulges something she ought not to or witnesses something inappropriate? That would be disastrous." Very well, Ji Baihan, recognizing the gravity of the situation, reluctantly acquiesced. As they boarded the carriage, they were met with Ji Qinghe's piercing glare. "Oh my... It seems the two-person world I envisioned is out of the question, is it?" She shot a fierce glare at her two brothers, who feigned ignorance as they settled into their seats. "Eldest brother, third brother, is it not rather cramped for 4 people in one carriage? It is quite all right. Not too crowded at all. I find it quite satisfactory." Ji Qinghe was on the verge of cursing. Even her own brothers were no exception. "Ah!" A sudden scream echoed, causing the occupants of the carriage to jolt. "Look at how my little sister has been driven to this state," Ji Shohan implored. "Eldest brother,
Trust me.
Little 8, my third brother is driving me to madness. He can arrange for people to engage in activities unsuitable for children. Yet why can't I pursue a romantic relationship? I have not attended court for days, and at long last, I have an opportunity to spend time with His Highness. Why must I feel like a sticky gum that cannot be discarded?" Ji Qinghe felt tears welling up. She truly wished to cry. Why was her journey of romance so fraught with obstacles? Ji Baihan and Crown Prince Xiao Yanqing turned their gazes toward Ji Shohan. "What do you mean by activities unsuitable for children? What exactly has Ji Shohan done? Perhaps he fears you, and the Crown Prince will engage in something inappropriate." "Nonsense. What could I possibly do that is inappropriate? I have gone out with His Highness numerous times without crossing any lines." Ji Qinghe scowled, her face a picture of discontent as she regarded her two brothers, devoid of any hint of amusement. "It drives me mad. To see yet not touch, the joy of life is lost." "Fear not, host. The shop has videos of that nature. We can purchase them to watch." The dangerous remark from Little 8 sent Ji Shohan into a cold sweat. And he quickly interjected, "Eldest brother, Tylanya has already been brought into the residence, and I have arranged for someone to keep an eye on her." Ji Shohan sought to divert Ji Qinghe's thoughts, merely speaking offhandedly, yet it inadvertently spiraled back into the topic. "What do you mean by arranging for someone to keep an eye on her? Is that code for arranging someone to engage in those activities?" "Activities? What does that entail?" Ji Shohan, sensing the confusion in his brothers, elaborated. "I visited Tylanya today. She had taken that kind of drug. There is no antidote. Only a man can suffice." His voice dwindled to a whisper at the end, his head bowed in embarrassment. "Third brother is right. Had I not discovered it in time, that situation could have easily been yours." Ji Qinghe, known for her candidness and slightly pleading expression, caught a glimpse of Xiao Yanqing, feeling a twinge of guilt. "Little 8, do you think His Highness will view me as lacking in modesty? Not at all. The Crown Prince's eyes are filled with admiration. He has already fallen head over heels for you." The gossip system was brimming with confidence, convinced of its accuracy in matters of men. "Indeed. I am beloved by all, a flower in bloom. Who could possibly resist?" Ji Qinghe cast another glance at Xiao Yanqing, her ears flushed with crimson, betraying her shyness. Yet her pride swelled. Ji Baihan, however, was not easily misled. Piecing together the preceding events, he began to discern the truth. He gazed incredulously at Ji Shohan. "Is it that my little sister desires to see that kind of content?"
Yes, Huan nodded sadly,
wishing to embrace his elder brother and weep. "Oh, at last, someone understands my plight. It is not easy for me. To prevent my sister from straying onto a misguided path, I have exhausted myself, yet she still finds fault with me. Ji Baihan's expression turned grave. This was a predicament. They could temporarily divert their sister's attention, but they could not remain by her side indefinitely. What to do? Xiao Yanqing, however, was too enraptured in Ji Qinghe's musings to ponder further, reveling in the fact that yet another day had passed with his beloved by his side. It is such a pity that we cannot indulge in such activities right now. The host can employ a technique of longing. The videos in the shop feature 108 different postures. Learn them now, and when you two are wed, you can put them into practice. How do you know so much? Have you been spying?
No, no.
I am merely a proper nobleman. The gossip system earnestly explained, eliciting a knowing smile from Ji Qinghe. The explanation was but a guise. She understood. Chapter 59. A New Storyteller. It dawned on Crown Prince Xiao Yanqing, albeit belatedly, what they were discussing, and disbelief washed over him as he lifted his head. He was consumed by a singular thought. He wished to drag that little aid out into the open. How could it tarnish his lady's reputation?
Qinghe?
Mother has been mentioning you incessantly these past few days. If you have the time, you might consider visiting the palace to keep her company. She holds you in the highest regard. Xiao Yanqing interjected, directly interrupting Ji Qinghe's train of thought. I too have a great fondness for the Empress.
Qinghe responded candidly,
Expressing her genuine sentiments without pretense. She truly admired the Empress, who was unpretentious and audacious enough to kick the Emperor out of bed. Such a temperament was undeniably appealing. At long last, they arrived at the tea-house. Ji Shuhan and Ji Baihan disembarked from the carriage first, followed closely by Xiao Yanqing. Ji Shuhan stood to the side, poised to assist his younger sister down. However, he was taken aback to see Ji Qinghe emerge, her hand resting on Xiao Yanqing's arm, not even sparing him a glance as she followed the prince inside. Ji Shuhan froze in disbelief, while Ji Baihan patted his shoulder. You'll get used to it. Ji Shuhan remained rooted in place for a moment before hastening to catch up with Ji Baihan. Just as they crossed the threshold, a breathless voice called from behind. Elder brother, third brother, wait for me. They turned to see Ji Xinghan rushing towards them, panting. They exchanged glances. Did he really come running? Third brother, where's our little sister? Ji Xinghan inquired sincerely after catching his breath. Wherever she was, there was bound to be gossip, and he could not afford to miss it. She has already entered with the crown prince. Ji Shuhan gestured inside to explain. I distinctly remember you two being behind me. How did you end up ahead? We came by carriage. You all took a carriage. Of course, running is exhausting. We certainly rode. An anguished scream pierced the air, drawing everyone's attention. Ji Baihan seized Ji Shuhan and pulled him inside. Who was that person? They did not recognize him. Ji Xinghan, feeling abandoned by his brothers, angrily followed suit. Exhaustion was setting in. Inside the private room, Ji Qinghe and Xiao Yanqing were already seated, with tea and snacks served. To prevent Xiao Ba from uttering anything inappropriate, Xiao Yanqing diligently sought topics for conversation. Consequently, when Ji Baihan and his brothers entered, they were met with a rather peculiar scene. The usually reserved and stoic crown prince was now animatedly conversing, much like the storyteller downstairs. Ji Baihan and Ji Shuhan quickly deduced the situation, but Ji Xinghan was oblivious. His eyes widened, mouth agape. He even rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Was this not an illusion? How had the crown prince changed so drastically? He seemed rather loquacious. Xiao Ba, the crown prince, is quite talkative today. He hasn't left a single word unspoken. Only in the presence of someone he adores does one have much to say, host. Today marks yet another day of the crown prince's affection for you. Ji Qinghe's lips curled into a sly smile. Indeed, love was a magical wand that, with a mere flick, transformed her entirely. Thus, for the duration of their stay, Ji Baihan and his brothers were thoroughly inundated with romantic gestures, leaving them quite overwhelmed. Refund! Refund! A cacophony erupted from below, as patrons stood and raised their hands in protest. The storyteller, visibly flustered, cast nervous glances around. Anxiety gnawed at him like ants on a hot skillet. Where had that celestial voice gone? He had come specifically to be the storyteller. It was said that previous storytellers had uncovered the truth through the heavenly sound. He too wished to unearth the truth. Upon hearing the tea house was seeking a storyteller, he eagerly signed up. He had been performing for several days, yet had yet to hear the celestial voice. As public anger mounted, his position was increasingly jeopardized, and he was nearly frantic. He clasped his hands in prayer, silently beseeching. Oh, celestial voice, please manifest swiftly. Grant me the truth, and I would willingly trade 10 years of my life for the real answer. The audience, Witnessing the storyteller's lack of resistance, and instead, his fervent prayer, grew even angrier, seizing pastries from the tables and hurling them at the stage. In an instant, the entire first floor descended into chaos. When the third prince arrived, he was greeted by this disarray, his brow furrowing in irritation. Zhao Qing has yet to arrive? It has been several days. What inefficiency! Your Highness, Master Zhao is unwell and requires bed rest. What is the meaning of this? Why is there a disturbance in the tea house? The new storyteller has not performed well, causing discontent among the patrons. Then replace him. Such a simple matter. Does it require my instruction? The third prince found himself speechless. Such a trivial issue should not have warranted his involvement had Zhao Qing been present. Yes. I shall attend to it immediately. Zhang Hu bowed and exited, while the third prince shook his head in disappointment, having hoped Zhang Hu would be capable of handling matters independently after his promotion. Qinghe observed the farce above, her mind swirling with questions. How had things escalated so suddenly? Xiao Ba, do you have any insight into the situation? Of course, the gossip system chimed in, its metaphorical tail wagging with excitement. I am the all-knowing gossip sovereign. Qinghe rolled her eyes at its self-importance. You are indeed impressive. Might I inquire about the situation at hand? Certainly. The reason for the uproar is that this storyteller, Qin Fan, is rather unfortunate. 6 months ago, he met his current wife, Li Yingying, at a dilapidated temple. Initially believing it a mere chance encounter, fate intervened as they crossed paths multiple times. Qin Fan, convinced of their destined connection, took the initiative. Li Yingying reciprocated his feelings, leading to mutual affection. Despite her being an orphan, he was undeterred. Thus, he finally brought the person home. Could there possibly be a conspiracy behind this? Qinghe's brow furrowed slightly as she inquired. Indeed, there is a conspiracy, the gossip system continued. Li Yingying deliberately sought him out. Qin Fan brought her home, only to be blindsided. On the very night of their wedding, after partaking in the ceremonial cup of wine, he fainted. Upon awakening, he had no recollection of the events from the previous night. However, Li Yingying lay beside him, and the crimson stains on the sheets left him utterly perplexed. Noticing his gaze, Li Yingying shyly remarked that he had hurt her the night before, deliberately revealing ambiguous marks on her body. As Qin Fan beheld her exposed skin, he could not suppress the stirrings within him. Just as he prepared for an early morning exercise, he was interrupted by his sister, Qin Xian, and reluctantly had to rise. As the gossip system recounted this tale, the entire hall had unknowingly fallen silent. The onlookers regarded Qin Fan with mocking eyes, no longer urging him to leave. Once again, the voice of revelation unveiled a shocking truth that must be heard. Qinghe, absorbed in her conversation with Xiao Ba, remained oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere. The third prince paused, lifting his foot towards the stairs. Is the sister-in-law here? With her presence, life must surely be filled with joy. Subsequently, every night as Li Yingying prepared a bowl of sweet soup for him, he would drink it and fall into a deep sleep. The following day, he would still be unable to recall the events of the previous night. Yet, conspicuously, Li Yingying bore marks all over her body. Over time, his suspicions deepened. Just as he sought answers, Li Yingying vanished. No matter how hard he searched, she remained elusive. He even reported her missing, but the authorities were still investigating. Had she absconded with funds? Or eloped with another man? These were the only two possibilities that crossed Qinghe's mind, mirroring the thoughts of those around her, including Qin Fan himself. The notion of fleeing with funds was implausible, as Li Yingying had disappeared without any of her money missing. Thus, only one possibility remained. The one he dreaded most. She had run off with another man. Qin Fan swayed unsteadily. Until the truth was uncovered, he would repeatedly convince himself otherwise. However, upon hearing the voice of revelation, his entire existence plunged into darkness. Others regarded him with sympathetic gazes, for it was indeed pitiable that his wife had left him for someone else.
Is that so? What?
How could it not be? Upon hearing that there was a twist in the tale, everyone perked up their ears to listen. A flicker of hope reignited within Qin Fan. Stop teasing us. Just tell us. Qinghe said, somewhat exasperated. Xiao Ba was becoming increasingly adept at tantalizing their curiosity. Li Yingying has been kept by Qin Xian outside. The one who betrayed Qin Fan has always been his own sister. So it turns out the lilies of the hometown have bloomed. I've heard of brothers sharing affections for the same woman, but siblings sharing affections for the same woman is a first. Qinghe sighed, with others echoing her sentiments. They too had never heard such a tale. Qin Fan nearly collapsed, supported only by those beside him. How could this be? One was his sister, the other his wife. Xiao Ba, Has Li Yingying ever truly cared for Qin Fan?
Indeed, host.
She has always harbored feelings for Qin Xian. Her decision to marry Qin Fan was merely a means to draw closer to Qin Xian. On the day of their wedding, Qin Xian intentionally drugged the wine, rendering Qin Fan unconscious. Meanwhile, she revealed her true feelings to Li Yingying. Thus, they both discovered that they were mutually infatuated. As for Qin Fan, he was merely a stepping stone for them. Li Yingying's disappearance was due to their realization of Qin Fan's suspicions, leading them to fear further risks. Consequently, Qin Xian arranged for her to stay away, allowing them to live freely. Only Qin Fan was left to suffer. Upon hearing this, Qin Fan's vision blurred, and he fainted. So, this was the truth. It was a burden far too heavy for him to bear. He had fainted. Quick, take him to the physician. The crowd erupted in noise once more as they carried Qin Fan to the medical hall. Today's gossip was simply exhilarating. They were immensely satisfied, having waited several days to hear such juicy news. Truly, the voice of revelation was a bombshell. Look at that. It knocked the new storyteller flat on his back. Qinghe, observing the commotion below, could not help but ask, what has happened now? Qin Fan suddenly fainted. Tisk, truly a resilient tea house. But the storytellers come and go like water. Qinghe mused, Xiao Ba, do you think this tea house is cursed for storytellers? Why does every storyteller seem to have a short-lived tenure, always encountering mishaps? Qinghe replied, isn't it because of the shocking revelations you share? That is certainly possible. At this rate, won't the third prince lose his income? Qinghe thought ahead. After all, he would be her brother-in-law. So, she couldn't help but pay a bit more attention. It would be a mistake to think that way, host. Ever since the storytellers have faced one calamity after another, the tea house's business has thrived. Now, reservations must be made in advance. Really? Qinghe could scarcely believe it. Is that true? With so many storytellers facing misfortune, who would dare to come anymore? Without storytellers, how could the tea house sustain itself? Those who love challenges will come. Many have faced misfortunes, yet some still take the stage. Qinghe was speechless. Anyone who took on the role of storyteller seemed to encounter disaster. If it were her, she wouldn't dare to take such a risk. The third prince expressed no concern over the lack of storytellers. The tea house had already propagated the notion of the voice of revelation. Whenever this sound resonated, the truth would be unveiled. The primary candidates for this voice were the storytellers. Anyone harboring doubts and seeking the truth could come to test their luck. Indeed, when the tea house sought storytellers, a long queue had formed. Each individual was eager and exuberant. Chapter 61. A proactive approach. Qinghe remained unaware that her heartfelt thoughts had once again ignited the tea house's popularity. At that moment, she was busy exchanging for a potion that could reveal the truth from the system's marketplace. Unbeknownst to her, Tiliania had a fiery temperament. Upon regaining her senses and realizing her exposure, she opted for suicide. However, one could not compel another to take their own life. Qinghe had long arranged for someone to keep watch. Noticing the situation amiss, he immediately intervened. But no matter how much they questioned her, she remained silent. Observing this, Qinghe instructed her people to remove the valuable jewelry from Tiliania. The wool must come from the sheep after all. Since the potion was meant for Tiliania, it must be paid for with her own money. Earning money is no easy feat. The exchanged potion was dissolved in water. Qinghe roughly poured it into Tiliania, who once again felt the terrifying presence of Qinghe. What have you made me drink? The psychological trauma from the morning's tea had yet to dissipate, and now she was forcibly made to consume another potion. She clawed at her throat, attempting to expel it. No need to bother. Even a single drop would suffice for the effects to take hold. Tiliania's first reaction was to believe she had been forced to ingest that particular potion, feeling an intense heat wash over her body as it began to writhe.
Qinghe?
Xiao Ba, did the system marketplace provide the wrong potion? Why is she reacting this way?
Impossible.
The system marketplace is fair and just. Could it be there are side effects? That I cannot ascertain. Qinghe chose not to dwell on it further. Time is money. With a tone of inquiry, they boldly questioned, what schemes do you harbor in our kingdom of Xiaoliang? While ostensibly delaying their progress, they were, in truth, secretly probing for information. The intelligence we have received indicates that Xiaoliang is beset by disasters and unrest. If this is indeed the case, perhaps there lies an opportunity for confrontation. Tiliania realized she had inadvertently revealed her innermost thoughts and quickly covered her mouth. She had not intended to speak, yet once her lips parted, the words flowed forth uncontrollably. And you? What is your purpose in approaching my third brother? The princess understood that it was due to your influence that everything had been thrown into disarray. The deliberate arrangement for me to get close to Ji Shuhan was a ploy to deceive him, with the intention of eliminating your entire family. Tilinea shook her head, striving to regain control. Yet her mouth seemed to possess a will of its own, continuing to divulge truths.
Indeed.
Ji Qinghe acquired the answer she sought and nodded in affirmation. As Xiaoba had suggested, Tilinea's true objective was indeed their family. Was that cup of water not an aphrodisiac? Tilinea suddenly comprehended, her voice laced with shock. What else could it be? Ji Qinghe raised an eyebrow, casting a meaningful glance at Tilinea. I never imagined your desires to be so profound that mere mortals could not satisfy you. You. Tilinea's face flushed crimson. Had it not been said that the women of Xiaoliang were demure and gentle? How could Ji Qinghe utter such words? Tilinea was once again confined, but this time it seemed she had divulged all their plans, leading to a strange sense of calm. Silently, she adhered to routine, eating and drinking as expected. Before long, the day arrived for the envoy to enter the capital. The emperor had already been informed and had dispatched a minor official from the Honglu temple to make arrangements. Upon witnessing such treatment, the envoy from Qinghe kingdom wore expressions as dark as soot. Such indignity. As envoys, they had come with sincere intentions. Yet they had not even been granted an audience with a proper official. A man may be slain, but he must not be humiliated. What of Tilinea? The emissaries from Qinghe kingdom, facing a frowning Badu, lamented that they had been in Xiaoliang for 2 days without a summons and, worse still, had not even laid eyes on any officials. When had Xiaoliang become so formidable? Prior to their arrival, he had conducted thorough investigations into which officials favored women and which were fond of wealth. They had prepared meticulously. Yet now, they were met with nothing but closed doors. The campaign had begun poorly. How would the remaining plans unfold? For now, they could only hope for a breakthrough from Tilinea. Although no news had yet arrived, she had taken residence in the Prime Minister's estate. That is reassuring. Bada's brow relaxed slightly. At least there was a glimmer of good news. Prepare yourselves. Tomorrow we shall pay a visit to the Ji residence. After all, the heir has inadvertently harmed the Prime Minister's daughter, and it is only proper to make an appearance. Understood. Bada smiled, for if the emperor did not summon them, he would take the initiative. As part of the envoy, they had not yet paid their respects to the emperor, but were heading to the Prime Minister's residence instead. If they could incite misunderstandings between the ruler and his subjects, it could prove advantageous. The following day, Batu, accompanied by his retinue and gifts, called upon the Ji residence. To arrive unannounced is truly a breach of etiquette. After exchanging pleasantries, Bada found himself distracted, as he had not encountered the individual he sought. Logically, if Tilinea were aware of his visit, she should have made an appearance. Why had she not shown herself after such a lengthy wait? Not only had he failed to see Tilinea, but even Ji Qinghe remained elusive. How frustrating to have offered so many gifts in vain. You think you can see my daughter so easily? You must possess quite the influence. As soon as Bata departed, Ji Qinghe emerged. Father, that individual's visit at this hour surely harbors ill intent. Indeed, they seek to sow discord between me and the emperor. They are still too inexperienced. Ji Qingzhou spoke candidly, believing transparency to be necessary in certain matters. Of course, such things cannot be kept hidden. Fortunately, both you and the emperor possess keen insight. Ji Qinghe flattered, eliciting a hearty laugh from Ji Qingzhou. In the storeroom, Tilinea sat with a despondent expression. When Badu had arrived, she had been taken away. Witnessing the envoy and the prime minister exchanging pleasantries while feeling utterly helpless, the envoy could not rescue her, even if she sought out the envoy. Revealing her betrayal to Badu would likely lead to her demise. It felt as though she was trapped with no escape. Since you know everything, why do you still keep me here? Tilinea inquired, voicing her perplexity. Naturally, we intend to stage a grand performance.
Yishuhan replied.
Given the current circumstances, the royal family of Qinghe is also unstable. The faction of the eldest princess and that of the emperor are at odds. Why not allow them to clash more fiercely? Tilinea, puzzled, wished to ask further questions, but Ji Shuhan denied her the opportunity. The next day, news spread that Ji Qingzhou had fallen ill. Upon learning this, the emperor dispatched the royal physician without delay. The diagnosis revealed poisoning. Rumors began to circulate, with various accounts emerging. It is undoubtedly the work of the Qinghe envoy. The day before, they visited the prime minister's residence, and now he is poisoned. They must be behind it. The envoy from Qinghe sought to incite chaos. Their heir had bullied our crown princess, and now the envoy had plotted against the prime minister. How despicable. As Bada pondered these matters, a flustered servant rushed in, breathless. "My lord, trouble is brewing." Chapter 62. Discount sales. Could it be that they have installed radar? "My lord, trouble is brewing." Bada's heart sank. Ever since returning yesterday, his eyelids had been twitching. Witnessing the servant's frantic demeanor heightened his ominous premonitions. "What is it?" "My lord, rumors are spreading throughout the streets and alleys, claiming that you poisoned Prime Minister Ji." "Preposterous." Bada slammed his hand on the table. "Is there truly anyone foolish enough to believe such absurd claims? Just because I visited the Prime Minister's residence yesterday does not mean I am guilty of poisoning him. How could that even be possible? If I had truly intended to poison him, would I have entered so brazenly? Wouldn't that leave me vulnerable?" Yet now, the streets were rife with such gossip. There were even individuals who had blocked therein, demanding an explanation. Flames of anger ignited within Badu as he stood, furious. Find the officials and summon them. They have already been contacted. Bada plopped down onto a chair, feeling disoriented. This was entirely contrary to their expectations. Before their arrival, they had felt confident. They only needed to gather intelligence and employ a strategy of delay. Once the army pressed in, they could withdraw successfully. Alternatively, if Xiao Liang proved formidable, they could abandon Lunjiayuhan. There was no possibility of surrendering territory. The emperor had long harbored dissatisfaction toward the eldest princess, and this was the perfect opportunity to strike at her. As for taking the blame, Xiao Liang would naturally shoulder it. However, their meticulously crafted plan had been shattered. What madness was this talk of poisoning Ji Qingzhou? Who could be so foolish as to commit such an act? At the Ji residence, the royal physician was replaced repeatedly. They confirmed poisoning, yet could not produce an antidote. The emperor, enraged, summoned Batu directly. "Envoy, produce the antidote at once. Or do not blame me for my lack of compassion. Your Majesty, I am innocent." Batu protested, feeling aggrieved. "I came bearing our emperor's sincere intentions. How could I possibly poison the Prime Minister?" Internally, he cursed. The Emperor of Xiaoliang must be lacking in judgment to believe such nonsensical rumors. Surely, he could not be so profoundly confused. "Badu, do you believe I would speak without evidence?" Badu's heart raced. Could there be something he was unaware of? Reflecting carefully, he could not recall any such occurrence. "I conduct my affairs with utmost integrity, my conscience unburdened. I can swear to the heavens that the Chancellor's poison bears no relation to us. I have confirmed with Xiang Badu that we have done nothing wrong, and I speak with resolute certainty." "Ha!" The emperor scoffed, continuing, "It appears you are undeterred until you face the consequences. Bring the person forth." Xiang Badu wore a perplexed expression, but upon seeing Tiliania, his pupils constricted. What was happening? Wasn't she at the Chancellor's residence? Hadn't she already ensnared Ji Shohan? How could she be here? Had she been discovered? Even if so, what connection did the poisoning have with them? "My lord, save me." In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Tiliania spoke up. Xiang Badu, overwhelmed by the impulse to kick her to death, acted on his thoughts. No wonder he hadn't seen Tiliania yesterday. It turned out she had indeed been discovered. Surely, Tiliania knew little of their plans, and she wouldn't have divulged any confidential matters. Those affairs were meant to remain secret, out of her reach. Yet, the orders he had given were merely to seduce, with no mention of poisoning. "Speak. What is the meaning of this?" "My lord, everything was done in accordance with your directives. Did you not instruct me to seduce Ji Shohan and poison them once I infiltrated the Ji residence?" Tiliania wept in pain. Now fully aware of her purpose in being left behind, she could not reveal to Xiang Badu that it was the crown princess's intention. "What are you saying, madwoman?" Xiang Badu, stung by her words, hastily explained to the emperor, "Your Majesty, do not heed her nonsensical claims. I have never issued such orders. We came with sincerity. How could I possibly instruct her to poison the Chancellor? Even if I had, I would not recklessly approach the Chancellor's residence." "Is that so?" the emperor said coldly. "Cold Moon Cold has bullied the current crown princess. I initially believed your delegation came with goodwill, yet it seems you conspired to harm the Chancellor of the realm. Do you think we, the Xiaoliang kingdom, are defenseless?" "Your Majesty," Xiang Batu exclaimed in a panic, "please see through this. It is Tiliania who lies. Now that we are here, how could we commit such an act?" Suddenly, a thought struck Xiang Batu, and he glared menacingly at Tiliania. "Speak. Who gave you these orders? Was it the crown princess?" "No." "Ah, so it truly is the crown princess." Xiang Batu did not miss the shift in Tiliania's expression. If it indeed pointed towards the crown princess, everything fell into place. The crown princess had always harbored thoughts of avenging Cold Moon Cold. And who better to target than Chancellor Ji? Your Majesty, this is the crown princess's scheme. It has nothing to do with our sovereign. If that is the case, you shall remain at the inn until the Emperor of Qinghe Kingdom provides a response. Having achieved his purpose, the Emperor departed without further ado. The envoys, including Xiang Batu, were confined to the inn, their freedom curtailed. A single misstep had led to their total annihilation. Xiang Batu could scarcely fathom that such a conclusion awaited them. Now they had unwittingly placed a greater leverage into the hands of the Xiaoliang Kingdom's sovereign. This would surely complicate matters further. Even more unexpectedly, Tiliania had been discovered. When had this revelation come to light? If it had been before entering the capital, that was too terrifying. It indicated that they had been under the scrutiny of the Xiaoliang Kingdom's sovereign from the moment they arrived, or perhaps even earlier, who claimed that the Xiaoliang court was unstable. It was clearly quite stable. At the Ji residence, Ji Qinghe hummed a cheerful tune while tidying her belongings. In high spirits, though she had not seen Xiang Batu yesterday, she had received gifts from him. According to her father's wishes, she was to inform the emperor. After a thorough brainwashing, she managed to retain the items. This was the reward for her fright. Why should she relinquish it? The emperor, with his miserly demeanor, would gain nothing from her. Ji Qingzhou, feeling helpless, surrendered to her whims. How had he not noticed before that his daughter was so enamored with wealth?
Xiaoba.
With all these splendid treasures, it seems my little treasury is about to overflow. Host, the system shop is having a promotional event. Grain and similar items are 50% off today. Ji Qinghe paused, exclaiming an expletive. Damn. Is the system shop doing this on purpose? Every time my treasury holds money, it starts these promotions. Is it equipped with radar to track me? That is not the case. Running promotions is simply the shop's standard practice. Ji Qinghe acknowledged the truth. Yet she yearned to save money. Ji Qingzhou, overhearing, felt a sudden inspiration. Grains on discount? He must stock up. But what excuse could he use? Chapter 63. Hurry up. Ji Qingzhou entered the palace, intending to share this news with the emperor. Of course, he had no intention of being a traitor. His heart was filled with concern for the common people. Additionally, he wanted the emperor to part with some funds. It was no easy feat for his daughter to earn money. He couldn't allow her to be taken advantage of. Thus, after meandering through the palace, Ji Qingzhou returned with 2 chests of gold. Gold. Ji Qinghe opened the chests, the brilliant gleam nearly blinding her. What was the situation? Why had the emperor suddenly been so generous, bestowing 2 chests of gold? Father, is this a reward from his majesty? Can I have a few pieces? She adored the golden treasures. Holding them while sleeping would surely bring her joy upon waking. If you desire them, take as many as you wish. Suddenly, Ji Qinghe came to her senses. Something was amiss. The emperor's unexpected generosity surely indicated some underlying issue. Father, why did his majesty reward you with these? It is not a reward, Ji Qingzhou clarified. Although we received grain from Guopinghi's stock, it was nowhere near sufficient. The drought has persisted for months. With no rain in sight, the common people are starving, and granaries everywhere have been opened, yet it remains a drop in the bucket. Transporting grain to the most severely affected areas only alleviates the situation temporarily. Ji Qingzhou spoke sincerely, without embellishment. Now, with the Qinghe Kingdom stirring trouble, the potential for conflict loomed. The need for provisions was urgent. Coincidentally, your third brother is engaged in commerce with your uncle. His Majesty hopes to enlist his assistance in gathering provisions. This wealth is intended solely for purchasing grain. Ji Qinghe, her thoughts ignited, realized she had ample grain. More than enough. She had not anticipated the emperor to be so concerned for the populace. The usually miserly emperor had willingly relinquished 2 chests of gold for the sake of his subjects. She wondered how much grain could be purchased with this wealth. Her third brother had mentioned that grain prices were exorbitant and difficult to procure. Alas, any aid, no matter how small, was worthwhile. Xiaoba, let's lend a hand. For the sake of my third brother, my father, the emperor, and the common people. Host. You missed a point. The gossip system chimed leisurely, and for these 2 chests of gold. Ji Qinghe. No, Xiaoba. We must broaden our perspective. I am not one to be overly concerned with wealth. These gold pieces are merely external possessions. One cannot take them with them in death. I maintain a rather detached view. The gossip system chuckled in silence, noting her supposed detachment. It had long transcended its initial state and was quite astute. Thank you very much. You don't believe me? Ji Qinghe, feeling provoked, was incensed at being laughed at by a mere system. Believe it, you must. Do you not see whose host I am? Xiao Ba's host is surely different.
Hikinsha, ah.
Father, just the other day, I happened upon a grain merchant while shopping. I can inquire further. A grain merchant? Are they reliable? Qinghe could only continue with the charade. For this task could only be accomplished by his daughter. It would be prudent for me to gather some information first. Very well. Shall I have your third brother accompany you tomorrow? No need, I can manage on my own. Qinghe waved her hand. Having her third brother with her would surely raise suspicions. After all, I am a person of authority, with the support of Gloomy Cloud and the others. Father, rest assured. I will take care of this matter and ensure its successful completion. Qinghe has grown up.
Yichen's whole side, momentarily sentimental.
Yet he was interrupted by Qinghe. Let us set these 2 boxes of gold aside for now. Someone, please carry these 2 boxes to the young lady's room. Understood. Qinghe felt elated, and Qinghe dropped his sentimental tone. That night, as Qinghe prepared for bed, she placed the gold directly on her mattress.
Ah!
How delightful it feels to sleep beside gold. After a restful night, she awoke the next day, free from the early morning court summons, and felt an immense sense of ease. When Pingyang came to tidy up her bed, she was taken aback by the sight of the gold. Miss, please do not disturb this. Let it remain here. It is quite beneficial. This will enhance my fortune and lead me to prosperity and success. Pingyang was astonished. She had never realized how fond the young lady was of gold. After breakfast, Qinghe set out to procure grain. To add credibility to her endeavor, she decided to visit her own estate. Indeed, it was hers. Upon her birth, her maternal grandfather had gifted her a farm. Such wealth. Over the years, her mother had managed it for her, leaving her entirely uninvolved. Now, she intended to commandeer it. Should any complications arise in the future, this estate would serve as her shield. The carriage ambled towards the estate. As soon as she disembarked, a voice called out, "The noble has arrived." Qinghe couldn't help but chuckle. She preferred a more understated entrance. Soon, a figure approached her. At the forefront was a middle-aged man, slightly grizzled, with prominent brow ridges and drooping triangular eyes beneath thick brows. When he spoke, the sparse whiskers on his lip twitched like maggots on decaying flesh. From the very first glance, Qinghe felt an aversion. "May I inquire who the young lady is?" The middle-aged man, named Lu Shi, was the head of the estate. Upon hearing the announcement of a noble's arrival, he had expected the master of the house. However, upon closer inspection, he found himself confronted by an unfamiliar young lady, and his respect dissipated instantly. As they passed through, "Might I trouble you for a cup of water?" Qinghe did not reveal her identity. It was evident this man was no virtuous character. She needed to observe first. If she wished to claim this estate as her own, thorough investigation was essential. "That can certainly be arranged," Lu Shi replied, assuming the young lady must belong to a prominent family, traveling with only a maid and a coachman, thus posing no significant threat. This presented an opportunity to exploit her. "Young lady, please follow me." Lu Shi led the way, while Qinghe and her companions discreetly surveyed the estate. Each face bore a pallid, lifeless expression, gaunt and hollow-cheeked, their eyes glazed over with apathy. The deeper they ventured, the more palpable this suffocating atmosphere became. "Is this truly my estate? Why does it feel so unsettling? Please wait a moment. I will have someone prepare tea for you," Lu Shi said before turning to leave, causing Qinghe to furrow her brow tightly. "Sister, we must leave." Suddenly, a 5-year-old girl dashed in, exclaiming, "What is happening?" "We must go," the child repeated, her eyes appearing unnaturally large due to her gauntness, filled with fear.
"Sanya,
what are you doing here?" Lu Shi's enraged voice boomed, causing the girl to tremble and flee without looking back. Chapter 64. When the tiger is absent, the monkey becomes king. Has that girl not offended the noble? Lu Shi cautiously offered a cup of tea.
No, she has not.
That is good. Her mother passed away early, and without guidance. She has become unruly. If she has offended the noble, I hope for your understanding. Lu Shi spoke with a subservient demeanor, causing Qinghe's eyes to flicker. Indeed, he was no virtuous character. Despite her assurance that no offense had been made, he continued to bark orders. "The estate is populated by us common folk. If the noble requires anything, please do not hesitate to command us." Qinghe merely murmured in acknowledgement, lowering her gaze as she sipped from the cup before her. Drinking tea was not her objective. She sought to uncover the estate's true condition. Throughout her journey, the lifelessness of the people was evident. Hope was absent in their eyes. They moved like mere shells of humanity. Qinghe wandered aimlessly alongside Gloomy Cloud, observing the tenants' quarters, where humble thatched cottages stood, each occupant bending low as they entered, unable to lift their heads. Even the children lacked any glimmer of light in their eyes. Witnessing such a scene, Qinghe felt a pang of sorrow. This place was not far from the capital, and it was her estate. If they lived in such poverty, what could be said of others? Give it back. That's mine. I caught it myself. Suddenly, a commotion drew Qinghe's attention. Following the noise, she saw two children fighting over a mouse. Rubbing her eyes, she confirmed it was indeed a mouse. Their quarrel soon attracted the attention of their elders, and an astonishing scene unfolded. The adults, over a mere mouse, began to brawl. Yes, they truly fought. Women tugged at each other's hair, while men struck with fists. The two children remained obstinate. The onlookers stood in a daze, watching without intervening. Only when the mouse was thrown to the ground did they surge forward. Miss, be cautious. Gloomy clouds shielded Qinghe as they stepped back, watching the chaos unfold with indifference. Birds perished for food. They were simply trying to survive. Yet this was the outskirts of the capital. A mere half-hour's carriage ride could take one to the bustling city. How could they resort to violence over a mouse? Qinghe felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, her eyes dampening. She had only heard about the plight of the poor but had never before experienced the shock of witnessing it firsthand. If tenants could behave this way, what of the beggars? What is happening here? Cease at once. Lu Shi arrived, flanked by several menacing servants, each wielding clubs, ready to strike at anyone who dared to defy them. Only upon feeling pain did they relent. What are you doing in the presence of a noble? Return to your places at once. Should you offend the noble, do not blame me for my harshness. Lu Shi scolded with a darkened expression. Qinghe furrowed her brow into a deep furrow. Lu Shi left a very unfavorable impression. Little 8, is Lu Shi a good person? Certainly not a good person. The gossip system chimed in, having awaited the host's inquiry. It had expected the host to hold off on asking. When the tiger is away, the monkey claims the throne. Host, Lu Shi is the head of the estate, responsible for its management. However, since you seldom appear, the handover is merely conducted by the steward of the manor. Lu Shi is adept at maintaining appearances. Steward Wang only visits twice a year at fixed times. Hence, during each visit, he fails to notice any anomalies. In truth, Lu Shi is a thoroughly wicked individual. Not only does he withhold the tenants' grain, but he also treats them as mere servants. The host's physique clearly reveals his nature. Lu Shi, with his rotund figure and prominent ears, is the epitome of corpulence. In stark contrast, the others appear gaunt and frail, as if a mere gust of wind could topple them. This disparity is a direct result of their unwavering dedication to providing Lu Shi with the finest offerings. Do they not resist? Do they not report to the authorities? Qinghe's heart blazed with indignation. She had always suspected that those who first appeared unpleasant were rarely virtuous. Resistance is futile. These tenants are merely refugees from the south, seeking nothing more than a morsel of sustenance. The previous tenants could no longer endure Lu Shi's tyranny and departed long ago. These displaced souls, lacking a home, must endure their plight. With every utterance from the gossip system, Qinghe's fists clenched tighter. The most troubling aspect is that he operates under the guise of the Chancellor's authority. Should anyone dare to question him, he brandishes that identity as a shield, leading to his increasing audacity and blatant disregard for others. Qinghe cursed under her breath. If she did not bring this man to justice, she would abandon her surname. Xiao Ba. Do you know how many henchmen he commands? Every servant in the estate is under his influence. Yet, compared to Gangyun, they are but novices. Gangyun could easily handle 10 of them. The gossip system could no longer contain its impatience and urged, "Fear not, host. Simply let Gangyun handle it. You possess an energy shield for protection. Just let him have it."
Ha!
You think a mere packet of narcotics can breach my energy shield? That's just a minor bug we're currently addressing. Rest assured, in the near future, the energy shield will be flawless, with no issues whatsoever. The gossip system, slightly embarrassed, admitted its oversight regarding such a significant flaw. Go to the manor and inform my father about the situation here. He will know how to proceed. Qinghe summoned the coachman with a directive. Understood. The coachman departed, but was soon obstructed. The esteemed guest is leaving. Should there not be a token of gratitude? After all, they had lingered here for quite some time, and even in an inn, one must pay. Lu Shi, flanked by his men, interjected, "I'm not asking for much. Just 200 taels. Are you attempting to extort me?" Qinghe retorted with a bitter laugh, her eyes glinting with coldness. Such audacity. The esteemed guest merely sought respite here. After quenching your thirst and enjoying some refreshments, is it not customary to compensate for such hospitality? There's no such thing as a free meal in this world. Given your fine attire, are you truly unaware of this basic principle? Do you know who I am? Regardless of your identity, if you consume my food and drink, you must compensate. Lu Shi made his intentions clear. He was a scoundrel. Do you know whose territory this is? Qinghe remained silent, prompting Lu Shi to continue. This is the estate of the current chancellor. It is a privilege for you to rest here. Do you think just anyone has the opportunity to do so? After enjoying tea from the chancellor's household, you dare refuse payment? Qinghe mused. This is how he deceives others. Under the chancellor's banner, he extorts what he can. Do those people genuinely acquiesce to his demands? Qinghe found it perplexing, struggling to comprehend. Typically, those who come here are like you, simple coachmen accompanied by a couple of maidservants. They accept their fate. For this estate indeed belongs to the chancellor. The gossip system elucidated further, and Qinghe began to grasp the situation. The victims were hesitant to protest due to the chancellor's influence. Gang Yun, apprehend him. Qinghe could no longer tolerate Lu Shi's insufferable demeanor. One more glance filled her with disdain. You dare. I shall inform you that I am connected to the chancellor's household. If you lay a finger on me, do you not fear the chancellor's wrath? In an instant, Lu Shi was sent sprawling through the air, landing with a resounding thud. The earth trembled slightly beneath Qinghe's feet, likely due to his considerable weight. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. None anticipated Gang Yun's swift action. Lu Shi, momentarily dazed, quickly recovered and shouted in pain, "You lot, seize them." The servants rushed forward, but Gang Yun dispatched one with a single kick. Meanwhile, hidden guards revealed themselves, swiftly neutralizing the remaining threats. Indeed, it was a matter of seconds. Who are you to dare offend the chancellor? Are you not afraid of his retribution? How would I know I offended my own father? Qinghe's words caused Lu Shi to tremble in shock. The chancellor is your father? You are Miss Qi? Indeed. Lu Shi's demeanor shifted dramatically as he knelt, pleading fervently. I was blind to recognize your status. Mississippi, please, I implore you to show mercy this once. Having hit a wall, he decided to resort to a desperate ploy, banging his head against the ground until blood began to seep. He acted as though he would not rise until Qinghe spoke. With her arms crossed, Qinghe observed coldly. This old fool thinks he can soften my heart? I shall not relent. Given his past transgressions, tearing him apart would be entirely justified. Lu Shi, dizzy from his self-inflicted blows, failed to hear Qinghe's response. Stealing a glance, he saw all eyes upon him, as though he were the sole performer in a tragic play. No one seemed to care about his pain, and a wave of panic surged within him. This girl was not easily deceived. A furtive glance at the elite guards surrounding Qinghe revealed their formidable prowess, a stark contrast to his own feeble henchmen. Was he truly destined to meet his end here? Lu Shi, unwilling to concede, continued his desperate act. Qinghe, smirking with a hint of derision, realized that the true fool was he. Take him to the authorities. Please spare me. Lu Shi shouted in despair as Gang Yun seized a cloth from a bystander and stuffed it into Lu Shi's mouth. Instantly, a foul odor filled his senses. The bystander's hand froze, watching the retreating figures, murmuring, "My foot rag." After dispatching Lu Shi, Qinghe set about restoring order to the estate, dealing with those who abused their power and engaged in unscrupulous deeds, ensuring that justice was served. Sister, are you here to rescue us, our fairy? Sanya bravely asked, her eyes filled with trepidation yet glimmering with hope. The villain has been captured, thanks to you, sister. You must be a good person. Sanya, do not speak disrespectfully. An elderly woman approached, admonishing her, then knelt before Qinghe. Please forgive us, miss, for Sanya's ignorance. It is quite all right. Sanya is very endearing. Qinghe replied, genuinely fond of the child, who was the only one to show her kindness upon her arrival at the estate. Those who are kind to her shall be remembered. Grandmother, see. I told you. The sister is beautiful and kind-hearted. She would never unjustly punish anyone. Sanya chimed in. Then timidly continued, Sister, could we possibly have some seeds for planting this time? Qinghe, taken aback, asked, Did you not have seeds when you planted before? We did not. That villain not only strips us of 70% of our food, but also demands that we reserve a portion of the meager remaining 30% for seeds. When hunger strikes, we have no choice but to gnaw on tree bark and dig for roots. At this point, tears streamed down Sanya's cheeks. Over the years, she has witnessed the loss of her father, her mother, and even her siblings, who starved to death, determined to leave the last morsel for her and their grandmother. Life feels unbearably difficult. Were it not for the expectations and wishes of her family resting upon her shoulders, she feels she would have long surrendered. Her grandmother often says that as long as one is alive, there is hope. She endures, and just when she is on the brink of despair, she finally glimpses a glimmer of hope. Her sister seems to be an exceptional person, and she yearns to grasp this fragment of hope. Host. What Sanya has said is indeed true. Lu Shi is worse than Zhou Ba Pai. The tenants here possess no freedom whatsoever. Any good fortune must be offered to Lu Shi. It is one thing to exploit their labor, it is another to leave them unfed. The previous tenants have almost all been ground to dust by Lu Shi. With no laborers left, Lu Shi has set his sights on the refugees. After all, these people only seek a morsel to eat, and free labor is simply too tempting to resist. Why didn't you speak up sooner? Hand him over to the authorities. It would be too lenient. Qinghe, he felt a tinge of regret, wishing she had dealt with him more harshly. Sanya, there will be seeds. When autumn arrives, I will ensure that seeds are prepared for you. As long as you tend to the fields diligently, there will certainly be enough for you to eat. At the very least, you shall have sufficient food and warmth. Qinghe, he made this promise, acknowledging that while agricultural yields are currently low, a bountiful harvest is indeed a challenge. However, she possesses other seeds, potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, each capable of alleviating the food scarcity. Yet, having seldom ventured outside, she realizes that hastily producing these items may raise suspicions. Now that she has nearly cleansed the village, she can finally bring them forth. Hooray! She is about to embark on a grand endeavor. Thank you, young lady. The elder grasped Sanya's hands in gratitude, though her excitement did not match Sanya's. There have been too many who paint empty promises. She no longer believes in the words of others, especially those pledging to provide for them. Qinghe, he remains unaware that her trustworthiness is nearly non-existent at this moment. She is busy arranging provisions for these tenants. To ensure their diligence, they must first be well fed. After all, they will be considered hers in the future. Her people deserve the very best. Chapter 66. The old man has a glass heart. Qinghe, he remained in the village. Lu Shi was like a malignant tumor, suffocating the entire community in a haze of despair. Even if this tumor were excised, many lingering repercussions would still need to be addressed. Initially, everyone was apprehensive. In their speech and actions, they tread carefully. Fearing any misstep might incur Qinghe's wrath and jeopardize their lives. Upon hearing that her daughter intended to stay in the village, Du Shui immediately assigned Qingyan and others to assist her. Gu Yun, being a shadow guard, could not provide the same attentive care as Qingyan and her companions. Miss, the people have arrived. Qinghe, he lifted her gaze to see a middle-aged man standing beside Gu Yun, with a square face, thick brows, and bright eyes, exuding an aura of honesty and reliability. What is your name? In response to the young lady, I am called Zhong Pei. In my presence, only your abilities matter. It does not matter who sent you. I will only assess your personal competence. Do not attempt to play tricks before me. Such petty schemes are futile. Qinghe, he spoke with a serious tone. Understood. You may now familiarize yourself with the surroundings. Qinghe, he waved her hand, signaling Zhong Pei to depart. Zhong Pei was personally recommended by her mother. It wasn't that she lacked trust. Rather, she felt the need to remain vigilant. The painful lesson of Lu Shi was sufficient. She could not fathom the repercussions of encountering someone else and provoking the emperor's ire. The imperial authority was paramount, with life and death hanging by a thread at the emperor's command. She dared not take such a gamble. Zhong Pei worked efficiently, becoming acquainted with the environment in mere hours, even beginning to organize tasks. Regardless of size, he arranged everything with meticulous order. Little 8. How is Zhong Pei as a person? He is trustworthy. Based on his past experiences, he is a man of his word, thorough and attentive in his dealings. Even in the face of emergencies, he remains composed. It was rare for Qinghe to hear such praise from little 8, piquing her interest. Such a remarkable person. Does he have any gossip? As Zhong Pei was reporting to Qinghe, he looked up in surprise upon hearing her voice. Realizing she had not spoken but that it was indeed her voice he had heard, alongside that of little 8. What was happening? Was he hearing the young lady's innermost thoughts? Zhong Pei's heart raced, though his demeanor remained calm. Stealing a glance at the maid standing nearby, her expression was unremarkable. Could it be that only he could hear this? Remembering tales he had once read, Zhong Pei felt a surge of excitement. Could he truly be the fabled chosen one? With this thought, he became even more enthusiastic, silently vowing to serve the young lady diligently. Oh, indeed. Zhong Pei has a peculiar fondness for malodorous foods. For instance, he enjoys stinky tofu and fermented winter melon. Each time he indulges, he must close his door tightly, claiming that the stench brings wealth. Once, when his wife entered unexpectedly. A wave of odor assailed her senses, yet he was nowhere to be found, prompting her to alert the authorities. When the officials arrived, they found him happily embracing a large jar, consuming its contents. When he saw the officers, he even invited them to partake. But they merely sniffed and fled outside to retch, even expelling the remnants of their previous meals. It was simply too foul. His wife was astonished to learn of Zhong Pei's love for such foods, which explained the faint odor she had detected on him. Even after bathing, a lingering scent remained. She had long believed it was merely his body odor. The thought of their intimate moments and kissing made her retch and flee. Since then, she has refused to kiss him, leading Zhong Pei to question if she had found another man.
Huh?
Qinghe, he couldn't contain her laughter. Glancing at the downcast Zhong Pei, nearly bursting into laughter. Zhong Pei, now utterly shocked, understood why his wife was hesitant to kiss him. The truth was astonishing. With this revelation, he felt a quiet relief, his emotions a mix of good and bad. The good news was that his wife had not been unfaithful. The bad news was that this embarrassing secret was now known. Surely the young lady would not disdain him? Had his wife never noticed this peculiar taste of his?
No.
Zhong Pei's parents were well aware of his penchant, and they found it utterly distasteful. To avoid his wife's disdain, he had concealed it well, indulging only when she was away. He never expected her to return unexpectedly, bringing the authorities with her. The gossip system explained. To be fair, his wife is quite understanding. His parents, due to this quirk, have distanced themselves from him, while his wife has remained, albeit unwilling to kiss him. Qinghe, he found it hard to comment. He also has a peculiar habit of collecting stinky socks. He refuses to change them unless they are sufficiently foul. The socks he'd his part with are only changed after much coaxing from his wife. In the still of night, he would wait for her to fall asleep. Cradling his stinky socks, inhaling their scent as if bidding a sorrowful farewell, akin to a tragic parting, as though he were to bury them. Qinghe suddenly found herself disinclined to continue using him. What should she do? Perhaps it would be best to dismiss him? She pondered. I can comprehend a fondness for odorous food, as tastes vary among individuals. Some relish spicy flavors, while others prefer sweet, sour, or even pungent. However, this peculiar affection for stinky socks is something I find rather intolerable. Just the thought of him handing me something with those foul-smelling socks clinging to his hands makes me wonder whether I should accept it or not. No one is perfect. Host, he merely possesses this one unpleasant quirk, yet his professional abilities are commendable, the gossip system interjected. Qinghe felt a lingering discomfort. It was the first time she realized that knowing other secrets might not be entirely beneficial. Without the issue of stinky socks, she believed there would be no problem at all. Zhong Pei was immediately flustered. No, please. He does not wish to be unemployed. Surely, he can change? If he were to be sent back, how could he explain that? For the first time in his life, Zhong Pei questioned the validity of his peculiar habit. My lady, I assure you, I will devote myself fully to ensuring all matters are handled with utmost diligence. Please do not dismiss me. The remaining words caught in his throat, refusing to be uttered. Qinghe raised an eyebrow. Zhong Guanshi, are you unwell? Would you like to return and rest for a while? Her eyes sparkled. All her previous turmoil vanished. This time, Zhong Pei truly began to weep, suddenly kneeling with a thud. My lady, please do not send me away. I promise to exert every effort. I beseech you to grant me this opportunity. Tears streamed down his face, creating a pitiful sight. Qinghe merely suggested that he return to rest for a time. Why was he so sensitive? Was it possible that a man in his 40s possessed such a fragile heart? Chapter 67. Unable to bear such worthless displays. Ultimately, Zhong Pei remained, primarily because Qinghe could not endure the sight of his heart-wrenching sobs. A man over 40, weeping more bitterly than a maiden. Moreover, she had not said anything particularly harsh, making it appear as if she had wronged him. Very well, let him stay. Thank you, my lady. From this moment on, I shall brave mountains and seas for you. I shall follow your every command. Zhong Pei truly wished to express his loyalty and declare his intention to abandon his fondness for stinky socks. Alas, the words remained lodged in his throat, suffocating him. He could only suppress his thoughts and silently resolve to change his ways from that moment forth. He would not allow himself to be the first person she despised. Such an intimate secret, and she was aware of it. Besides, he could even hear her innermost thoughts. He must cling tightly to such a sturdy thigh. After all, it was merely a matter of stinky socks. Surely he could change. After spending several days at the estate, Qinghe arranged everything and sent word to her father. Upon hearing the news, Ji Qingzhou immediately reported to the emperor. "This is splendid, Ji Aiqing. Gather the deputy minister of revenue, Zheng Beiheng, assemble our troops, and prepare to transport the grain supplies." The emperor's anxious heart, which had been suspended for days, finally found peace. They were in desperate need of provisions. "Father, I wish to accompany you," the crown prince, Xiao Yanqing, expressed. He had not seen Ji Qinghe for several days and felt an overwhelming longing. Initially, he intended to go, but he was concerned that his presence might disrupt Ji Qinghe's plans. Thus, he had forced himself to suppress his feelings of yearning. "Granted," the emperor replied with a decisive wave of his hand. If possible, he too wished to witness this momentous occasion. Such an abundance of provisions, a miraculous sight he wished to behold. "Father, I wish to go as well," the third prince chimed in. The grain supplies were of little concern. What mattered most was the chance to see his sister-in-law. In the days without her presence, the joy of life had diminished significantly. The mere thought of seeing his sister-in-law brought an uncontainable smile to his lips. Xiao Yanqing shot a sidelong glance at the third prince, his smile somewhat piercing, and casually remarked, "Third brother, I recall that your studies were criticized by Master Li. Have you rectified that?" The third prince's face instantly contorted into an expression of dismay. "Brother, why must you bring that up?" Xiao Yanqing admitted, "I did it intentionally. You appeared so eager to join the fray. Why would you go? Focus on your studies. If I hear of Master Li criticizing you again, you shall not go anywhere." The emperor expressed his frustration over the third prince's lack of diligence. If the crown prince was his ideal heir, the third prince was the source of his vexation. All talk, yet first in gluttony. The third prince, Xiao Yanhua, felt robbed of his happiness and shot a resentful glance at his elder brother. Why must he always bring up unpleasant matters when he was in high spirits? After encountering repeated setbacks, Xiao Yanhua eventually realized that his elder brother desired his respect for his sister-in-law. Understanding the truth, tears streamed down his cheeks. "I swear, I have always held great respect for my sister-in-law," he lamented. "I may have been a bit playful and enjoyed gossip, but my respect has never wavered," Xiao Yanqing declared. "I simply cannot stand your insufferable grin." Thus, a large group set off with great momentum. Upon hearing that they were to visit the esteemed Ji Qinghe, Deputy Minister of Revenue Zheng Beiheng immediately set aside his meal, leaving his food untouched. However, when he spotted Xiao Yanqing, his expression grew considerably more serious. The crown prince was utterly smitten with the crown princess, and he needed to show the proper respect to avoid any missteps. When the group arrived at their destination, everyone was taken aback by the sight before them. An enormous quantity of provisions loomed like a small mountain. Even Ji Qingzhou swallowed hard. His daughter's letter had advised him to bring plenty of carts due to the vast amount of supplies, but he had not anticipated such an abundance. To be on the safe side, they had brought 100 carts this time. Upon witnessing it firsthand, he feared they would need to make several trips. "Qinghe," Xiao Yanqing exclaimed upon seeing his lady, his gaze fixated solely on her, filled with an unrecognized excitement. "Your Highness, you have come as well." Ji Qinghe responded with equal enthusiasm. "I haven't seen you in days. Upon hearing of your arrival, I couldn't help but come." Xiao Yanqing expressed his longing, his ears turning crimson. "Oh my little eight, the prince has taken the initiative to express his longing for me? Goodness, am I dreaming? Host, be more confident. I have mentioned that the crown prince is utterly enamored with you. After a few days apart, he is bound to miss you. Sometimes, distance is a blessing. As they say, a day apart feels like 3 seasons, the gossip system observed keenly. The crown prince was genuinely smitten. Once a man awakens to his feelings, he becomes exceedingly proactive. Host, it seems you may find yourself quite thoroughly besieged in the future. Suddenly, Xiao Yanqing felt a twinge of guilt, sensing a gaze upon him from behind. Without needing to turn, he knew it was Ji Qingzhou. How unfortunate! How had his future father-in-law discovered this so soon? "Little eight, you mustn't speak so recklessly. That remains to be seen." Ji Qinghe maintained her verbal prowess, unwilling to yield. Ji Qingzhou, feeling a headache coming on, interjected to halt their conversation. If this continued, they might end up exchanging all manner of inappropriate remarks. "Qinghe, what of that merchant? He has rendered such significant assistance. I must express my gratitude in person." They needed to adhere to the necessary protocols. His daughter was naive and lacked the finesse required for such matters. They needed to follow up and ensure everything was properly addressed before she realized and sought explanations. Father, he had to leave due to an urgent matter," Ji Qinghe explained, her words flowing easily. All of this grain was prepared with his assistance. She spoke with such conviction that she almost believed her own fabrication. In recent days, she has provided this explanation to everyone. It is truly a pity. I had originally intended to express my gratitude to him in person. Ji Qingzhou wore an expression of regret, while Ji Qinghe, concerned that her father might pose further inquiries, hastily interjected, "Father, since the individuals have arrived, let us promptly get to work. With so much grain, it will likely take quite some time to transport all." "Very well," Ji Qingzhou nodded. Swiftly beckoning the Minister of Revenue, Zheng Beiheng, who was standing nearby, "Lord Zheng, shall we begin?" "Certainly," Zheng Beiheng replied, his eyes glinting with delight. With the presence of young Master Ji, there was indeed an abundance of joy. After 100 carts were loaded, a substantial portion of the grain still remained. Under the guidance of Liu Yi, the commander of the Imperial Guard, the grain was quickly transported to the granary. Upon receiving the news, the emperor smiled broadly, revealing his teeth. With such a plentiful supply of grain, the displaced populace should no longer suffer from hunger. While everyone busied themselves with the transportation of grain, Xiao Yanqing and Ji Qinghe were preoccupied with their budding romance. Ji Qingzhou, who had initially remained on the sidelines, could no longer bear to witness his daughter's frivolous demeanor and decided to lend a hand instead. Chapter 68. The evaluation is complete, a devoted admirer. It took 3 trips with 100 carts to complete the grain transportation. Zheng Beiheng's eyes squinted with joy, for young Master Ji was truly their fortunate star. This substantial grain supply would fill the granary to capacity, alleviating his anxieties at last. During this period, the worries over grain had caused him to lose quite a bit of hair. At this rate, he feared he would soon become bald. Fortunately, young Master Ji had temporarily resolved this issue. What a thrill! It felt as if he had reached the pinnacle of life. The following day, news spread throughout the court regarding Ji Qinghe's acquisition of grain, which had alleviated the tense situation. Those who could discern Ji Qinghe's true feelings naturally understood the circumstances. However, those who could not were left bewildered. When had young Master Ji become so capable? It was no wonder he had been absent from the morning court sessions recently. He had been attending to significant matters. In such a short span, he had managed to procure so much grain. One could not underestimate him. Soon, thoughts turned to young Master Ji's maternal grandfather and uncle, who were merchants, providing some clarity to the situation. It seemed they had merely leveraged their connections, forcefully attributing the credit to young Master Ji. In their efforts to ensure his stable position in the court, they truly spared no effort. Consequently, those individuals regarded Ji Qinghe with even greater disdain. What was so impressive about merely having powerful connections? Bah! They held such people in the lowest regard. Young Master Ji was undeniably deserving of accolades. Rewards were in order. The emperor was elated. Having grain was tantamount to possessing confidence. Indeed, young Master Ji provided a remarkable sense of assurance. With her presence, he felt emboldened to confront any challenges that arose. Did the kingdom of Qinghe wish to stir trouble? Bring it on, who was afraid? Ji Qinghe was utterly unaware that, in the emperor's eyes, her status had risen to number 1. She was currently quite occupied. "Second brother, I purchased these books from that merchant. We do not have such literature in the capital, and I find the content rather appealing. Shall we consider placing them in your bookstore?" Ji Qinghe produced the 4 great classics acquired from the system mall, having long sought an opportunity to write and earn some pocket money. Having perused her second brother's bookstore and the novels from her past life, she recognized a similar pattern. As an avid reader for decades, she was well aware of the tropes involved. However, after becoming an official, her days were consumed with morning court sessions and duties, leaving her with no personal time. Once the system mall opened, she had contemplated directly selling the books, but had lacked a compelling reason until now. "Very well, no problem," Ji Qinghe readily agreed. "The profits will be divided 70-30, with you receiving the larger share." "I knew you would be the most generous, second brother," Ji Qinghe replied without hesitation, recognizing that a fair accounting was essential among brothers. "But what of third brother? Does he not treat you well?" Ji Shohan, upon entering, overheard this remark and could not help but feel a pang of jealousy. "Of course he does. You both treat me well." Ji Qinghe aimed for an equitable distribution, showing no favoritism. "Indeed, third brother. Let us not put my younger sister in a difficult position. She has merely gifted me a few books." Ji Qinghe waved the book in his hand with a smug expression. "Younger sister, I want some too."
Yishuan protested,
feeling slighted that he had yet to receive a gift from his younger sister, while second brother had. "Third brother, this is a collaboration between me and second brother. We're bringing the books to his bookstore, and the profits will be split 70-30, Ji Qinghe patiently explained, knowing that her third brother could be quite persistent. "Younger sister could also collaborate with me. I travel far and wide, and am far more adept at business than second brother, Ji Shuhan retorted instinctively. Ji Qinghe's brow furrowed slightly as she sensed she had found another opportunity to earn some extra money. Little 8. What if I have third brother sell items from the system mall? Wouldn't that bring in another profit? Oh, beautiful and graceful host. You are the wisest person in this world. As long as you have ideas, there is no profit we cannot secure. Ji Qinghe's lips twitched at the insipid response. How infuriating. What should she do? Ji Shuhan, catching wind of her frustration, shot a provocative glance at Ji Xinghan. Just then, Ji Qingzhou returned from the court, followed by Eunuch Li and a multitude of rewards. Young Master Ji, these are bestowed upon you by His Majesty. Eunuch Li's face was beaming with delight. 100 taels of gold, a pair of agate snuff bottles, and a bushel of pearls. Ji Qinghe's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness! These are indeed gifts from His Majesty? How exceedingly generous. She felt somewhat overwhelmed by this unexpected favor. I am deeply grateful for His Majesty's kindness, and I extend my thanks to Eunuch Li as well. Ji Qinghe's smile was genuine. She was about to come into a fortune. It appears I was mistaken. Our illustrious and mighty emperor is not at all miserly. As long as His Majesty's generosity is forthcoming, alleviating his concerns will be a matter of moments. This time, the emperor has indeed surprised us. With such an abundance of rewards, it seemed they were destined for prosperity. Little 8 was equally excited, for there were many treasures in store. Eunuch Li is grinning so widely, his eyes have nearly vanished. Little 8, does he have any juicy gossip as a favored servant in front of the emperor? Eunuch Li's expression stiffened, his jovial demeanor evaporating. My young Master Ji, I assure you, I have done nothing to offend you. Please spare me. Unfortunately, Ji Qinghe was oblivious to Eunuch Li's inner thoughts, as was Little 8. Indeed, there is plenty. Host, Eunuch Li has quite a few intriguing tales to share. Others perked up their ears, while Eunuch Li silently prayed that no embarrassing stories would be revealed. He could not prevent some details from surfacing but hoped to minimize the damage. Eunuch Li is a fervent admirer of the emperor. To demonstrate his absolute loyalty, he even had long live the emperor inscribed on his waist token. Unfortunately, while walking, the token fell and was snatched by a passing cat. Thus, he found himself meowing while tumbling after the cat through 3 palace corridors. Eventually, he caught up and snatched the token from the cat's mouth, weeping as he held it, exclaiming, "My little ancestor, this is the emperor's love for me. How could you take it so casually?" In the eyes of others, this scene appeared as a contest for affection between Eunuch Li and the cat. Haha, Eunuch Li has such an adorable side, it's killing me with laughter. Ji Qinghe's laughter echoed through the hall, while Ji Qingzhou cast a teasing glance at Eunuch Li, surprised to discover such a side to him. He cultivated a potted plant from the apple core nibbled by the emperor, washed the emperor's old socks until they gleamed, and then fashioned them into a thread pouch, endearingly dubbing it the Dragon Sock Universe Bag. When the emperor casually tossed him an orange peel, he hastily transformed it into a fragrant sachet that he hung at his waist. Ultimately, he was pursued and bitten by a stray cat, as the sachet bore the scent of fish. Ji Qinghe concluded that Li Gonggong was indeed an ardent admirer. Chapter 69. The Tale of the Mischievous Child.
Minister Yi.
Young Master Ji, this old servant shall return to the palace to report. Li Gonggong fled in haste. If he lingered any longer, he would find his undergarments stripped away. How peculiar. Why does Li Gonggong appear so anxious? After all, his devotion to the emperor is genuine love. Perhaps he is eager to return and attend to His Majesty. Li Gonggong stumbled, nearly toppling over. My little ancestor, I beg you to spare me. The old servant, being of considerable age, could hardly withstand such revelations. With the agility of an oil-slicked foot, he vanished in the blink of an eye.
Je Qinghe blinket.
Wholeheartedly agreeing with Xiao Ba's sentiments. Look, Li Gonggong's affection for the emperor is undoubtedly sincere. Before long, Steward Wang approached. Master, Miss, the imperial censor, Lord Zhenghong, has arrived. What brings him here? Ji Qingtai's face was a canvas of confusion. As the chancellor, he maintained a certain distance from other officials, and Lord Zheng, being the censor, was known for his integrity and had never been seen socializing with fellow officials. Given his propensity to report on anyone, everyone typically avoided him. Thus, his unexpected visit was indeed curious. Holding on to his questions, he welcomed Lord Zheng into the front hall. Lord Zheng, what brings you here so suddenly? Is there something you require of me? Cough, cough. The imperial censor, Zheng Hong, cleared his throat, glanced around, and then spoke softly. Minister Ji, Whereas young Master Ji Qingtai regarded him skeptically. You come to my home seeking my daughter rather than me? How does that make sense?
Minister Ji.
I have matters to discuss with young Master Ji. Zheng Hong hesitated, feeling somewhat awkward. It's about some personal issues of mine that leave me perplexed. And I seek inspiration from young Master Ji. Noticing Ji Qingtai's unwavering gaze, Zheng Hong felt an increased sense of discomfort and pressed on. Originally, I intended to wait until young Master Ji had time, but he has not attended morning court lately. Unable to wait any longer, I took the liberty of coming here. I hope the Chancellor can forgive me. It concerns my mother, who's been insistent on dividing the family. Despite my wife and I trying to reason with her, she remains obstinate, even threatening to take drastic measures. As Lord Zheng recounted his predicament, a sense of helplessness washed over him. His mother was of considerable age. Any attempt to separate the family, regardless of the reasons, would ultimately reflect poorly on him. With so many voices chiming in, he felt he could easily drown in their criticism. As the imperial censor, he was already at odds with many. If his mother truly proceeded with the separation, he could expect a mountain of reports against him. Yet, what truly mattered was his desire to understand why his mother was causing such turmoil. Even in death, he wished to uncover the truth. Please wait a moment, Lord Zheng. Ji Qingtai, sensing Zheng Hong's worry and urgency, paused thoughtfully before speaking. Fetch my daughter.
Yes.
When Ji Qinghe was summoned, she felt somewhat bewildered. She saw no connection between herself and the court officials. Typically, if an official sought out her family, it would be for her father, so why was she involved this time? Especially since it was the censor. Had she unwittingly committed an offense? Even if she were to be reported, shouldn't that be directed to His Majesty rather than her home?
Dad.
Ji Qinghe stepped into the room, spotting Ji Qingtai seated, her eyes inquiring. What business does Lord Zheng have? Ji Qingtai chose to remain silent. This matter was too complicated to explain. Qinghe, this is Imperial Censor, Lord Zheng Hong. Greetings, Lord Zheng. Ji Qinghe, receiving no answers from Ji Qingtai, proceeded with the formalities. Greetings, young Master Ji. Zheng Hong rose and performed a respectful bow, startling Ji Qinghe into a hurried return of the gesture.
Goodness.
A third-rank official bowing to her would surely shorten her lifespan. Xiao Ba, what is happening? The Imperial Censor is bowing to me? Flattery without cause can only signal ulterior motives. Host, you must tread carefully. Perhaps the old fox intends to report you for this breach of etiquette. Is that so? I've been keeping a low profile at home. How could he come to me seeking faults? Ji Qinghe's internal alarms blared, her vigilance directed at Zheng Hong. She feared not corrupt officials, but the censor's scrutiny. This was a man who would rather suffer injuries than refrain from admonishing. Please find out if he has any scandals. If he dares to report me, I could use his own secrets to counterattack. Hearing Ji Qinghe's thoughts, Zheng Hong exchanged a glance with Ji Qingtai, a flicker of excitement in their hearts. It's happening. It's finally happening. With his full attention, Zheng Hong tuned in closely. There are indeed some. The gossip system skimmed through the details. Continuing, the old fox had his share of tales in his youth. At the age of 6, he spent his pocket money to buy a plethora of chrysanthemums to celebrate his mother's birthday, crafting a floral wreath as a gift. That day, however, he was met with a thorough thrashing from his mother, a memory he still holds a grudge against. After all, he couldn't fathom why his heartfelt gift was met with such punishment. A tale of a mischievous child? Ha ha ha. The Imperial Censor was once so troublesome to his mother? Ji Qinghe couldn't suppress her laughter, lifting her teacup to mask her mirth. Moreover, host, this next one is even more remarkable. At 7, he caught a wild rabbit and roasted it. Remembering his mother, he presented her with the cooked meat, which caused her to feel a surge of pride for his growth and filial piety. Yet that very night, he received another beating. Care to guess why? Why? Was it because he didn't clean it properly?
No.
Guess again. Was it undercooked? Did his mother fall ill? Neither. The gossip system continued to tease, while Ji Qingtai grew curious, and Zheng Hong wished to cover his face. He wasn't interested in hearing about his childhood misadventures. Hurry up and tell me, or I'll stop listening. The gossip system finally divulged. It was because he accidentally burned the ancestral tablet.
Ah, ha ha ha.
Ji Qinghe was taken aback by the revelation, while Ji Qingtai, unable to contain himself, spat out his tea. Good heavens! Lord Zheng was quite the character in his youth. Using the ancestral tablet as firewood, how had his ancestors not risen from their graves to confront him? What is happening? What on earth made my father spit out his tea? Ji Qinghe noticed Ji Qingtai's reaction and inquired in confusion. Perhaps he was caught off guard by the water. As soon as the gossip system finished speaking, Ji Qingtai feigned a cough. Zheng Hong wished to hear none of this. He only sought to discuss recent matters. Could they please skip over these embarrassing anecdotes? Chapter 70, 666. Zheng Hong felt a wave of tears rise, yet no tears would fall. After all, he had willingly come to this situation. Casting a glance at Ji Qingtai, he signaled for a return to the main topic at hand. Ji Qingzhou wore an expression of helplessness, for he too found himself powerless in this situation. Zheng Hong clenched his teeth and finally spoke. My lord, I must confess. I have been greatly troubled by a matter of late. My mother's birthday is approaching, and as her son, I am uncertain about what kind of gift would truly please her. The usual presents are given every year, but this time I wish to offer something rather exceptional. Might you have any suggestions, my lord? I am aware of this, the gossip system interjected. Zheng Hong's eyes lit up, and he quietly exhaled in relief. At last, you have arrived. I am grateful I did not abandon hope. Come forth, my truth. Ji Qinghe and Ji Qingzhou were both intrigued, for the tone of the gossip system suggested that this gift would be anything but ordinary. Speak, Xiaoba, Ji Qinghe urged. The old fox's mother desires a man as her gift, the system revealed. What? Ji Qinghe exclaimed, utterly stunned, and Zheng Hong and Ji Qingzhou shared in his astonishment. Particularly Zheng Hong, who felt a flicker of anger. His mother was over 60. How could Xiaoba utter such words? Was this not a slander against her reputation? It should be noted that after his father's passing, his mother had remained in mourning for 30 years. To suggest gifting her a man was tantamount to tarnishing her honor. If I recall correctly, the old fox is already in his 40s. Given his age, his mother must be in her 60s as well, Ji Qinghe deduced, regaining her composure. Xiaoba, let us not speak lightly. Host, I am not speaking lightly. The gossip system hastily clarified upon sensing Ji Qinghe's disbelief. Though the old fox's mother is indeed of advanced age, she has recently encountered a second spring. Not long ago, she reunited with her first love, and upon discovering that they both lost their spouses, her once tranquil heart began to ripple with emotions. They had parted ways due to family opposition years ago, and now, at this stage of life, their reunion has been deemed a twist of fate. Consequently, they have begun to clandestinely see each other. During this time, the old fox's mother has been insisting on separating their households, wishing to be with her first love. She fears that should she reveal this, the old fox would look down upon her, or even try to prevent her happiness. Hence, she devised this plan. As the gossip system expounded upon this revelation, Zheng Hong gradually found himself believing its words. Indeed, his mother had been clamoring for a separation of households recently. Upon reflection, he realized that she had taken to dressing up more often and had been venturing out more than usual. Was it possible that her newfound affection was the cause? Yet, she was over 60. If this matter were to come to light, would it not merely become a source of ridicule? Zheng Hong's thoughts were rather conservative, and he struggled to accept the notion of his mother dating at such an age. That might pose a challenge. From your demeanor, Zheng Darren, it seems your views are rather traditional. I suspect your mother is afraid of your disapproval, which is why she has not dared to speak the truth. Instead opting to insist on a separation, Ji Qingzhou remarked. Host, you're astute. The old fox indeed holds conservative views. His mother once broached the subject with him, only to be met with outright rejection. Subsequently, she ceased to mention it. Now, she is even resorting to threats, hoping he will acquiesce to her desire for separation. Not wanting her personal matters to hinder Zheng Darren's future, the gossip system continued. How absurd. Who says that one cannot possess feelings at an older age? I believe Zheng Darren should wholeheartedly support his mother. After all, she endured years of widowhood, raising him alone. What a monumental task. Now that she has finally found her own happiness, should she not pursue it? A mother deserves to prioritize herself before anyone else. The old fox's mother has already sacrificed so much for him. Now that he enjoys a complete family, it is only fair that she seeks her own joy as well. Ji Qinghe asserted, offering a perspective that, while perhaps difficult to digest in a feudal society, championed the right to pursue personal happiness. Zheng Hong stiffened, deep in contemplation. What Ji Qinghe said seemed exceedingly reasonable. He himself had attained a fulfilling family life, free of significant regrets. But what of his mother? After so many years of solitude, if she had found someone who understood her and was daring enough to pursue her own happiness, was there truly anything wrong with that? Ultimately, he wished for his mother's happiness. Zheng Darren, in selecting a gift, I believe you should cater to her preferences. You might inquire what she truly desires. Genuine filial piety does not entail binding one's mother with the chains of obligation under the guise of being a son. Would you not agree? Ji Qingzhou proposed. Perhaps influenced by his frequent exposure to Qinghe's thoughts, he occasionally found his daughter's views audacious, yet upon reflection, he recognized their validity. For instance, he concurred with her this time. A mother indeed has the right to pursue her own happiness. Thank you for your wise counsel, Lord Ji. I now know how to proceed, Zheng Hong said as he rose to take his leave. Turning to Qinghe, he added, You are remarkable, young Lady Ji. Qinghe blinked in confusion. What do you mean I am remarkable? I feel as though I have said nothing noteworthy. Xiaoba, did we just miss something? She asked. I am unsure. I was engrossed in gossiping with the host, and did not pay attention to what they were discussing, the system replied.
All right, Qinghe conceded.
Glancing back at Qinghe with a puzzled expression. Father, why did Zheng Darren praise me? Because you successfully resolved the issue of sourcing food, which alleviated a significant problem. Zheng Darren believes that despite being a woman, you are no less capable than any man. Hence, his praise is genuine. Qinghe fabricated a reason. And Qinghe accepted it, for she too believed in her own capabilities. Had not the emperor bestowed upon her such generous rewards? Zheng Hong hurried home, only to find his mother still sulking, even resorting to threats of starvation. With a resigned sigh, he addressed her, Mother, I will not obstruct your pursuit of happiness. If it pleases you, let Uncle Li come to our home. He is alone, and should he visit, I will treat him with the utmost respect as an elder. The tightly shut door swung open, revealing Zheng Shi with tear-streaked eyes as she gazed at her son, stammering, You know? Mother, I am aware, Zheng Hong affirmed with clarity. You have worked tirelessly to raise me. Now that you have found your own happiness, I could not be more delighted. How could I possibly stand in your way? I shall bring Uncle Li here immediately. Your happiness is my greatest joy. With that, Zheng Hong spoke again, and Zheng Shi suddenly embraced him, weeping. Qinghe watched in awe. 666. I never imagined the usually stern and rigid grand historian could exhibit such emotional depth. Chapter 71. In truth, what I cherish most is you. Having resolved his mother's concerns, grand historian Zheng Hong successfully welcomed Uncle Li into their home. Observing the smile that had returned to his mother's face, Zheng Hong felt a significant lift in his spirits. My lady, this matter is largely thanks to young Lady Ji. As a court official, it is inappropriate for me to personally present gifts as a token of gratitude. You could take our daughter to the Ji residence to offer some gifts as a gesture of goodwill. It need not be overly formal, Zheng Hong reflected, keenly aware of Qinghe's assistance in this substantial undertaking. Very well, I shall prepare at once, his wife, Meng Haitang, responded. Having heard of young Lady Ji's remarkable qualities, her curiosity had been piqued. Now that an opportunity presented itself, she was genuinely eager to meet her.
Ye residence.
Upon hearing that the wife of the Grand Inspector had arrived with her daughter, Du Shui immediately understood the situation and hastily summoned Qinghe.
Qinghe, perplexed,
wondered why social interactions had suddenly multiplied. With the Grand Inspector in front and his wife behind, what was the purpose of this gathering? It was only when they entered the main hall that Qinghe grasped the matter at hand. They had come to express gratitude for her father's suggestion. The Grand Inspector's mother had successfully reunited with her first love and was now living a blissful life, thus resolving one of the Grand Inspector's significant dilemmas.
Ah.
You must be the esteemed Ji, the lady remarked. My husband often speaks of you, praising your remarkable intellect and broad-mindedness. Many young men fall short in comparison to you. He also believes that having officials like you in our Xiaoliang kingdom is indeed a fortunate occurrence. Your Excellency Zheng, you flatter me, Qinghe humbly replied. As a minister of the court, it is my duty to alleviate the burdens of the sovereign. If we are to discuss upright and incorrupt officials of our Xiaoliang kingdom, it is you, Your Excellency Zheng, who truly embodies that virtue. As she spoke, Meng Haitang beamed with maternal pride. The more she observed Qinghe, the more she admired her. Not only was she beautiful, but she also stood alongside men in governance. Little Ji could indeed be regarded as a role model for women. Yuanling, haven't you always wished to meet little Ji? Come here, Meng Haitang called to her daughter, hopeful that if Yuanling could bond with little Ji, it would be beneficial. Miss Ji, I did not expect you to be so stunning, Zheng Yuanling blurted out. Her gaze fixed on Qinghe from the moment she laid eyes on her. It was no wonder the crown prince was infatuated with Qinghe. Her mere presence was radiant. Host, maintain your composure. Do not succumb to her honeyed words. She is indeed one of your rivals. Her heart already secretly pledged to the crown prince. I truly did not foresee this. Qinghe gasped, continuing. It appears my judgment is quite discerning. As the crown prince seems to attract admiration. The atmosphere shifted among the other attendees, particularly Meng Haidang, who had intended to foster a connection between the two, but inadvertently found herself creating an adversary. It was well known that the crown prince was enamored with Qinghe, and upon witnessing this encounter, it became apparent that only little Ji was worthy of him. As for her daughter, such thoughts were best left unconsidered. Glaring at Zheng Yuanling, Meng Haitang felt the situation grow increasingly awkward. Madame Du, please forgive my daughter's indiscretion, Meng Haitang quickly explained to Du Shui, eager to mend any potential rift. Had she known this would transpire, she would not have brought her daughter along. It is only natural to admire someone as exceptional as the crown prince. Du Shui replied coolly, pray, what is the crown prince to us? One cannot escape the reality of multiple wives in his future. For now, it suffices that my daughter secures her position as crown princess. However, Meng Haitang's overly enthusiastic demeanor in bringing her daughter along had aroused some suspicions. Madam, I assure you, I was completely unaware of Yuanling's feelings, Meng Haitang lamented, her voice tinged with desperation. Zhang Yuanling's face betrayed a hint of discomfort, prompting her to clarify, Miss Ji, I actually prefer you. Ji Qinghe was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the implications of her words. Zhang Yuanling, flustered, had initially held a fondness for the crown prince. But upon meeting Ji Qinghe, she found that affection diminished in significance. What is happening? System 8, you mentioned she was enamored with the crown prince. Why did I just hear her profess feelings for me? Host, she must be deliberately trying to confuse you. After all, as the crown princess, she likely aims to disarm you before leveraging her connection to the crown prince. This is undeniably a scheming woman. The gossiping system provided its analysis. Having been engrossed in palace intrigue novels, such tricks employed by Zheng Yuanling would not escape its keen perception. Oh, how astute, Ji Qinghe mused. This only increased Zheng Yuanling's anxiety.
No, I didn't mean it like that.
You must hear my explanation. Du Shui regarded Zheng Yuanling with newfound suspicion. Concluding that her intentions were not pure, it was time to issue a prompt dismissal. Meng Haitang, realizing she had inadvertently complicated matters, fretted over how to explain this to her husband. Grabbing Zheng Yuanling, she exited in a huff, her anger simmering. This was a significant embarrassment. Once home, Meng Haitang ushered her daughter into a room for an interrogation. Mother, I did have a fleeting thought, but after seeing Miss Ji just now, all my previous notions vanished. Zheng Yuanling explained. I believe Miss Ji surpasses the crown prince in every way. She is beautiful and possesses a kind nature. Hearing the first half of her daughter's words, Meng Haitang let out a silent sigh of relief. However, the latter half of her statement caused her heart to leap into her throat. Surely, her daughter could not be leaning towards that path. Yuanling, while the crown prince may be beyond our reach, there are many fine young men. You must not stray from the right path. Ultimately, little Ji will wed the crown prince. Meng Haitang had heard of such matters before, with rumors of men being enamored with the prime minister's legitimate son circulating widely. She could not allow her daughter to tread down that road. Urgently, she resolved to arrange a suitable match for her daughter to prevent her from becoming further ensnared in unforeseen consequences. Mother, what are you saying? I merely admire little Ji's capabilities. Everyone claims she owes her position to the prime minister and the crown prince's favor, yet when I met her,
I did not perceive it that way.
She possesses such insight regarding her grandmother's affairs, and she stands there radiating tranquility and brilliance. I aspire to be like Miss Ji, to be myself, rather than merely someone's wife. In their brief interaction, Zheng Yuanling sensed a profound difference in Ji Qinghe. She was unlike any other woman, herself included. From a young age, she had been taught the virtues of being a proper lady, a devoted wife, and a nurturing mother. Yet Ji Qinghe was simply herself. Chapter 72. An unexpected turn. Sometimes, feelings arise in the most inexplicable manner. After meeting Ji Qinghe, Zheng Yuanling placed her in her heart as a target, seeking to break free from the mundane shackles of society. Upon returning home, Zheng Han was taken aback by Meng Haitang's words. Good heavens! I sent my wife and daughter to foster goodwill. If little Ji becomes infatuated, won't there be no secrets left in our family? Moreover, if little Ji's true sentiments reach His Majesty's ears, how shall I explain myself? I sought little Ji's assistance due to difficulties. And now my daughter harbors feelings for the crown prince. Zheng Hong's head throbbed at the thought. Where is Yuanling? In her room. I shall go find her.
Zhenggong.
Disregarding everything else, hurriedly made his way, calling out before even reaching her door. Daughter, do not be rash. Perhaps you are unaware of much. Listen to your father. The crown prince, while admirable, is utterly devoted to the crown princess and cannot harbor feelings for anyone else. Men understand men best. This infatuation is bound to lead nowhere. Therefore, while there is still time, turn back. With a fatherly tone of concern, he opened the door only to find Zheng Yuanling wielding a pair of scissors. In a panic, he rushed forward, shouting, "Daughter, do not act recklessly." In her startled state, Zheng Yuanling inadvertently nicked her hand with the scissors. A sudden surge of searing pain coursed through him. "My dear daughter, hand me the scissors. Let us not demean ourselves, shall we?"
Zheng Gong remarked.
Having noticed the injury on Zheng Yanling's hand, "Father, I merely intended to snip a thread with the scissors," she replied. Zheng Hong acquiesced, recognizing his impulsive error. Realizing his mistake, he promptly tended to Zheng Yanling's wound, while earnestly saying, "My daughter, I have heard from your mother that you harbor feelings for His Highness the Crown Prince. In my naive youth, I did entertain such sentiments," Zheng Yanling candidly confessed. Before shifting the conversation, however, upon meeting Miss Ji, my perspective changed. "Father, it seems I have discovered the meaning of life. I aspire to possess the same autonomy as Miss Ji in the future." "My dear child," Zheng Hong sighed, understanding her implication. "While it is commendable to have aspirations, the path ahead will undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Not everyone can attain the stature of Ji Qinghe. Even someone of her standing faces relentless scrutiny. The true strength of Ji Qinghe lies in her unwavering conviction as she navigates the political arena." As his only child, Zheng Hong exhibited remarkable patience towards Zhang Yanling. At the Ji residence, Ji Qinghe observed the officials gathered before her, lost in contemplation. Was it now commonplace for officials to visit without regard for propriety? Their boldness was striking. Xiao Ba, do they all have ample leisure time? Why do they keep arriving in waves?
Qinghe pondered.
Concerned about the potential repercussions should the emperor perceive her father as engaging in partisan favoritism. Such visits had not been customary in the past. Why now did they occur daily? To her dismay, she discovered that their discussions were entirely devoid of substance. Perhaps they wished to cultivate a favorable rapport with your father? After all, he is the foremost among the officials. Establishing good relations can only be advantageous, Xiao Ba suggested. Let us hope not. My father already occupies a position of great power. Should they draw nearer, it is bound to invite unnecessary complications, Ji Qinghe replied, feeling compelled to warn her father. After a prolonged absence, the astute and beautiful Ji Qinghe had not changed. Minister of War Jiang Yuan stood up with a smile, declaring, "Little Ji has single-handedly resolved the food crisis among the refugees. She serves as our exemplar." Jiang Yuan adeptly engaged in political pleasantries, aiming to leave a favorable impression on Ji Qinghe. Little did he expect, however, that she would not conform to the expected norms. "Xiao Ba, who is this man? His smile is so insincere. He hardly seems like a good person," Ji Qinghe remarked. Jiang Yuan's smile faltered, and he inwardly lamented his apparent blunder. With Ji Qinghe's demeanor, he feared he might soon find himself the subject of ridicule. "No, please. Little Ji, I merely wish to hear gossip, not to become the subject of it myself." He silently prayed, though his pleas were in vain. In the next moment, Ji Qinghe's thoughts rang out. "Does he have any scandals?" "Without a doubt," Xiao Ba replied. And the gossip system began to spill forth. "Host, this individual is Jiang Yuan, Minister of War. As for his scandals, there are so many that 3 days and nights would not suffice to recount them all." "Get to the point," Ji Qinghe urged. Recently, Jiang Yuan suffered from severe inflammation and consulted a physician, but to no avail. His mouth sores became so severe that even eating became a daunting task. Eventually, his wife, having learned of a peculiar remedy, suggested he drink his own urine to alleviate the heat. Though he found it repulsive, he complied, having endured the ailment for months. With no other recourse, he resorted to this remedy, only to vomit repeatedly after each attempt. He ultimately fell ill from the ordeal. Minister of War, indeed, is quite daring. To attempt such a remedy, how bold!
Qinghe exclaimed, astonished Pingyang U.S. audacity.
The others exchanged glances, pondering what manner of individual would stoop to such lengths, even resorting to consuming his own urine. Jiang Yuan felt the weight of their gazes, burning with embarrassment, wishing fervently for the ground to swallow him whole.
How humiliating!
His attempts at remedies do not end there. "Host, have you noticed his thinning hair?" Indeed, in his quest for a solution, he consulted a traveling physician who claimed his remedies would restore his hair to its former luster. He wouldn't actually believe that, would he?
Of course he did. Jiang Yuan,
in a moment of desperation, bought a vial of the concoction and eagerly consumed it, only to find himself in an entirely different predicament. "Is it effective?"
Qinghe inquired.
Perplexed by the turn of events, Host, pay attention. I said there was a reaction. Qinghe found herself taken aback by the sudden shift in conversation. Chapter 73, witnessing a life-or-death drama unfold. The abrupt transition left everyone stunned. Just moments ago, they had been discussing hair loss, and now the topic had veered drastically, leaving them all bewildered. Unless, of course, one were particularly observant. Could it be that the physician provided him with an aphrodisiac?
Correct.
To enhance the efficacy, Jiang Yuan unwittingly increased the dosage. Consequently, from dawn till dusk, he and his wife engaged in a vigorous display of affection. His wife, initially delighted, soon found herself overwhelmed as the effects of the remedy proved relentless. Following that episode, she began to avoid him, even considering taking a concubine. A concubine? Isn't he aware? As of now, he remains oblivious. Today is the very day his wife intends to bring in a concubine, and the procession is already en route. Did the young lady consent? Certainly. After all, he is the Minister of War, a position of great significance. With only his primary wife, the opportunity to become a concubine is seen as a significant advancement for any common girl. Such excitement. I must see this for myself.
Qinghe exclaimed,
Recalling her own pressing matters. Father, I just remembered, I have urgent business to attend to. Please carry on. I shall take my leave. With a courteous bow, she turned and dashed away. After all, the spectacle was best experienced in person. Minister Ji, I too have suddenly remembered pressing matters at home. I shall take my leave. Someone chimed in, prompting others to echo the sentiment. The once crowded hall swiftly emptied. Qinghe, eager for the unfolding drama, glanced at the still stunned Jiang Yuan and coughed lightly. Minister Jiang, I too have pressing matters to attend to. I cannot accommodate you further. Please make yourself at ease. With that, Qinghe departed. And Jiang Yuan finally grasped the situation, slapping his thigh in frustration as he hurriedly exited. What matters? Surely, they all seek to witness the spectacle. Jiang Yuan raced off, determined to prevent any harm from befalling the young lady amid this unfolding farce. Esteemed sir, I shall take my leave first. You must hasten to retrieve our son. Jiang Yuan urged. Understood. At that moment, Jiang Yuan discarded any semblance of decorum and mounted his steed, galloping away. Meanwhile, the imperial censor Zheng Hong observed a rider racing past him on the street, his eyes widening in astonishment. If he was not mistaken, that figure was none other than the Minister of War, Jiang Yuan. Silently noting this in his mind, he resolved to report it to His Majesty the following day. As he turned to continue on his way, he spotted several of his colleagues, bustling in the same direction. My lordly, what brings you here? Zheng inquired. Zheng Darren. Minister Zhang's wife intends to take a concubine, and we are merely going to observe, came the reply. Unable to resist the intrigue, Zheng Hong decided to join them to uncover the truth behind the matter. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, the military commander, was leading a patrol when he saw a rider swiftly pass by, accompanied by several others. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were indeed notable figures from the court. However, the last among them was none other than the Prime Minister. Is there to be a spectacle to witness? Lin Yu pondered, promptly assembling a small detachment to follow Jiang Yuan's trail. Upon arriving at the scene, he found Jiang Yuan engaged in conversation with a woman. Madam, are you not being foolish? You must return home at once. My lord, what brings you here? Zhao Linglong exclaimed, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt upon seeing Jiang Yuan. I have come to prevent you from making a grave mistake. Let us return home and discuss this matter. Jiang Yuan replied, his patience wearing thin. No. I have already made arrangements with someone else, Zhao Linglong insisted, recalling something urgent. What will happen to Xiao Dai if I suddenly retract my promise? When time permits, I will accompany you to clarify this situation. Feeling the weight of the gazes around them, Jiang Yuan was eager to depart, thinking, if you bring her home today, it would truly ruin her life. I am devoted solely to you, and shall never entertain another. Zhao Linglong was touched by Jiang Yuan's unwavering affection, yet a sense of sorrow lingered. My lord has such vigor. I cannot bear the burden alone. That incident was an accident. I mistakenly took the wrong medicine. Madam, let us return home and clarify everything to avoid further embarrassment. Very well, Zhao Linglong conceded reluctantly, recognizing Jiang Yuan's steadfastness. Although she desired to take a concubine, with her husband so vehemently opposed, it would indeed be disastrous if he were to bring someone home and then ignore her entirely. Seeing Zhao Linglong acquiesce, Jiang Yuan quickly led her back to their residence. A brief glance revealed several colleagues nearby, including the Prime Minister. Jiang Yuan's lips twitched. These individuals were truly fond of gossip. Ji Qinghe stood at the forefront, observing how Jiang Yuan effortlessly persuaded his wife to leave, unable to suppress a smirk. Has the madam truly been silenced so easily? After 2 days and nights, one would think there would be more of a battle with Jiang Darren.
Xiao Ba.
I suddenly have a question. How did Jiang Darren manage to endure such a marathon without succumbing? He may not have been exhausted, but he is certainly worn out. Even now, it has been quite some time, and Jiang Darren has yet to recover, came the reply. Zhao Linglong and Jiang Yuan paused, particularly Zhao Linglong, her face reflecting astonishment. Who could it be? How could they possibly know such intimate details? My lord, let us discuss this upon our return home, Jiang Yuan said. His face flushed with embarrassment. How had Ji Darren arrived so swiftly? They needed to leave at once, or he would truly have no face to show anyone. This is grave. Host, Xiao Dai is on the verge of taking her own life. The urgent voice of the gossip system rang out.
Who is Xiao Dai?
She is the concubine Jiang Yuan's wife intends to take. Xiao Dai has learned of Jiang Yuan's disapproval of their union and, in a fit of humiliation and anger, is contemplating suicide. Jiang Yuan halted once more, and Zhao Linglong was filled with dread. She merely wished to facilitate her husband taking a concubine, not to incite a tragedy. My lord, what shall we do now? First, we must save her, and clarify our intentions as well. Jiang Yuan gritted his teeth, pulling Zhao Linglong along as they rode toward Xiaodia's residence. Madam, you know the way to her home, do you not? Yes, just continue straight ahead, Zhao Linglong replied nervously, swallowing hard. Hold on tight. Let us go. Jiang Yuan cracked the whip, and their horse surged forward. Zheng Hong, witnessing this, made another mental note, preparing his report for the following day. Xiao Ba, do you know the route to Xiaodia's home? Lead me there. We must prevent this tragedy. I know, host,
Came the reply.
Thus, under Xiao Ba's guidance, Ji Qinghe sped off, followed closely by the other officials. Ji Qingzhou, watching his daughter rush with determination, felt a pang of sympathy. He instructed a carriage to follow. Qinghe, get in. Chapter 74. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Ji Qinghe, upon recognizing her father, hopped onto the carriage without hesitation. Father, to the south of the city. Very well. With the carriage secured, Ji Qinghe felt a wave of relief wash over her and, realizing the situation, curiously inquired, Father, what brings you here? If memory serves, you should be attending to those colleagues of yours. Clearing his throat, Ji Qingzhou explained, earlier, Jiang Darren's servant arrived at the estate, bringing news of his wife's situation. My colleagues, filled with curiosity, insisted on dragging me along. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, he considered that such instances might become more frequent. Rather than concocting excuses that would raise suspicion, honesty seemed the better option. After all, sincerity was the ultimate weapon.
See?
How genuine he is. At worst, I lose a modicum of my dignity in front of my daughter. Knowing he too has a taste for gossip, it would allow us to share in the spectacle freely. Indeed, as his words settled, Ji Qinghe wore an expression of disbelief. I had no idea my father possessed such a thick skin. Oh, and a penchant for gossip as well. Then where are they? They are behind us. Ji Qingzhou replied candidly, glancing back. Ji Qinghe followed suit and, to her surprise, noticed several of her colleagues trailing behind. Shall we invite them to join us? No need. The carriage is too small to accommodate so many, and besides, they could use the exercise, Ji Qingzhou replied without hesitation. With so many people, though my daughter now holds an official position, she is still a lady. How could she share a carriage with so many? Indeed, that would be quite excessive. Ji Qinghe agreed, reasoning that if they grew weary, they would surely seek their own carriage. She decided not to fret too much. Such worries could age a person prematurely. Once they disembarked from the carriage, they discovered Jiang Yuan and his wife had already arrived. A crowd had gathered, murmuring and pointing. Ladies and gentlemen, there appears to be a misunderstanding in this matter. It was my oversight that nearly led to a grave situation for Miss Wang. I beseech you to temper your words. It is not that I refuse Miss Wang. Rather, she finds my age a considerable disparity. Jiang Yuan stood firm, articulating each word with resolve. Zhao Linglong, standing beside him, wore an expression of guilt. It was her hasty decision that had nearly resulted in catastrophe. I never anticipated Jiang Yuan to be so honorable, taking full responsibility without shifting blame or adopting an air of superiority. For that alone, I deem him a good man. Ji Qinghe mused upon hearing Jiang Yuan's declaration. Men are often prideful, especially those in positions of authority. This entire affair was instigated by Zhao Linglong, and in defense of his wife, he boldly stepped forward. In matters of cherishing his wife, Jiang Yuan indeed excels. Otherwise, he would not have remained devoted to her alone for so many years. Lin Yu arrived with a group of people, dispersing the onlookers and granting Jiang Yuan a private space to address the situation. Jiang Yuan gazed upon the familiar faces, at a loss for words to articulate his current emotions.
Gossip.
They were genuine gossipmongers. My apologies, esteemed father-in-law. I regret causing you such trouble. He presented the gifts prepared by Zhao Linglong, a chest of jewels, 2 rolls of silk, and an entire set of bridal attire. Within the jewelry box lay a small case containing 100 taels of silver. Wang Fugue, also known as Xiao Dai's father, stared at the offerings in astonishment, hastily waving his hands. My lord, this is far too extravagant. Please accept it, father-in-law. The blame lies with us. After much hesitation, Wang Fugue ultimately accepted the gifts. Jiang Yuan and Zhao Linglong felt a modicum of relief, for a farce had nearly cost a life. Fortunately, everything was resolved in time. Indeed, Master Jiang, transforming hostility into harmony, truly remarkable. Few officials possess such prowess, willing to travel far just to witness the spectacle. Jiang Yuan retorted, having already lost face. He might as well voice his thoughts. Madam, let us return. With the parties involved having departed, the others, seeing no further entertainment, also dispersed. The following day, the imperial censor Zheng Hong submitted a report about Jiang Yuan in court. Upon learning the full details, the emperor issued a nominal penalty of 1 month's salary. Minister Jiang, should you encounter any health issues in the future, do seek the imperial physician. Do not place your faith in those peculiar remedies again. Fortunately, no significant harm was done this time. It would have been too late otherwise. The emperor added a reminder, for he had already lost 1 minister of revenue and wished not to lose another. After all, nurturing an official is no simple task. I humbly thank your majesty for your benevolence. Following the morning audience, the emperor donned plain attire and proceeded to the Ji residence, eager to indulge in some gossip himself. Others followed suit, entering the Ji estate. Upon seeing the emperor in casual garments, they bowed in trepidation.
Goodness.
The emperor has come too? With his majesty present, how could they freely engage in gossip? What is happening? Why does it feel as though my household is bustling with visitors? Are these ministers and the emperor truly so idle? Ji Qinghe pondered, feeling as though she had missed much despite merely being absent from court for a short period. Moreover, her father often insisted she make an appearance when such guests arrived, which felt rather peculiar. Perhaps they have missed you immensely, host. Xiao Ba's words caused a collective gasp among those present, holding their breath in anticipation. Could Xiao Ba truly discern this? After all, you are beloved by all, blooming like a flower. Moreover, having aided the emperor significantly, it is only natural they wish to cultivate a favorable relationship with you. That makes sense. After all, I wear several masks. The chancellor's legitimate daughter, the crown princess, and the emperor's appointed scholar. Noticing Ji Qinghe's lack of further speculation, the tension in the room eased. The emperor glanced at the assembly, mentally noting each individual. Excellent. It seemed they were not strangers to the chancellor's residence. I am perpetually busy. Yet they find the time to spare. Perhaps matters are simply too few. From the following day, he planned to retain them for discussions on state affairs. If only their penchant for gossip were diverted to national matters, how could the Xiaoliang kingdom not grow strong? Xiao Ba, among today's visitors, is there any fresh gossip? Ji Qinghe blinked, feeling somewhat bored. In the days prior, without the emperor's presence, conversations had drifted to mundane matters. Now, with his majesty in attendance, the dialogue had turned to official affairs, which she had grown weary of. She craved gossip. Chapter 75, Boundless Wealth is Approaching.
Qinghe stots resonated.
And the audience immediately perked up. They had come to the Ji residence for this moment, eager to learn who the fortunate individual might be today. There is indeed gossip, but it remains uncertain whose tale the host wishes to hear. The gossip system remarked, causing the officials to avert their gaze from Ji Qinghe, unwilling to become her target. Ji Qinghe surveyed the crowd, noticing their apparent busyness. Perhaps it is the Deputy Minister of Revenue, Zheng Beiheng. I observed him laughing the most joyously earlier. Zheng Beiheng stiffened, while others exchanged glances, filled with schadenfreude. Phew, at least it wasn't them. Do not be deceived by Zheng Beiheng's scholarly attire. Beneath it, his undergarments are tattered and worn, particularly his trousers, which are riddled with holes. Is he truly so frugal? Frugal, indeed, yet impoverished as well. The gossip system interjected. Despite having attained the position of deputy minister, his meager salary hardly suffices. He has taken in several homeless children at a dilapidated temple in the northern part of the city, devoting his entire salary to support these destitute youths. Who would have thought him to be such a philanthropist? Behind this benevolent facade lies a lesser-known secret. Before Zheng Beiheng entered government service, he and his wife had a child. However, immersed in his studies, he neglected his parental duties. On the child's birthday, having previously promised to be present, he unexpectedly forgot due to unforeseen circumstances. By the time he remembered, the child had vanished, having ventured to the academy to find him, only to encounter misfortune along the way, leaving no trace behind. His wife, embittered by years of resentment, passed away without forgiving him. Did something truly happen to his child? Qinghe felt a weight in her heart as sadness flickered in Zheng Beiheng's eyes. He recalled past regrets, feeling the sting of guilt anew. If only he had not forgotten, perhaps he could have savored the joys of family. Indeed, the child was taken by traffickers while seeking him and, upon attempting to escape, was brutally murdered. Zheng Beiheng's eyes reddened. His son. Even after all these years without news, the absence was sometimes the best news. Yet now, hearing of his child's death, the anguish of losing him resurfaced, piercing his heart anew. His wife had never forgiven him. How would he face her in 100 years? Because of this tragedy, he has remained solitary, never remarrying or having more children. All his earnings have been devoted to charity. By adopting homeless children and performing good deeds, he has accumulated merit for his deceased child.
I believe he will find peace in the end.
I believe not only will he find peace, but immense wealth may also soon come his way. The gossip system shifted its tone, piquing not only Qinghe's curiosity, but that of the others as well. What had begun as a tragic tale now hinted at boundless fortune. Zheng Beiheng himself felt perplexed. He had done nothing to warrant such wealth. What is happening? Host. Among the children he has helped, one is a lost princess. Zheng Beiheng. The Emperor. The hearts of the others surged with tumultuous waves. A lost princess. Could that not be the Emperor's daughter? Over the years, there has been no word of the Emperor losing a daughter. Could she possibly be his illegitimate child? Hiss. Is it not said that the Emperor and the Empress share a deep affection? How could he have taken another woman outside the palace behind the Empress's back? The officials present were inundated with fanciful thoughts, eager to conjure images in their minds of the Emperor entangled in love and strife with another lady. As for Qinghe, being a voracious reader, she could concoct dozens of versions from just that single remark. TSK, 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 who would have thought our Emperor could be such a person? Xiao Ba, do you think if the Empress were to find out about the Emperor's actions, she might kick him out of bed again? The Emperor cast a fierce glare at Qinghe. After all, a son's debts are to be repaid by his father. He could do nothing to Qinghe. But Qinghe was another matter. Upon receiving the Emperor's gaze, Qinghe felt like crying without tears, internally lamenting, "Your Majesty, we must reason this out." I have said nothing. Absolutely not. If the Empress were to learn of this matter, she would only love the Emperor even more. The gossip system spoke without hesitation, leaving everyone else utterly puzzled. What on earth is going on here? My Xiao Ba, do hurry and reveal the truth. It's exasperating. Please explain what is happening.
Qinghe, equally bewildered, irritated.
This princess is, in fact, the child of the Emperor and the Empress. A mental string in the Emperor's mind snapped with a resounding buzz. How could this be? He had no recollection of having another child with the Empress. What the hell? Qinghe exclaimed in disbelief at this revelation. The Emperor and the Empress's child? How could they not know? Of course they did not know. If they had, how could the child have been left to wander among the common folk? The gossip system replied, holding back its true thoughts, as it deemed the host's current inquiries somewhat naive. This child is named Shudong, found by Zheng Beiheng during the winter. At that time, she had no name, so Zheng Beiheng bestowed this one upon her. Shudong is the fifth child of the Emperor and the Empress. The fifth child? Does that not mean she is the seventh princess? Others tensed, fearing they might be entangled in royal secrets. Stealing glances at the Emperor's grim countenance, they quickly turned to Qinghe. Chancellor, save us. Such royal secrets are not something they are obliged to hear. Knowing too many secrets often leads to a swift demise. They had not yet lived enough. Qinghe thought, I too wish to cry for help. Who can rescue me? The Emperor was now tightly pursing his lips. The seventh princess was his and the Empress's most cherished daughter. After her birth, the Empress's health had deteriorated. Being the youngest, she often spoke sweetly. Hence he had always favored her most. But now, to be told that the seventh princess belonged to another, How could he not be enraged? What on earth is happening? Why has his and the Empress's child ended up among the commoners? Who is responsible? Who is it? Indeed, Chu Dong is the true seventh princess, while the one in the palace is actually the daughter of Lu Kaijin. The gossip system dropped yet another bombshell, leaving all present in stunned silence. How thrilling! Chapter 76. Crude acting. Unbearable to witness. The emperor was taken aback. Lu Kaijin? Who was this person? He could not recall. Did Lu Kaijin replace the empress's child? Was it to ensure her own child's better life? Qinghe speculated, aware of the emperor's well-known affection for the empress. In the cutthroat world of the harem, placing one's child near the empress was indeed a wise strategy for survival. Maybe yes, maybe no. This matter is rather complex. Host, allow me to elaborate slowly. The gossip system continued. When the empress was diagnosed with her pregnancy, the emperor was eager to care for her personally. Whenever he had a moment, he would visit her chambers. His cautious demeanor only fueled the jealousy of other concubines. At that time, Yunfei also discovered her pregnancy and joyfully shared the news with the emperor. Yet, she received only a meager reward, never even laying eyes on the emperor. Consumed by jealousy, Yunfei found herself powerless. As the gossip system spoke, the emperor recalled those events. However, what do they have to do with this Lu Kaijin? Others shared similar questions, but with Xiaoba continuing to speak, they had no choice but to listen on. The emperor's affections for the empress were well known throughout the harem. Otherwise, how could it be that for so many years, the princes and princesses were predominantly born from the empress? Among the countless beauties in the harem, those with offspring were exceedingly rare. During that time, Lu Kaijin was also found to be with child. Due to her low status, the emperor paid her little heed. Later, when both Yunfei and the empress gave birth simultaneously, Lu Kaijin, fearing her child would go unnoticed, hastened her own labor, joining the others. Given her limited opportunities to interact with the empress, Lu Kaijin devised a plan to swap her child with Yunfei's, unbeknownst to her. The favored concubine also harbored the same intention. Yunfei believed that among the harem, the empress's child was the most cherished. To ensure her own child had a better life, she took advantage of the opportunity to visit the empress to execute the swap. Thus, the child now recognized as the empress's is actually the child of Lu Kaijin, while Lu Kaijin's child is that of Yunfei. As for the empress's true child, Yunfei, wishing to avoid any distress, had a servant discreetly remove the infant from the palace. The servant, however timid, merely abandoned the child outside the palace, never daring to take more drastic measures. The emperor's forehead throbbed with veins, silently repeating 3 words, Yun Guifei. Initially, when Yunfei lost her child, the empress, out of compassion, had promoted her to Guifei to make amends. Now, the truth revealed that all was a facade. The child he and the empress had was indeed real. The intent to eliminate their child was real. And he had, in a moment of kindness, elevated her status. Well, how splendid! To think she dared to toy with him so. The emperor was furious. He was now filled with an intense desire for vengeance.
Xiaoba.
I suddenly feel quite sorry for the emperor. And that forsaken Shudong is the most pitiable. A princess who should have been carefree and adored has become a homeless waif. This will not do. I must speak out. After all, she is His Highness's biological sister, of the bloodline. Qinghe realized this truth and hurriedly spoke. Lord Zheng, I have heard that you have taken in some orphans at Jishan Hall. Upon hearing this, I was profoundly moved. I never imagined Lord Zheng to be such a compassionate individual. Might I visit to lend a hand? Certainly. If Miss Ji wishes to go, I shall accompany you. If the children know that Miss Ji is willing to extend her assistance, they will undoubtedly be immensely grateful. Zheng Beiheng replied, following Qinghe's lead. To think Lord Zheng harbored such a side. Just as I find myself with some leisure, why don't we all go together? The emperor suddenly interjected, to which the other officials promptly echoed their agreement. We too wish to offer our meager assistance. The emperor's decision to attend was something Qinghe had not anticipated. A secret joy welled up within as the emperor's departure was a fortuitous turn of events. It was the perfect opportunity for a public acknowledgement of kinship, straightforward and unambiguous. Thus, a group of individuals made their way to the Jishan Hall. Although referred to as such, it was merely a dilapidated temple, which, after some minor renovations, had become a refuge for wandering children. From a humble beginning of 1 or 2, the number had swelled to over a dozen, sustained solely by the meager salary of Zheng Beiheng. The daily caretaker of these children was a solitary individual. Upon seeing Zheng Beiheng arrive with guests, He promptly greeted them.
Amipa.
Minister Zheng, you have come. Master Guangji, these esteemed guests are here to visit the children. Amipa, please come in. The courtyard of Jishan Hall was modest in size. As they entered, they found the children seated, engrossed in their studies, under the tutelage of a down-and-out scholar. The children of various ages sat in neat rows, nodding their heads earnestly as they learned. The emperor's gaze was immediately drawn to these children, and at a glance, he recognized his daughter. Though clad in tattered rags and emaciated, her bright eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to those of the queen. The other ministers also scanned the area, quickly honing in on Dong. In an effort to mask his obvious emotion, Zheng Beiheng introduced each child individually. This one is Song, the eldest among them. He often helps care for the younger ones. After introducing 2 more children, Zheng Beiheng pointed to Dong and said, "This is Dong, quite well-behaved and obedient." As he spoke, he furtively glanced at Qinghe. "Young Master Ji, please commence your performance." At last, we have reached the focal point. The moment of revelation has begun. Why does this little girl seem so familiar? Qinghe exclaimed, her expression slightly exaggerated. Upon hearing Qinghe, the others began to murmur in agreement. Their performances clumsy, yet enthusiastic. Qinghe, standing to the side, felt the urge to cover his face. These individuals were truly something. Qinghe listened to her colleagues, who followed the trend vigorously, yet failed to hit the crux of the matter.
Well,
it seems destined that she is indeed the chosen one. Let her illuminate this moment of glory. She resembles His Highness the Crown Prince quite a bit. Father, do you not agree? Especially her eyes. So bright like stars in the sky, Qinghe remarked, turning to Qinghe. The awkwardness of the moment inevitably brushed against Qinghe. He thought to himself, what a remarkable daughter he had. Chapter 77. The Emperor. Did you really think the spectacle I orchestrate is merely for show? Under the scrutiny of dozens of eyes, Qinghe had no choice but to muster his courage and speak. Indeed, she bears a striking resemblance. Were one unaware, they might assume she is the long-lost sister of His Highness. Especially her brows and eyes. At first glance, they are nearly identical to the Empress's. Qinghe felt a sense of relief. As the head of the ministers, her father's words undoubtedly held more weight than those of a mere minor official. Surely, the emperor would entertain such thoughts, if only to plant the seeds of doubt in his mind. Dear Emperor, I can only hint at this much. You must remain vigilant and send someone to investigate. Qinghe mused internally, causing Qinghe to shiver at the sudden endearment. My dear daughter, could we refrain from uttering such perilous statements? Do not worry, host. Historically, emperors have always been suspicious. Given the current discourse, the emperor will undoubtedly send someone to investigate. If he does not, it would only indicate his lack of intelligence. Cough. A violent fit of coughing erupted, and Qinghe turned to see her father's face reddening as he struggled. She hurried over to pat his back gently. Father, are you all right?
Iemme fine.
Qinghe waved his hand dismissively, though his heart was heavy with emotion. Ever since his daughter had made her presence known, especially in an official capacity, he felt as if he had placed his life on the line. While other families celebrated their official successes, his own seemed perpetually teetering on the brink of disaster. Were it not for his resilient heart, he would have long since succumbed to despair. The others looked on with a hint of sympathy for Qinghe. Truly a burden for the prime minister. Perhaps only Qinghe and Little 8 would dare to label the emperor as foolish. Curiously, the emperor did not appear offended. Little 8, the emperor has summoned Li Gonggong. It seems he is not as foolish as they believe. He remains, in my heart, a wise and formidable sovereign. Qinghe's heart leapt to his throat, only to plummet once more at the last remark. The emperor's lips curled into a slight smile, and Li Gonggong, standing nearby, perceived the truth. Young Master Ji was indeed extraordinary. Minister Zheng, your charitable deeds have provided sustenance for so many children, demonstrating great benevolence. Now that I am aware of the situation, I shall issue a decree to expand the Jishan Hall, ensuring these homeless children have a place to call home. The emperor, uplifted by the thought of his own wisdom, waved his hand grandly, proclaiming, "Oh dear. To provide a home, your Majesty's words are indeed powerful." Qinghe was once more astonished by the emperor's declaration. Previously, she had thought of him as a muddled ruler, neither particularly accomplished nor excessively cruel. A figure marked by mediocrity and a touch of incompetence. Otherwise the court would not be rife with corrupt officials, nor would spies from the Inuit kingdom wander freely. It appeared the emperor had a solid foundation and was salvageable. One must not only cherish their own kin but also extend compassion to all, ensuring the elderly find peace. The young have opportunities to thrive, and that orphans, widows, the sick, and the disabled are all cared for. What you say is truly beautiful.
Indeed.
It is quite beautiful. After all, this represents the vision of a harmonious society. A harmonious society? Do you aspire to change this world?
Qinghe hastily refuted.
I possess no capability to alter the world. Such an ideal society likely only exists in dreams. The emperor's body trembled at the mention of providing for the elderly, the strong, and the young. It resonated deeply with his own aspirations. Qinghe cast a complex glance at Qinghe, accustomed to her whimsical nature. Hearing her articulate such profound sentiments left him somewhat disconcerted. I am willing to donate 1,000 taels, Qinghe declared, not forgetting the purpose of their visit. A performance must be executed thoroughly, without faltering halfway. I am willing to donate 300 taels. I will donate 100 taels. Other officials echoed his sentiments, albeit with a pang of reluctance. The Prime Minister's initial offer was daunting. They had come merely to observe, initially intending to contribute lightly. Now, they found themselves compelled to part with a significant sum, feeling as though their flesh had been carved from their bodies. The emperor observed the expressions of his ministers, amused by their naivety. Did they truly believe the spectacles I orchestrate are merely for show? Shudong was brought back to the palace, immediately attended to for washing and grooming. Meanwhile, the emperor made his way to the chambers of consort Yun-Gui. My lady, his majesty is approaching. Really? Yun-Gui felt a rush of excitement, and upon confirming with her maid, she hurriedly arranged her attire. Quick, let us go to receive his majesty. By tradition, the emperor would not visit her at this hour. So his sudden appearance filled her with exhilaration. I humbly welcome your majesty. Upon seeing the emperor, Yun-Gui immediately knelt and bowed deeply, her smile more radiant than the sun. With the emperor's unexpected visit, she was determined to keep him there, her heart dancing in delight.
Yet,
as she realized the emperor had not bid her to rise, confusion settled in. What was the meaning of this? Yun-Gui surreptitiously cast a glance at the emperor, only to find his countenance a stormy shade of iron. A sudden unease gripped her heart, a foreboding sensation creeping in. Your Majesty? The emperor paid her no heed. It was this very individual who had caused him and the empress's daughter to be cast adrift, enduring the vicissitudes of mortal suffering. Allowing her to kneel a while longer could never compensate for the indignities suffered by their child. Anxiously, Yun-Gui pondered the meaning of the emperor's silence. Had she not been quite compliant of late? Your Majesty, Lu Caning and the 9th princess have arrived. Yun-Gui's heart sank. Lu Caning? The 9th princess? What on earth could the emperor want with them? Had he discovered her deliberate malice towards the 9th princess? But such a grand summons seemed unwarranted. The 9th princess, born of Lu Caning, had never enjoyed favor. Why would the emperor suddenly remember them? Yet, even if he had found out, what of it? She was the Guifei, while Lu Caning remained merely a concubine. Your Majesty, I pay my respects. I pay my respects, father. Lu Caning and the 9th princess knelt in unison, both equally bewildered. Under ordinary circumstances, they would scarcely catch a glimpse of the emperor, let alone be summoned to Yun-Guifei's chamber. Could it be that the emperor intended to advocate for one Shall one raise your head? Lu Caning was taken aback. The emperor had just called her by her given name. Something seemed amiss. The emperor was not here to speak on one's behalf. The 9th princess timidly lifted her gaze, only to quickly lower it again, intimidated by her father's fearsome demeanor. Jiang Shuyan, do you find Xiao Wen familiar? The mention of her birth name sent a wave of trepidation through Yun Guifei. The implications of the emperor's words eluded her comprehension at that moment. Your Majesty, Wan is the 9th princess. She bears your and Lu Caning's resemblance. Yun Guifei weighed her words carefully, her heart in turmoil, uncertain of the emperor's true intentions. Yet, she was acutely aware that his mood was far from favorable. Is that so? Yet I perceive that Xiao Wen resembles you far more. The emperor's words struck Lu Caning like a thunderclap, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Did his majesty discover her past transgressions? Yun Guifei stood frozen, scrutinizing the 9th princess with newfound intensity. Gradually, she uneasily recognized a resemblance between the two. How could this be? Your Majesty, the 9th princess, such matters must be directed towards Lu Caning. Inquire what she did a decade ago. The emperor dropped another bombshell, leaving Lu Caning despondently seated on the ground, her mind swirling with two words. It's over. Lu Caning, what have you done? Yun Guifei, struck by a dreadful possibility, questioned incredulously. Why does the ninth princess bear such a striking resemblance to me? I did nothing. Lu Keining hastily protested, inadvertently affirming Yun Guifei's suspicions. You swapped my child. The query dripped with certainty. I did not. It was not me. I know nothing. Lu Keining's mind was now a tempest. She cared little for Yun Guifei's opinion, fixated solely on the emperor's thoughts. Did he truly know of this affair? You are unaware? Yun Guifei scoffed coldly, then lunged towards the ninth princess, forcefully pulling aside her collar, revealing a plum blossom birthmark on her shoulder. The string in her mind snapped. She vividly recalled that the child she had given birth to bore the same mark. Thus, the Shaowan before her was indeed her own flesh and blood. But who, then, was the seventh princess at the empress's knee? All these years, she had occasionally made things difficult for Shaowan. In other words, she had been tormenting her own child. No wonder Lu Keining had been indifferent towards Shaowan. The reason lay in this shocking revelation. The ninth princess was equally bewildered. Lu Keining was not her mother. Yun Guifei was. This explained the grievances she had endured under Lu Keining's care. The identical plum blossom birthmark, in the same location. Lu Keining, tell me you truly did not know. Yun Guifei's emotions erupted, as she had always believed that the favored seventh princess was her child.
Now,
the painful truth unveiled itself. Her true child had been suffering all along. Not only had Lu Keining treated her with cold indifference, but even she, her biological mother, had occasionally made things difficult for her. What had she done? Your Majesty, I beseech you to seek justice for me. Lu Keining secretly swapped my child and has tormented her. Why would I torment her? Does Yun Guifei not understand? Lu Keining fell into a frenzy. I merely mistreated your child, yet you caused my child's demise. The spectacle of mutual accusations began to unfold, while the emperor remained silent, observing their conflict with indifference. The ninth princess was utterly petrified, stunned by the sudden revelations that struck her like a bolt of lightning. Your Majesty, the empress and the seventh princess have arrived. Li Gonggong's voice rang out as the empress entered. Upon witnessing the brawl between the two, her brows furrowed. What is the meaning of this, you two? Your Majesty, I implore you to arbitrate on my behalf. 10 years ago, Lu Keining swapped my child, preventing us from recognizing each other for all these years. The empress glanced at the emperor, her expression stoic, the atmosphere thick with tension. It seemed that Yun Guifei's claims held truth. Just as she was about to speak, the voice of the seventh princess interjected, Mother, those who err must face consequences. This Lu Keining is utterly despicable for committing such acts, clearly disregarding both father and mother. The emperor cast a sidelong glance at the seventh princess. He had once regarded her straightforward nature favorably. Yet now, she appeared insolent and audacious, lacking respect for her elders. They had yet to speak, and as a junior, she had already spoken out. Who had taught her such manners? The emperor suppressed a rising anger, increasingly displeased with the seventh princess. According to your reasoning, what should be her punishment? The empress's frown deepened. Something was amiss, very amiss. The emperor's demeanor was troubling. I believe a beating is in order. When I err in my studies, I am also punished. The seventh princess pouted, casting a sly glance at her tutor. She was the most favored child of father and mother, yet she often faced reprimands from her tutor. Why should this be? Very well. Let her be taken and given 20 strokes. The emperor acquiesced without hesitation, prompting the empress to exclaim, Your Majesty, this is utterly unacceptable. And Ning is but a child, entirely innocent. After speaking, she turned to the seventh princess, admonishing Ning, Do not act rashly. Mother, I merely spoke in jest, the seventh princess replied, entwining her arm with the empress's, feigning innocence. A deep worry clouded the empress's eyes. She sensed her daughter had been raised incorrectly. A flicker of derision passed through Yun Guifei's gaze. Had it been earlier, she might have harbored some jealousy. But now, that feeling had dissipated. She had just mentally unraveled the situation. The child beside Lu Keining was her daughter, and she too had once swapped children with the empress. Thus, the favored seventh princess had been Lu Keining's offspring, while the empress's child had long since become dust. As she reveled in her silent triumph, the emperor's voice sliced through the air once more. Zhang Shuyan, you seem rather pleased with yourself?
I do not, she replied. Is that so?
Do you imply that I am blind? With a thud, Yun Guifei knelt before him. Your Majesty, I assure you, I hold no such intention. You hold no intention? I had thought you audacious enough to dare swap children. What else would you not dare? Her words unleashed a tempest. The empress appeared bewildered, while Lu Keining was left in utter confusion. Only Yun Guifei felt her heart sink, for it was clear. For these years, the emperor and empress had favored Ning. And you must have taken great delight in that, had you not? Now that it has been revealed that Ning is not your child, do you feel a sense of despair? The empress grasped the crux of the emperor's words, her mind whirling, seemingly unveiling a colossal conspiracy. My child did not perish? And Ning is my child? Lu Kaijin suddenly exclaimed, her joy reaching a fever pitch. She had believed her child to be long deceased.
Now,
Learning that the most favored seventh princess is indeed her offspring, her eyes brimmed with tears. Yun Guifei was taken aback, unable to suppress a bittersweet smile. So, His Majesty was already aware. The Empress's countenance also shifted, and Ning is not her child. The ninth princess is yet another child of Yun Guifei. Thus, the child who passed away years ago must be hers? Your Majesty. The Empress's voice trembled, and the Emperor cast her a reassuring glance before addressing Eunuch Li. Li Difu, bring her forth.
yes.
Those present wore expressions of confusion, wondering whom the Emperor wished Eunuch Li to summon. Soon, the answer became clear. Entering alongside Eunuch Li was a little girl, an unmistakable miniature version of the Empress herself. Chapter 79. What I detest most is being threatened. The Empress's pupils widened in shock, her usually dignified demeanor shattered, her fingers instinctively gripping the hem of her garment. Your Majesty, she is our daughter. The Emperor stepped forward, embracing the child gently, his voice soft. Upon hearing this, the Empress's tears flowed freely. Their daughter. This frail girl is their child. Then what of Ning, whom they had cherished all these years? Despite their prior suspicions, both Yun Guifei and Lu Kaijin were taken aback by the Emperor's declaration. Especially Yun Guifei, whose momentary panic quickly morphed into dread. For no one knew better than she the events of that fateful day. It was she who had ordered the child's demise. Yet now, the child had returned intact. The Emperor and the Empress were both aware of the truth. What fate awaited her now? Surely not. It cannot be. The first to react was the seventh princess, her eyes blazing with fury as she lunged at Chu Dong. She would not allow anyone to usurp her position. She was the most beloved daughter of her father and mother. You little wretch, where did you come from? I am the true daughter of father and mother.
Get out.
Go away. The abruptness of the turn of events left everyone stunned. Chu Dong was knocked to the ground, and seeing the seventh princess's aggressive demeanor, she quickly rose to retaliate. Timidity was merely her protective facade. Should anyone dare provoke her, she was no easy target. Chu Dong. The Emperor, witnessing Chu Dong being bullied, stepped forward to separate the seventh princess, forcefully tossing her aside. The seventh princess fell to the ground, disbelief etched on her face. The father, who cherished her most, had pushed her away. Are you alright? Did you sustain any injuries? Let mother have a look. The Empress lifted Chu Dong, her face a mask of concern and worry. I am fine. Chu Dong replied softly, allowing the Empress to inspect her. The seventh princess was engulfed in unprecedented panic. Utterly unable to accept this reality, Father, Mother, I am your dearest Ning. Just as she crawled towards the Emperor, he kicked her away. Father. Someone. The confusion of the royal lineage is unforgivable. Lu Kaijin shall be demoted to commoner status immediately. As Ning, the child of Lu Kaijin, shared her mother's fate. Her title as princess was stripped away, bound to share both honor and disgrace with Lu Kaijin. Father, no. I refuse to be alongside her. She is not my mother. I have only one mother. And Ning's tears cascaded down her cheeks as she pleaded with the Emperor not to cast her away. Take her away. The Emperor's expression was impassive. Had it been before, he might have allowed her to remain a princess out of sentiment. However, witnessing her aggression towards Chu Dong obliterated any lingering affection. The child who should have been cherished in his palm had been usurped by another. To keep Ning would inevitably cause Chu Dong some distress. As Emperor, he was preoccupied with the affairs of the court. He had overlooked matters within the harem, just as he had a decade ago when he thought he was protecting the Empress adequately. Yet, in the end, he had been outmaneuvered. Thus, he resolved to eradicate any future troubles at their root. Soon, Lu Kaijin and Ning were forcibly removed, with Ning wailing and thrashing about, ultimately silenced and taken away. The ninth princess, Xiao Wana, appeared to remain in shock, standing there dazed, utterly unresponsive. Jiang Shuyun, you have harmed the offspring of the royal family. Your Majesty, Yun Guifei suddenly interjected, interrupting the Emperor. She could not allow him to voice his thoughts. She had already foreseen the fate awaiting Lu Kaijin and Ning. Ning had once been the Emperor's most cherished child. To declare her a commoner was one thing. However, the consequences for her would surely be dire. Yet now, she had to make one last effort. Your Majesty, my father and brothers have long guarded the frontier, defending against external threats. They entrusted me to your Majesty because they believed in you. If news of my punishment reaches the border, it will surely distract my father and brothers. Jiang Shuyun, you dare threaten me? The emperor's face turned ashen, his gaze upon Yun Guifei as if she were a specter. He had always been wary of the Jiang family's military power, and he filled the harem to balance the political powers of the court. The Jiang family had long been stationed at the border, their military exploits commendable. Their only concern was Jiang Shuyun. I am merely speaking the truth. I implore your Majesty, for the sake of my father and brothers, to spare me this time. Initially, the beneficiaries of this situation were Lu Kaijin and her favored child. I too have been separated from my child for many years. Your Majesty and the Empress have lost nothing, have you not? Uniquely glanced at Jiang Shuyun. Yun Guifei has truly lost her wits. How amusing. You speak of being separated from your child for years. Yet what of me? My child has been lost among the people, suffering the hardships of the world. And at least Xiao Wan'er is still cared for by Lu Kaijin. The Empress continued, seemingly recalling something. Oh, right. I forgot that Lu Kaijin was unkind to Xiao Wan'er. And you occasionally mistreated her as well. Half of Xiao Wan'er's suffering stems from you. A flicker of hatred crossed the ninth princess's eyes. She not only had to survive under Lu Caijin's care, but also had to watch for Yun Guifei's whims. The hardships she endured over the years were inextricably linked to Yun Guifei. Jiang Shuyun's expression darkened as she retorted, Murongyu, cease your attempts to sow discord. This is all Lu Caijin's fault. Jiang Shuyun, do you know what I detest most? The emperor's face darkened, radiating an aura of lethal intent as he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Shuyun, articulating each word with deliberate clarity. I detest being threatened the most. With that, he unsheathed the sword of the Imperial Guard commander, swiftly cutting Jiang Shuyun's throat. Your Majesty! Jiang Shuyun clutched her neck, her eyes wide with disbelief as she collapsed to the ground, her gaze unblinking. She had never anticipated that her trump card would prove ineffective before the emperor. Did he not fear retribution from her father and brothers? Ah! The ninth princess, Xiao Wan'er, screamed in terror. Meanwhile, the empress swiftly covered Chudong's eyes, murmuring softly, Do not fear, mother is here. In that moment, Chudong truly experienced the feeling of being protected by family. Take her away. As for Xiao Wan'er, due to her mother's transgressions against the royal offspring, considering her youth and ignorance, she is to be sent to the royal mausoleum immediately. She shall serve morning and evening rituals, diligently fulfilling her filial duties to atone for her mother's sins. As soon as the emperor spoke, guards swiftly escorted Xiao Wan'er away. Tears cascaded down, and Xiao Wan'er harbored an ever-deepening resentment towards Jiang Shuyun. Guarding the imperial tomb, she thought, was scarcely preferable to eking out a living under Lu Caijin's oversight. At least as the ninth princess, she resided within the palace. However, the duty of guarding the royal mausoleum was akin to being exiled to the frontier. Chapter 80. The gusts of rumor had once again wafted to Qinghe's ears. The following day, the news erupted, sending shockwaves throughout the court. Consort Yun had cruelly harmed the emperor's progeny and, upon being discovered, succumbed to unbearable shame. Choosing to end her own life, the ninth princess, Xiao Wan'er, was indeed the child of Consort Yun, who journeyed to the tomb to pray for her mother's redemption. The seventh princess and Lu Kaijin were relegated to commoner status, banished from the capital, and forever barred from returning. Those officials who had accompanied the emperor to Jishan Hall the previous day were already well aware of the entire sequence of events and were not taken aback. Yet, others were left astounded. The pampered seventh princess, and Ning, was, in fact, Lu Caijin's child. The architect of this turmoil was none other than Consort Yun. How audacious she must be, having clandestinely swapped the empress's child. In the end, she had woven a tapestry for another's benefit, while the emperor's and empress's child was retrieved from the common folk and bestowed the title of Princess Qinghe, symbolizing everlasting peace and happiness. Zhang Beiheng, deputy minister of revenue, was filled with great compassion and unwavering dedication. With a heart of benevolence, he devoted his meager salary to expand Jishan Hall, nurturing the orphaned and vulnerable, benefiting the populace. Such noble deeds not only showcased the virtue of a loyal minister, but also illuminated the kindness of heaven and earth. Henceforth he was promoted to Minister of Revenue. A decrease stirred the waters once more. The officials offered their congratulations, and Zhang Beiheng responded with a beaming smile. Congratulations, Lord Zheng. Just for a small act of kindness. His future looked bright. Congratulations. Minister of Personnel, Shortsongda, grinned like a cunning fox, his words tinged with bitterness. Promotions are typically preceded by assessments from the Ministry of Personnel, with the emperor making the final decision. He had already selected a candidate for the vacancy of Minister of Revenue and even drafted the memorial, but before he could submit it, the emperor bypassed them and directly promoted Zheng Beiheng, disrupting his plans. It could only be said that Zheng Beiheng was fortunate, having saved the emperor's and empress's child. It was merely his stroke of luck. Zheng Beiheng feigned ignorance to Shortsongda's insinuations, responding lightly. Shortsongda was momentarily taken aback. Could this man truly not discern between praise and scorn? Lord Zheng, wait. Just then, Eunuch Li approached and spoke. His Majesty, compassionate towards the people, has personally taken from his private treasury 3,000 taels to donate to Jishan Hall, lending his modest support. Thank you, Your Majesty. Once Eunuch Li departed, other officials present symbolically donated silver as well. Lord Jiang, why did you only contribute 50 taels? Yesterday, we at least donated 100. Yesterday? Jiang Yuan was taken aback, questioning the confusion in his mind. You all donated money yesterday? What on earth happened? It was during our visit to Minister Ji's residence to see young Master Ji. Upon hearing about Jishan Hall from him, we decided to go see it. The Grand Imperial Censor Zheng Hong interjected. Why was I not informed? Jiang Yuan was bewildered, primarily because he had missed such a lively event. Lord Jiang, you have pressing matters at home, do you not? Must we not mention my wife taking a concubine? Jiang Yuan replied. Who among us has not traversed the path of the past? Lord Zheng, I shall donate 100 taels. Jiang Yuan promptly corrected himself. Although he had missed the juicy gossip, he could not afford to fall behind in philanthropy. With the emperor already involved, alongside young Master Ji, as a colleague, he needed to keep pace. Setting an example, other officials quickly opened their purses as well. Before long, Zheng Beiheng found himself holding a considerable sum of silver notes. Eunuch Li, please fetch me some ink and paper. I must record the intentions of these lords. He then addressed the donating officials. Rest assured, every tael you contribute will be directed to Jishan Hall. I shall meticulously document all transactions and provide a copy to each contributor, ensuring there is no embezzlement. Lord Zheng, I shall contribute 50 taels. In no time, Zheng Beiheng was surrounded by officials, while Minister of Personnel Shortsongda was pushed out of the circle, his expression exceedingly grim. Minister Shur, will you not donate? Jiang Yuan casually queried, observing Shortsongda's stunned silence. Donate, Shortsongda begrudgingly uttered, reluctantly producing 50 taels. He was eager to see if all these funds would truly be spent on Jishan Hall. Upon hearing the news, the emperor smiled faintly. His generosity in opening his own purse had not been in vain. Together in honor and disgrace, these ministers had enjoyed the privileges of office. When it came time to contribute, they must likewise give back. The news from the court wafted through the air, reaching Qinghe. Little 8. Our emperor works with remarkable efficiency. It has only been one night, and the identity of the princess has already been uncovered. How impressive! All thanks to the host's timely reminder. Indeed, it was my prompt that led to the emperor's suspicions. Given the magnitude of my assistance, should he not reward me handsomely? Eunuch Li, accompanying Qinghe to the door, overheard Qinghe's thoughts. His lips twitched, marveling at the emperor's cleverness. How could one not commend the emperor? He quickly discerned young Master Ji's intentions and post-morning court summoned him to present rewards. Qinghe, Eunuch Li has arrived.
Yicheng's ho remarked.
Prompting Qinghe to snap back to reality and step outside. Young Master Ji, His Majesty, recognizing your valuable reminder, has generously bestowed upon you 100 acres of fertile land and 100 bolts of fine silk.
What?
Qinghe was astonished. Little 8. How has our emperor become so generous? I feel as though I am dreaming. Indeed, he has become quite generous. Yet, the host has also aided him in recovering the lost princess, his child with the empress. The gossip system was also delighted, for the host's newfound wealth was akin to his own. 100 acres of fertile land. I shall plant potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn. When harvest time arrives, I shall present a grand surprise to His Majesty. Qinghe thought of farming first, eager to plant crops that would yield bountiful returns. By demonstrating results, she would facilitate nationwide promotion. Eunuch Li and Qinghe exchanged glances, both recognizing the joy in each other's eyes. Young Master Ji was indeed quite commendable. Although somewhat lazy and disinclined to shoulder responsibilities, when it came to genuine matters, she truly stepped up. Her efforts would resolve the long-standing issue of grain shortages for the emperor and uncover corrupt officials, enriching the national treasury. Thank you, your majesty. It is an honor to alleviate your burdens. Qinghe discreetly slipped some silver into eunuch Li's hand. I appreciate your hard work in running this errand. Old servant does not find it burdensome. Young Master Ji, the future is bright. Eunuch Li departed in haste, eager to relay this good news to the emperor. Young Master Ji commenced preparations to plant high-yield crops, promising a prosperous future for the common folk of the Liang kingdom. Chapter 81. A grand banquet was held to celebrate with the people. In honor of locating Princess Qinghe, the emperor decreed a communal celebration, distributing 1 tael of silver and 1 dough of rice to each citizen of the capital. Furthermore, tax exemptions were granted to the elderly and the lonely. Stages were erected along the main streets of the capital, featuring performances for the enjoyment of the common folk. The citizens of the capital erupted in fervor upon hearing this news. A long line formed before the government office, where people gathered to receive their silver and rice. They expressed their gratitude to Princess Qinghe and His Majesty. Princess Qinghe is truly our lucky star. With her return, the emperor has bestowed such generous gifts upon us. Our emperor is wise and mighty. May he live for 1,000 years. Each face shone with genuine joy, untainted by any semblance of deceit. Even if it was merely a couple of silver coins or a measure of rice, it was a considerable boon for these ordinary folk. The emperor had specially instructed the astronomical bureau to select an auspicious day, one deemed perfect for bringing Princess Qinghe back from the common folk. Indeed, the occasion was meant to be grand and resplendent, ensuring that everyone knew Princess Qinghe was his most cherished daughter. On that morning, the emperor donned a black robe embroidered with golden dragons and took his place on a golden throne, followed by a lengthy procession. Officials from the Ministry of Rites carried gilded tablets and jade dishes, while palace maidens supported the phoenix crown and colorful ceremonial robes, moving slowly forward. 1,000 imperial guards flanked the sides, and the common people craned their necks, eager to catch a glimpse of their sovereign. The procession halted at Jishan Hall, where Master Guangxi awaited with the children. No one could have anticipated that the child once in need of assistance would now be revealed as a princess lost among the populace. Qinghe, embodying early winter's chill, sat nervously, gripping her dress tightly and taking deep breaths. She had never witnessed such a grand spectacle. In the past, she had believed her parents had abandoned her due to a lack of affection. It was only later that she learned she had been switched at birth. The transformation from a wandering child to a royal princess was a reality she had never envisioned. Yet now it was happening before her very eyes. She had thought that being recognized would merely lead to receiving a royal jade butterfly, but the emperor's extravagant display made her feel profoundly loved. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she reflected on her extraordinary fortune. Father, she thought, you have come to take me home. Not your majesty. Not I, but father. In that moment, it felt like an ordinary exchange between a father and daughter, yet it also served as a testament to royal lineage. Thank you, father. As tears streamed down her face, the burdens in her heart dissipated like mist. The streets leading back to the palace buzzed with excitement. The citizens, witnessing the royal carriage, knelt in unison, chanting praises for the emperor and wishing longevity for the princess. Qinghe followed closely behind, her heart swelling with excitement as she surveyed the crowd. Little 8, did you see that? Our emperor is indeed beloved by the people. Water can carry a boat or capsize it. This move has solidified His Majesty's position. This demonstrates the emperor's genuine affection for the empress, extending his utmost love to their children. His recent generosity towards the commoners, bestowing each a measure of rice and silver, is truly remarkable. Qinghe wholeheartedly agreed. The emperor had indeed made a significant investment. As Qinghe sat, she heard Qinghe's voice and couldn't help but glance around. She would forever remember that voice. It was the same voice that had discovered her, allowing her to return to her father and mother. After searching for so long, she finally spotted Qinghe, but noticed she remained silent, leaving Qinghe momentarily stunned. Had she heard Qinghe's innermost thoughts? You may engage more with Lord Ji in the future. Her uniqueness will become clear to you. The emperor, following Princess Qinghe's gaze, promptly interjected, "Excellent." The palace banquet commenced. The emperor seated Qinghe beside him, in close proximity to the empress. This grand recognition banquet was a clear indication of the imperial couple's regard for Princess Qinghe.
Wow.
I didn't expect the dishes at this banquet to be so delectable. After all those years of isolating myself at home, what was I thinking? Qinghe mused while savoring the flavors, simultaneously venting her thoughts to the gossip system. You've certainly lost your mind, the system retorted. Qinghe chuckled, but the third prince, unable to contain himself, sprayed water from his mouth. Hearing the commotion, Qinghe glanced over, a hint of disdain in her expression. Little 8. What is wrong with the third prince? Perhaps he too has lost his mind. Now it was the third prince's turn to feel indignant. What did they mean by him losing his mind? He was perfectly lucid. Unfortunately, he could not voice his thoughts and instead channeled his frustration into devouring the food on the table. Qinghe stared at the scene, momentarily losing her appetite. Little 8. If I'm not mistaken, the third prince just sprayed water all over the food. He's eating his own saliva and enjoying it? Has his mind truly gone awry? Perhaps the third prince prefers it this way, the gossip system replied, suddenly retching. Ugh, host, I'm feeling unwell. I need to take a moment.
Qinghe responded.
You're merely an emotionless system. Where do these feelings come from? The emperor set down his chopsticks, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. The third prince was indeed surprising. The crown prince had distanced himself slightly, clearly not pleased with his younger brother's antics. Other officials, who had been seated further away, turned their attention toward the third prince upon hearing Qinghe's thoughts. The third prince wished he could vanish into the ground. As the wine flowed and the atmosphere grew lively, the emperor, genuinely delighted, spoke, in such joyous times, who among you would like to showcase their talents? Your Majesty, I would like to play a piece on the pipa to celebrate Princess Qinghe's return, exclaimed Shortstory, the daughter of the Minister of Personnel, stepping forward and bowing gracefully. Excellent. Proceed. Shortstory took her place in the center of the stage and began to play the pipa. However, her gaze remained fixated on the crown prince. The intentions of Sima Zhao were evident to all. She indeed hides her beauty behind the pipa, a truly captivating lady. So talented. Yet unfortunately, I possess no such skills. Qinghe lamented, while the gossip system chimed in. Host, you must open your eyes wide. This woman is your rival. What do you mean? Her name is Shortstory, the illegitimate daughter of Minister Shortstory. The crowd gasped, illegitimate daughter? One can bring an illegitimate daughter to the palace banquet? Qinghe was enveloped in a haze of confusion. If her memory served her correctly, the Xiaoliang kingdom placed great importance on the distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. Particularly in occasions such as court banquets, it was unthinkable for a concubine's daughter to be present. Ordinary individuals would certainly not be permitted.
Yet,
Shortstory is no ordinary individual. Born of a minor concubine, she is, to put it bluntly, completely unworthy of the spotlight. Alas, she possesses a commendable father. The sarcasm in her tone was palpable, and anyone within earshot could discern it. The onlookers discreetly stole glances at Shortstory, who remained utterly unperturbed. So, could it be that Shortstory was impervious to Qinghe's inner thoughts? It appeared that Shortstory was not a man of virtue either. Surely her father would not favor a concubine over his legitimate wife. Bingo, host, you have indeed guessed correctly. Shortstory's mother was actually a maidservant by the lady's side, who, taking advantage of the drunken state of the Minister of Rights, climbed into his bed. The kind-hearted lady, in her compassion, elevated her to the status of a concubine. Little did she know that this would mark the beginning of her tragic fate. The concubine employed every trick in the book, ensuring that Shortstory spent every night in her company. Eventually, she became pregnant and gave birth to Shortstory. Gradually, she grew dissatisfied with her position, aspiring to replace the lady and become the legitimate wife. The gossiping system spoke with great authority, while the parties involved remained blissfully unaware. Shortstory is merely a creature governed by his lower instincts. As soon as the concubine beckons with a finger, his soul is lost. Each time the concubine deliberately frames the legitimate wife, Shortstory never questions the reasons. As long as she sheds a few crocodile tears, he believes her without hesitation. Deliberate framing? Surely you do not mean those classic tropes found in novels, such as feigning drowning and then accusing another of pushing her, or swapping items and conveniently having them discovered in another's quarters, or playing the victim while ostensibly defending another, all the while undermining them? Host, you are truly remarkable. You have guessed accurately once more. All those scenarios you mentioned have indeed transpired with that concubine, such as to be expected. Those novels are not read in vain. Qinghe proclaimed proudly, asserting that despite the clichés, they had proven effective time and again. The other ladies of the inner court nodded silently upon hearing Qinghe's words. These tricks were indeed commonplace to them. No wonder Qinghe, the illustrious one, was well-versed in these underhanded tactics. A little green tea is eternally a little green tea. The fragrant brew is surely more to the taste of those scoundrels. Host, your prince is not a scoundrel. He would not be enamored with green tea. My prince certainly is not. If he lacks the discernment for such matters, I would promptly cast him aside. A three-legged frog is hard to find, but two-legged men abound in the streets. Should he dare to be blind to the truth, I shall seek one with clearer vision. Prince, I would never be swayed by their charms. In my heart and eyes, there is only you. Ji Qingzhou's hand trembled slightly as he grasped his chopsticks. His daughter certainly spoke without restraint. Ji Qing, the chancellor, ought to be accustomed to Ji Qinghe's forthrightness by now. An official nearby noticed Ji Qingzhou's subtle movements and quickly offered words of comfort. Such a habit. Would you care for it? The remark rendered the man silent. He could not bear the weight of it. The forthrightness of Ji Qinghe was overwhelming for him. Should she inadvertently frighten him, it could very well cost him his life. As the crowd immersed themselves in Ji Qinghe's inner musings, they remained oblivious to the conclusion of Xianghe's performance. Thus, the court banquet fell into a momentary silence. Xianghe, not receiving any response, glanced around and noted the seriousness etched on the faces of those present. A wave of joy washed over her. Could it be that everyone was enraptured by her pipa performance? She had devoted so much time to perfecting it for this very day. At last, her talents were on display. Once her elderly father passed, no one would stand in the way of her mother becoming the legitimate wife. And she too would grace all occasions with her presence. Today, her father's decision to bring her here was merely the first step. The ladies-in-waiting, hearing of Ji Qinghe's multifaceted talents, inquired whether she might add a touch of joy to the auspicious banquet celebrating Princess Changle's return. Boldly, Xianghe spoke up, having heard much about Ji Qinghe, claiming that the crown prince was utterly enamored with her. She could hardly believe it. After all, she had heard that Ji Qinghe rarely ventured beyond her doors and was utterly incompetent. It was precisely for this reason that she had remained obscure until a royal decree brought her into the limelight. It appeared that Ji Qinghe was merely a pretty face. Surely it was her beauty that captivated the crown prince. Today, she would ensure that Ji Qinghe suffered embarrassment before all. The others regarded Xianghe with complex expressions. Why choose to provoke Ji Qinghe of all people? Was Ji Qinghe to be trifled with? Did she not recognize the emperor's favor was no mere pretense? Minister of Rights Shortstory was equally taken aback. Although he could not hear Ji Qinghe's thoughts, he could observe the emperor's affection for her. Moreover, Ji Qinghe held multiple esteemed identities: the chancellor's legitimate daughter, the crown prince's fiancée, and a sanctioned official by the emperor. Each of these roles rendered her untouchable. Shortstory desperately signaled Xianghe, yet she paid him no heed, instead casting a provocative gaze at Ji Qinghe. Upon glancing at the emperor and Ji Qingzhou's expressions, Shortstory inwardly lamented his daughter's folly. What was wrong with Xianghe? She usually seemed so sensible, yet now she was acting foolishly. The emperor's countenance had darkened. Ji Qinghe was his chosen daughter-in-law, and what was Xianghe but a mere nobody? Chapter 83. May a bolt of lightning strike him down. Ji Qinghe was engrossed in conversation with Xiao Ba, oblivious to Xianghe's provocations. This, of course, appeared to Xianghe as purposeful disregard. Biting her lip, Xianghe spoke again. Ji Qinghe, do you harbor grievances against Princess Changle? Shortstory's eyelids twitched violently, and he interjected to prevent her. Xianghe, who do you think you are? Dressed so flamboyantly, one might mistake you for a courtesan. Yet, judging by your appearance, you are hardly the top rank. At best a mere second-rate. Ji Qinghe snapped back into focus and delivered a scathing retort. She was seated here, merely wishing to enjoy her meal in peace. Why must she provoke her? You, what is your issue? What is wrong with me? You are the one fumbling your words, scrambling to show off. Are your family aware of your stuttering problem? Xianghe's eyes grew misty, and she cast a pitiful glance at the crown prince, her heart secretly rejoicing. She had merely nudged Ji Qinghe slightly, yet it revealed such a coarse and unsophisticated side of her. Surely, the crown prince would be repulsed, perhaps even retracting his engagement to Ji Qinghe in a fit of anger. Ji Qinghe, I have said nothing untoward. How can you be so aggressive? Xianghe continued, feigning innocence. Princess Changle's return is a joyous occasion, as decreed by the emperor for all to celebrate. It is a time for merriment. If you are unwilling to showcase your talents, that is one thing, but to be so rude is quite another. As she spoke, Xianghe seemed to have a sudden epiphany, dramatically covering her mouth with her hand, her disbelief palpable. Could it be that Ji Qinghe is utterly devoid of talent? At that moment, Xianghe felt as if the sky had fallen. How could his beloved daughter embroil him in such a scandal? Crown Prince, do you see how Xianghe's delicate demeanor, with glistening tears hanging from her lashes, truly evoked a sense of pity? Xianghe, overwhelmed by the situation, suddenly knelt down with a thud, exclaiming, Your Majesty, Your Highness the Crown Prince. It is the fault of this old minister in raising my daughter. And I have spoken disrespectfully. I shall return with my people to discipline her properly. I implore your majesty to forgive my transgressions. Dad, I merely spoke the truth. Silence. Shesong struck her with a swift slap, his anger reaching a boiling point. He was truly on the verge of being driven to despair. Did she not realize the gravity of the occasion, openly criticizing Master Ji in front of the emperor and the crown prince? For the first time in his life, he felt an undeniable sense of disappointment and fury towards Shesong. You hit me? I shall inform mother that you dared to strike me. Shesong had never endured such indignity before. She had come today intending to present herself favorably, hoping to catch the crown prince's eye and rise to greatness. After all, she had been meticulously trained by her mother in the arts, excelling in music, chess, literature, and painting. In her social circle, she was quite renowned. As for Qinghe, she had never heard of her reputation. It was merely a matter of relying on her status. Why should she be so brazen? Some people are just frogs at the bottom of a well, perpetually oblivious to reality. Even if she is but a decorative vase, her identity remains. Why do some insist on prancing around before her? Understood. Until the yellow river runs dry, one remains unyielding. Shut your mouth. Shesonged, fuming. Turn back to kneel before the emperor once more. I beseech your majesty to pardon me. It is all my fault. Since Minister Sure acknowledges his error, let it be 30 strokes of the cane and a year's salary reduction, as a warning to others. The emperor's voice was calm, yet final, like a bucket of cold water dousing Shesong's hope. Trembling with trepidation, he bowed down. I humbly thank your majesty. Shesong, standing aside, was utterly dumbfounded. How had her father suddenly become the one to be punished? This was not how things were supposed to unfold. Shouldn't it have been Qinghe facing the consequences? Your majesty. Upon hearing his daughter's voice, Shesong felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Without a second thought, he kicked her to the ground, truly believing she would be the death of him. Rebellious daughter, are you intent on causing your father's demise? I am not. I merely worry for you, father. Oh heavens! Could a bolt of lightning strike me down? Would it be too much to wish for a different daughter? Other daughters are like warm blankets. Mine is a harbinger of doom. Shesong had regretted more than once bringing Shesong to the palace banquet today. Had he known, he would have brought Xiangding instead. At least she would not have caused him such trouble. You two share such a deep bond. I am quite moved. Let Miss Shi receive 30 strokes as well. The emperor's voice was once again indifferent. Shesong was thrown into a state of panic, finally realizing the gravity of her misstep. She hurriedly knelt and pleaded, Your Majesty, I beg for your forgiveness. I have learned my lesson. Please spare me. The emperor paid her no heed, and soon, attendants came to drag the father and daughter away.
Wait.
The crown prince, Xiao Yanqing, suddenly spoke, drawing all eyes to him. Shesong felt a surge of elation. She knew the crown prince favored her. Her efforts in front of the emperor had not been in vain. Such a display of disrespect in the emperor's presence, shouting and lacking proper titles. Add 20 more strokes. Your Highness. Enough noise. Xiao Yanqing's brow furrowed slightly. You there? You are indeed too noisy. Qinghe stood up, taking a silk handkerchief from a nearby maid, and, with an air of composure, stuffed it into Shesong's mouth. She then clapped her hands. Now this is better. Quickly take them away. Remember, 50 strokes. Turning to see everyone staring at her, Qinghe chuckled. Please continue. Such matters are best left to the servants. Why must you get your hands dirty? It would pain me to see you do so. The crown prince gently urged her to sit down, attentively wiping her hands while softly advising her. Wow! What the heck? Qinghe's inner self was screaming in delight. The crown prince was so proactive towards her. Ah! In an instant, the banquet was filled with Qinghe's exclamations. Xiao Yanqing paused for a moment, then continued to tenderly dry her hands. Little 8, the crown prince is too wonderful. I feel like I might just swoon. Host, you must regain your composure. Do not fall for his charms. The gossiping system kindly reminded her, fully aware that the host would inevitably fall into the crown prince's trap. Remember, you are the one in control. Hehe. What matters most between two people is mutual affection. Everything else is secondary. Qinghe abandoned her usual assertive declarations, smiling like a fool. Gossiping system. This day is beyond saving. Once the host falls into infatuation, no force will bring her back. Qinghe couldn't bear to watch. Daughter, please be mindful of your image. We are in a very public setting. Chapter 84. The pain is real, truly unbearable. The emperor and empress exchanged glances of surprise, rarely witnessing the crown prince's earnestness. It seemed he was genuinely taken with the young lady from the Ji family. Xiao Yanqing thought, I must show my earnestness. Did you not hear Ji Qinghe express her desire to replace me? My own happiness must be seized. The third prince raised his cup and took a sip, not envious. He too would have his day, truly. The others remarked, well, this wave of dog food, we gladly consume. The crown prince is indeed smitten with Miss Ji. Just look at how he defends her. Will he become a henpecked husband in the future? Du Shui sat in quiet satisfaction, like a mother-in-law observing her son-in-law, increasingly pleased. As the crown prince, his careful consideration for her daughter made her feel that her daughter had indeed chosen wisely. As the banquet concluded, everyone departed, silently vowing to avoid provoking Miss Ji. Did they not see the crown prince's defense? Even the current emperor was protective of her, unless they wished to court disaster. Upon returning home, the ministers repeatedly advised their families, do not provoke Miss Ji under any circumstances. You may be able to handle disputes with others, but with her, we cannot afford to take that risk. Ji's sister, Princess Changla, called out to Ji Qinghe, her face alight with excitement. Thank you. Had it not been for you, I wouldn't have been so swiftly summoned back by my father and mother. I merely spoke casually. The emperor's efficiency is truly remarkable. Could Ji's sister visit the palace to accompany me more often? The princess's fondness for Ji Qinghe was nearly overflowing. If the princess wishes for me, I can always be summoned to the palace. All right. But please do not find me bothersome. Never. I cherish your company too much.
Qinghe replied confidently.
Never anticipating that her momentary whim would be taken seriously by Chanlo, leading her to visit the palace daily. She even began to miss her working days immensely. Upon returning home, as Ji Qinghe changed out of her formal attire, she heard her brother Ji Xinghan's loud call, little sister, second brother, what is it? Here. Ji Xinghan said as he thrust a stack of silver notes into her hands. Second brother, what is this? Ji Qinghe glanced at it and gasped. It must be around 3,000 taels. Where did you acquire such wealth? Little sister, the 4 books you gave me, I had the bookstore promote them in batches. You won't believe it. Within just half a month, orders are already lined up for next month. Ji Xinghan was brimming with excitement, his fervor causing spittle to fly as he spoke. I have arranged for an intensive printing session. These silver notes are dividends, though modest in quantity, amounting to merely 3,000 taels. Take them for now. In due time, my second brother will provide you with more. Congratulations to my second brother. We are on the verge of great fortune. Ji Qinghe graciously accepted the silver notes, her confidence soaring. After all, these 4 great classical novels are the treasures of Chinese heritage. Any book deemed worthy of being among the 4 great classics must be exceptional. She anticipated the books would be successful, but she never imagined they would be this wildly popular. In less than a month, her second brother would be able to distribute 3,000 taels to her. She was on the brink of wealth. If she were to pursue the publication of additional works, the profits could potentially be even greater. Yet, she owed much to her younger sister. Without her, how could she have amassed such wealth so swiftly? Second brother. In due course, I shall seek out more literary works for you. Previously, I came across a book akin to a talkative script from a merchant. He claimed it to be a novel, and its brilliance is remarkable. I assure you, second brother, it will guarantee another substantial profit. Indeed, once my second brother earns even more, I shall treat you to lavish feasts. Ji Xinghan declared, thumping his chest in assurance. He relished the feeling of success, having inadvertently sold out the books. Goodness, he felt destined for prosperity. From this point on, his life's ambition was to expand the bookstore, publish more works, and accumulate greater wealth. What jubilant matters are you discussing? Du Shui approached, taken aback to see her son so elated, and inquired casually. Mother, this is for you. Ji Xinghan, having learned from previous lessons, proactively produced 1,000 taels and handed them to Du Shui. Your son has earned money. Take this 1,000 taels and spend it as you wish. Should you require more, do not hesitate to ask. I have plenty, Ji Xinghan proclaimed, hands on his hips, his head held high, radiating pride. With such earnings, he was able to honor his mother. Surely, no one could criticize him for his previous naivety now, could they? Has the bookstore turned a profit? Have you reached a total of 10,000? Du Shui's light remark instantly froze Ji Xinghan's smile. He scratched his head, feeling sheepish as he admitted not yet. Given your excitement, I assumed you had earned 10,000 taels, Du Shui continued. Do you know how much my shops earn in a month? How much?
Qinghe questioned uncertainly.
2,000? he ventured, seeing Du Shui hold up 2 fingers. Widen your perspective. 20,000? He gasped, as Du Shui nodded. Mother, our family is incredibly wealthy. 20,000 in a month. Suddenly, he felt a sense of futility. Why strive when he could simply enjoy life at home? However, despite the impressive monthly income, after subtracting various expenses, there was little left. You 3 brothers will undoubtedly marry and have children in the future, necessitating dowries. Additionally, Qinghe will need a substantial dowry for her marriage. Each of these requires silver. Du Shui's words, though perhaps excessive, came from a place of clarity. She understood her eldest son's steadiness was not present in Ji Xinghan, nor did he possess the experience of the youngest. The bookstore was entirely Ji Heir's undertaking. If it did not yield profit, so be it. Yet, it was preferable for it to succeed. Now that the business was finally showing promise with such earnings, she felt compelled to temper his soaring aspirations. All right. Ji Xinghan's buoyant spirit deflated. He had never contemplated such responsibilities before. After all, he had always enjoyed a fixed allowance each month. Now, hearing his mother's words, he suddenly felt the weight of responsibility resting heavily upon him. The dowry for his younger sister could not be taken lightly. Should she marry into the Eastern Palace, her dowry would be her source of confidence. Yes, as her brothers, they were also her backbone. Thus, he must strive harder to earn money. Even if he could not become a royal merchant, he ought to be prosperous in his own right. Even if the crown prince were to turn against them in the future, he would need to think twice. In that instant, Ji Xinghan had an epiphany. As if the channels of enlightenment within him had been unblocked, and he felt considerably more awake. At the very least, he had discovered his ultimate life goal, to become a wealthy man. Mother, I understand. Ji Xinghan earnestly nodded, as if he had made a solemn resolution. Duxu? Did the second son truly comprehend? Chapter 85. Astonishing. A health-conscious punk beggar. After Du Shui's reminder, Ji Xinghan appeared to mature in an instant, becoming steadier and more composed. His heart was wholly focused on making money. Even if he earned a fortune, he would no longer exhibit the same arrogance as before. His spirit gradually settled. Du Shui observed her increasingly composed second son with great satisfaction. Mother, I am heading out. Ji Qinghe, who had been absent from court recently, wandered outside each day. Her favorite destination was the tea house. The storytellers there had changed numerous times. As she gazed at the bustling tea house, she marveled at its miraculous nature. The storytellers, each less engaging than the last, spun tales that lacked excitement. Yet the business thrived. Each time she arrived, a long queue formed outside. Thanks to the favor of the third prince, she enjoyed VIP privileges at this tea house, complete with her own private box. Xiao Ba, this storyteller is truly subpar. His tales lack the intrigue of his own life story. Indeed, it's a miracle that this tea house hasn't closed down with such storytellers. Here he comes. The voice of Tianqi has arrived. The crowd silently perked up their ears. They had not come to hear stories, but rather to indulge in gossip. The tales spun by the voice of Tianqi were far more riveting than the storyteller's narratives. After all, those stories were mere figments of imagination, while gossip was grounded in reality. Something tangible to see and hear. Hadn't they noticed how the storytellers had come and gone? The audience's eyes were fixed intently on the storyteller, as if attempting to pierce through him with their gaze. The storyteller, feeling the pressure, swallowed nervously. His stories were about to be revealed. How thrilling, yet how unnerving. Does this newcomer have any juicy gossip? Ji Qinghe had recently developed a penchant for gossip. Previously, she had been oblivious to its allure. But now she was determined to diligently pursue her gossiping endeavors. There is indeed some. Host, this storyteller is named Li Chaoyang. He was once a beggar, a health-conscious punk. To be precise. A health-conscious punk? What on earth is that? The crowd exchanged glances, puzzled by the term. However, upon reflection, they realized that the voice of Tianqi often used incomprehensible words. As long as the gossip was complete, the terminology mattered little. Staying up the longest nights and using the most expensive face masks. Roughly speaking, when he was a beggar, he would perform health exercises before scavenging through garbage for food. He claimed it was for his health. Once, while begging by the roadside, someone offered him a chicken leg, but he hurriedly declined. Saying it was too oily and would cause him to have a heat rash, he preferred some steamed buns instead. 666, huh? Ji Qinghe's lips twitched. I didn't expect him to be such a discerning beggar. Indeed, he would choose his begging days based on the calendar. On odd days, he would stay in, while on even days, he would go out to beg, insisting that good fortune comes in pairs. Ji Qinghe found this reasoning rather abstract. How did he manage to become a storyteller? Not that I have anything against beggars, but isn't there a lack of criteria for becoming a storyteller? Others nodded in agreement, some of whom had attempted to apply for the storyteller position but had been unsuccessful. Hearing Tianqi's words, they too were curious about the reason. A mere beggar can ascend to the role of a storyteller. Why then, can they not? In what regard are they inferior to the beggar? Perhaps the examiner was napping at that moment. However, do not underestimate him. Without a modicum of talent, he could not have secured the position. Before he became a beggar, he toiled in his studies for decades. Finally, at the age of 40, he achieved the title of scholar. Upon hearing the news, overwhelmed with excitement, he suffered a mental breakdown and became deranged. His parents had sacrificed everything to support his education, believing they had finally triumphed. Little did they know, he would succumb to madness. Unable to bear the blow, they both passed away in quick succession, leaving him utterly alone, a madman. Goodness! Is this not a real-life rendition of Fanjin Zhongju? Qinghe was taken aback. In the tale, Fanjin's madness was merely fleeting, and a slap from the butcher brought him back to lucidity. Upon regaining his senses, he readily embraced his newfound identity as a scholar, accepting flattery and even gifts of wealth and property with equanimity. In contrast, Li Chaoyang's plight is indeed more tragic. Not only has he become a beggar, but he is also now viewed as a despised storyteller. To bury oneself in books, only to be buried by them. In this era, scholars exhibit a morbid obsession with fame and fortune. Fanjin Zhongju? Who is this individual? Curiosity swirled among the crowd, with Li Chaoyang pondering inwardly the necessity of befriending Fanjin, a fellow wanderer in misfortune. They share similar experiences, likely leading to profound empathy. It is an unavoidable situation. Education can alter one's fate. Only through the imperial examinations can ordinary folk hope for a chance at redemption. The common people truly struggle. The imperial examination is the sole path to advancement for scholars, yet it also results in some pursuing fame obsessively to their detriment. This is a limitation of the times. Some labor for years, finally achieving recognition, only to have their names usurped. Wailing, the voice of divine revelation struck a chord deep within them. Their years of diligent study were for the hope of achieving fame and bringing honor to their families. Yet the reality is that their efforts can sometimes seem utterly futile. Li Chaoyang recalled his past, his eyes suddenly welling with tears. His parents endured a lifetime of hardship to finance his education, yet they enjoyed none of the fruits of their labor before departing this world. His life had been a series of aimless wanderings. Divine revelation. I implore you, lend me your aid. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching wail erupted from the hall below, startling Qinghe into peering down in alarm. A young man stood with his hands raised, anguish etched across his face. I am that man. His words faltered as terror gripped him. His gaze fixed upon something unseen above. Others stared in shock, their minds flooded with questions. What was happening? Why was he so distraught? It seemed as though he were on the brink of death. Quick to act, those with experience rushed to his side, whispering, "Clear your mind. Do not dwell on the words of divine revelation." Heeding their advice, the suffocating sensation gradually dissipated. In that moment, he felt as if he had escaped a near-fatal encounter. Brother, are we not permitted to speak of these matters? Indeed. From our experience, only those with profound blessings can hear the voice of divine revelation. Thus, we must not speak of its contents lightly, lest we invite perilous suffocation. Thank you for the warning, brother. Upon hearing this, a bitter smile crept across his face. If he could not speak of it, was he destined to continue bearing this injustice in silence? Chapter 86. A heartbreaking cry in despair. The light in his eyes dimmed. He had come specifically to hear the voice of divine revelation, only to find himself unsuccessful in securing the role of storyteller. He had hoped to find solace in the tea-house, but now, hearing the divine voice only deepened his sorrow. Was he to merely stand by as another took his name and claimed his achievements? Wailing, he sank to the ground, covering his face in despair. What should he do? What could he possibly do? Little 8, what is the matter with that man? Qinghe furrowed her brow, observing the commotion below. A grown man crying so openly in front of everyone surely has a story to tell. Host, he harbors a significant secret. The gossip system buzzed with excitement. Such a revelation could propel the progress bar forward significantly. A significant secret? Do tell. His name is Gu Chung, a scholar. He has diligently pursued his studies for over a decade, striving for success in the examinations. Could it be that he, like Li Chaoyang, has cried here in despair over unfulfilled aspirations? Not quite. Gu Cheng is exceptionally knowledgeable and talented. He passed the county and provincial examinations with ease. Based on his abilities, securing a place in the spring examination was practically assured. However, when the results were announced, his name was absent. Overwhelmed with disappointment, he began to doubt his own performance. After a period of melancholy, he resolved to return to his studies. Hearing this, Qinghe could not help but exclaim, "Could it be that someone has usurped his name?" Indeed, he was actually fifth in the rankings, but foul play ensued, resulting in his name being omitted. He intended to leave the capital, but one day, while at an inn, he overheard drunken young gentlemen discussing the matter. Enraged and heartbroken, he sought out an official from the Ministry of Rights. The official who attended to him was none other than the Deputy Minister Guijinglin. Upon hearing his plight, Guo dismissed him outright. Subsequently, he approached the Duke of Yongding with the matter. The Duke, taken aback, expressed his gratitude to Guijinglin profusely, offering a reward of 100,000 taels as thanks. To prevent further complications, the Duke promptly dispatched someone to resolve Gu Cheng's situation. Wailing, Gu Cheng, having finally heard the voice of divine revelation, cried even harder. Others looked on in sympathy. No wonder he mourned so intensely. His misfortune was indeed tragic. After years of dedicated study, he should have risen to success, yet due to the machinations of the powerful, everything was lost. How could one not feel sorrow? This is truly heartbreaking. Qinghe lamented, and others nodded in agreement. This is merely the beginning. There is worse to come. Gu Cheng has a twin brother who runs a small business. It was precisely because of this that Gu Cheng was able to continue his studies, as education is an expensive endeavor. When the Duke of Yongding sent assassins to eliminate Gu Cheng, his twin brother happened to arrive. They mistook him for Gu Cheng, killing him and covering up the evidence. Gu Cheng's cries grew more anguished, pounding his chest in despair. His brother. No wonder he had not received any news from his brother during this time. He had died, shielding him from harm. How could this be the outcome? He could not accept it. He simply could not. Little 8, does Gu Cheng have some sort of issue? Qinghe was startled by the intensity of his cries, as if he were experiencing some form of trauma. No, he is in good health. Aside from the distress caused by the name usurpation, he is well in every other respect. Then why has he suddenly become so agitated? Qinghe questioned, bewildered. Moments ago, he had been softly weeping, and now he was in the throes of despair. Perhaps it is due to the realization of his tragic fate. A man may shed tears, but only when grief strikes deep does he weep freely. The gossip system analyzed. He has toiled for so long, yet in the end, he has merely adorned another with his efforts. How could he not feel disheartened? After all, achieving scholarly success is the aspiration of every learned individual. That is indeed true. But does he know that his brother has passed away? As of now, he is unaware. However, it is only a matter of time before he learns. The imperial examination is the sole avenue for scholars, and now that path has been obstructed, it is utterly contemptible. At this moment, Qinghe's heart was weighed down with gravity. She did not seek absolute justice, but at the very least, fairness must prevail. It is due to the abuse of power that others have endured a decade of arduous study in vain. If the court continues to rot in this manner, what hope remains? Since I am aware, I cannot remain indifferent. We must not let the hearts of diligent scholars be extinguished. The matter concerning Gu Cheng involves the Yongding Marquis, and it is of utmost importance. We must gather sufficient evidence. Otherwise, if we alert the Yongding Marquis, I fear calamity will befall us. You are correct. The only one privy to this matter was Guijinglin, and he is now deceased. For the Yongding Marquis, this is indeed a source of great relief, as the involved party, Gu Cheng, has also met his demise. The gossip system concurred. Qinghe felt a heaviness in her heart. Since Xiaoba had stated this, it indicated that the evidence was indeed lost. Without proof, this matter would become quite troublesome. Actually, we could have him strike the drum of petition, reaching the heavens' ears directly. With His Majesty overseeing the matter, those officials would certainly not dare to conceal anything further. The gossip system suggested. The Yongding Marquis was rather cunning, and it had indeed failed to uncover any advantageous evidence. Otherwise, it would have retrieved the evidence without any effort at all. Gu Cheng, with his voice choked with tears, felt a glimmer of hope ignite in his eyes. Yes, other officials may refuse to act, but he could still strike the drum of petition. Stumbling to his feet, Gu Cheng stepped outside. Striking the drum of petition is indeed a good idea. I shall remind him. I will also seek out my father to inform him of this matter. Qinghe made up her mind, turning to see Gu Cheng's hurried silhouette as he rushed downstairs. Brother, Are you going to strike the drum of petition? Li Chaoyang inquired, following in Gu Qinghe's footsteps. Indeed. I must seek justice for myself and for my deceased elder brother, Gu Qing declared with unwavering resolve. I shall accompany you. Many of the other scholars present shared his disdain for those who abused their power for personal gain. The imperial examination was supposed to be the only equitable opportunity. If even this modicum of fairness were to vanish, what meaning would there be in studying? They must unite against a common foe and stand up, solely to seek justice. As Qinghe descended the stairs, she witnessed a throng of people making their way outside. A sudden shock gripped her heart. What had transpired? In the brief moment she had taken to descend, it felt as though she had missed a great deal. Hey, waiter. What is happening? Why has everyone suddenly left? Judging by their silhouettes, it appeared they were all heading in the same direction. The waiter, taken aback, thought to himself, this voice, does it not resemble one of the voices of the heavenly revelation? Chapter 87. Striking the drum of petition. The waiter was astonished. How could this voice sound so similar to the heavenly revelation? Waiter? Qinghe called out again, noticing that the waiter was staring at her in a daze.
Xiao Ba.
Is there something on my face? Why is the waiter looking at me like that? As she asked Xiao Ba, she reached up to touch her face, finding nothing out of the ordinary. No, not at all, the gossip system replied after scanning Qinghe's face and finding no dirt. It continued, host. The waiter must be awestruck by your ethereal beauty. Qinghe's lips curled into a smile. This was precisely why she enjoyed conversing with the gossip system. It provided her with ample emotional support. The waiter, now certain that the young lady before him was indeed the bearer of the heavenly revelation, had yet to hear her speak. Could this be her inner voice? My lady, you are the waiter stammered, eager to unveil Qinghe's identity. Yet before he could finish, he was seized by an overwhelming sense of fate. A suffocating sensation washed over him as he envisioned his great-grandmother. What troubles you? Qinghe asked, noticing his face turning crimson, as if he might choke at any moment. Quick, someone. He is having an episode. Hurry, take him to the physician. Binzi.
Take a deep breath.
Zhao Cheng, hearing the commotion, rushed over. Innkeeper, he looks unwell. We should hasten him to the physician.
Qinghe explained anxiously.
Relieved that the innkeeper had arrived. Miss Ji, it's nothing serious. This is merely an old ailment. He will recover after a moment. Zhao Cheng leaned in to Binzi and whispered, quickly cast aside any thoughts of the heavenly revelation. Upon hearing this, Binzi promptly cleared his mind. In no time, he regained his composure, gazing at Qinghe with a look of astonishment. Innkeeper, I will explain later, Zhao Cheng remarked, mindful not to divulge too much while Qinghe was present. Qinghe watched in amazement as Binzi, who had appeared on the brink of death, suddenly seemed well again. What manner of affliction was this? How could he recover so swiftly? Thank you, Miss Ji. It is but an old ailment. It is of little consequence. I shall be well after a moment. Binzi, under Zhao Cheng's cue, quickly expressed his gratitude. You are too kind. I truly did nothing, Qinghe replied, now that he appeared to be well. She had more pressing matters to attend to. I must take my leave. You all tend to your affairs.
Qinghe hastily departed,
determined to find Gu Qing and urge him to strike the drum of petition. Innkeeper, Miss Ji Binzi could no longer contain his curiosity. Yes. But this matter must not be spoken of outside. Otherwise, you have just experienced the consequences. Miss Ji is the chosen one, which is why she possesses the heavenly revelation. If you spread this indiscriminately, you need not worry about others. Heaven itself will take you. Zhao Cheng spoke solemnly, each word heavy with significance. Rest assured. I shall keep this secret, Binzi declared, raising 3 fingers in a solemn vow. The sensation of suffocation had felt too real, having experienced it once. He had no desire to endure it again. Qinghe pursued the footsteps of the crowd, gradually sensing something amiss. It was only when she spotted the drum of petition and saw Gu Qing striking it without hesitation that she realized Gu Qing has begun to strike the drum. It seems he knows what to do. Qinghe stood there, her gaze fixed upon the tightly shut palace gates.
Boom, boom.
The resounding drumbeats echoed in the hearts of the people and reached the ears of the emperor. Li Difu, go and see what is happening.
Yes.
Just as Li Gonggong stepped outside, he encountered Lu Qing'en, the deputy commander of the imperial guards. Deputy Commander Lu, what is occurring outside?
Li Gonggong.
Someone is striking the drum of petition. Lu Qing'en added, young Master Ji is also present. Li Difu was taken aback. Young Master Ji was here as well. I must go take a look. The palace gates swung open and Li Gonggong, alongside Lu Qinghe, stepped outside. With a mere glance, he spotted the crowd, among whom young Master Ji was observing the spectacle, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Who is the one striking the drum? Are they aware of the rules regarding the drum of petition? The commoner bears a grievous grievance. I accuse the Yongding Marquis of abusing his power to have his son usurp my name. Furthermore, to silence me, he murdered my elder brother, Gu Cheng proclaimed, raising the petition above his head. He had kept this document on his person, hoping to produce it when the moment arose.
Xiao Ba.
Do you think Li Gonggong will inform His Majesty of the petition? Indeed. Striking the drum of petition reaches the heavens' ears. It is likely Gu Cheng will face some hardship, needing to be temporarily detained until the relevant authorities ascertain the truth of his grievance before proceeding further.
What?
The Duke of Yongding is capable of bribing the former Minister of Rights, Gu Jinglin, and he will undoubtedly extend his corrupt influence to other officials. Given the current uproar, the Duke must be aware of the developments. If he manages to co-opt officials or minor clerks, acting swiftly, then all efforts would be rendered futile. Ji Qinghe's concerns are not without merit. After all, the revelation of this incident is quite significant. The Duke of Yongding will surely take action. Gu Cheng's body stiffened, but after a moment, he straightened his back. He fears not the trials ahead, as long as his grievances are redressed. Regardless of the Duke's machinations, he feels unafraid now, for the voice of divine revelation supports him, rendering him fearless. Eunuch Li, having overheard Ji Qinghe's thoughts, stepped forward and whispered, "Did you hear something? This humble servant dares not deceive. I indeed heard the voice of divine revelation." The voice of divine revelation?
Eunuch Li pausa.
Is it not the inner voice of young Master Ji? Indeed. I have heard that the tea house possesses the voice of divine revelation, which assists in uncovering truths and exploring secrets. Gu Cheng recounted in detail, knowing such matters cannot be concealed. Many patrons of the tea house can hear the voice of divine revelation. Though it may sound absurd, once the voice appears, the truth is undeniable. You may investigate. My lord. Very well. Come with me. Eunuch Li understood, surmising that those individuals were unaware of young Master Ji's identity, thus concocting the notion of divine revelation. Ordinarily, Gu Cheng would need to be detained and follow due process, but with young Master Ji present, the situation he described is certainly credible. So they should proceed directly to meet the emperor. As Gu Cheng was taken away, Ji Qinghe pondered for a moment before returning home to seek her father. "Father, are you heading to the palace?" Upon entering, she saw Ji Qingzhou preparing to don his official robes, and she hastily inquired, "Yes, since you have returned. Quickly change into your official attire and accompany me to the palace," Ji Qingzhou instructed. "I am to go as well? What has transpired?"
Today,
"Someone has sounded the drum of proclamation. Eunuch Li mentioned you were present at the scene. His Majesty wishes to summon us to inquire about the situation," Ji Qingzhou explained. Upon hearing this, Ji Qinghe immediately rushed to change into her official robes. What a splendid opportunity it would be to meet the emperor in person. Chapter 88. 2 individuals in one room, 3 meals across 4 seasons. In the imperial study, Gu Cheng knelt, his heart filled with trepidation. He was uncertain as to what the emperor awaited from him, only knowing that the emperor had posed a few questions before returning to his affairs. His heart raced with anxiety. It was said that those who sounded the drum of proclamation would be detained and subjected to a series of inquiries before meeting the emperor. Yet he had been brought directly before the emperor, without encountering any other officials. Could it be that the emperor intends to handle this matter personally? "Your Majesty, Minister Ji, and young Master Ji have arrived," announced the attendant.
Summon them.
"Your humble servant pays respects to your Majesty." Ji Qingzhou and his daughter first bowed, then spoke in unison. Upon hearing their voices, Gu Cheng abruptly lifted his head. How familiar that voice sounded. "Young Master Ji, do you know why you have been summoned?" The emperor set down his brush, turning to Ji Qinghe. "Your Majesty, I have a general understanding. It pertains to the sounding of the drum of proclamation." Ji Qinghe wasted no time, proceeding directly to the matter at hand. "Many are aware of it from my visit to the tea house today. Moreover, I encountered Eunuch Li at the palace gates. You. Gu Cheng listened intently, gazing in shock at Ji Qinghe, momentarily forgetting the decorum of the court. Impudent. Such behavior is intolerable in the presence of the court. Eunuch Li reprimanded, causing Gu Cheng to quickly lower his head. Little 8. Why is Gu Cheng so astonished upon seeing me? Could it be that he has encountered me before? It is likely because you are the first female official of the Xiaoliang kingdom, which startled him. That makes perfect sense. My position as a female official has certainly ruffled many feathers. Historically, it has always been men who partake in the imperial examinations and ascend to officialdom. As the emperor's designated female official, am undoubtedly an anomaly. His astonishment is quite understandable. The emperor and his companions sighed in relief, as it appeared that Gu Cheng was also among those who could hear the inner voice. If his surprise earlier was notable, then the present moment transcended mere astonishment. It is well known that the voice of divine revelation comes in two forms. One is a female voice, and the other is that of a being referred to as Little Eight. They had only ever heard the voice without seeing the person, yet now he beheld the actual figure before him, none other than the legitimate daughter of Minister Ji, young Master Ji. This is simply beyond comprehension. Now, please explain the situation. Simply recount what you have heard and seen. Very well. Ji Qinghe calmly recounted the events at the tea house, without embellishment. In conclusion, however, she expressed her opinion. Your Majesty, I believe that the act of substituting names in the spring examinations is, in fact, a violation of national law and a disregard for the imperial examinations. After 10 years of diligent study, one should rightfully attain fame, yet treacherous individuals usurp their names. This matter transcends personal concern. It pertains to the future of countless scholars and the fairness of the court in selecting officials. I implore your Majesty to conduct a thorough investigation. Little Eight, my words should suffice, should they not? I now hope that your Majesty can dispatch individuals to safeguard Gu Cheng, lest the Duke of Yongding take action during the investigation, thereby eliminating future threats. Indeed, that is a valid point. Your Majesty, I believe this matter requires a thorough investigation, Ji Qingzhou interjected. However, given the involvement of the powerful and the boldness of the Duke in usurping names, it is likely he may resort to silencing those who possess knowledge of the affair. I suggest we increase the number of guards to prevent any opportunistic actions. My father is truly impressive, aligning perfectly with my thoughts. He is indeed my voice of reason. What a commendable father. Ji Qingzhou smiled, pleased with his daughter's admiration. What is there to be pleased about? Are you not exhilarated because you overheard Ji Qinghe's thoughts? The process is of little consequence. What matters is the outcome. The glances exchanged between Ji Qingzhou and the emperor revealed an unspoken understanding between them. The emperor, observing Ji Qingzhou's triumphant expression, suddenly turned to Ji Qinghe and said, Young Master Ji, it has been quite some time since you accompanied the empress in the palace. I have been hearing her mention you repeatedly. Seize this opportunity to spend some time with her. The crown prince should be present as well. The last statement struck a chord deep within Ji Qinghe. The crown prince is also here. Little Eight. Is the emperor intentionally trying to bring me and the crown prince closer together? It has been a day and 2 hours since I last saw him. How astute of his majesty. His majesty is indeed a father who cares deeply. You are fortunate, my host. Hehe. I have decided that henceforth, I shall dedicate myself to alleviating the emperor's burdens, becoming his most loyal subject, and, of course, the most cherished daughter-in-law. Thank you, your majesty. I shall make my way there now. Ji Qinghe's lips curled into a smile, while Ji Qingzhou's expression froze. All traces of his earlier delight evaporated. He watched helplessly as his daughter followed eunuch Li into the inner palace, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. Was she simply whisked away by those 2 sentences? Daughter, I know you admire the crown prince, but can we not exercise a modicum of restraint with our emotions? Your exuberance could echo throughout the entire hall. It is truly a sight unfit for the eyes. How can my daughter be so infatuated? Upon hearing the mention of His Highness the Crown Prince, one could hardly lift their feet. Haha, Prime Minister Ji, I am increasingly pleased with young Ji's prospective daughter-in-law. It seems I must hasten to the Imperial Astronomical Bureau to select an auspicious date for their union. Are you not equally delighted? The emperor knows how to strike at the heart, and seeing Ji Qingzhou's less than cheerful demeanor brought him joy. Do I appear to be in a jubilant mood? Your Majesty?
Ye think so, replied.
Your Highness, Qinghe is still quite young. I believe we can afford to wait a little longer. With that, Ji Qingzhou deftly changed the subject, knowing that he would always be the one at a disadvantage in such matters. He had no desire to marry off his daughter. The most pressing issue at hand was concerning the matter of the Yongding Marquis substituting the names of poor students. In Fengqi Palace, the Crown Prince was engaged in conversation with the Empress. Upon hearing that Ji Qinghe had arrived, he was immediately overwhelmed with joy. The Empress, observing her son's exuberance, could not help but exclaim, I now believe that saying, you are truly smitten with Ji Qinghe. Indeed, Qinghe is the first girl to capture my heart, and she is the one I wish to spend my life with. There is no one else. I only desire to share a home with her. 2 souls together through all seasons and meals. The Empress was taken aback, not expecting Xiao Yanqing to so openly acknowledge his feelings, and with such a heartfelt wish. What a beautiful dream it was, yet all too distant for their royal family. Chapter 89. Shall we continue our stroll? The moment Qinghe entered, the crown prince's gaze was glued to her. The empress observed this with keen interest. Greetings, your majesty and your highness. Please, there is no need for formalities. Qinghe. From now on we are family, and among family, such politeness is unnecessary, the empress said with a warm smile. Thank you, your majesty. Qinghe dared not forego her respects. In such a hierarchical society, even if the empress truly favored her, she could not become complacent. Come, let me see you. It has been some time, and you are becoming more beautiful by the day. The empress took Qinghe's hand and began to chat about trivial matters, leaving the crown prince standing by, unable to interject. Mother, might you grant me and Qinghe the opportunity to foster our feelings? Xiao Yanqing's gaze was so fervent that the empress finally took notice. She glanced at him and immediately understood. Qinghe, I must go check on Changlo. She has just entered the palace and is still adjusting. You and Qinghe stay here and join us for lunch. The empress stood and made her exit. Your majesty, allow me to accompany you, Qinghe offered. No need, no need. I can go alone. It is rare for you to visit the palace, you should stay. The empress replied hurriedly before departing. Qinghe thought to herself, I quite appreciate the empress's understanding demeanor. Without any distractions, I can cultivate my feelings with the crown prince. Xiao Yanqing's eyes flickered with confusion. What was a distraction? Host, be a bit reserved. How long has it been since you last saw the crown prince? You, being single, wouldn't understand. For those in love, a day apart feels like an eternity. You cannot be discriminatory. What is wrong with being single? Is there not a term called single aristocrat? I am that single aristocrat system. Understood, single aristocrat system. Qinghe responded dismissively and then turned her attention to Xiao Yanqing. Your highness, her voice was gentle. And even the gossip system could not bear to witness it. Host, be a person. Qinghe paused, recognizing that with the distractions gone, their romance could flourish. Although Xiaoba was not human, he could still disrupt the ambience. Without a second thought, she imposed a restriction on the gossip system. She did not relish the thought of her romance being scrutinized. Qinghe, the flowers in the imperial garden have bloomed. Shall I take you for a stroll? Everything is as you wish, your highness. The two made their way to the imperial garden, which was indeed a sight to behold, with flowers competing for attention. A feast for the eyes. As they approached the rockery, they suddenly heard whispers of intimacy. The crown prince, inexperienced in such matters, was caught off guard. While Qinghe's face lit up with curiosity, your highness, over here, she pulled Xiao Yanqing's hand, stealthily maneuvering to the other side of the rockery to peek into the cave. Xiao Yanqing, now closer, recognized the sounds, his face flushed. He swiftly pulled Qinghe back a few steps. Qinghe, we've been walking for a while. Are you not feeling a bit tired? Perhaps we should return? Such sordid sounds were not fit for Qinghe's ears. I do not feel tired at all. Your highness, shall we continue our exploration? Qinghe discerned the crown prince's shyness and found it amusing, even forgetting to maintain her usual demeanor before him. This was the palace, after all. Those capable of such behavior surely had their share of scandals. She was eager to witness the gossip. We must not keep the empress waiting for lunch. Let us return. Xiao Yanqing's resolve was unwavering. He must protect his lady. Qinghe realized she would have to employ her trump card. Since she could not witness the drama firsthand, she would unleash Xiaoba. He would surely know. Xiaoba, there is gossip. Quickly, do you know who is in the rockery? The gossip system, regaining its freedom, was about to complain when it heard Qinghe's words. Complaints forgotten, it immediately initiated a scan. After a prolonged search, it found nothing but darkness. Suddenly, it fell into a sulk. In its excitement, it had forgotten the limitations of its abilities.
Xiaoba?
Have you not found anything yet? After a long wait without hearing any gossip, Qinghe grew anxious and inquired. Host, I can only uncover the gossip if I can see the person's face. Such a statement carried a weight of frustration. Qinghe, sensing the gossip system's vexation, could not help but chuckle. So you also have your limitations, huh? I am a system. I cannot be inadequate. The gossip system protested. Qinghe laughed even louder. All right, I shall not tease you any longer. Once I identify that person, you can delve into the gossip. The gossip system retorted. I am upset, the kind that cannot be soothed. This is the palace. If we catch them in the act, there will surely be plenty of gossip. Do you not wish to advance the progress bar? Qinghe continued to tempt, surprised to find her system was quite temperamental.
Humph.
I am not so easily appeased. I am merely focused on the progress bar. Understood, I understand. Qinghe smiled and then looked at Xiao Yanqing. Your Highness, it seems there is some commotion in the cave.
The Anju.
Xiao Yanqing cast a doting glance at Qinghe and summoned a guard. Yes. In a moment, Jiang Chu emerged, bringing with him only a woman. Your Highness. The other person has fled. Xiao Yanqing scrutinized the disheveled maid and inquired, which palace do you serve? Greetings to His Highness, the Crown Prince. I am Qiu, a maidservant of the second princess. The Crown Prince raised an eyebrow. A maidservant of my second sister? What are you doing here?
Ikir you knelt.
Repeatedly bowing her head, uncertain of how much the Crown Prince had heard. Surely he did not know who the other person was, right? The second princess wished to drink lotus seed porridge, so I went to the imperial kitchen and happened to pass by here. Host, she is lying. She was just having a secret meeting. That is obvious, with those kinds of sounds. How could I not know? So, do you wish to know who the scoundrel is? Of course, tell me quickly. My heart has been thoroughly shattered by you. Host, please utter some sweet words to soothe me. The gossip system, feeling rather haughty, now craves compliments. Xiao Yanqing raised an eyebrow, declaring, My dear, I shall spoil you. Do you not realize the consequences of deceiving me? Speak the truth, or I shall not spare you. Your Highness, I acknowledge my mistakes. I faltered under the weight of loneliness, which led me astray. I beg for your mercy. Qiu hastily pleaded, her heart racing with trepidation. He departed so swiftly, surely. The prince did not witness it? She must not let him know, or else her life would be forfeit. Chapter 90. Xiaoba, you wish to compete for my favor?
Impossible.
Qiu knelt in supplication. Xiao Yanqing continued to inquire, Now, tell me, who is that person? The gossip system was taken aback. Wait, isn't this its responsibility? What does the crown prince intend to do? Is he usurping its role? What will become of it? It is the most useful system for the host. And it still needs to utilize gossip to advance the progress bar. This crown prince, taking advantage of its unguarded moment to vie for favor in front of the host. Host, I am aware. This Qiu is a maidservant to the second princess, and not only that, she has been seducing the second princess's man. The person she just met in secret is indeed that man. The gossip system blurted out, eager to represent itself. For there is nothing in this world it does not know. A flicker of astonishment crossed Xiao Yanqing's eyes. The second princess's man? But she is yet to be married. When did she acquire a man? Does Xiaoba even understand the words it speaks? The second princess's man? Has the second princess married?
Qinghe kvoriet, pazaod.
As she recalled that none of these princes and princesses had yet tied the knot. In fact, none had even been betrothed, except for her own crown prince. Of course, she is not married. However, the second princess has quietly harbored feelings for the commander of the imperial guard, Qinghe. Yet he is a scoundrel, flirting with the second princess while simultaneously entangling himself with her maidservants. Not only this Qiu, but also several other maids around the second princess have already fallen into his grasp. How brazen of him! To entangle so many women at once while deceiving the second princess. Is he not afraid of incurring the emperor's wrath and losing his head? Who is not afraid of death? Qinghe fears it too. Yet he is a master of time management, first placating the second princess and then arranging meetings with her maidservants at different times. Of course, he uses the same excuses claiming to be busy and the like. Your Highness, I have recognized my errors. Please grant me a chance to redeem myself. Qiu shouted, interrupting the incessant chatter of the gossip system. She dared not speak further, for revealing the truth would not only implicate her but also endanger her family. Qinghe was taken aback, frowning at Qiu. How reckless to seduce her own master's man. Your Highness, since this matter concerns the second princess, why not involve her as well? Qinghe resolved to expose that vile man before the second princess. Qiu felt a surge of hope. If it reached the second princess, she might still have a chance to redeem herself. But if it were the crown prince, her escape might be far from certain. Host, you are being foolish. How can we involve the second princess? The gossip system lamented. Xiao Yanqing raised an eyebrow. Why could they not involve his younger sister? Qiu is her maidservant, and she has the right to know. What of the second princess? Qinghe echoed in confusion. She was intent on revealing the true nature of Commander Qinghe, and the second princess must be present. She needed to ensure that the second princess witnessed Qinghe's deceitful actions firsthand. The second princess is simply infatuated. Her heart is wholly ensnared by that scoundrel. She even dreams of consummating their relationship before seeking the emperor's blessing for marriage.
Huh?
What is she thinking? Did they not say that women in ancient times prioritized their virtue above all else? especially one as esteemed as the second princess. In moments of disbelief, silence often prevails. Qinghe cast a furtive glance at Xiao Yanqing, relieved that the crown prince was not so absurd. Reflecting on the emperor and empress's offspring, the crown prince stands as a paragon among men, while the third prince, though not particularly astute, manages adequately. The seventh princess, having been raised among commoners, endured considerable hardships. Yet, the second princess, despite living a life of luxury, has proven to be a lovesick fool. Perhaps she has indeed picked the best of the lot. The disparity in their statuses is quite significant, Qinghe mused. Surely, the second princess would not be so naive as to entertain such perilous notions? Bring her to me. To Yan Ning, Xiao Yanqing commanded decisively. If his sister truly was a lovesick fool, he must rouse her from her delusions and reveal the true character of Qinghe. Thus, the group advanced toward the second princess's quarters. This is bad. Host, hurry. That scoundrel is currently seducing the second princess, intending to consummate their relationship prematurely. The gossip system shrieked. A murderous intent flashed in Xiao Yanqing's eyes. Qinghe must not be allowed to live. Your Highness, let us hasten. We must resolve this matter quickly. I am growing rather hungry. Very well. The group quickened their pace. Upon encountering the maidservants stationed outside the princess's chamber, Xiao Yanqing exuded an air of grim determination. Where is the second princess? The maidservants hesitated, unable to find their voices. Inside, the second princess, Xiao Yanqing, felt the commotion outside and, startled, turned to Qinghe, urging, "You must hide. My elder brother is coming. Your Highness, I have no desire to hide any longer. With the crown prince here, it is the perfect opportunity to clarify our feelings." Qinghe held the second princess firmly, refusing to budge. Even as he contemplated the consequences of being discovered, he was uncertain whether Qiujiu could keep silent. If she revealed their affair, his demise would be certain. Thus, he resolved to act first, binding himself to the second princess as a safeguard, for she would do anything for him. Indeed, after uttering those words, the second princess ceased her resistance. His hand crept toward her garment. With a thunderous crash, the door was flung open. Qinghe froze momentarily, but continued his advance, resolute in solidifying the act. Upon witnessing Qinghe's blatant disregard for their intrusion, Xiao Yanqing's fury ignited. "Release her," he bellowed, drawing his sword with intent. Xiao Yanqing was genuinely enraged. If only Qinghe possessed a modicum of integrity, he would not be inciting such wrath. To deceive his sister's affections, did he truly believe he could evade his reckoning? The sword pressed threateningly against Qinghe's throat. Out of the corner of his eye, Qinghe noticed the crown prince's murderous intent and, realizing the gravity of his situation, relinquished his hold, kneeling before Xiao Yanqing. "Your Highness, I beg for your forgiveness. The second princess and I share mutual affection, and I momentarily lost control of my emotions." Xiao Yanqing brandished his sword at Qinghe. "Do you think I am so easily deceived? The ruckus you made upon my entrance was not enough to deter you, yet now, facing your mortality, you seek mercy. But your demeanor suggests otherwise. You appear utterly unrepentant." Chapter 91. Your lovesick brain is even less appealing than a corpse. Brother, do not kill him. The second princess, regaining her senses, immediately positioned herself before Qinghe, defending him fervently. Qinghe concealed himself behind the second princess, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips.
See?
He knew the second princess would protect him. What did it matter if the crown prince was present? As long as the second princess stood by his side, he felt invulnerable. "Xiao Yanqing, step aside." Xiao Yanqing emanated an aura of grim authority. It was the first time Xiao Yanqing had witnessed her elder brother's wrath, reminiscent of their father's furious demeanor, sending a chill down her spine. Though fear gripped her, the thought of the person behind her rekindled her determination. "Elder brother, I genuinely love him. My earlier actions were simply impulsive. I implore you to bless our union." "Xiao Yanqing, do you even comprehend what you're saying?" "I do." Xiao Yanqing's gaze remained steadfast, unwavering as she met her brother's eyes. "Elder brother, we have pledged our lives to one another. I shall marry no one else. I beseech you to grant us your consent." Goodness, she is truly a victim of romantic delusions. The second princess appears far from foolish, yet she engages in such folly. Qinghe, observing Xiao Yanqing's fervent declaration of love, felt a sharp tug at her mouth. "It's hereditary. Host, it must be genetic. Look at the emperor and empress. Their affections have remained unchanged after all these years. The emperor is even henpecked. And then there's the crown prince, utterly enamored with you. What else could it be, if not inherited? The gossip system interjected, having sensed a crisis brought on by the crown prince. Thus, it resolved to become the host's most loyal aide. Whatever truths the host sought, it would unearth. Whatever words the host wished to voice, it would ensure they were heard. Well. It seems that the royal family are all hopeless romantics. Qinghe mused, beginning to see the logic in this. However, a romantic delusion like the second princess is likely to be disregarded even by the undead. Qinghe, that scoundrel, has been so overt in his actions. Yet the second princess remains oblivious. What kind of decent man would disregard the reputation of his beloved? Who is it? Hearing Qinghe's thoughts, Xiao Yaning swiftly surveyed her surroundings. When she heard that the crown prince was deeply in love with her, her gaze locked onto Qinghe. It's you. A wave of suffocation washed over her, leaving her words trapped within. Xiao Yanqing quickly positioned himself in front of Qinghe to shield her from any undue attention. Sister, do not worry, do not overthink. Understanding the meaning in her brother's eyes, Xiao Yaning regained her composure and spoke. Elder brother, she is your sister-in-law, Qinghe. Upon uttering this, Xiao Yanqing stepped aside. First, greet your sister-in-law. Greetings, sister-in-law. Xiao Yaning dutifully bowed, her earlier rebellious self seemingly evaporated. There is no need for such formalities. Princess, we have yet to perform the ceremonial rites of your elevation. Such titles feel overly flattering. Qinghe quickly pulled her up, speaking warmly. I have long heard of your remarkable grace, and upon meeting you today, I find the rumors to be entirely accurate. Compared to you, I am but a pale shadow. Xiao Yaning hastily replied, I have often heard Mother mention you, describing you as a remarkable person, though I had yet to meet you. Now that I see you, sister-in-law, you truly embody beauty and charm. It is indeed delightful. The last few words were a silent protest in her heart. Having always believed that Qinghe's thoughts could be heard, she had considered it a mere fanciful tale. Now, experiencing it firsthand, she found sister-in-law to be an intriguing individual. As the two women exchanged compliments, Qinghe internally reflected, the second princess, when not caught in romantic delusions, is genuinely likable. Little 8. Do you think there is still hope for her? I have encountered those deeply affected by romantic delusions, who, even after hitting a wall, remain unrepentant. I wonder if our second princess can be salvaged. It's hard to say. She is willing to resort to drastic measures for a scoundrel. Believing she is bravely pursuing love, in reality, that scoundrel is merely stringing her along, giving her but a fraction of his affection. She mistakes a mere weed for a treasure. With such a mindset, she may even contemplate eloping. The gossip system concluded with a hint of resignation, and Qinghe couldn't suppress a chuckle. Xiao Yaning widened her eyes. Scoundrel? Are you referring to Qinghe? But she is the crown prince's own sister. I should perhaps offer a gentle warning. Little 8, did you not mention that aside from Qiujuan, the other maidservants around the second princess have also had relations with Qinghe? Who are they? Tell me quickly. Qinghe could not bear to watch Xiao Yaning walk into a pit of despair. Very well. Let her be the savior of this misguided maiden. Xiao Yaning thought she must have misheard. How could it be possible for Qinghe, who professed to love her the most, to entangle himself with her maidservants? Elder brother. Xiao Yaning looked to Xiao Yanqing for help, hoping that sister-in-law's words were but falsehoods. Xiao Yanqing shot her a look, urging her to continue listening. He too longed to uncover the truth about Qinghe's indiscretions. Xiao Yaning fell silent, desperate to know the answer and understand what was truly happening. Qinghe knelt on the ground, gazing at the now silent Xiao Yaning, his brow furrowed. Why had the second princess ceased to speak? The only bet he had was her unwavering sincerity towards him. Yet, why was she now conversing with Qinghe? This was not the outcome he desired. Aside from Qiujuan, there are also Inghong and Xiaodao. As the gossip system relayed this information, feeling it was a waste of breath, it sighed and continued. Host, let me clarify. All the maidservants surrounding the second princess, excluding Granny Li and the eunuchs, have been involved with Qinghe. That one in yellow, Inghong, possesses a jade pendant gifted by the scoundrel, inscribed with the character Kai. And Xiaodao, in green, wears a hairpin carved by Qinghe himself. Suddenly, Inghong and Xiaodao fell to their knees, trembling like leaves in a storm as they begged for mercy. Xiao Yaning watched in shock as her two maidservants knelt before her. In that moment, it felt as though the heavens were collapsing around her. Bring her forward, commanded Xiao Yanqing, and immediately, Qiujuan was summoned. Upon seeing Inghong and Xiaodao kneeling, even Commander who was present among the supplicants, Qiujuan quivered in fear, daring not to withhold any truths. She spilled forth all she knew like a bamboo tube pouring out beans. But it was Hu Shengkai who reacted most violently. His eyes bulging with rage as he glared at Qiujuan. You lie. It was you who seduced me first. Turning his gaze back to Xiao Yanning, he continued to plead. Second princess, you must believe me. My heart for you has always been sincere. Do not tarnish the sanctity of that word. Even if Qiujuan seduced you first, could you not refuse? Xiao Yanning's eyes brimmed with tears as she regarded Hu Shengkai as if he were a stranger. Chapter 92. I merely committed the errors all men are prone to. Xiao Yanning's heart shattered into countless pieces. She was aware of Ji Qinghe's ability to hear thoughts. Their brother and mother had always said that sister-in-law's insights were never false. The incident involving their royal aunt had come to light because of sister-in-law's revelations. Thus, as her trust began to crumble upon hearing of Hu Shengkai's treachery, her initial reaction was to believe that sister-in-law had misunderstood. However, Yinghong and Xiaodao's actions further eroded her faith. When Qiujuan was brought in, and Hu Shengkai openly admitted his guilt, she felt breathless. Looking at Hu Shengkai was like seeing a stranger. Hu Shengkai, how much of your heart is truly mine? Second princess, my heart for you has always been genuine. From the very beginning, I have loved only you. Hu Shengkai's deep affection was palpable. He understood that Xiao Yanning relished such declarations of love. I have always held you in my heart, never once contemplating betrayal. It is all Autumn Chrysanthemum's fault. She was the one who first seduced me. I recognize my error. I failed to restrain myself. Will you forgive me this once? I promise I shall not falter again. Never once contemplated? Yet you ultimately did betray. Tears streamed down Xiao Yanning's face as she staggered back a step. Your Highness, I merely committed the same folly that countless men do. Yet my heart has always belonged to you. Those encounters were but trifles. Please forgive me this once. I assure you there will be no future transgressions. Will you? Hu Shengkai continued to play the role of the lovesick suitor. My interactions with them were merely to ensure their goodwill towards you. Everything I did was for your sake. How intolerable. I can no longer endure this. Ji Qinghe felt a surge of revulsion. What do you mean by committing the same mistake as all men? How dare you manipulate the second princess, claiming it was all for her benefit? If she could endure even a fraction of your deceit, she would not be Ji Qinghe. Stop using the world's men as your shield. Their actions do not grant you representation. Ji Qinghe shot back, her words flowing like the rapid fire of a machine gun. Your petty transgressions are nothing more than the disgraceful acts of a man who cannot secure his own waistline. Do not presume to insert yourself into the lives of others. You are unworthy. You speak of doing this for the second princess, yet without you, she would thrive beyond all others. She is a princess of the illustrious Xiaoliang kingdom, of noble birth. You, of such low character, are not even fit to carry her shoes. You are not worthy, even as a eunuch. Xiao Yanning, observing Ji Qinghe's fierce demeanor, momentarily forgot her sorrow. This was her royal sister-in-law? Wasn't she supposed to be gentle and demure? The words spoken were far too bold. This was not what she had been led to believe. Yet, she found herself enamored with her sister-in-law's fierce spirit. Silence. Hu Shengkai was taken aback by such a response. The second princess had always treated him kindly. Never had she uttered such crude words. Yet this woman, merely adorned with the title of crown princess, had reduced him to nothing. Yanning and I are truly in love. Do not attempt to sow discord. You, a vulgar woman, could never comprehend. Before he could finish, Xiao Yanqing struck him across the face, having endured enough. He had been patient until now. If not for Xiao Yanning, he would have surely harmed him. To harm his younger sister was one thing, yet to speak ill of his woman was sheer folly. Hu Shengkai, this is not a place for you to interject. Wow, the crown prince was truly impressive just now. Is this what it feels like to be protected by someone you hold dear? Ji Qinghe began to swoon. The gossiping system, though reluctant to admit it, found the crown prince's actions undeniably gallant, striking a chord deep within. The scoundrel dared to insult its host. Had it a form, it would have severed him in an instant. Its host was the finest in the realm, deserving of no rebuttal. Yawning, I did not mean it. I spoke hastily out of anxiety. Please plead for my forgiveness with His Highness. Hu Shengkai turned to Xiao Yanning for aid, believing that as long as she was present, he still had a chance. Do not agree to this, second princess. He merely wishes to use you as a stepping stone. This scoundrel not only deceived your affections, but also harmed your maid. The gossiping system cried out urgently. What about the second princess's maid? What transpired? The second princess once had a maid named Emoju, who grew up alongside her, sharing a bond akin to sisterhood. Later, Mo Zhu accidentally discovered Hu Shinkai's entanglement with Autumn Chrysanthemum and sought to inform the second princess. However, the two conspired to frame it as an unfortunate accident. The second princess believed it to be a mishap and mourned for a long time. During this period, the scoundrel frequently accompanied and comforted her, deepening her affections for him. You killed Mo Zhu. Xiao Yanning's eyes blazed crimson as she discerned the guilt lurking in Hu Shinkai's gaze, her body trembling with rage. What sort of man had she fallen for? He deceived her, betrayed her, and even murdered the maid who had stood by her side since childhood. Yanning. I did not. You must have heard falsehoods. Someone seeks to disrupt our bond. Hu Shinkai, do you think me a fool? Xiao Yanning regarded him with cold derision. Her smile bitter. How blind she had been to fall for such a man. Brother, he has taken innocent lives, harmed Mo Zhu, and toyed with my emotions. Should he not be subjected to 1,000 cuts? Indeed, you, as a princess of the Xiaoliang kingdom, possess the authority to dispense justice upon him, Xiao Yanqing declared, asserting that even the emperor and empress would support Xiao Yanning in this matter. Has the second princess finally awakened? Wasn't she supposed to be in the throes of romantic folly? Qinghe watched in astonishment, believing it would take considerable effort to sway Xiao Yanning. After all, in a moment of confusion, she had nearly sacrificed her own dignity. It was crucial to remember that if Xiao Yanning lost her honor, it would reflect upon the royal family. It seems the second princess is not beyond redemption. The gossiping system was equally surprised. It had expected to witness a scene reminiscent of Wang Baochuan foraging for wild vegetables. Xiao Yanning wore a bittersweet smile. Was her romantic folly so glaring? Yanning, my feelings for you are... Hu Shinkai, now genuinely alarmed, hastily begged for mercy. Silence. My name is not something you can utter so casually. Xiao Yanning's eyes brimmed with hatred and distance. Someone, strike him. As Hu Shinkai attempted to rise in defiance, Jiang Chu delivered a swift kick that sent him sprawling, followed by others who took turns slapping his face. Xiao Yanning observed coldly until Hu Shinkai's visage swelled into that of a pig. Then, seizing the sword from Xiao Yanqing's grasp, she plunged it into Hu Shinkai's shoulder. This strike is for me. With another swift motion, she stabbed him again. This is for the deceased Mo Zhu. Chapter 93. The Crown Prince feels jealous. By the time the Emperor and Empress arrived upon hearing the news, Hu Shinkai lay in a pool of blood. Take him away. Deceiving a princess, taking innocent lives, and defying imperial authority. Execute him, without delay. As for his family, they shall be exiled to a desolate land. The Emperor's face darkened like that of an enraged lion. He had not anticipated that his ministers would harbor such treachery, manipulating the affections of a princess with such audacity. Ninger, it is all right now. Mother has always been here. The Empress held Xiao Yanning in her embrace, soothing her with gentle words, her eyes reflecting sorrow and guilt. How had she remained oblivious to such a significant event in her daughter's life? Mother, I am well. It is but a smidgen of sadness. Xiao Yanning feigned a smile, managing a grin that was more painful than tears. Do not force a smile if you do not wish to. Here with mother, you need not be so strong. Indeed, if it is not an umbrella, do not struggle beneath it. The second princess truly is too resilient. Qinghe silently echoed, realizing that the Xiaoliang royal family was unlike any she had known. The royals she had previously encountered seemed devoid of genuine familial affection, yet this family radiated warmth. How poignant the hearts of parents. The Empress truly is gentle. The gossiping system sighed in agreement. Xiao Yanning had initially been holding herself together, but in an instant, she was reduced to tears. The Emperor was occupied with matters concerning the second princess's maid, while the Empress offered quiet comfort. Qinghe, as an outsider, felt somewhat extraneous. Perhaps it would be best for her to leave? Given the gravity of the situation, how could the Emperor and Empress have time to concern themselves with her? Qinghe, here are Father Emperor and Mother Empress. Let us step outside for a moment. It seemed he sensed something, as Xiao Yanqing spoke up. All right. Just as Qinghe was about to take her leave from the Emperor, she was gently pulled outside by Xiao Yanqing. Your Highness, I haven't had the chance to. It matters not. Today is an exceptional circumstance, and Father Emperor and Mother Empress will not hold it against us, Xiao Yanqing reassured her. Shall I take you to Jusheng Tower for a meal? Would that be agreeable? Qinghe's eyes sparkled with delight, given the significant events unfolding within the palace. It was clear that lunch could not be taken here. Of course. Just let me change out of my formal attire, and I shall take you out. Very well. Xiao Yanqing quickly changed his clothes, and just as they were about to exit the palace, they were intercepted by Changlo. Sister Ji, are you leaving the palace? Yes. I am going to Jiuxiang with His Highness. I will escort Qinghe back to her residence, Xiao Yanqing interjected, sensing Chong Li's expression shift. An unsettling premonition washed over him. Thus, he interrupted Ji Qinghe's words and offered a different rationale. Sister Ji, I wish to accompany you back.
Chang le exclaimed eagerly.
Having become accustomed to the freedom outside the palace, she found the constraints of palace etiquette stifling. Though she was well-fed and well-dressed within the palace, the rigid decorum left her feeling suffocated. The moment she saw Ji Qinghe, her longing for freedom surged.
No.
Xiao Yanqing suddenly recalled the glimmer in Chong Li's eyes, reminiscent of his third brother's gaze upon Ji Qinghe, clearly eager to join the fray. Your elder brother's words do not hold sway. I heed Sister Ji's wishes. Chong Li insisted, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Ji Qinghe, her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, her bright eyes radiating a spirit that melted Ji Qinghe's heart. Sister Ji, please allow me to join you. I feel like a caged bird, bound by palace rules, yearning to fly free. Today, having finally seen you, let me step outside and breathe the fresh air. Chong Li tugged at Ji Qinghe's sleeve, pouting playfully. I promise I won't cause any trouble for you too. Just let me experience the wind of freedom. Very well. Ji Qinghe relented, as she could never resist the charm of a beautiful girl pleading before her. Turning around, she realized she hadn't consulted Xiao Yanqing, tentatively suggesting, Your Highness, shall we bring Princess Chong Li along? Yes, let it be so. Xiao Yanqing conceded with a hint of resignation, realizing that he could only indulge his beloved. The trio made their way to Jiuxiang Tower, where Xiao Yanqing ordered dishes according to Ji Qinghe's tastes. Finally recalling the ever-present Chong Li, he turned to her and asked, Seventh sister, is there anything you wish to eat? I have no particular aversions. Whatever Sister Ji enjoys, I shall relish as well. Xiao Yanqing's brow furrowed slightly, the sense of unease escalating within him. Indeed, during the ensuing time, Chong Li clung to Ji Qinghe like an inescapable shadow, depriving him of any opportunity to converse. The outing meant for him had turned into a silent affair. Xiao Yanqing's frustration mounted, contemplating how Chong Li, much like his third brother, seemed to lose all sense of propriety in Ji Qinghe's presence. He resolved to suggest to their mother that Chong Li should undertake additional studies, lest her frequent visits impede the nurturing of his affections. Sister Ji, you enjoy this dish as well? It is my favorite too. I've noticed our tastes align remarkably, surely. In a previous life, we must have been sisters, or else how could we share such a bond? Sister Ji, do try this. It is both tangy and sweet. Truly delicious. Ji, sister. Bang. Xiao Yanqing could no longer contain himself, slamming his chopsticks onto the table and fixing Chong Li with an impassive glare.
Xiao Changlu.
One must not speak while eating nor engage in idle chatter.
Huh?
Chong Li was taken aback, her tofu slipping from her chopsticks and landing on the table, momentarily stunned into silence. What's the matter, elder brother? Why do you look so fierce? She distinctly remembered him as gentle and kind. Someone who wouldn't he raise his voice at her. Why did he appear so irate now? After a moment's thought, Xiao Chong Li remained oblivious to her misstep. Your second sister has suffered a great blow. You must return to comfort her after your meal. As her sister, you should show concern. Realizing he had spoken too loudly, Xiao Yanqing softened his tone. Oh, very well. Nodding, Xiao Chong Li pondered for a moment before asking, Will you not return with me? I must escort Qinghe home. All right. Though Xiao Chong Li seemed to grasp a semblance of his displeasure, she remained somewhat confused. Regardless, she felt content to have tasted the sweetness of freedom alongside Ji Qinghe. Ji Qinghe stole a glance at the solemn crown prince, her gaze flickering with mischief. Xiao Ba, do you think the crown prince is jealous? Xiao Yanqing stiffened, while Xiao Chong Li suddenly comprehended. The pieces in her mind clicked together. No wonder her elder brother had been so fierce. He was, in fact, consumed by jealousy. Chapter 94. The Crown Prince and Ji Qinghe share sweet moments. Xiao Ba, is the Crown Prince jealous? It is evident. The Crown Prince intended for an intimate outing with you, only to be interrupted by an unexpected guest. It is no wonder he is displeased.
Qinghe's lips twitched.
Indeed, she had somewhat overlooked the Crown Prince's feelings. However, Chong Li's honeyed words were simply irresistible, making it impossible to refuse. Sister Ji, Your Highness, I have finished my meal. Suddenly recalling unfinished matters, Xiao Chong Li decisively set down her chopsticks, having merely lost control in Ji Qinghe's presence.
Now,
having savored a fleeting taste of freedom, she felt it was time to return to the palace. Xiao Chong Li glanced at Xiao Yanqing, who, it seemed, had softened considerably since earlier. Even the frostiness on his face had diminished. Heavens above! How had she not noticed the discord before? She had heard that their third brother had been burdened with extra studies due to his disruptive behavior. She wondered, would her elder brother subject her to the same fate? Please no. Jiang Chu, personally escort Seven Sister back. Xiao Yanqing's demeanor toward Xiao Changlu had grown markedly more amiable, the chill in his tone replaced with warmth. Before long, Xiao Changlu departed. Qinghe, is there anything else you wish to eat? I shall order more for you, as I noticed you hardly touched your food. Your Highness, were you truly jealous earlier? Ji Qinghe's eyes sparkled as she regarded Xiao Yanqing. In an instant, a flush crept up Xiao Yanqing's face. He averted his gaze, unable to meet Ji Qinghe's eyes.
No.
The two words, lacking conviction, betrayed his inner turmoil. Then why do you shy away from looking at me? Is it because you find me unappealing? Ji Qinghe teased, reveling in the amusement of teasing the innocent crown prince. His blushing visage was utterly delightful. You are quite beautiful. Then, why do you not dare to gaze upon me? Ji Qinghe leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. Xiao Yanqing felt her presence envelop him, the warmth sending ripples through his heart. He turned to meet Ji Qinghe's gaze, and in a moment of unintentional closeness, their lips brushed against one another. Ji Qinghe blinked at the proximity, realizing she may have ventured too far. Xiao Yanqing's mind unraveled completely, overwhelmed by the softness upon his lips. All restraint vanished in that moment. As Ji Qinghe attempted to rise, she was abruptly enveloped in Xiao Yanqing's embrace. With a slight parting of his lips, his breath quickened. Initially, his approach was tentative, merely a taste, but upon sensing Ji Qinghe's reciprocation, his tenderness was swiftly overtaken by a torrent of fervent affection. He skillfully pried open her lips, laying claim with an undeniable possessiveness. Ji Qinghe's mind went blank. She closed her eyes and began to revel in this blazing ardor. It was only when she could scarcely breathe that Xiao Yanqing reluctantly released her. Why aren't you breathing? This time, it was Ji Qinghe who felt her cheeks flush. After all, it was her first kiss. How could she know what to expect? Wait, that didn't make sense. If she was unaware, how could the prince possibly know? Your Highness, how are you so skilled in this? I may have taught myself, Xiao Yanqing replied, momentarily at a loss for words.
Hey, Xiao Ba.
Do you know why the prince is so adept? Did he practice on other women? Not at all. The prince has been studying relevant literature specifically to learn. The gossip system chimed in excitedly.
Oh.
It finally witnessed the progression between the host and the prince. Previously, it was merely hearsay, but now there are tangible actions. The consummation of their union cannot be too far off. Host, I suggest you seize this opportunity to fully captivate the prince. Rest assured, next time I surely will. Ji Qinghe retorted defiantly, vowing to reclaim her position one day. Xiao Yanqing gazed at Ji Qinghe's crimson lips, recalling the sweetness of their earlier encounter, his throat constricting. The urge to kiss her again surged. Qinghe, shall we try once more? Ji Qinghe was taken aback, and before she could respond, she found herself drawn back into his embrace, his lips once again sealing hers.
Whoa.
Host, hurry. Xiao Ba was astonished by Xiao Yanqing's actions, attempting to voice its thoughts only to realize it had been silenced. Silenced, it whimpered, wanting to witness more. Host, release me. Ji Qinghe could not hear Xiao Ba's pleas, as she was currently lost in ecstasy. With familiarity came comfort. This time, she learned to breathe between kisses, their exchange becoming long and fervent. Sister-in-law, Your Highness, I heard you were here. The door to the private room swung open abruptly, and the third prince burst in, only to freeze at the sight of the two locked in an intimate embrace. Xiao Yanqing thought he had never felt such passionate intensity before. Please continue. I'll take my leave. The third prince, feeling a chill run down his spine from the intensity of Xiao Yanqing's gaze, hastily retreated, closing the door behind him. With a pat to his chest, he murmured, Goodness, that look from the prince was truly terrifying. If a gaze could kill, I'd be a corpse by now. But hey, witnessing such a scene makes it all worth it. The unexpected interruption jolted Ji Qinghe and Xiao Yanqing back to reality.
Qinghe stood,
straightening her somewhat disheveled attire. Your Highness, I've finished eating. I shall return to the manor now. I'll escort you, Xiao Yanqing replied, rising with a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Very well. Ji Qinghe hurriedly made her way outside, avoiding any further eye contact with the crown prince. Shutting her eyes once, she settled into the carriage. Xiao Yanqing's gaze remained fixed on Ji Qinghe, had he not feared startling her. He would have deepened the kiss further. Ji Qinghe, with her eyes closed, could sense the heat of Xiao Yanqing's stare, feeling the carriage's space suddenly too confined. To avert revealing her discomfort, Ji Qinghe released Xiao Ba, hoping to distract herself through conversation. Phew, host, you finally let me out. The gossip system exclaimed as soon as it emerged, fuming. Host, what about the live broadcast? I missed it. How can it be over already? Be quiet. Qinghe wished she could cover Xiaoba's mouth. Thankfully, no one could hear their exchange, or she would be thoroughly embarrassed. Do you still want to push the progress forward? I do. Then swiftly uncover some gossip about someone. Let us chat about it and progress the timeline. Qinghe proposed, needing to change the subject lest she die of embarrassment beneath the carriage. Chapter 95. He is not clean. Today's coachman is unfamiliar. Let us go with him for now. The gossip system immediately switched gears, ever the diligent assistant. Discussing gossip was its specialty.
Oh my.
Host, he is not clean. The gossip system exclaimed with a tremor in its voice. How is he not clean? Qinghe inquired in a flurry, with Xiao Yanqing also pricking up his ears. The coachman nearly jolted off the carriage at the sound of this revelation. His name is Qinghe, one of the prince's guards. I already knew that.
Get to the point.
Qinghe was aware that the coachman belonged to the prince. Her curiosity lay in how he was deemed unclean. Qinghe has developed feelings for a woman. Oh wait, no. It's for a man who dresses as a woman. A man in women's clothing? Like Yi Zhao? Qinghe recalled the man who had previously pursued her elder brother, her lips twitching in disbelief. Why were there so many cross-dressers? Not quite. Yi Zhao is quite devoted. Only loving your elder brother. Both body and heart, he is very clean. The gossip system elaborated, but the man Qinghe is enamored with is purely for casual encounters. Prior to Qinghe, this man had several others. Xiao Yanqing interjected, casual encounters? What is that? Why have I never heard of such a thing? He soon grasped the meaning, his disdain growing. The idea of men engaging intimately with one another was utterly repugnant to him. Qinghe's body stiffened, a wave of anguish flooding his heart. Gripping the reins tightly, he felt as if he could snap them in frustration. How could this be? Hadn't that person claimed he was the only one? That there were others? What did that make him? He had forced himself to bend for that individual. And now to learn he was not the sole one who could bear such a revelation. The fire of anger burned within Qinghe, and he could feel a conflagration swelling in his chest, threatening to consume all reason. Poor Qinghe, merely a fish in the pond. Indeed, the man, Wang Li, dresses as a woman and actively lures men. He tantalizes them and then invites them to his abode. After a night of passionate intimacy, when the men discover Wang Li is not what he seems, they become furious, often giving him a beating before attempting to leave.
Yet,
Wang Li would plead, now that you're here, why not stay, and successfully entice them to remain.
Whoa.
Is it that scandalous? Have those men become so desperate? Qinghe was astounded. Such a revelation shattered her worldview. Now that you're here? Is this a classic trope? As a normal man, shouldn't one be enraged and leave upon such an encounter? Why would they relent? Xiaoba, is this Wang Li particularly handsome? Could he be effeminate?
No.
The host, Wang Li, is a 30-year-old man whose smile is adorned with numerous wrinkles. However, his voice is rather high-pitched, and when he dons women's attire, he exudes a unique charm. His makeup skills are so refined that it is nearly impossible to discern his true identity without undressing him. Xiao Yanqing was equally astonished. In this vast world, there are indeed countless wonders. The fact that such occurrences transpired among those close to him was utterly shocking. A high-pitched voice. Doesn't that resemble a eunuch? But he is not a eunuch. He still possesses certain functions. Moreover, Wang Li is the one on top. The gossip system elucidated. Yet, none of this is the crux of the matter. Is that not the crux? Qinghe was left flabbergasted. If this was not the crux, then what could possibly be? Xiao Yanqing raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the promise of more revelations. Qinghe held his breath, eagerly suppressing his anticipation. He was keen to learn what else could be unveiled. Well, the crux is that Wang Li has been engaging in promiscuous activities with those men and has contracted a disease.
Now,
Qinghe has also fallen victim to the same affliction. This single statement caused Qinghe to tumble unceremoniously from the carriage. Fortunately, Xiao Yanqing reacted swiftly, sensing the disturbance and promptly steadying the horse. Qinghe was oblivious to the situation, merely noticing the carriage jolt before the prince hurried to the front. Your Highness, Qinghe, we are approaching the Ji residence. Shall we take a stroll? Xiao Yanqing proposed, feeling somewhat sullied. Of course. Qinghe did not inquire further, having already devised an excuse, allowing Xiao Yanqing to breathe a sigh of relief. Wow, the prince wants to walk back with me, granting us more time together. Host, restrain your infatuated heart. The gossip system lamented. If this continues, You shall be the first to fall. That is impossible. My heart is entirely capable of maintaining composure. The gossip system noted that Xiao Yanqing and Ji Qing had departed without even casting a glance at Qinghe. What was happening? He was driving the carriage perfectly well. How did he end up falling out? The young master and lady had left, neglecting him entirely. Why was he still dawdling here instead of hastily pursuing them? Bystanders whispered among themselves, but Qinghe remained oblivious, his mind consumed by 3 words, flower and willow disease. He had dared to be brave once, only to earn a lifetime of solitude. He believed such afflictions were exclusive to courtesans. Yet reality delivered a harsh slap to his face. How would he ever marry and have children now? His life was effectively over. All of this was because of him. Qinghe gritted his teeth, standing up and severing the ropes of the carriage, mounting his horse and departing. The onlookers watched his actions in bewilderment. Why was he heading in the opposite direction? The horse halted in front of a courtyard in the southern part of the city. Qinghe dismounted and stormed into the house. Upon witnessing the scene before him, his eyes widened with fury. Wang Li, I will kill you. Qinghe, are you insane? Wang Li hastily pushed aside the person beside him, stepping aside and instinctively reaching for the clothing on the floor, only to be wounded by Qinghe's blade. Wang Li recoiled in pain, staring in terror at Qinghe, who seemed intent on taking his life. The hatred radiating from his eyes was truly chilling. Without retrieving his clothing, Wang Li could only cover his injured hand and retreat to a corner. Qinghe's gaze fell upon the diminutive Wang Li, and in that moment, his rage obliterated all rational thought. It was this culprit who had caused him to contract the disease. With a swift stroke of the knife, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Wang Li curled up on the ground, terror etched across his face. Meanwhile, another man, witnessing the abrupt turn of events, had no time to dress and scrambled out in a panic. The townsfolk on the street shrieked, "Ah, there's a rogue." Chapter 96. Are they all going mad? The fleeing man was ultimately apprehended. Lin Yu, the commander of Bingma City, initially believed the man to be mentally unbalanced. My lord, help. Someone's been murdered. The man, known as Li San, spotted Lin Yu as if he were a lifeline, weeping profusely while not forgetting to lodge a complaint. Where? What happened? Li San stammered, recounting the events he had witnessed, prompting Lin Yu to lead his men to the southern courtyard. Halfway there, they encountered Qinghe dragging a blood-soaked individual, whose fate was uncertain. My lord, it's him. Li San exclaimed in terror upon seeing Qinghe. In broad daylight, how dare you commit such violence? Capture him. Lin Yu commanded with a wave of his hand, and immediately, his men surrounded Qinghe. Who are you? Qinghe raised his head to meet Lin Yu's gaze. Each word laced with tragic gravity. Commander Lin, this man is deceitful and has contracted flower and willow disease, deliberately spreading it to others. He just shared a bed with me. He may have infected me as well.
Impossible.
You lie. Li San was the first to refute him, utterly unconvinced. What do I have to gain from lying? Had he not been ill and transmitted it to me, do you think I would be brandishing a knife at him today? You are also his. Li San's focus shifted to this revelation, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Was he not Wang Li's sole admirer? How could there be others? Lin Yu processed this information, his mind reeling.
Damn.
Has everyone gone mad? The brazen actions of this man were far from isolated incidents. It was not just the two of us. There must be at least 18 others involved. Qinghe disregarded the bewildered gazes of those around him. After all, he no longer wished to live. Before meeting his demise, exposing this matter served as a warning to the world.
Ah!
Li San let out a furious roar and dashed forward. By the time everyone reacted, he had reached Wang Li, attacking him with fists and kicks, seemingly intent on tearing him apart. I will kill you, you swindler. You promised I was your only one, yet my sisters are so numerous. The mention of sisters from a burly man sent chills down the spines of those present. Wang Li, now unable to move from the pain, allowed Li San to pummel him. He had meticulously arranged his schedule. How could such an unexpected turn of events occur? The crowd grew ever larger, watching the scene unfold in disbelief, as if the world had descended into madness.
Who were they?
Where were they? Had the outside world truly become so chaotic? Commander Lin. He has deceived many, and they are all men. I hope you will conduct a thorough investigation to prevent others from being exploited by these individuals. Qinghe spoke again. And Lin Yu, recognizing the familiar face, finally recalled who he was and tentatively inquired, You are? Commander Lin, please convey a message to the young master. In this life, I have betrayed his trust. In the next life, I shall ensure my eyes are wide open, control my emotions, and dedicate my life to serving him." With these words, Qinghe swiftly slashed his throat. Lin Yu's unspoken words lodged in his throat. At that moment, he was entirely certain of Qinghe's identity. After apprehending Li San and Wang Li, Lin Yu sought out the crown prince. Quickly investigate who else has fallen victim and arrange for Qinghe's burial. Xiao Yanqing spoke calmly. After all, he was his own guard. Although he personally could not accept a man loving another man, as Qinghe had stated. Who one loves is a matter of personal freedom. At the Ji residence, Qinghe closed her eyes, and the image of Xiao Yanqing kissing her surfaced in her mind. This feeling was rather delightful. Little 8, for the first time I find this journey through life to be quite splendid. Host. It appears you have succumbed to the intoxicating poison of love. The gossip system, listening to Qinghe's words, felt a pang of disappointment. It was clearly agreed upon from the beginning that the host would win over the crown prince. Yet now, she found herself lost in reverie over a single passionate kiss. How utterly disappointing. As a single noble, you cannot possibly comprehend the joy of romance, Qinghe retorted, turning over. Indeed, I cannot grasp it. When you kissed the crown prince, you didn't even pause for breath. Host, could you refrain from mere empty talk and actually take action? The gossip system sighed in exasperation. It was not that it believed love to be undesirable, but rather that Qinghe's lack of ambition was disheartening. A mere kiss from the prince had her utterly captivated. What about their initial plan to take him down? Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as something fell to the ground and shattered. Qinghe sat up to see her elder brother, Ji Baihan, standing there in a daze. Lost in thought. Elder brother? Qinghe approached him and waved her fingers in front of his face. What's the matter? Nothing. I simply lost my grip. Ji Baihan replied, feigning calmness, while internally, he was in a state of turmoil. Did the prince escort you home today? Yes. Why do you ask? His Highness seems genuinely invested in you, Ji Baihan continued, shifting the topic, but although the emperor has issued a decree, as long as you two are not wed, you must maintain propriety and not act impulsively in a manner that defies decorum. Rest assured, brother, I know how to conduct myself. Qinghe's expression was serene, yet inwardly she was lamenting to little 8. My brother has such little faith in me. He can kiss others without a second thought, yet he lectures me. Am I the kind of person who can casually engage with others? How can you say that? Did you not just declare your intention to conquer his highness? Qinghe retorted, can we not dwell on this matter? Ji Baihan replied, had I not known your true feelings, I would have believed you to be a paragon of propriety. Sister, as a young lady, you must exhibit some modesty, like Murong Yunduo. The moment Ji Baihan spoke, he regretted it. Truth be told, he had not encountered many young women, and Murong Yunduo was the only one who frequently visited their home. Thus she lingered in his mind. However, her intentions were glaringly obvious, even to the most oblivious observer. Elder brother, are you certain you meant Murong Yunduo? Qinghe asked, glancing towards the courtyard where Murong Yunduo was playfully engaging with her second brother. She has already pursued him home, and you expect me to emulate her modesty? Not quite. Ji Baihan quickly amended, following Qinghe's gaze. Why is everyone so forward these days? Elder brother, does our second brother harbor feelings for Murong Yunduo or not? If he does not like her, he ought to reject her outright. We do not encourage dangling hopes. Based on his demeanor, it's hard to say. Successfully diverting the conversation. Chapter 97. What a treasure of sisterly companionship she has found. Miss Murong, you are hindering my ability to earn a living, Ji Xinghan said with a hint of exasperation. Recently, Murong Yunduo had taken to engaging him in conversation at every opportunity, making it impossible for him to escape. Just when he thought to leave, she had cornered him yet again. He tried to respond patiently, but she showed no signs of leaving, prompting him to speak plainly. Ah? Murong Yunduo paused momentarily, before quickly grasping his meaning. Are you in dire need of funds? Of course. I need to save for my sister's dowry. Marriage and raising children require money as well, Ji Xinghan replied, adding, life requires money at every turn. He had matured into a responsible man now, eager to establish his own career. Brother Ji is correct. Life indeed necessitates financial resources. Murong Yunduo concurred, then suddenly blushed as a thought struck her. However, I can forego the betrothal gifts. As for my sister's dowry, I can offer her mine. Rest assured, I will persuade my father to provide me with an ample dowry. How about 1,008 bridal sedan chairs? Additionally, there will be houses and fields.
Yixinghan?
Qinghe, is this what it means to be wealthy? 1,008 bridal sedan chairs. She had never even dreamed of such a lavish dowry. Little 8. Could this be the infamous wealth of the affluent? 1,008 bridal sedan chairs. This is beyond my wildest imagination. Host. You too can have such a dowry. When it's your turn to marry, I will prepare a generous dowry for you. You?
Qinghe replied skeptically.
What could a system like you possibly prepare? Host, do not underestimate me as merely a fledgling system. I have the backing of the main system. Given my current performance, arranging some dowry should not be too difficult. After all, I am the cherished offspring of the main system.
Qinghe.
Qinghe suddenly felt a sense of urgency, realizing that even a mere system could prepare a dowry for his sister, while he had nothing to offer. He needed to earn money. He must earn money. Miss Morong, I believe you may not fully grasp my meaning. While your family is affluent, that wealth belongs to your family and does not pertain to me. Perhaps you have misunderstood? Murong Yunduo, showing unexpected patience in face of Qinghe, concealed her pride. Seeing Qinghe still looking confused, she bit her lip. Ultimately, it seemed she had made a decision and she spoke again. What I mean is, even if you lack money, once I marry you, my dowry alone will be substantial. At that time, I can use my dowry to support my sister. Of course, if you think it's unacceptable to use something that has been previously offered, you could sell my dowry and procure something else. Murong Yunduo spoke rapidly, fixing her gaze on Qinghe, hoping he would grasp her meaning. Qinghe understood, yet he found it difficult to accept this news. Miss Murong, are you implying that you wish to marry me? Indeed. Some words, once spoken, no longer felt so daunting. Murong Yunduo had come to terms with her feelings. She genuinely liked Qinghe. Every day she would seize the opportunity to visit Qinghe, simply to converse with Qinghe. She relished this feeling. Sometimes she even pondered that if she were to lose Qinghe one day, she would surely be heartbroken. It was a different sentiment compared to when she learned of her cousin's engagement to the crown prince. Her feelings for her cousin had been an obsession, akin to a childhood ambition instilled in her by others, one that she was meant to fulfill. Yet, she had never considered what she truly desired. If her cousin the crown prince represented a goal, then Qinghe was what she truly yearned for. She wished to follow her heart. But why do you fancy me? I have no wealth or career. How could you possibly take an interest in me? Qinghe expressed his confusion. After all, he and Murong Yunduo had not interacted much. Nor was this a matter arranged by their parents. How could this young lady so easily profess her affections? Does liking someone require a reason? Do you not feel even a modicum of attraction towards me? Not at all. You are merely my sister's friend, someone who visits regularly. I see you as a sister. Qinghe replied bluntly, his thoughts solely occupied with making money, leaving no room for romantic considerations. Not even a little? Murong Yunduo's heart sank, and she asked again. Not even a bit. No, Qinghe said. Miss Murong, I must head to the bookstore now. After stating this, he left, his demeanor that of a carefree and oblivious young man. Murong Yunduo stood in place, her expression suffused with sorrow. The joy she felt upon arrival was now eclipsed by profound sadness. She had believed that Qinghe would harbor at least some feelings for her. Yet he had so unequivocally rejected her. All her hopes had been extinguished. Qinghe, witnessing Murong Yunduo's despair cascading like a river, hastily approached her. Yunduo, are you all right? Not really. I seem to have experienced a heartbreak, she replied. What sort of heartbreak is this? It's merely a failed confession, Qinghe consoled, having long since set aside any barriers with Murong Yunduo. In truth, she found Yunduo quite delightful upon getting to know her better. But I truly like him. Murong Yunduo exclaimed. Qinghe responded, what is so special about him? A straightforward man, devoid of romantic finesse. He will undoubtedly regret losing a wonderful girl like you. Your background and family are quite admirable. Finding an exceptional partner is far from impossible. We need not forsake an entire forest for a single tree. Murong Yunduo stared wide-eyed at Qinghe, disbelief etched across her features. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Qinghe touched her own face, noticing nothing amiss. No, Murong Yunduo shook her head, continuing, Qinghe, that person is your second brother. How can you speak of him so? I thought you would support your second brother.
Qinghe replied.
You are my good friend. We are both women. However, matters of the heart should not be swayed by proximity or distance. After all, this pertains to your lifelong happiness, so one must choose their partner with utmost caution. It's not as if one can simply declare affection and resolve to marry that person. A forcibly picked fruit is never sweet. If this one doesn't work, there's always the next. There are plenty of good men in the capital. Ji Qinghe glanced at Ji Baihan nearby and continued, "My elder brother is a companion to the crown prince. As scholars, they surely know many young gentlemen. I shall ask him to keep an eye out for you and introduce you to worthy candidates." Yi Baihan? Morong Yunduo. Is that even possible? She mused, considering the treasure of a sisterhood she had formed. Chapter 98. A flawed foundation leads to a crooked beam. Murong Yunduo seemed to have opened the floodgates of her spirit, dragging Ji Qinghe out daily for social gatherings and new acquaintances, seemingly unaffected by her prior heartbreak. One day, upon returning to the estate, Ji Qinghe encountered Ji Xinghan, who was about to leave. She greeted him casually, intending to enter, but was halted. "Second brother. What's the matter? Did you have a falling out with your friend? I haven't seen that Murong girl lately. She used to visit you daily."
Ji Xinghan inquired awkwardly.
Having seen her every day, he hadn't thought much of it. Yet, the sudden absence over the past few days left a hollow ache within him, as if he had lost something significant. "You are referring to Murong Yunduo. We are quite well. We go out shopping and visit tea houses together, having a splendid time." Ji Qinghe responded, observing her elder brother's expression and blinking in surprise. "Second brother, why the sudden interest in her? Do you have feelings for her? I recall you were quite resolute in your rejection. I merely asked out of concern for you. After all, it's rare for you to have such a good friend." A flicker of panic flashed in Ji Xinghan's eyes, quickly masked. "Is that so?" Ji Qinghe elongated her tone, her eyes gleaming with mischief. She sensed an oddity in his demeanor. "Naturally. You are my little sister. It is only natural to care for you." "Host, that's not quite true. Your second brother is just as obstinate. Last night, he called out Murong Yunduo's name in his sleep. Is it possible that he is on the path of chasing after his beloved?" Ji Qinghe's speculation was one thing, but hearing it confirmed by Xiaoba felt entirely different. Having rejected her so decisively, how could he realize his feelings in just a few days? Indeed, one must bear the consequences of their choices. If your second brother continues to be obstinate, he may very well lose her. This was a conclusion drawn from Xiaoba's reading experience. With the advent of the system mall, it too could now enjoy its own narratives. That's quite possible. Wasn't Yunduo just saying her family is helping her find suitors? Ji Qinghe considered this, realizing she needed to lend a hand to both parties. Now that she understood her brother's intentions, she was curious about Murong Yunduo's thoughts. With a sidelong glance at Ji Xinghan, she casually remarked, "Well, I thought perhaps you had some intentions."
"You startled me."
Yunduo's family has already begun arranging various matches for her. "I'm sure a girl as wonderful as her will find a suitable partner. Little sister, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." Ji Xinghan could no longer contain himself. He hadn't realized anything was amiss until now, and as he absorbed Xiaoba's words, he began to comprehend his feelings. Could it be that he, too, held affections for Murong Yunduo? Hearing that her family was arranging suitors, would he lose his chance? The thought spurred him onward towards the Murong estate. "Ji Qinghe. Xiaoba, I've made my hints quite clear. Surely, my brother isn't so slow-witted?" "Hard to say. You know your brother's intellect well enough." The gossip system quipped, having grown fond of the idea of witnessing a real-life pursuit of love. "Why do I sense you are reveling in this?" "Not at all. You must be mistaken. I simply have never witnessed such a pursuit of love." The gossip system feigned innocence. "Oh, please. Don't think I don't know. You've been so engrossed in novels lately, you've lost track of reality." The gossip system fell silent, regretting engaging in such discussions after finishing its novels, leaving it with no secrets to keep. "Qinghe. His Majesty summons you to the palace regarding the matter of the Yongding Marquis using his position to replace the names of commoner students."
Yi Hengzhu approached,
speaking with an air of formality. The Yongding Marquis? Ji Qinghe had been so preoccupied with spending time with Murong Yunduo that she had nearly forgotten about court affairs. "Indeed. You were present at the time, were you not?" His Majesty wishes to inquire further. Ji Qingzhou stated nonchalantly, though there were other matters tied to the investigation. The Emperor sought Ji Qinghe's perspective. "Very well, I understand."
Yi Qinghe nodded.
"Allow me a moment to change before heading to the palace." In the imperial study, as Ji Qinghe entered, she noticed 3 individuals kneeling on the floor. Upon closer inspection, she recognized one as Gu Cheng. The other 2, old and young, shared the same face, presumably the Yongding Marquis and his son. "Your humble servant greets your Majesty." "Lord Ji, no need for formalities." "Li Gonggong, grant them seats." "Your humble servant thanks His Majesty." Ji Qinghe comfortably settled into her chair. "Xiaoba, those 2 must be the Yongding Marquis and his son, right?" "Indeed. They are notorious for their fraudulent deeds. Aside from the name replacement matter, what other scandals do they have?" "They look shifty. I suspect they have many secrets to uncover. Let us dig deep. Qinghe found them distasteful at first glance and wasted no time in her inquiry. Absolutely. When it came to gossip, Xiaoba was always eager to oblige, ready to unearth any details, no matter how far back they went. Oh my, host. These two have quite the list of misdeeds. The gossip system cast a glance and exclaimed in utter astonishment. The emperor raised an eyebrow. Intrigued to hear what wicked deeds the father and son of the Yongding Marquis had committed, Gu Qing straightened his back, keenly attentive. However, the Yongding Marquis and his son were entirely oblivious to the thoughts of others, thus failing to perceive any irregularities. Let's begin with the elder. After all, a crooked beam leads to a warped roof. The ancestors of the Yongding Marquis were among those who fought alongside the founding emperor of the Xiaoliang kingdom to establish this realm. It is precisely due to this illustrious heritage that the Yongding Marquis came into existence. For 3 generations, the legacy of the Yongding Marquis remains intact. Yet, after inheriting the title, the current Marquis, Huang Jingshan, has squandered wealth without restraint, abusing his power and descending into moral depravity. Qinghe's heart jolted. To be condemned in such a manner by the gossip system indicated that he had committed heinous transgressions. What has he done? He possesses a horse ranch, where he indulges in his favorite pastime of practicing marksmanship. Host, you would never guess what his targets are. Upon hearing this, Qinghe felt a chilling dread wash over him, though he deemed it too abhorrent to voice aloud. What are they? Human beings. Living, breathing individuals. The gossip system responded, its tone laced with palpable indignation.
Qinghe,